Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Unwanted Travel. The last thing Ren felt was pain. A sharp, crushing sensation, then there was a blaring horn. The screech of brakes. And then, nothing. When he opened his eyes, the world he knew was gone. No asphalt beneath him. No city lights overhead. Instead, he floated in an endless void, surrounded by swirling colors that flickered between shades he couldn't name. Before him stood a figure, its presence overwhelming. It wasn't just something he saw, it was something he felt, pressing against his very soul. Ah, finally awake. The voice echoed, not in his ears, but directly in his mind. Come. Almost amused. Where am I? Between places, the being said. And there's a problem. A chill ran down Ren's non-existent spine. What kind of problem? The being sighed. Your soul is headed somewhere it was never meant to be. Ren frowned. Where exactly is that? Then, he saw it. An oppressive skyline of Gothic spires. Titan-sized cathedrals stretching into smog-filled heavens. A planet-sized machine of unrelenting industry, choking on incense and blood. His breath, if he even had one, caught in his throat. That's just a game. The being's gaze sharpened. For you, perhaps. But for the people who are living there, it's reality. Ren felt the weight of that statement settle over him like chains. His mind raced. Then, can't you send me somewhere else? Like fairy tale. That's a good place. His voice rose in desperation. I don't want to die in some trench, get turned into a servitor, or be possessed by a demon. The being raised a hand, and silence pressed down on him like a vice. That is not something I can decide after I am not the one who is sending you there. The voice was patient, measured. But I can grant you a gift. A message formed in Ren's mind. Dimensional Assistance Program initialized. Ren exhaled sharply. Even with the system, I'll probably be corrupted before I can even use it. You don't have to worry about that, the being said. The moment you are reborn, the system will adjust to your situation. Consider this a gift from me. But whether you survive or not, that depends on you. Before Ren could ask something else, the being's presence faded. Then, a sudden force yanked him. The colors around him blurred and twisted, folding into themselves. The last thing he saw was the void collapsing into pure darkness. Web novel, the last website should be Royal Road, which I really don't like, but at least they are not cheating me. Chapter 2 Leaving the Warhammer world. The idea of a second chance is good, a new world, a fresh start, a place to live without regrets. If you can escape to some fantasy world, it could be a great start. But restarting in the grim darkness of Warhammer? That's not a second chance. That's just suffering. Ren was gone. Now, there was only Luthar. Born into the Imperium of Men, where life was nothing more than fuel for the war machine. He had a father, a tech priest. He had the system. With those two things, survival was possible. Maybe even success. But survival wasn't enough. Any success was useless in this nightmare, any meaningful research was a crime for a tech priest. So, any research he did in secret he never made public. As for the chaos, the system had suppressed his memories as a safeguard against corruption, shielding him from the warp's influence. The system has also tried to protect his emotions, that was enough. Enough for him to still dream, a simple dream. A normal iSky experience, which he always desires. So, he made a choice. He stole knowledge, scavenged resources, and built a machine. A portal, his one and only chance to leave this cursed galaxy behind. A place where he could just do his research. And maybe, just maybe, find a few beautiful girls. The lab was cold and dimly lit, the glow of cogitator screens casting flickering blue light onto the metal walls. Servoskulls hovered in the air, their red optics scanning the workspace, mechanical limbs twitching as they assisted in calibrations. The scent of machine oil and burning incense mixed with the sterile tang of recycled air. The fortress trembled as explosions ripped through the corridors. Klaxons screamed. Smoke seeped in through the reinforced doors, thick with the scent of burning promethium. The loudspeakers crackled to life. Hairtech. By order of the Fabricator General, you are condemned. Surrender, and you will receive the Emperor's mercy. Luthar ignored the voice echoing through his lab. His scarred fingers moved fast, inscribing final data runes and adjusting dials. The red glow of his single mechanical eye flickered in the dim light, the other, still organic, strained from exhaustion. His robes, tattered and stained, smelled of incense and metal, the long hours of work evident in every frayed edge. Beneath the hood, his face was older than 16 years should look. From relentless work, sleepless nights, and the weight of survival. His skin was rough, worn from oil and flame, and though half hidden behind his mask, the sharp lines of his jaw hinted at what exhaustion had taken from him. He had a few seconds, and it was enough. A servo skull hovered closer, running final checks. Tools. Weapons. Blueprints. Everything is secured inside the system space. Everything except one last thing, the reinforced metal container. Unlike the rest, its contents couldn't be stored. Inside were servo skulls and genetic samples taken from the mechanics archives. His servo claw extended, tearing the central cogitator from its connections. Sparks flew, flickering against his robe as he initiated the lab's self-destruction sequence. A warning flashed across the monitors. Core meltdown imminent. The lab doors shuddered. Luthar climbed onto the circular platform at the heart of the machine. At that moment, the doors burst open. A squad of Skitarii stormed through the breach, their movements unnervingly precise. Cybernetic optics locked onto him. Fire. But it didn't matter. A rift split open before him, the very fabric of reality distorting under the strain. The air twisted, rippling with an eerie glow as alarms blared in protest. The portal was unstable, untested, but functional. Luthar wasted no time. He heaved the metal container into the portal. Then, with a final breath, he jumped into the abyss. The squad of Skitarii behind him was no longer relevant. As the entire lab exploded. As soon as he left the Warhammer world, the system notified him. Dimensional travel successful. A rift tore open in the air, twisting the fabric of reality with an eerie hum. A massive metal container, covered in intricate mechanicus markings, was the first to emerge with a heavy thud. Then, a second figure followed. Luthar's vision shifted erratically as he was expelled from the portal, his senses overwhelmed by the sudden transition between dimensions. The feeling was both crushing and weightless, existence folding in on itself before violently snapping back into place. He landed hard, his boots sinking into the soft earth. The distant sounds of wildlife barely registered in his mind. He exhaled slowly as the system stopped suppressing his memories. His electrons flickered to life and started adjusting to the new world while scanning the area for threats. He turned his gaze deeper into the forest. Then, without hesitation, he moved forward. Chapter 3, Saving Extra Cheerful Elf. The forest was silent, too silent. The usual hum of insects and rustling leaves had vanished, swallowed by the suffocating weight of fear. The corpses of the bandits lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twitching as residual impulses ran through their nervous systems. Weapons, coins, and scraps of armor were scattered like discarded trash. Luthar crouched beside one of them, pressing a thin metal device against the dead man's neck. A soft click. The body convulsed once before going still. Faint pulses of energy flickered across Luthar's cybernetics as stolen memories, experiences, and knowledge flowed into his personal cogitator. Fragments of fear, greed, and violence passed through his mind like shattered glass. He sorted through the chaotic mess, extracting useful details, geography, language, and local customs. Adventurers descended into a dungeon filled with monsters for power and wealth. Gods ruled the city of Orario, each leading a familia. Their blessings, Falna, allowed mortals to grow stronger. Luthar exhaled through his mask. This was not the worst world he could have landed in. It was dangerous, certainly, but compared to Warhammer, Danmaki was a paradise. First, he took everything valuable belonging to bandits. Then, he turned his attention to the white-haired elf, still bound but unharmed. Pale skin, silver eyes, delicate features, like something out of a storybook. Luthar stepped closer, observing her impassively. "You're awake," he said, his voice flat. The elf blinked, her silver eyes unfocused before snapping at him. "Huh." She tugged at her restraints, realized they were still tight, and then looked up at him with sudden clarity. Her ears twitched. "Are you with them?" "No." He pulled out a knife and cut through the ropes in one swift motion. She stretched her arms, wincing. Then, without hesitation, she grinned up at him. "Thanks. But you should give a warning first. I almost thought you were going to cut me, by the way. Are you an adventurer?" "No." Her ears perked. "Then how did you do that? Do you have a magic weapon?" Luthar considered the question, then pointed to his gun. "No magic. Just good knowledge and engineering." The elf tilted her head, studying it with curiosity. "But if it's not magic, how does it work?" Luthar didn't answer. She pouted. "You're kind of mysterious, huh? Well. My name's Lyra." She puffed out her chest. "I was on my way to Orario to become an adventurer. Then those bandits attacked me. I really thought I was going to be sold off. Luthar remained silent, already reconstructing a map in his head. There was a village nearby. It would be a safe place to gather more information. You're heading to Orario too, right? Lyra interrupted, stepping closer. Then let's go together. Luthar glanced at her. I was considering a village first. No way. That's the opposite direction, she huffed, shaking her head. There's nothing there except farmers and boring people. If you want to have fun, you should come with me. She paused, realizing how that sounded, then quickly corrected herself. I mean, lots of fun things in Orario. Luthar raised a brow beneath his mask. And why should I go with you? Isn't it obvious? Saving a beautiful girl, going on an adventure together, becoming best friends, duh. Lyra grinned, her silver eyes bright. Oh. That reminds me, I can introduce you to Loki Familia. They're really strong. Luthar immediately shook his head. No. Eh? What do you mean, no? You don't want to join a powerful familia? Or do you not want to be an adventurer? Not interested in Loki. Lyra frowned, then suddenly gasped, clapping her hands together. Oh, I get it. You want to be like one of those ancient heroes. But I still think you should join Loki, they have really good family members. Lyra grinned, bouncing slightly on her feet. Just follow me, that village is really boring. He exhaled, adjusting his cloak. It took out a small bomb and put it around the bandits so it could kill them after they left. After this, he said, fine. For Luthar, it didn't matter where he went, so following a cute elf is also a good choice. Yay. Let's go. Lyra said with a cheerful voice nobody would believe she was kidnapped just a few minutes ago. As they started walking, Lyra kept chattering beside him, filling the silence with endless questions. And for the first time in a long while, Luthar found himself thinking about something other than survival. Chapter 4 Arrival in Orario. As Orario's gates grew larger, massive stone walls became visible. They rose like an unbreakable castle, enclosing the city. The iron doors at the entryway were large enough to allow a dozen soldiers to walk through side by side. Luthar lifted his gaze, his left mechanical eye buzzing slightly as it zoomed in and adjusted its focus. The Babel Tower, a gigantic ivory-white monolith arching into the skies, pierced the sky in the center of Orario. Even from here, it dominated the skyline, its pristine surface gleaming in the midday sun. It was a beacon, impossible to ignore. Amazing, right? Lyra grinned, noticing his stare. That's Babel Tower. The gods live there, you know. And the lower floors have magic shops, blacksmiths, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Her voice was brimming with childlike wonder. Silent, Luthar's gaze lingered on the tower. It reminded him of the grim, stratified hive spires of the Imperium, where the upper classes looked down upon those suffering below. But unlike those filthy, oppressive structures, Babel was pristine. Too pristine. Its immaculate facade felt almost artificial, a stark contrast to the grime and struggle he was used to. Lyra tugged on Luthar's sleeve, her enthusiasm infectious. Come on. We've got to get inside. Lyra and Luthar reached the main gates, where stoic guards in light armor stood watch, their gazes sharp as they checked travelers. Their eyes lingered on Luthar longer than necessary, taking in his robes and the unusual glow from his eye. Business in Orario, one of them asked, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. Adventuring. Lyra declared proudly, her chest puffed out. Luthar said nothing, his arms remaining crossed. After a brief but thorough check, the guards stamped their entry pass and waved them through. Inside, Orario exploded with sound and movement. The streets thrummed with the vibrant energy of its inhabitants. Merchants' cries mingled with the laughter of children and the hustle of countless footsteps. Adventurers, easily identified by their worn gear and confident strides, brushed shoulders with travelers from all walks of life. Towering buildings climbed toward the sky, casting long shadows over winding alleys, and the rhythmic clang of distant hammers rang from blacksmith forges. The rich scent of spiced food mixed with the metallic tang of industry. After asking for directions from a friendly street vendor, they made their way toward Loki Familia's estate. A large mansion with a sturdy iron gate, decorated with a playful emblem of 3 interlocked rings, stood before them. Beyond the gate, neatly manicured gardens hinted at the wealth and prestige of the Familia. Taking a deep breath, Lyra strode forward, clutching a sealed letter in her hands. Her knuckles were white. I'm here to join Loki Familia. I also have a letter from my village chief, she announced to the guards, her voice a little louder than intended. One of them, a man with a trimmed beard, raised an eyebrow before taking the letter. He inspected the seal, exchanged a meaningful glance with his companion, then muttered, "Wait here," and disappeared inside. Lyra rocked on her heels, turning to Luthar with barely contained excitement. Okay. This is my big moment. But don't worry, I'm sure they'll let me in. She bounced on the balls of her feet. Luthar said nothing. His mechanical eye subtly scanned the estate, noting watchpoints, high walls, and strategic entry points. He mentally mapped the layout, assessing its defenses and vulnerabilities. After a few minutes, a figure emerged from the mansion. The red-haired goddess stretched lazily and let out a loud, unladylike yawn. "All right, who is having me do papers today?" she mumbled, her voice raspy with sleep. Her sharp, crimson eyes flicked to Lyra first. A smirk tugged at her lips. "Aren't you a cutie?" Loki leaned in, inspecting her up close. White hair, silver eyes, with pointy ears, what a precious little elf. "It's a miracle you made it here in one piece." Before Lyra could react, Loki squished her cheeks between both hands, shaking her slightly. Lyra's face turned red. I can take care of myself," she protested, prying Loki's hands off. Loki grinned. "Young and energetic, but it doesn't matter." Lyra hesitated. Her ears twitched, her voice quieter. "Well, I did get some help." She cast a quick glance at Luthar. Loki's amusement faded. Her crimson gaze shifted, this time, toward the second figure. Unlike Lyra, he didn't react. He simply stood there, arms crossed, his entire form wrapped in heavy, red robes. The fabric was stained with dust and oil, and where his left eye should have been, a single red mechanical lens glowed faintly beneath a metal mask. He was an enigma, utterly unreadable. Loki's smirk widened. Well, mystery man." She tilted her head, sizing him up. "You got a name under all that metal?" Silence. Lyra blinked. "Wait." She turned to Luthar, realization dawning. "You never told me your name, did you?" Luthar finally shifted. His mechanical eye adjusted with a faint whir as he glanced at her. "Luthar Farinus Cogbane." His voice was low and gravelly, almost robotic. Lyra pouted. "Humph. Took you long enough." Loki's smirk twitched. "You wouldn't happen to be some runaway noble, would you?" Her tone was light, but her eyes were calculating. Lyra giggled. "Oh, I doubt it. He's terrible at talking fancy." Loki chuckled, her guarded and calculating demeanor evident. She glanced back at the letter in her hand. Then, without even opening it, she tossed it back to the guard. "All right, Lyra, you're in." Lyra's ears perked up. "Really? Just like that?" Her face lit up. Loki stretched, yawning. Yeah. You made it all the way here, you're cute. It's enough for me." Lyra grinned brightly. "I won't let you down." Then she hesitated. "Wait, what about Luthar? What about him?" Loki's voice held a hint of impatience. Lyra frowned. "He helped me get here. And he is strong enough to join." Loki raised a hand, cutting Lyra off. Her crimson eyes studied Luthar once more, a faint, almost imperceptible frown touching her brow. "Nah. I'm not taking him." Lyra's face fell. Why not? Don't get me wrong. He's got something interesting going on. But I can feel that instead of joining me, he's thinking something bad about me." Then, as if making a final decision, Loki jerked her thumb toward the direction. "Just go in that direction, and you can find guild headquarters. They'll take anyone with a pulse." Luthar met her gaze for a long second, his red eye unblinking, betraying no emotion. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, his heavy boots making soft thuds on the paved path. Loki watched him leave, a thoughtful expression on her face for a moment. Then, with a loud clap of her hands, she dispelled the silence. "Weird guy," she mumbled. "Lyra, let's go inside. We've got papers to fill out." Chapter 5 Calculations and Transactions. The busy streets of Orario swirled around him, a colorful symphony of activity that Luthar scarcely noticed. As he walked, his mind churned with intricate calculations, contemplating a singular, audacious idea, capturing a god, harnessing their raw power, and transforming them into an energy source, a living battery. There was no reason he could not replicate the Necron's archaic techniques. If their malevolent technology could bind and drain divine entities, so could his. Loki's divine essence alone could power an entire battleship, rendering it the most secure fortress in any galaxy. But that was not the true treasure. The real value lay in understanding the heavenly blessing itself. If he could decipher its secrets, he could forge warriors superior to even space marines, without the burden of their bulky, cumbersome frames. He might not require such immense physical strength himself, his weapons had always proven effective, but it wouldn't hurt to have a retinue of perfectly sculpted, highly capable servants. And then he realized that was precisely why Loki had rejected him. She had sensed it, the way he looked at her not as a deity deserving reverence, but as a mere resource. A tool to be analyzed and exploited. Even with her divine powers sealed, a god's intuition was not to be underestimated. Luthar sighed, brushing the thought aside. Loki was not worth the effort or the complications. If he truly wanted divine energy, he would find a less troublesome god to experiment on. With that, he refocused on his immediate goal, the guild hall. The guild hall loomed before him, an imposing, sturdy structure bustling with adventurers of every rank. It stood as a place of order amid the vibrant chaos of Orario, where new recruits were registered, vital information exchanged, and quests assigned. Stepping inside, Luthar's gaze locked onto the main reception desk, where a half-elf woman with glasses assisted another adventurer. Her voice was a calm murmur within the general hubbub. He waited patiently. Next. Her clear voice cut through the noise. The half-elf turned to him, her expression warm but professional. "Welcome to the guild. Are you here for registration?" Luthar gave a slow nod. "All right, I'll need some basic details." She pulled out a form, pen poised. "Name: Luthar Farinus Cogbane. Do you have a familia?" He shook his head, the subtle movement barely visible beneath his cowl. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but she continued, explaining the process of registering as a solo adventurer. Without a god's blessing, he would not receive a fauna, no stat growth, no divine aid. She expected hesitation, maybe even a reconsideration. Instead, Luthar simply stated, "Proceed." His voice was flat, devoid of doubt. She blinked at his indifference but nodded, finalizing his registration with practiced efficiency. "All right, with that done." She placed a newly stamped document in front of him. "This is your adventurer card. Is there anything else you need today?" Luthar tapped the paper with a gloved finger. "Properties." Her expression shifted from confusion to professional curiosity. "You're looking to buy a home?" He nodded once. She hesitated briefly, taking in his unusual attire and demeanor, before motioning for him to follow. "We can discuss this in a private room." "This way, please." Inside a small, utilitarian meeting room, Ina laid out a stack of property listings across the polished wooden table. "There are many available buildings in Orario, but their costs vary significantly depending on size and location," she explained, adjusting her glasses. "Do you have any specific requirements?" "It needs to be large enough to build a workshop." Luthar's gaze scanned the documents, never lingering on any particular one. She sighed softly, flipping through her records before pulling out a separate listing. "There's an abandoned church in the outer district. It's in poor condition, structurally unsound in parts, and nobody really wants it. If you're planning to rebuild, this would be an excellent choice. It's also quite cheap." Luthar took the document, scanning the details with his mechanical eye. "Secluded. Structurally damaged but reparable. No previous owner complaints. Perfect." The words confirmed his silent assessment. "I'll take it." Ina blinked. "You're sure? You don't want to check other options? Perhaps see the property first." "No need." His tone was absolute. "Well, all right." She began writing the paperwork, a faint smile playing at her lips, perhaps amused by his directness. "That'll be 2 million valis." Luthar reached into his robes, retrieving a small, unassuming metal case. He flipped it open, revealing a flawless, fist-sized diamond. It caught the room's light with an unnatural brilliance, pulsing faintly with an internal glow. Ina's eyes widened, her jaw slackening. Is that real?" she whispered, leaning closer, mesmerized. Luthar responded flatly, "Can this be converted?" She hesitated, tearing her gaze from the gem, then nodded. "We can assess its value, but the price we offer will be far below market value. There's also a significant conversion fee." "That is acceptable." She quickly summoned a senior guild appraiser, a wizened man with a jeweler's loop seemingly etched into his expression. He examined the diamond carefully, his breath hissing through his teeth. After several intricate calculations, he determined its worth and offered just over 3 million valis, more than enough for the purchase, with surplus funds remaining. After finalizing the transaction, Ina handed him the deed to the church, a genuine smile on her face. "All right, Mr. Cogbane. The property is now officially yours. Congratulations." Luthar stood up and tucked the document away. After asking where he could buy crafting materials, he turned and left, his red eye becoming a distant point in the bustling guild hall. Ina watched him go with a contemplative expression. She then shook her head softly and returned to her work, although her mind lingered on the quiet, peculiar men and the impossibly large diamond. Chapter 6 Checking the system for any changes. Inside the Loki Familia mansion, muffled sobs filled the air. Lyra clung to Riveria, her face buried in the elf's robes, shoulders trembling as she cried. Riveria's emerald eyes burned with disapproval as she glared at Loki, her usually composed expression tight with irritation. Loki, rubbing her head where Riveria had just struck her with her staff, groaned. "Oh, come on. I'm just giving her some extra knowledge," she huffed. Riveria's gaze sharpened as she picked up her staff again. That's enough, or I don't mind giving you a few more bumps. Loki blinked, then waved a hand dismissively. The high elf sighed, gently rubbing Lyra's back for comfort. You're the head of this familia. Act like it, Riveria scolded. Don't forget what happened when you pulled this with Ace. Loki smirked, undeterred. Yeah. But she's here because of me, you know. I invited her. No need to lie to my face, Riveria snapped. Then, softening again, she gently urged, Come, Lyra. Let me show you your room. Loki watched as the elf guided the sniffling girl away. Once they were out of sight, her smirk returned. TCH. No fun at all. While Riveria was settling Lyra in, Luthar was wandering around the vibrant streets of Orario. His steps carried him through market squares. Among the smithies and workshops, he found a shop labeled Deadless Materials and Custom Orders. Inside, he approached the counter, where a heavy-set dwarf with soot in his beard looked up. Never seen robes like that before. What can I get you? Luthar placed a sheet of parchment on the counter, neatly drawn with material specs and notes. The dwarf squinted as he scanned the list. That's weird. I know some of these materials, but most of them. I don't think they even exist. Just point out what you can sell, Luthar said flatly, taking out the remaining 1 million valis. This should cover the down payment. Well, I can get you raw iron. Steel's a little expensive, most smiths don't part with it easily. As for mithril or adamantite, you won't find those on the market. Rare stuff, hard to come by. Just deliver the materials to this location. Luthar scribbled down the address of the abandoned church. The dwarf nodded slowly. All right. Give me 2 days. Luthar left the workshop and visited several alchemy shops. He examined herbs, enchanted reagents, and rare powders, noting down anything useful for future research. By the end of the day, he had multiple delivery orders arranged. At a jewelry shop, he sold a pouch of synthetic diamonds and colored gems, covering most of his research expenses for the month. As he stepped out into the street, he muttered under his breath, Now, let's see what my future lab looks like. Luthar stepped through the creaking wooden doors without hesitation. Dust hung heavy in the air. Shattered pews lay scattered across cracked tile flooring. Moonlight pierced through holes in the ceiling. He tapped his fingers against his palm, activating his schematics. With a flicker of light, his HUD scanned the building, marking dimensions, structural weaknesses, and potential energy flow. Standing in the center of the church, he raised his hand, projecting a glowing holographic blueprint above the altar. Lines shifted and adjusted as he muttered, This much transformation should be enough for now. After finding a usable room to sit in, he began to examine his gold finger for any changes. With a faint click of thought, he opened the interface only he could see. 6 core functions lit up across the display, each waiting for input. He skimmed through them one by one, mentally checking if anything had changed after coming to a new world. System store, expensive, but invaluable. It offered blueprints and standard template constructs. Occasionally, rare, high-tech items appeared in limited stock. Memory suppression and restoration, a mental safeguard. It allowed him to suppress dangerous knowledge to avoid corruption. Point generator, no killing for points. Every blueprint he decoded and every invention he mastered would grant him points, which could be used in the system store to buy stuff. Subspace storage, a personal dimensional vault linked directly to him, capable of holding objects as large as 1 or 2 battleships. Ideal for storing materials and equipment. However, it has one major drawback, a noticeable delay when retrieving items, making it impractical for quick weapon swaps. Energy, the system, supplying the energy required for dimensional travel. Research module, with it, he could scan and understand most technology he encountered. Simple devices were analyzed instantly. Advanced or alien tech required real-life experiments. He closed the interface and began taking out equipment for his lab, Luthar's gaze drifting to the blueprint. Time to build, he said quietly. The soft motion of servomotors echoed through the air as servitors sprang into action and began cleaning the church. Chapter 7 Arrival of Hestia and Bel. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm orange glow over the city of Orario, as Hestia led Bel through winding alleys with excitement, her small hand eagerly tugging at his sleeve. Come on, Bel. It's a little old, but it's cozy and quiet. Bel smiled nervously, still not quite believing this was real. After being rejected multiple times, he had finally joined a familia. He glanced around at the quiet streets. Even if it's old. I'm just glad to have a place to belong. Don't say it like that. Hestia said, puffing her chest out with pride. This isn't some shelter, this is the start of our story. As both of them continued to walk, the building came into view, an old, ivy-covered church, weathered by time yet still standing. There it is. Hestia beamed. Bel tilted his head slightly. A little, old. Don't think about appearance, she replied with a grin, placing her hands on her hips. It's all about love, you know. She pushed open the heavy wooden doors with a theatrical flourish, only for her grin to freeze mid-motion. The smell hit them first. The scent of burnt oil, scorched metal, and something acrid and chemical wafted from within. It clung to the air, oppressive and unnatural. Bell instinctively took a step back, coughing into his sleeve. Then came the sound, faint clicking and whirring, the hiss of pressurized steam, and something like a low mechanical growl beneath it all. As they stepped inside, Hestia was shocked. The interior of the church had been gutted. The old altar was replaced by an altar of steel and circuitry. Long cables twisted across the walls like veins. From the ceiling, robotic limbs hung like spider legs, twitching faintly. At the corner of the room, a bulky humanoid figure stood guard. It looked like a man, if a man were made of rusted armor, exposed pistons, and thick breathing tubes. Its chest rose and fell. One of its arms ended in a chainsaw, the teeth stained and dripping with old oil. The other arm was a mess of wires, with no clear shape or function. A figure crawled across the wall, this one spider-like. Its legs moved in precise motion, dragging a broom-like tool behind it as it swept dust into neat piles. Red eyes blinked from within its head. It paused, turning its gaze toward them. Bell yelped and jumped behind Hestia. Monsters. Hestia's voice cracked. What the hell is all this? Who filled my home with these creepy things? A calm voice echoed from deeper within the church. I did. From a side room stepped a figure in rust-red robes. His face was hidden behind a rebreather mask and a hood, but the single red bionic eye that glowed beneath it was unmistakable. Behind him, a servoclaw folded neatly back into place like a scorpion's tail. Luthar's voice was mechanical and emotionless. Since I purchased this place, it shouldn't matter what I do with it. Hestia blinked, stunned. You bought my home. Luthar nodded, not caring about Hestia's emotions. Bell glanced at her. So, it's his now. Should we leave? Hestia didn't answer right away. Her fingers curled into fists, knuckles white. You freak. This was supposed to be my place, her voice rose. One of the hulking servitors took a slow step forward. The floor groaned beneath its weight. Its chainsaw arm revved faintly. Bell shrank back with a squeak. I think it's going to kill us. Luthar raised his voice. You are trespassers, he said coldly. If you do not leave, I don't mind adding a few more servitors to my workforce. Hestia stepped forward, instincts taking over. Her divine presence flared, not enough to send her back to heaven, but enough to rattle the world around her. The oppressive scent of machine oil was suddenly drowned out by something greater, something divine. Bell stumbled back. Gee goddess. Luthar's heads-up display screamed in a split second, red error messages flooding his interface. At the same time, servitors started to malfunction as steam hissed from their limbs. The spider-like one collapsed, sparks shooting from its head. Luthar staggered. His bionic eye rapidly adjusted, struggling to make sense. Hestia stood between him and Bell, arms outstretched protectively. I don't know who you are, she said, her voice calm but firm. But I can't let you hurt my family. Luthar tilted his head, adjusting his body. You are really reckless. Because of your outburst, I could ask the guild to capture you. Coming to her senses, Hestia exhaled as the glow faded from her eyes, her divine aura receding. She hadn't meant to release it, but she just couldn't handle the pressure. You've damaged my equipment. Breached private property. And threatened me with divine force. Hestia raised her chin stubbornly. Only because you took my home. It's not yours, Luthar said, voice level. I claimed it through guild channels. Bell placed a calming hand on her arm. Goddess, maybe we should leave for now. We'll figure something out. But Hestia didn't move. She looked around at the steel and cables defiling the once holy place and then locked eyes with Luthar. Hestia forced herself to swallow her pride, not because she wanted to, but because she had to, for Bell's sake. Hestia stared at Luthar, her breath catching in her throat. Pride warred with desperation in her chest. Then, slowly, she lowered her head. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to damage anything. Her voice trembled. Still, please, if it's possible, please let us stay here. Bell looked at her, stunned by the humility in her tone. It was completely different. He also started to feel bad. If he had some money, he could have just left with her. Then she wouldn't have to lower her head in front of an unknown person. Luthar's eye scanned her, heart rate, posture, stress signals. No deception. He remained silent for a short time as he realized how much he had changed in just 16 years in the hellscape of Warhammer. Had he been his old self, he might have looked at Hestia and wondered how to win her favor. Perhaps even felt nervous under her gaze. Now, he only calculated her threat level, analyzed the effects of her divine aura on his internal systems, and considered whether capturing or avoiding her would be more efficient should hostilities escalate. And yet, there was a flicker of something human buried under the calculations, relaxing his muscles. He made up his mind. While he would not become his old self, instead he would become a tech priest who would not just create new things but enjoy the benefits they could bring him. It's impossible to stay inside right now. He pointed at the modifications made inside the church. But if you want, I can make temporary rooms outside of the church first now. Hestia's eyes lifted. With a proud smile. See. I knew it would work out. Chapter 8 Self-Diagnose and Helping Hestia. Inside the church, Luthar sat on a cold metal slab, numerous cables snaking from his head and body. Dimly glowing hollow screens hovered around him, displaying streams of biological data, chemical markers, and neural pathways. Emotional response registers, suppressed. SYNTH adrenaline, levels normalized. Serotonin inhibitors, active. Cortical filters, active. Note, foreign environment causing unknown variables. Luthar's bionic eye flicked, reviewing the cocktail of neurochemical suppressants, stimulants, machine overrides, and other enhancement protocols embedded in him by his father back in the Forge world. Now, they were unnecessary for his new life. He reached to the side, retrieving a dull gray injector canister labeled in fading binary script. Emotional Restoration Protocol 02, Ember. A prototype compound, can be considered heresy. Developed by Mechanics, who believed emotions were a part of human essence, not weakness. As for his ending, let's just say now he doesn't have a mouth to talk about emotions. With a soft click, he jammed the injector into a port on his neck. Hiss. The fluid surged into his bloodstream, targeting the cortical filter and serotonin inhibitors like a virus key to a very specific lock. His screen flickered. He sat still, letting the injector clatter to the floor. Sensory sync, 87%. Emotional registers, minimal, fluctuating. Stability, within acceptable parameters. Luthar narrowed his eye. So, this is what remains of feeling. There was no comfort. No relief. He raised a hand to his chest, fingers brushing over synthetic skin and metal grafts. Emotional spike detected, 5.6%, unidentified source. He exhaled slowly. At least now I don't have to worry about becoming a robot. It would take time to recover and remove some of the implants, but it was a great start. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the church. You can't stop us from arresting her. She broke the law. Another voice, sharper and female, I'm not leaving with you. This is ridiculous. Luthar's eye narrowed. He disconnected the cables with a hiss and stood, quickly redonning his robe. He crossed the floor and pushed open the large church doors. Outside, the late evening sky had dimmed further. Hestia stood between two armored figures, members of the Ganesha familia, judging by their ornate uniforms and signature elephant insignias. One of them, tall and imposing, was Shakti herself. Luthar's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Explanation required. Shakti turned to him. Are you the owner of this building? I am. We're here for her, she said, gesturing to Hestia. She released a divine aura. That's a direct violation of guild regulations. We're taking her in for questioning and detainment. Luthar's eye flicked toward Hestia, then back to the group. What you detected was not a divine aura. Shakti raised a brow. Excuse me. It was a malfunction in one of my devices, my void engine. An unstable energy surge, likely misread by your sensors. He raised a hand calmly. Understandable mistake. Shakti looked unconvinced. Void engine. Prototype dimensional core, quantum adjacent, Luthar lied smoothly. It has since been contained. Hearing the several terms which she couldn't understand. Then why don't you show me that engine? I want to see how it released a divine energy, Shakti finally said. It's broken. But if you want, I could make a new one, you just have to provide the resources, he replied. Shakti let out a tired sigh. I will report the incident. If there's something similar, you better make a few extras. She understood this might be just an excuse, but she didn't care. She already had too much work, it was better to let Lord Ganesha decide. She turned and motioned to her team. Let's go. As Shakti and her team turned and disappeared, silence fell over the churchyard. Hestia let out a shaky breath and glanced up at Luthar. Bell stood beside her, tense, his fist still clenched from the confrontation. Why'd you help us? Hestia asked. Because if I don't help a cute girl now, I might regret it later, he said. He knew once his emotions stabilized, he might crave companionship, or at least the presence of beauty around him. So, he figured it was better to start treating Hestia kindly. That way, when the time came, he wouldn't be completely clueless about how to talk to a girl like a normal person. Belle looked confused after hearing this answer. For him, a goddess was a goddess, not a cute girl. Luthar turned and walked back inside without another word. The two followed hesitantly. The interior of the church was dimly lit, the glow from still hovering hollow screens bathing the space in a soft, sterile light. A half-assembled servitor stood in the room, ready to be completed. Luthar sat back on the metal slab, the faint hum of power returning as a few cables reconnected to his skin. He didn't look at them as he spoke. Hestia stepped forward. "Is there something we can do to help?" Belle added, "You covered for Hestia, which stopped her from getting into trouble." Luthar glanced at the two of them. "I do not think you can do anything for me." He paused. "It's better for you to think about yourselves." Hestia crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks slightly. "TCH, don't look down on me." Luthar tilted his head silently. She huffed, then added more seriously, "I do know Hephaestus. She can make equipment, the kind even top adventurers beg for." Belle blinked. "Wait, you know her?" Even if he had just arrived in Orario, he had heard about Hephaestus. Hestia grinned at him. "I used to live with her." She turned back to Luthar. "There's no one who doesn't like her weapons. Maybe I can arrange for you to meet her." Luthar didn't answer right away. He simply looked at Hestia, then Belle, his gaze unreadable beneath the faint red glow of his mechanical eye. Hestia tilted her head, waiting. "Well." Finally, he spoke. "I can build my own weapons." His tone was even, but there was something almost amused beneath it. A tech priest going to a god for tools, it's funny. Of course, if it's about stealing knowledge, that's a different thing. Hestia raised an eyebrow. No one can make better weapons than her. She caught herself, momentarily forgetting that Hephaestus rarely crafted weapons for anyone. "I am a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus," he said simply. "My kind dismantled stars and rebuilt them. We created minds of cold steel, souls of circuitry. Compared to what I've built, a divine weapon is a child's toy. There's no comparison." The silence hung for a beat. Hestia blinked. "Okay, wow. I think that's the most arrogant thing I've heard all week." Belle, still trying to catch up, scratched the back of his head. "I haven't heard about anyone destroying and rebuilding the stars." Luthar didn't react. After all, once he would be using his weapons to capture some monsters, people would realize the difference between miracle and knowledge. Hestia continued speaking, "It's okay to brag in front of us, but be careful outside or they might think you're crazy." She started to once again look around, then said, "Well, since we are going to share this place, at least try not to let your scary stuff just stare at people when they walk in. It's better for you to get used to it, or you might find a place to rent for yourself," Luthar said, turning slightly, his voice as flat as ever. "You should return to your tent. I imagine you have much to do in the morning." Hestia huffed, planting her hands on her hips. "I would have been asleep already if not for those Ganesha Familia jerks stomping around out there." She muttered something under her breath, then looked back up at him. "Where are you going to sleep, anyway?" "I don't have time to sleep," Luthar replied, adjusting one of the cables on his forearm. "Once the materials arrive, I need everything ready to begin reconstruction immediately." He pulled out a metallic tube filled with a swirling, iridescent fluid. "With this, I can stay active without rest." Hestia squinted at the strange container, leaning back warily. "That doesn't look like any potion I've seen. I mean, I'm no alchemist, but even I can feel whatever's inside that thing is no good." Luthar's mechanical eye narrowed slightly, the red lens reflecting the glow of the fluid. "It was made for soldiers when they need to stay awake for weeks," he said calmly. "As for the side effects, I already have medicine for that." Hestia looked at him for a long moment, then sighed and turned toward the church's hallway. "Fine, fine. Just don't die from overwork, all right." Belle gave a quick bow. "Good night, Mr. Luthar." Luthar didn't respond. He simply stared at the swirling fluid in his hand, calculating the time he would need to fix this place. As the footsteps faded and the door creaked shut behind them, silence returned to the church. Chapter 9, The Crimson Church of Steel. It was no longer a church. Crimson metal panels had replaced the crumbling stone, and golden circuitry ran across its surface like veins of divine energy. The structure, which had once been in disrepair, now stood as a striking symbol of renewal. The walls were coated in hardened resin, which had a subtle metallic sheen to it. The gold circuit-like etchings, inspired by the Adeptus Mechanicus sacred iconography, gave the facade an almost holy quality. Inside, the central hall remained largely unchanged, cold, metallic, and utilitarian. The same metal slab sat in the center, where Luthar frequently rested while planning. The difference now was an increase in floating servitors who patrolled silently like ghosts of forgotten labor. The wall-mounted units hummed softly, ventilation systems, power converters, and atmospheric filters. Unnecessary, perhaps, but operational. Efficient. Flanking the hallway, 6 rooms had been restored. Each featured polished floors, reinforced doors, and basic bedding. Toilets had been reconnected to the city's rudimentary plumbing system. A proper bathhouse was still lacking, but Luthar had personally built a simple cleansing unit. It was minimal. Functional. Sufficient, for now. Beneath the structure, at the sub-level, he had excavated a basement using specialized drones and plasma cutters. Part research facility, part assembly line, it housed rows of mechanical arms now locked in idle position. One sealed chamber remained empty, reserved for future weapon storage. Above ground, few locals dared to approach. Whispers about the Crimson Church circulated cautiously. The guild had visited once. No laws had been broken, and no damages were reported. They left him alone. On day 5. Sunlight barely filtered through the cracked window of Hestia's small room when muffled groaning echoed down the corridor. Uff. I don't want to sell potatoes. What kind of goddess sells potatoes? She buried her face into the pillow with a dramatic sigh. I was supposed to be worshipped, pampered, and adored, not bargaining with old grannies over root vegetables. With another groan, she kicked off her blanket like it had personally betrayed her. Eventually, she dragged herself to the door, cracked it open, and peeked out with half-lidded eyes. A servo skull floated by, its optic sensors scanning lazily for dust. A nozzle attached to its underside released a fine mist, disinfecting the air and surfaces as it drifted past. Hestia stared at it, then sighed. Hey, you. Yeah, you. She pointed without lifting her head. Want to work my shift today? No. TCH, worth a shot. The skull offered no reply. It just continued its cleaning cycle like an obedient ghost. She leaned against the doorframe, arms hanging loosely, and muttered, would be nice if one of you knew how to cook, too. Back in the central hall, Luthar paused mid-calculation as the goddess's voice echoed down the corridor. Again with the potatoes. His mechanical eye whirred faintly as it adjusted the focus, catching the drifting servo skull. She treated them like toys. Tools with personality. He doubted she even realized they were once human, stripped of name, identity, and soul. The idea of using one to prepare breakfast or pour water was unsettling. It would be like asking a rotting corpse to make you tea. Even he, a man of efficiency, drew a line. Of course, he was planning to design purely mechanical variants for chores, limited AI domestic drones. But for now, he let her believe what she wanted. Eventually, when she saw him constructing new units, she'd understand. He didn't see a need to correct her just yet. With a low sigh, he returned to his work. His fingers moved precisely across his interface, causing schematics to unfold in layered projections. Blueprints for a new servo unit. Diagrams for a modular chain sword powered by harvested monster cores. Soft, barefoot steps padded across the metal-plated floor. Hestia appeared, arms folded lazily behind her back as she peered at the holograms flickering above the slab. Her eyes followed the shifting outline of 2 different chain blade tooth designs. So what's that thing, she asked, gesturing toward the schematic. Chainsword. Variable teeth. Power source derived from harvested cores. She squinted. Doesn't look like a sword. And hey, you haven't stopped working at all, have you? Don't you think it's a bit much? Even for a blacksmith. I'm not a blacksmith, Luthar replied calmly, attempting to correct her. I'm preparing before heading outside. What kind of preparing takes that long, she muttered, turning away. Forget it, I still have to go sell potatoes. She disappeared from the hallway with an exaggerated sigh, off to face her divine punishment in the form of daily labor. Luthar, now alone again, visibly relaxed. The tension in his shoulders faded. He turned his focus to the hovering servo skull nearby. They were entirely encased in metal. No visible bone. That made them easier for others to accept. But soon, he would modify them, outfit them to hunt monsters and harvest cores directly. It would simplify resource gathering and make crystal farming more efficient. Those same crystals could be converted into low-tier energy cells for his downgraded weapons. Take the chainsword, so durable it could last thousands of years. It could be powered by solar, thermal, or any type of energy. A blessing for warriors. A curse for merchants. After all, if people never needed replacements, how would he profit? And without profit, how could he buy materials? Without materials, how could he continue his research? So, Luthar planned to sell unique equipment and energy packs, intentionally making them more complex to maintain. As for a bad reputation, impossible. No matter how much lower quality his weapons were, they would still outclass the local alternatives. The best example was the so-called magic swords of this world, expensive and only usable a handful of times. Yet despite their flaws, they remained in high demand. His chainsword would be the optimal weapon for high-intensity combat. With enough monster cores and raw materials, he could churn out a steady supply of standardized gear. Of course, flooding the city with weapons would devalue them. It was better to sell in limited quantities locally while expanding sales across the world. That way, he could amass enough resources to rebuild machines capable of traveling to other worlds, and forge new weapons for himself. To achieve that, he'd need trusted people, and most importantly, he needed more time. Chapter 10 Checking the Goblins. After completing his initial preparations, Luthar finally left the confines of his workshop. His crimson robes caught the sunlight as he stepped through the district of Horario. The city bustled with life, merchants calling out, adventurers laughing over recent kills, but wherever he walked, the crowd parted with instinctual caution. Perhaps it was the unsettling hum of servos or the mechanical arm coiled behind his back like a predator at rest. Maybe it was the faint scent of incense and machine oil that clung to him, a strange blend of the sacred and the industrial. But if anyone were to name the true reason they gave him space, it would be the things that followed him. 2 servo skulls floated silently beside him. Because they were covered in metal plating and stylized paint, they no longer inspired raw fear, but behind them was a hulking humanoid servitor, its armored frame moving with eerie precision. One arm ended in a spinning chainsaw, the other in a compact laser cannon. Exposed pistons hissed with every step. His first stop was one of the poorer districts, where buildings leaned on each other like drunkards and the air carried the sharp tang of alchemical brews. Luthar moved past narrow alleys and uneven cobblestone paths until he reached a stretch of rundown market stalls and shuttered shops. His red mechanical eye scanned for vacant buildings. Finally, he spotted one. A crooked for-lease sign hung on the doorframe. It would suffice. Within the hour, the paperwork was processed through a guild intermediary. He paid the fee, secured the workshop, and registered the location under his personal authority. Next task, field testing. Without wasting time, he headed for the upper floors of the dungeon. Inside was relatively quiet, only the occasional screech echoed through the stone corridors. When Luthar activated his chainsword, its mechanical shriek echoed off the walls. The weapon's teeth spun into a blur, vibrating with brutal precision. A single goblin, drawn by the sound, lunged at him with a crude knife. Luthar simply stepped forward and swung, cleanly bisecting the creature. Green blood splashed across his robes, only to vanish seconds later as the corpse dissolved into a magic stone. When a trio of goblins emerged from a side passage, Luthar gave a mental command. The large servitor surged forward, slamming one goblin into the wall with bone-shattering force. The servo skulls hovered higher and fired their laser weapons, turning the other 2 into ash and crystal. Luthar gave further instructions: continue killing and collecting crystals. As his machines carried out the cleanup, he began his real work. Sometimes he killed. Sometimes he only removed limbs. Each action was carefully observed and catalogued. What tissues reacted violently to pain? What organs held potential? Were they structurally viable for conversion? An hour later, a bag filled with neatly sealed monster cores hung at his side. But not all goblins had been killed. 3 were intentionally left alive, restrained and gagged, bound with high tensile cables. They twitched weakly with each step the servitor took, dragged like livestock. Luthar didn't spare them a glance. They weren't beautiful girls, deserving of attention or sympathy. They were test subjects, maybe for chemical trials, maybe as servitor prototypes. If successful, he wouldn't need to worry about manufacturing more later. To the average adventurer, goblins were walking coin purses. To Luthar, they were puzzles waiting to be taken apart. By the time he exited the dungeon, 2 adventurers from the Ganesha familia moved to intercept him. "Whoa there, friend," the taller one said, raising a hand to stop him. "You can't just walk around town dragging monsters behind you." Luthar didn't stop. "They are restrained." "That's not the point," the second one added. "Monsters aren't allowed outside the dungeon. Even if they're tied up, it's illegal. They're supposed to be killed down there." Luthar's mechanical eye focused with a faint whir. "Do your people not also break rules when convenient? Besides, I have a secure research facility." The 2 looked at each other, skeptical. "Look, unless you've got guild approval, you're not allowed to bring dungeon monsters into the city." "What familia are you even with?" "I operate under the divine will of the Omnissiah." The younger one blinked. "I've never heard of that god." The taller adventurer narrowed his eyes. "That's not a registered familia. Are you messing with us?" Luthar's voice remained calm. "I am not affiliated with your so-called familias. And if you wish to stop me, I suggest you speak with your own gods first." The chains on the goblins rattled as the servitor took a step forward. Both adventurers tensed, hands drifting toward their weapons. The younger leaned in, whispering, "Should we do something?" The older one sighed. "Let's check with the guild first. If he's lying, senior members can deal with him." Luthar raised his hand and pulled out a paper. It was an official guild permit, stamped with glowing seals. It clearly said he was allowed to take live monsters out of the dungeon for research. The younger adventurer leaned in. Huh. It's legit. The taller one grunted. TCH. Just be careful not to release them accidentally. Luthar said nothing more. As he resumed walking, dragging the goblins behind him, one of them let out a muffled scream. This time neither adventurer moved to stop him. By the time he returned, the sun was about to set. Luthar moved closer to the reinforced doors, while Servo was carrying goblins behind him like luggage. The church's systems recognized his approach, the doors automatically opened to receive its unwilling guests. Servo skulls drifted from their wall cradles, scanning the struggling creatures and clearing a path toward the containment lift below. The goblins growled and thrashed, but the energy shackles held firm. Then. Kaiawea. A piercing shriek echoed through the hall like a proximity alarm. Luthar's mechanical eye twitched at the pitch. Hestia stood at the far end of the corridor, face pale, finger outstretched. WH, what are those? Luthar didn't break stride. Specimens. Specimens. You brought monsters back here. Into the church. They are restrained. They will be deposited in the lab's containment bay. They're goblins. Goblins. Do you know what goblins do? They bite. They stab. They are terrible. Hestia stormed up to him, flailing her arms. You are not bringing a monster into my home. It's my home. It's a church, and I am a goddess, so that's my home. You can't just drag goblins through the front door like groceries. They are not groceries. They are biomass. Useful biomass. Biomass, biomass, you can't convince me to allow these monsters to be here. Luthar, ignoring her protest, orders a servitor to take them inside his lab and contain them. See, out of sight, out of mind. You should get used to it or find a new place. Hestia was visibly trembling. How can I sleep peacefully when I know there is a monster in the basement? Without missing a beat, Luthar handed her a small wrapped bundle. She blinked. What is this? Food. I acquired it on the way back, predicting your agitation and accounting for appeasement. Her frown cracked slightly. You got me dinner. Taking the package, fine, I am generously going to forgive you this time. Luthar ignored her, pretending to silently leave for his lab. Web novel, the last website should be Royal Road, which I really don't like, but at least they are not cheating me. Chapter 11, checking the monster and the shop. Inside the lab, Luthar focused on the data streaming across the holographic screen. The goblins lay motionless within the containment chamber, twitching now and then, but otherwise docile. He observed their physiology, tapping commands into the system with the slow, deliberate rhythm of someone trying to wring meaning out of junk. First, he examined the possibility of turning them into servitors, biomechanical hybrids integrated with machine systems. It was a crude concept, but in emergencies, any biomass could serve. Unfortunately, the reality was less generous. The deeper his research went, the more obvious it became, converting goblins into usable units like servo skulls was grossly inefficient. Despite their natural resilience, their biological structure had already begun to degrade. Removed from the dungeon's unique environment, their cells weakened and broke down. And that wasn't even accounting for their unstable behavior and malformed genetics. Keeping them alive long enough would cost more than they were worth. He sighed, pulling up their genetic profile. Even the DNA was barely worthy of the term. Fragmented, attempting to make any changes would only result in total collapse. Complete waste of effort, Luthar thought, closing the files. His attention drifted toward his reflection on the screen. His mechanical eye whirred softly as it adjusted focus, flickering red in the dim lab lighting. I should look for the best to improve my body first. And I still don't have a proper weapon on hand. Not wise. As for experimenting with divine blood, he wasn't ready. He set the machines to begin producing a few standardized weapons. They would be sold in the coming days. Once the production queues were active, he left the lab. The moment Luthar stepped into the hallway, Hestia was waiting at the old wooden table, tapping her fingers against the wood with a mix of impatience and anxiety. She perked up the moment she saw him. Luthar. You finally came out. The table is not for sitting, he said plainly. She rolled her eyes. You're such a delight to talk to, seriously. Ignoring the sarcasm, he moved past her. But then, she reached into a small cloth bundle and slowly unwrapped something. This used to be Belle's sword. She placed the object on the table. Luthar stopped. The so-called weapon was a warped, cracked blade, barely held together with glue and desperate patchwork. Is this a kitchen knife? He asked. It's a sword, she snapped. Kind of. She let out a heavy sigh. He's doing his best, but we don't have money for proper gear. I wanted to ask a friend of mine, someone with a forge, but she's really busy right now. Her voice dropped. So I figured. Maybe you could help. She motioned subtly toward the hallway, toward the armory tucked behind sealed doors. Those weapons you keep displayed. They look like they haven't been used in a while. Maybe Belle could borrow one. Just until I can find something else. Luthar didn't bother turning around. No. Hestia blinked at the bluntness. These weapons were built for enhanced users. Belle is not one. He would injure himself, or worse. She folded her arms, visibly annoyed. There was a short pause. Then Luthar added, however, I've started automatic production of standard-grade weapons. He may pick one up tomorrow morning. Her expression softened. Wait, you'll actually give him one. Consider it an investment. If he survives long enough, he may return with funds. That would allow access to better weapons later. That's actually helpful, she admitted, narrowing her eyes. No conditions. No conditions. Hestia looked at him with curiosity. What do you mean by automatic production, anyway? Luthar paused at the stairs and looked back. It means I press a button, insert raw materials, and the machine does the rest. The clunk of his boots echoed faintly as he ascended the stairs. Hestia remained seated, quietly watching the warped blade on the table. The next morning, Luthar handed Belle a newly forged, mass-produced sword. The weapon lacked flair, it was durable. More than enough for a beginner. Luthar didn't even stay to see how Belle reacted. His focus had already shifted. First, increase the church's security. Then, Luthar moved through Orario's quieter alleys, a box of newly crafted swords resting in a cart behind him. His destination was a little far, a modest building. It had been empty for months. Now, it would serve as the storefront for his first official venture. After replacing the locks with a biometric panel, he stepped inside, empty shelves. Bare walls. Dust lingering in the corners. It would do. He started working on installing a reinforced weapons rack and laying out a few displays for better weapons. The current shop wouldn't attract the average adventurer, so he decided to change the look from the outside. As he started to think about the design, the door creaked open, revealing a man outside. Ah, so the rumors were true, came a friendly voice. Luthar turned slightly, recognizing the blue-haired god leaning against the doorframe. The god stepped in with a calm smile, hands tucked into his sleeves. I heard someone opened a shop near ours. I thought I'd come by and see what kind of neighbor we'd have. Luthar offered no pleasantries, only a nod. Mike glanced at the cart inside, there were weapons and some tools. If you are planning to sell weapons, this is not a good place. But it has a good rent, Luthar said. And as long as I sell at 50% of the market, I won't have to worry about not selling. Then you would lose money, Mayak replied. I can't lose money, Luthar said, placing all the standard-grade swords in one corner under a wooden sign that read 50% discount. He stepped back, arms crossed, eyes scanning the display with mechanical precision. It's just a one-time offer to attract adventurers. Once I start selling high-grade gear, the shop's location won't matter. Mayak smiled at the confidence. You've got a solid plan there. Then he extended a hand. I just realized, we haven't properly introduced ourselves. I'm Mayak, god of the Mayak Familia. We specialize in affordable potions. Luthar glanced at the outstretched hand, then shook it with a firm grip. Luthar. I'm a tech priest who specializes in weapons, gear, and medical services. Medical services. That's an interesting way to put it, Mayak said with a small chuckle. But aren't you dabbling in a lot of things at once? Luthar's head tilted slightly. Sometimes it's better to have more skills, especially when those skills complement each other. Mayak chuckled. That's an interesting statement. He paused for a moment, then added with a smile, if there's a chance, I'd like to work with you, Mayak said warmly. We'll see, Luthar replied simply, he didn't dismiss the idea. Chapter 12, Faithful Wrong Encounter. TCH. Another broken crystal. Luthar rolled the shard between his fingers. It barely held enough energy to power a weak servitor joint. With a flick, he tossed it into a pouch already rattling with failures. Behind him, a servo skull buzzed softly as it attempted to extract more shards from a kobold corpse. Today's harvest had been disappointing, third-class monsters with first-class mediocrity. He turned, already considering the next section to scout, when a familiar, panicked voice echoed through the corridor. Ruin. Luthar paused just long enough to see Belle sprinting down the hallway, panic written across his face. There's a... The roar came before the words finished. A hulking minotaur burst from the shadows behind Belle, eyes bloodshot and breath steaming through flared nostrils. Luthar blinked. Minotaur. Fantastic. Belle skidded to a stop beside him. Let's run. It's just a minotaur. One shot and it'll be gone, Luthar replied flatly. You're insane, run. I'm also heavily armed. Without another word, he raised his plasma pistol and fired. The bolt tore through the Minotaur's chest in a hiss of vapor and light. The beast staggered mid-charge, then collapsed into the dirt. A second later, its body dissolved into particles, leaving behind a single crystal. Belle stared, panting. That was awesome. Did you also make this magic weapon? I don't have time to tinker with magic. This gun is pure science. The servo skull floated past Belle, picked up the Minotaur's crystal, and handed it to Luthar with mechanical efficiency. Before either of them could say more, swift footsteps echoed from deeper in the corridor, light, precise, and fast. Far too fast for Belle to follow. A figure emerged from the shadows. Ace Wallenstein. Golden hair tied behind her head, eyes sharp and unreadable. She stopped a few meters away, sword still at the ready. Belle's breath caught in his throat. Something tightened in his chest as he looked at her. Luthar lowered his pistol, recognizing her immediately. Ace's eyes flicked to the weapon, no chant, no spell, no magic. Her gaze then drifted to the floating skull beside him. It hovered in silence, grotesque in design. Something about it unsettled her, not just the shape, but the why of it. She looked back at Luthar. You killed it. Her tone was calm but guarded. Luthar tilted his head. Yes. Belle glanced between the two, then offered a nervous smile. Thank you for coming. Ace finally looked at him. Her expression softened slightly. You're injured. Belle rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I am fine. Luthar turned away. I be going now. He walked past them without another word, the servo skull trailing silently behind like a shadow. Ace watched him go, something quiet passing through her eyes. She wasn't one for unnecessary thoughts, but something was wrong. Ace glanced back down the hallway where he'd gone, then turned to Belle. Do you know him? Belle shook his head. Kind of. I'll escort you back, she said simply. Belle's face lit up, then quickly turned red. No, I should be able to go back myself. Ace tilted her head slightly, watching him fumble. All right, she said and disappeared into the corridor, leaving Belle standing alone, half relieved, half disappointed. The cool air hit Luthar's face as he stepped out of the dungeon, and he exhaled, the weight of the day's work beginning to settle on his shoulders. The atmosphere outside felt lighter, but not in a way that calmed him. His thoughts were still buried in plans, calculations, and unfinished projects. This is a waste of my time, he muttered. He was a tech priest, not a glorified miner. Because he lacked the proper tools to build something like an energy core, he reluctantly started collecting the monster crystals. But, the truth was, it wasn't a sustainable solution. The process was slow and inefficient. It would be much better to establish a team capable enough to farm these crystals and bring them to him. I'll need to find capable individuals to gather these crystals for me and can also act as my personal team. Belle is a good candidate, but it's hard to control him. His mind started to recall all the characters he could use in this world. While he was thinking about the characters, from behind, Belle quickly closed the distance, his voice rising. Hey! Wait up! Luthar stopped but didn't turn to face him right away. Thanks again, Belle said, out of breath from the run. For saving me back there. You know, with the Minotaur. Luthar glanced at him for a split second. You're welcome, but I think you should prepare yourself for a similar situation. Belle rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I don't think I would meet Minotaur again. As the church came into view, Luthar couldn't help but think, as Belle was not saved by a beautiful girl, what type of changes would happen in the future. After entering inside, Belle decided to update his status while Luthar got it inside the basement lab and started to write down some people's names that he might have a chance of recruiting. Chapter 13 First time meeting Freya and Riveria. Freya, disguised as Seer, turned a corner with quiet steps, her expression soft and pleased. Belle had accepted her lunch with that innocent, flustered smile that tugged at her curiosity, the kind of reaction only he could give her. She didn't need to linger. Her job here was done. But as she prepared to move on, a figure approached from the opposite direction, calm, steady, and silent. She thought it would be just another adventurer or local resident, but what she saw was wrong. His robes were layered with tools and strange metal parts. His mask glinted under the morning light, and a red mechanical eye glowed faintly beneath it. Floating behind him was a metallic skull, one she was certain wasn't just metal. His aura wasn't divine. It wasn't even magical. It was something else, alien and unsettling. Freya stopped walking. So did he. Their eyes met, she could feel it. His gaze didn't linger like others. It didn't falter or fluster. It was like someone had found a new toy. The funny part? She couldn't even see his eyes, but she knew he was looking at her like something to be collected. Should I ask someone to beat him up for thinking such a rude thing? Freya mused, tilting her head slightly, deciding to speak first. You're not from around here, are you? Luthar's voice was neutral, flat. Isn't it obvious? The servo skull behind him whirred softly, scanning her and collecting data. Freya smiled again, as if amused. Don't be so cold. Why don't you come inside and have some breakfast? The food is no good for the body, he replied coldly. Why don't you tell that to the owner of this restaurant? I believe she'd want to know why her food isn't good for the body. Luthar glanced at the signboard, the hostess of fertility, and recalled information about the owner. Does she want to kill me? He thought, remembering that the owner was quite strong, and didn't take kindly to people insulting her food. At the same time, Freya decided to examine the type of soul he had, her eyes studying him with renewed interest. She had seen the divine light that radiated from gods, the warmth of mortal souls, and the faint flickers of magic that whispered through the air. But Luthar. His soul was a different kind of presence. It felt like something beyond this world. She could almost taste it, the faint residue of chaotic energy that had touched him in ways she couldn't fully comprehend. Freya's smile faltered for a moment as a curious thought passed through her mind. Should I use my divine form to see his soul more clearly? Luthar's voice broke her thoughts. You know, I think it's better if you try my energy packs. I believe they'll stop the distracting thoughts you're having. Freya raised an eyebrow, amused by his rudeness. Why don't you remove your mask so we can talk properly? It's better for you to go back to your work, Luthar replied flatly. I'll do that when you promise to come inside, she said, stepping a bit closer. I don't have time. Then come when you're free. Luthar considered it for a moment, recalling the elf who worked inside the hostess, someone he had already marked as a potential recruit. Well, I'll try once I'm free. Then I'll hold you to that, Freya said with a playful wink. Luthar gave a faint nod. If time allows. Then he turned and walked away. Freya watched him for a moment longer, then turned on her heel, slipping back into the restaurant, her smile never fading. She had just met a soul unlike any other, and she was far from done with him. Later, Luthar made his way toward the dungeon, his HUD quietly scanning the crowd. He was searching for a particular target, Lily Ruka Arde, a small palom who looked like a little human girl. His objective was clear, recruit her. She was clever, experienced, and deeply familiar with the dungeon's lower levels. If he could gain her trust, either through subtle manipulation or by offering her strength, she could become a valuable asset. And if she could conquer her nightmare, by defeating the Soma Familia that enslaved her, then she wouldn't just be useful. She would be the perfect assistant. Arriving at a place crowded with various supporters, he looked around but couldn't find her. Probably already inside the dungeon, he thought, and so he entered as well. The moment his boots touched the uneven stone, his HUD flickered softly and began scanning the environment. The first floor had already been cleared by morning raiding parties. Occasionally, there were distant echoes, a shout, a blade, the hiss of a dying monster, but none of it concerned him. He moved forward without pause. No weapon drawn. No caution is necessary. The servo skull drifted silently behind him like a phantom, its single red eye glowing faintly, its sensors on passive scan. Upon arriving at the second floor, he encountered a few monsters like kobolds, but he just kept walking, eyes fixed forward. The HUD pinged each creature in the vicinity, but he ignored them all. Then something stirred behind him. A kobold lunged at his back, only to be shot down by the servo skull. The servo skull floated over. With a brief hum and a tchk, a small mechanical arm extended and harvested the magic crystal, handing it over to Luthar before resuming its silent patrol. Reaching the third floor was smooth. Almost no resistance. But instead of monsters, what caught his attention was a voice. Sharp. Annoyed. And very loud. You should be the one apologizing, a female voice snapped, sharp like a blade. It echoed through the corridor ahead, followed by a softer male voice trying, and failing, to respond. Me, but it was you. Luthar turned a corner and spotted Belle, clearly caught in a verbal barrage. His white hair was messier than usual, his red eyes blinking rapidly as he tried to defend himself. The girl in front of him, Lyra, was an elf. Her stance was sharp and proud. At a distance stood Riveriel Joe's Alf, her arms crossed, visibly troubled by Lyra's attitude. Lyra, Riveria said, trying to remain calm, you almost injured a fellow adventurer. You should be the one apologizing. He distracted me mid-shot, Lyra snapped, not even looking at Riveria. Why did he have to pop up from around the corner? Luthar stood at the edge of the scene, watching silently. He wasn't interested in the argument. Not really. But something else caught his attention. He tilted his head slightly, scanning Lyra with a quiet hum through his HUD. Her hair, it wasn't white anymore. It was silver. It was really bad, he thought, realizing he couldn't dress her up like a battle sister anymore. Belle, already overwhelmed, glanced past them, and his eyes widened when he saw a familiar figure standing silently at the edge of the corridor. His heart skipped a beat. Luthar. Bell blurted out, pointing behind Lyra. Are you here to kill monsters? Lyra paused mid-glare. Both of you know each other? Luthar took a step forward, the servo skull floating steadily behind him like a silent shadow. Yes, he answered flatly. We do know each other. Bell nodded, unsure of what to say. Lyra scoffed. So, which familia? Luthar pointed to one of the symbols on his robes. I haven't decided to change my belief in the Omnissiah. Omnissiah? Bell asked. Is that your god? I haven't seen him around the church. Luthar looked at Bell. It's not a physical god. Then how did you receive your blessings? Lyra muttered. Luthar's gaze flicked to her. For me, the blessing is not something that increases strength, but knowledge and the miracle of technology. His eyes lingered briefly on Lyra again, sharper now, with a hint of knowing. I didn't think you would change your hair color. Riveria caught that. You know her too. Luthar paused, then gave a short nod. We've crossed paths before. I helped her escape a situation. But now I think I should have just kept her for myself instead of sending her to Loki. Lyra's expression twitched. I am not a pet. Bell looked between them, even more confused. Wait, what kind of situation? Bandits who were going to sell her, Luthar replied simply. Lyra turned away, her head low, clearly not in the mood to talk about her shameful past. Luthar didn't push. Instead, he said calmly, I'll continue my exploration. It's dangerous to go deeper into the dungeon without a Falna, Riveria tried to stop him. It's only dangerous for the weak-minded, Luthar said. The servo skull gave a faint electronic chirp, as if in agreement. Then both of them made their way toward the fourth floor, leaving all three behind. Chapter 14, Unsuccessful Day. Luthar's boots echoed through the deeper halls of the dungeon. Fourth floor. Then fifth. No hesitation. He wasn't here to hunt monsters. At least on first 5 floors Lilyruka Arde was nowhere to be found. The deeper he went, the more scarce the crowds became, most adventurers didn't press far alone. And those that did. Help! The cry echoed down the passage. Around the bend, a small group of adventurers stumbled toward him, bleeding, limping, their armor torn and scorched by acid. Slime residue still clung to the younger one's leg. Please, monsters swarmed us, can you help us return to the surface? Move, Luthar said, stepping past them. You can't just, one of them began. But he was already gone. To him, they were irrelevant, especially since he wouldn't get any benefit from helping them. Hours passed. He had scanned all active routes and confirmed Lilyruka Arde was not present. He turned back. By the time he reached the exit of the dungeon, the sun had already begun to set. Passing through the busy street with the same uncaring pace. As he gets near the hostess of fertility, there is Bell Cranell standing outside trying to make up his mind. He was pacing nervously in front of the restaurant door, eyes flicking to the window, then away again, like a mouse staring into a lion's den. Luthar stepped up beside him without a word. Bell flinched. Luthar. Are you going back? Luthar gave a slight nod. You're wasting time. Bell scratched his head. I know. It's just. Seer invited me. Said she'd saved me a seat. But every time I go in there, the girls kind of glare at me. Luthar glanced through the window. Inside, Seer was behind the counter chatting with another waitress while casually glancing toward the door. Waiting. They're watching you, Luthar confirmed. Yeah, that's why it's scary. Did you not bring your money? Luthar said. Bell gave a weak laugh. Of course, how can I forget money? But you might forget to pay after eating if you stay in nervous like this. Luthar's voice was flat. How can I forget paying money? The two stood there in silence for a moment. Bell exhaled. All right. I'm going in. Bell took a shaky step toward the door. And then it opened on its own. Seer stood there, leaning casually against the doorframe, a teasing smile already on her lips. There you are, she said. Took you long enough. Bell flushed. Ah, Seer. I was just about to. She glanced at Luthar. Well, you're both here. That's enough. Come on in, Mamma Mia said she made extra today. Bell hesitated, Seer grabbed his wrist and gave it a little tug. I saved you a seat, remember? Then her eyes flicked to Luthar. You too, you can stand near the wall if you want, but you're not escaping without at least one bite. If you have a problem with the food, talk to Mamma Mia. Luthar stared at her and started to feel that if he didn't go inside, something bad was going to happen. As Bell walked through the door followed by Luthar, Seer lit up and started to guide them to a table. The interior of the Hostess of Fertility was as warm and rowdy as ever, filled with laughter, clinking mugs. Belle followed Seer like a nervous duckling, casting glances at the waitresses. Runoa and Anya caught his eye almost immediately, and grinned. Belle flinched. Luthar moved behind them, silent as ever, his masked face drawing curious glances for a second or two. Seer led them to a table near the back, tucked away from the main crowd. Here. This one's yours, she said cheerily, nudging Belle into the seat. Luthar stood behind, arms crossed. He wasn't planning to stay long, but Seer had other plans. Sit, she said to him. He tilted his head. I don't eat. Seer smiled innocently. If you stand around like a statue, Mamma Mia's going to assume you're casing the place. As if on cue, a shadow loomed from the kitchen. Mamma Mia, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. Luthar met her gaze for a long, silent second. Then, with the faintest sigh, he slid into the seat opposite Belle. Satisfied, Seer beamed and spun off to fetch drinks. Belle sank into his seat with a relieved sigh. Thanks for coming in with me, he muttered. Luthar said nothing, eyes scanning the room looking for an elf. Seer returned moments later, placing 2 cups down. One for Belle, and one, pointedly, for Luthar. On the house, she said with a wink. Belle raised his cup nervously. Cheers. Luthar didn't move. Seer just laughed and ruffled Belle's hair. You're hopeless. As the night settled and chatter filled the air, Luthar sat in silence, taking out a straw after opening a small hole in his mask. He started to drink. As the food arrived, Belle was confused, trying to decide if he was more grateful or terrified. There was too much to a point where I thought he might not able to finish. At one point, Seer returned with a small plate and placed it gently in front of him. Just a slice of bread and some roasted vegetables. Doesn't count as a meal, she said before he could argue. But I'll be offended if you don't at least try it. Luthar's eyes met hers briefly. Just pack my portion, decided to eat in the safety of his lab. Seer little disappointed since she didn't get the chance to see his face. The tavern door opened again, a few heads turned as a tall blonde woman in sleek armor stepped in, flanked by others in light gear. The Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, glanced around, expression unreadable as always. Riveria followed just behind her, speaking quietly with a short, grinning goddess in red, Loki. Table in the corner, Loki said, waving to Mamma Mia without waiting for permission. And don't give us that look, Mia. We'll pay. Mia grunted, already reaching for a fresh bottle of liquor. As the Loki familia passed by Luthar's table, A's golden eye swept briefly across him. Just a flicker, barely more than a glance. Belle didn't notice any of it. He was too busy trying to survive Seer's attempt to spoon more stew into his bowl. Luthar leaned back slightly in his seat, his gaze flicking between the Sword Princess and her companions, thinking about the plot, which was changing. As Belle longer saved by the princess, would he still get his skill? And then there was Lyra's character, which didn't exist. Chapter 15 Belle New Skill. The warmth and lively chatter of the tavern intensified as the evening progressed. Members of the Loki familia had taken over a large corner table, half of them already laughing, while the other half drank as if it were the end of the world. Bet Loga, slouched at the end of the table, took a long sip from his tankard. His yellow eyes lazily scanned the room until they settled on Belle. You've got to be joking, he exclaimed, his voice rising with incredulity as nearby tables leaned in. Isn't that the legendary white rabbit who was trampled by a little girl? Incredible. A few chuckles came from the nearby members of the Loki familia. Belle tensed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration bubbling up in his chest. But he wasn't the only one who heard the laughter. From her seat beside Riveria, Lyra slowly turned her head. The fork in her hand clicked against her plate. She stood, deliberately, hands on her hips. Who are you calling little? I'm telling you, I'm 42. Bet's eyes sparkled with mischief. If 42 years old isn't too young for an elf, then I guess Riveria here must be a grandmother. I mean, she's... Before he could finish, Riveria's staff shot out, swift as lightning, and knocked Bet's head to the side with a loud thwack. Bet's eyes went wide, and he froze, blinking a few times, then started to rub his sore head and glared at Riveria. What the hell? I am teaching you not to be rude, Riveria said while taking back her staff. Looking at Bet's expressions, the Loki familia table erupted into laughter. Lyra, meanwhile, grinned from ear to ear. Well, that was satisfying, Lyra said, crossing her arms. Maybe next time, Bet, you'll think twice before making fun of an elf. Bet growled but wisely stayed silent, his pride temporarily deflated. While everyone was laughing, Belle groaned and slumped over the table, burying his face in his arms. I should have just stayed home. Luthar watched him for a moment, then said quietly. Are you thinking about running away without paying? Belle froze. It's not that. That Bell started to think, did he really look that unreliable? He just wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. The rest of the meal passed in relative peace, at least, no more flying insults or staves. Bell managed to eat most of his food, though his appetite wasn't all there. Every now and then, he'd glance at the Loki Familia's table, but after the earlier embarrassment, they seemed to lose interest. Luthar didn't speak again. He sat quietly, sipping from the straw beneath his mask, seemingly unbothered by the noise around them. Bell found that oddly reassuring. By the time they left the Hostess of Fertility, the streets were darker, lit by warm lantern glow and the last stretch of twilight. Bell walked a step behind Luthar, still stewing over everything Bet had said. But by the time they reached the church gate, a familiar figure was standing in the doorway, arms crossed, foot tapping. Hestia. The tiny goddess squinted at them. You're late. I was starting to think I'd have to come looking. Bell laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, Seer invited us for dinner. Luthar walked past the gate without a word. Hestia glanced at him, then back at Bell. Who is Seer? You shouldn't go with strangers, she started to complain. Soon she will have a hard girl's name. She is not a stranger. Bell tries to correct her but completely fails. She is stepping aside to let him in. I have to tell you multiple times, don't go with beautiful girls. Now come inside so I can update your status. Inside, the church was quiet again. The fire crackled low in the hearth. Bell slipped off his boots and glanced toward the dark corner where Luthar had already disappeared. He looked down at his hands. Still trembling slightly. He clenched them, recalling the earlier embarrassment. Later on the same night, Bell sat on the edge of the bed, shirt off, his back to Hestia as she gently traced her finger down the middle of his spine. Still thinking about earlier, she asked softly. He didn't answer. Hestia sighed, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. You don't have to carry it all, Bell. People say dumb things. That wolf guy. He's always like that. It's not just him, Bell whispered, staring at his clenched fists in his lap. Everyone looks at me like I'm a joke. I want to be someone who can stand on his own. His voice trembled. I feel like I'm completely useless. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to become an adventurer, and if Mr. Luthar hadn't helped me yesterday, I probably would have died. Hestia's hand paused. A warmth, faint but steady, pulsed under her fingertip. She blinked, noticing the change. He didn't notice. I want to be like Sword Princess or Mr. Luthar, he continued, voice rising with conviction. I want to be strong and able to help people around me. A sudden glow lit up Bell's back. Intricate symbols, ancient and alive, shimmered into view beneath Hestia's touch. They pulsed like a heartbeat, his heartbeat. Her breath caught. Bell. He blinked, turning slightly. Did something happen? Hestia hesitated. Nothing, she said carefully. She said, let me just copy your status first. Can you stay in yourself? She retrieved a fresh sheet of parchment and a quill from the nearby desk, her heart pounding. Sitting down, she began transcribing Bell's current stats, but when she reached the skill section, her hand trembled slightly. The name glowed on his back with divine weight. Release phrase. A skill that evolves with desire. Grows stronger the more he longs to reach someone. She glanced back at Bell, who was sitting quietly, still watching his hands. Hestia. It's nothing, she said, forcing a smile. All done. You've grown stronger again. She folded the status paper, keeping the skill portion covered with her hand. Feeling it was not the time yet. You really want to protect everyone, huh? She whispered, eyes soft. Bell nodded, unaware. Yeah. Hestia moved toward him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind. Then just keep chasing that dream. One step at a time. He closed his eyes, leaning back slightly. For once, the shaking in his hands had stopped. When he finally went to sleep, Hestia remained seated near the bed, staring down at the copied status in her lap. Her fingers hovered over the words. Release phrase, she murmured. Chapter 16, a nice day. While Bell was off on his daily adventure in the dungeon, Luthar finally opened his shop. No signs advertised its presence. No shouting vendors hawked wares. No flashy banners proclaimed its existence. Just a clean, reinforced door and a small placard that read, Mechanica, Weapons and Enhancements. Inside, he had arranged a modest selection of weapons. The standard swords, however, were relegated to a single box with a handwritten sign. 50% discount. Luthar held no illusions about a customer stampede on day one. Most adventurers were creatures of habit, loyal to their preferred smiths and forges. But habits bent under the weight of a bargain. Whether they came sniffing for cheap swords, quality gear, or performance-enhancing upgrades, his money-making plan was sound. For his own safety, he meticulously avoided selling anything that could pose a threat to him. Even the weapons he intended to release later had already been designed with built-in countermeasures. By midday, the first curious faces trickled in. Low-ranked adventurers, under-equipped, hunting for deals. One group hefted a cheap blade, and stopped. The balance was perfect. Smoother than the rough-edged junk they'd overpaid for. The sword they had bought for 11,000 valis seemed like a crude toy compared to this one, now going for just 5,000. "Boss, is there something wrong with these swords?" one asked, eyeing the discount pile. The question lingered, thick with unspoken suspicion. The adventurer caught himself, quickly amending, "I mean, why are they priced so low? Feels off." Luthar leaned against the counter, arms folded. His expression was unreadable behind the mask. "Simple," he replied. A hint of a smirk slipped through. "I don't have the overhead most forges do. If I wanted to, I could produce thousands in a day." The group exchanged looks. "Should we buy one?" another murmured. "Let's just test it," the leader said. "Take one into the dungeon. If it holds up, we'll be back." Coins changed hands. The servo skull scanned the payment in silence. Cold, efficient. Luthar said nothing more. His mind was already elsewhere. "I should build a simpler forge for these swords. Wasteful to run them through high-tier systems." Then a flicker across one of the console screens interrupted his train of thought. A live feed stabilized, one of his scouting servo skulls, patrolling the lower districts. It zoomed in. There she was. Lily Ruka Arde. Cornered. Two older adventurers loomed over her in a shadowed alley. Their gear bore the faded crest of Soma Familia. One backhanded her with brutal force. The other tore the pouch from her hands. She didn't scream. Didn't beg. Just curled inward like a kicked animal, waiting for it to end. Luthar's expression didn't change. Fortunate timing, he thought, leaving the shop in the care of the servo skull, a poor business decision, since it lacked the capacity to conduct actual sales. By the time he arrived, the adventurers were gone. Their laughter echoed down the alley, their pockets jingling with stolen coin. Lily Ruka was on her knees, brushing dirt off her sleeves with mechanical focus. Preparing to vanish again into Orario's filth. She didn't hear him. Not until the heavy thud of boots made her flinch. She spun, eyes wide. Terror, panic. Fists clenched. Muscles tensed. What she saw stopped her breath. A featureless mask. A single red glow where an eye should be. "And no, I didn't take anything from you," she blurted, scrambling back. "Be quiet," Luthar said. Flat. Cold. Final. She froze. Her body obeyed before her mind caught up. I don't, who are you?" she whispered. No answer. He stepped forward, reached down, and lifted her like she weighed nothing. What are you?" "Let me go," she struggled, fists pounding against his arm. He turned. His cloak swirled around them, a shroud of motion, as he walked away with clinical efficiency. After a few useless punches and kicking, Luthar sighed. Annoyance. Nothing more. Then he knocked her out with a swift motion. Carefully, he concealed her under his cloak. It wouldn't do to look like he was kidnapping a child. An hour later. Lily Ruka jolted upright. Breathed sharply. Eyes wide. Cold metal pressed against her back. The air smelled sterile, tinged with disinfectant. She blinked, her vision adjusting to the pulsing lights overhead and the silhouette of unfamiliar machines. A low hum vibrated beneath her. She panicked. But her injuries had been treated. Cleaned. Bandaged with precision. Where? Rows of mechanical limbs hung above motionless bays. A half-assembled humanoid machine stood nearby, cold, alien, and terrifying. Then she saw him. Luthar stood at a console. Fingers tapping commands. He didn't glance her way. No words. No acknowledgement. Only the soft clicks of metal against glass. The memories returned in a flood, the alley. The pain. The mask. Where am I?" she croaked. "In my lab," he replied. Her gaze darted to the only door. Seamless. Reinforced. No handle. "Why did you bring me here?" He tapped one final command. The screen dimmed. Only then did he turn. "To add you to my new collection." She recoiled at the word. Collection. He stepped closer. The servo skull followed like a silent wraith. "I know about you, Lily Ruka Arde. You're efficient. Clever. Wasted." Her hands clenched. Silent. Watching the floor. "I want you to work for me. Unconditionally." What kind of work? She asked, her voice unsteady. That depends on your potential. Logistics. Inventory. Fieldwork. Combat. Her eyes flicked to the machines. Am I your prisoner? You could call it that. After all, if you attempt to flee, I could reduce you to a puppet. A direct extension of my will. No emotion in his voice. No cruelty. Just pure, unfeeling fact. Luthar didn't win people over with kindness. He offered control. A cage with space to move. Lily Ruka looked down at her trembling fingers. The walls buzzed with silent menace. This is a terrible day. I'm just a supporter, she whispered. I don't have anything you need. Then I'll make you useful, he said, already returning to his console. He translated a weapons manual, then gestured to the terminal with a flick. Start by reading this. It'll give you a foundation. Tonight, we'll begin strengthening you, physically and otherwise. Nutrient packs are in the cooler. As he reached the door, he paused. Perhaps keeping her confined all day was unproductive. You may explore the church above if you wish. Don't touch anything marked. And don't try to escape. He didn't need to say what would happen if she did. Chapter 17, Talking with Naza, Mayak and Lily Ruka. The street had cooled, the day's frantic energy bleeding into the slow, deliberate pace of evening foot traffic. Lamps flickered to life across the plaza, casting luminous pools of amber onto worn cobblestones. Luthar stepped into the profound silence of his shop. No signs of forced entry, no frantic complaints, just the stillness he had anticipated. Precisely as he'd left it. He settled behind the counter, metal fingers already skimming across the terminal interface, parsing the day's logs. A voice, sharp and unmistakable, cut through the silence. Well, well. Look who finally remembered he owns a shop. Luthar turned slowly. Across the narrow path, framed by the crooked doorway of a herb-laden apothecary, stood an Chianthrope with half-lidded eyes and a smirk that dripped with dry amusement. Naza. Arms crossed, voice cool with sarcasm. You vanish the moment you open and leave a grim-faced tin can to mind the store. Revolutionary business model. It possesses more intelligence and reliability than most humanoids, Luthar replied. Naza clicked her tongue. Try selling that idea to the adventurers. Unless you're aiming to run a cult, you might consider actual customer service. Her gaze slid toward his stark signage. Shops tend to do better when the owner isn't a ghost. Luthar's eyes flicked toward her own domain, the Blue Pharmacy. Its sign, faded by years of sun and storm, creaked faintly. The symbol of Mayak Familia was weathered but intact. The structure leaned toward his own, as if drawn by some quiet, architectural kinship. He said nothing at first, gaze passing over the apothecary's cluttered facade before returning to Naza. I am not concerned with coin, he said at last. The servo skull drifted silently into view behind him. This is a supplementary venture. An experiment. His tone turned brittle. Unlike some, my survival is not shackled to the whims of commerce. Naza raised an elegant brow, ready to retort, until a second voice interjected, warm and gentle. Naza, must every interaction become a skirmish? Mayak stepped from the shadows of his shop, robes dusted in herb fragments, his presence calm as still water. He's new to this corner, he added. Let him adjust in peace. Naza scoffed. He abandoned the place like a cursed relic. Mayak ignored the jab with the grace honed by years of dealing with her. He turned to Luthar, expression patient, eyes kind. If managing alone is burdensome, consider hiring a clerk, he said gently. Even the best minds benefit from another human's insight now and then. Luthar was silent. Behind his mask, calculations flickered. The servo skull, while useful, lacked initiative. A human assistant, distasteful, but perhaps practical. Mayak bowed lightly. If you ever require help, our door remains open. Naza muttered, just loud enough to carry, if you need a marketing expert, steer well clear of me. She followed Mayak inside, the apothecary's door shutting with a quiet click. Luthar sat back behind the counter, masked gaze reflecting faintly in the polished glass. Minutes stretched into stillness. A clerk, he murmured, the word tasting foreign. The logic was sound, but finding one with the necessary competence. Tedious. His eyes settled on the servo skull. Modifications could extend its function, but it would never be sufficient. Eventually, he powered down the shop's defenses and left, his boots echoing against the stone as he returned to the hidden sanctum below. The lab's artificial lights cast a sterile glow across seamless steel. Machinery hummed deep within the walls, a rhythmic thrum, like the heartbeat of some sleeping machine god. Lily Ruka sat hunched on a padded bench, knees to chest, wrapped in an oversized coat. It smelled faintly of oil and ozone. Her eyes followed a surveillance drone as it glided silently above, sensors pausing on her before vanishing into shadow. Time had lost meaning. Her wounds had been dressed, polymer seals fused to flesh like a second skin. Footsteps echoed behind her. She didn't flinch. Luthar entered. "Did you complete the task?" he asked, his voice flat. Not a question, an expectation. She nodded without looking at him. He moved past her, stopping at a cluttered table scattered with alien components, unknown metals, glowing wires, and something disturbingly like a glass eye. He stood in silence before turning to face her. "Are you prepared?" Lily Ruka blinked, her voice caught between fear and confusion. "Prepared for what?" "To embrace your role within the Adeptus Mechanicus," he said, the name heavy with reverence. "I will teach you combat, technology, and doctrine. You will become my extension." She glanced at the strange tools. Then at the circling drone. The excuses she had rehearsed died in her throat. I'm still in the Soma Familia." "Inconsequential," he dismissed coldly. She hesitated, then slid from the bench, dwarfed by the coat. "I am not good with fighting." Luthar approached a seamless locker. With a sequence of runes, it opened with a hiss. Inside, weapons. Sleek, humming, otherworldly. He selected a compact design, matte black, small enough for her hands. "A laspistol," he said, offering it to her. "Lightweight. Minimal recoil. Adequate for your level." He placed it carefully in her hands. "Enough to dispatch vermin. Against true enemies, you'll require experience." She held it gingerly. What is a laspistol?" Luthar sealed the case of monomolecular blades with a click. "A directed energy weapon," he explained. "It projects coherent light, focused to pierce most conventional armor." He stepped closer. "Tonight, you'll learn to use it. Tomorrow." His voice hardened, "You will prove it." Chapter 18 Training of Lily Ruka. The low light of the dungeon pulsed like a heartbeat around Lily Ruka. She stood at the edge of the 9th floor's corridor, clutching the lasgun in one trembling hand, the monomolecular blade strapped at her side. Her frame was small, barely filling out the red robes Luthar had tailored for her, but her eyes were wide and alert. "Remember," his voice crackled through the vox bead in her ear, "calm, ever watchful. Just like on the 3rd floor, aim properly and eliminate. Doesn't matter if it's a goblin, oversized lizard, or mooing minotaur." She nodded silently and stepped forward. Her hands were steadier now. The practice on the upper floors had helped. The first threat came silently, 2 purple moths, drifting down from above. Their wings sparkled with poison dust. Zap zap. She fired. Each beam struck clean. The first moth burned midair, wings curling before its body turned to ash. The second dropped just as fast. 2 magic stones hit the floor with soft clinks. That wasn't so bad. The scent of moss deepened. The stone walls closed in tighter as she moved, boots crunching over dust and old, scattered fragments. "A group of monsters is coming from the left tunnel. 10 meters. Position defensively," Luthar said. "Come. Cold." She turned. A swarm of killer ants. At least a dozen. Thick armor. Sharp limbs. Red eyes glowing under the dungeon's pale light. Their legs scraped the stone in unison as they charged. She raised the lasgun and fired. Some beams hit, others missed. One after another, ants burst into sparks and ash. A few magic stones rolled away. But more kept coming. Her heart hammered in her chest. She backed up, trying to steady her aim. Another ant lunged close, she shot again. The beam tore through it. Gone. But the rest were already closing in. One ant leapt. She screamed. Dropped low. Fired in panic. The beam struck midair. The ant collapsed, twitched, and turned to ash at her feet. "Take it easy. I'm still here," Luthar's voice said in her ear. She blinked away tears, jaw clenched. Raised the weapon. Fired again. Another hit. Another ant vanished. Something in her snapped. She kept shooting until the last ant was gone. Dust settled. Magic stones clattered across the floor. Silence. She stood alone in the tunnel, chest heaving, surrounded by nothing but ash and crystal. "It's over," she whispered. Luthar said nothing. But she could feel it, his attention. Watching. She glanced down at the weapon in her hands. It didn't hum with magic. Didn't feel alive like the swords she'd once used. Just cold metal and light. But it worked. Her steps grew lighter. For a moment, she imagined using it against her old familia. That fantasy shattered as a silverback stepped into view. Tall. Hulking. Formatted and dark. It sniffed the air, breath steaming in the dim light. Then its eyes locked onto her. She froze. No. It roared and charged. Stone exploded where she had been standing a second ago. She rolled, scrambled, raised the lasgun, and fired twice. Scorch marks. Nothing more. Her breath caught. She tried to back away, slipped. The gun clattered out of reach. The silverback turned toward her. Snarled. She couldn't move. I'm going to die. Then. Zap. A crimson beam shot past her. The silverback stopped mid-step. Twitched. Another shot, straight through the chest. It collapsed, dissolving into ash and crystal. Lily Ruka lay curled on the floor, gasping for breath. The servo skull hovered above her, lens blinking softly. Luthar's voice returned, distant but cold. I suppose that's enough training for this basic weapon. She bit her lip, blinking hard as she watched the servo skull drift over to gather the crystals. Lily Ruka picked it up with trembling fingers, trying not to look at the scorched stone where the silverback had fallen. Her legs were still shaky. Her breath came in ragged pulls. Let's go back, Luthar said through the vox. I believe we'll have a good conversation about increasing your strength. The servo skull turned silently and began drifting down a side corridor, its crimson lens casting pale reflections along the tunnel walls. Lily Ruka followed. Her footsteps were quiet. Slower than before. Her mind kept drifting back to the killer ants, to the beam slicing through the silverback's chest like it was paper. The silence pressed against her ears, broken only by the soft hum of the servo skull and the distant grind of monsters. She didn't speak. Luthar didn't offer anything more. The long walk back up through the floors blurred together, fewer monsters. When the light of the morning sun spilled across her face, she didn't feel triumph. Only relief. By the time the crimson-touched spires of the church came into view, her legs were aching and her robes were stained with sweat. She trudged up the steps without a word. He said nothing. He simply turned and walked into the church. She followed him inside. Luthar stood within the main hall. The servo skull drifted silently above, casting soft shadows. Incense drifted faintly in the air, tinged with oil and ozone. He activated a terminal, the projection flickering to life. Without a word, he began showing her the possible enhancements. The first images were of suits, towering power armor. Then came more vehicles with mounted cannons and mechanical limbs. At last, the projection shifted to a towering figure, a titan. Massive. Glorious. It crushed through legions of monsters like ants. Then, an entire city, wiped away beneath its feet, plasma fire pouring from its weapons. Lily Ruka stared, eyes wide. Her breath caught in her throat. That's real, she whispered. Could I really have something like that someday? Luthar's mask turned toward her, unreadable. To create a titan, he said evenly, I would have to transform this entire world into a forge world. Every forest is replaced by furnace stacks. Oceans turned into coolant reservoirs. Cities consumed by assembly lines. He paused, letting the weight of it settle in her mind. Living in such a place, he continued, is not pleasant. Lily Ruka didn't reply right away. She looked back at the titan in the projection, then down at her trembling hands. I think I'd be okay with something smaller. Just enough to kill the god of Soma Familia. For the first time, there was a flicker of amusement in Luthar's voice. Rather than killing him, he said, perhaps we should keep him alive. He might make a fine power source for the titan. Chapter 19, the initial member of the cult. In the sterile stillness of the lab, the soft rustle of fabric sliding over skin seemed amplified as each garment fell to the floor. Lily Ruka's arms tightened around herself, her flushed cheeks mirroring the nervous flick of her eyes towards Luthar and then away. Silence hung heavy between them. You're lucky, Luthar finally said, his voice neutral yet edged with a dry humor. If I were like most tech priests, you'd already be half machine. Skin flayed, nerves replaced, beauty discarded for function. He paused, his gaze lingering for a moment. But I am not like them. I won't destroy the original beauty. The servo skull chirped, an unimpressed sound that might have been a routine diagnostic. Luthar gestured towards the cleansing unit. Step in. We need to sterilize before the procedure. With a hiss, the unit opened, revealing a basin filled with faintly glowing blue-gold liquid. Metallic petals of pipes and emitters arched above. Hesitantly, Lily Ruka stepped into the warmth, still trying to cover herself. A sigh escaped her lips as the liquid eased the knot in her shoulders. Steam curled around her as the servos whirred to life, releasing a luminous mist and low-frequency hums that vibrated through her bones. You'll feel a tingling, Luthar said from nearby. Microscopic scrubbers creating clean traces, essential for interface calibration. She nodded, her arms still wrapped tightly as the luminous mist swirled around her spine and limbs. Your body isn't ready for deep augmentations, he continued. So we start with tracings. Anchors. Neural scaffolds. The external systems will carry the burden. He tapped a rune, and the basin drained with a soft hiss. Out. Lie on the platform. She obeyed, climbing onto the cool slab. Red etchings pulsed faintly beneath its surface as clamps clicked into place, and golden light flooded the platform. Don't move, Luthar warned, his voice losing its earlier lightness. This part will hurt. He lifted a vial, glowing ink suspended in biogel, and loaded it into a sleek injector. It's your bridge between flesh and machine. The first needle sank into her skin, a sharp sting. Lily Ruka clenched her jaw, her fists balling white-knuckled. Burning lines bloomed across her back, shoulders, and spine, sacred circuitry etched in fire. They pulsed faintly beneath her skin, as if alive. How far you go depends on your will, Luthar said quietly, his gaze intent. The servo-skull hovered closer, its optical sensor whirring silently as it recorded. The ink threaded deeper, linking nerves she hadn't known existed. The platform beneath her pulsed in rhythm with the sigils now glowing on her flesh. Then came a hiss, soft, almost gentle. A transparent mask lowered, sealing over her mouth and nose. Cold, scentless vapor began to flow, stealing her breath. Sleep, Luthar murmured, his voice a low hum. You don't need to feel what comes next. Her breath slowed, her fingers gradually loosening their grip. Darkness took her. From the ceiling, a row of surgical servitors descended like metal saints, their halos replaced by gleaming blades and syringes. With ritual precision, their limbs moved, forming a silent ring around the girl on the slab. Low binary chants buzzed from their vox emitters, devotional prayers in the cold language of machines. Needles pierced her neck, spine, and wrists, implanting fine conductive thread, subdermal interfaces to read motion and intent. Another bored into her lower back, anchoring a reinforced port no larger than a pinpoint. Finally, a nano-sized limb slid into her temple, laying the groundwork for future overlays. Her body twitched, an unconscious response to the intrusions. Luthar stood just beyond the silent ring of servitors, arms crossed, his masked face unreadable in the dim light. When their work was complete, the servitors withdrew in silence, ascending as smoothly as they had descended. Biosealants closed the incisions, leaving only faint lines. Cooling plates locked beneath her skin. Her body appeared whole, untouched to the naked eye. Luthar stood over her, the smooth surface of his mask reflecting the amber light. Subdermal interface, stable. Neural pathways, linked. Combat reflex relay, 42% efficiency. He studied the golden schematic hovering above her, a fleeting display of complex data, then dismissed it with a wave of his hand. The lab lights dimmed to a soft amber. A low hum filled the air, signaling the cooling field activating around the slab. Luthar turned away. The soft echo of his boots was the only sound as he left the chamber. In the central hall, Luthar sat alone on a cold metal slab, thinking about what type of technology he should get next as he called up the interface of his system. System points available, 2,013,420. He scrolled through the list of available blueprints, eyes narrowed behind the mask. Advanced reactor designs, long-lost constructs, and engines, all locked behind absurd point thresholds. The best example is the machine he created to escape. If he had tried to purchase the blueprint for that escape machine, it would have cost him over 1 billion points. Luckily, the system had granted it to him for free. If not for that, he would have died long before he could buy it. After all, there were not many ways he could get system points. His current points were not enough to buy something expensive, so he needed to look for something useful. Then, something caught his eye. Blueprint, Compact Hyperflux Reactor Core, Prototype Class. Cost, 1,800,000 points. Status, High Output/Low Instability. Notes, derived from Lost Mechanicus field arrays. Requires custom forge calibration. Not rated for civilian zones. Luthar paused. Unstable, but manageable, he muttered, eyes narrowing. With the correct adjustments, I should be able to resolve the instability issue. In addition to powering his lab, a hyperflux core may pave the way for autonomous construction, heavier manufacturing, and even Titan, which he lacked. He pressed the glyph for purchase. Acquired the blueprint. He could simply examine the blueprint while selling some firearms in the shop after he departed. Chapter 20, Getting a New Clerk. Luthar sat behind the counter, gaze distant, mind immersed in the blueprint etched across his neural link. The compact hyperflux reactor core design spun quietly, its layers unfolding precisely. Lines of energy dispersion, containment shielding, and temperature thresholds flashed by like sacred text. He blinked after a time, making a dozen changes. The core was viable but volatile. Stabilizing output would necessitate higher-grade alloys, at purity levels that the typical forge could not manage. Fortunately, he was capable. He moved in his seat, the subtle groan of strengthened metal resonating through the shop's silence. Outside, the rising sun created deep shadows over the square. A party of adventurers went purposefully across the dungeon's third floor, their armor still dusty. Their plates were covered in scratch marks. The commander was holding a basic sword that had been purchased here the day before. There are no enchantments or heavenly emblems, only pure workmanship. However, it had split a killer ant in a single strike. This still feels wrong, one said. No way this thing should be that cheap. The leader didn't answer. He inspected the weapon, his fingers brushing on the blade's flat. Then, with a modest nod, he stated, "We are purchasing more. Before the price rises." As they approached, the shop's door opened quietly with the sound of pressured hydraulics. The air within was cooled and purified. Luthar did not look up immediately. They went inside, their boots scuffing on the clean metal floor. One of them carefully placed the blade on the counter. "We would like more. The quality is the same." Luthar did not speak, instead pointing at the enormous container near the wall. They rushed fast and chose 5 swords. One of them froze as he looked over to a nearby display case. Inside were weapons that appeared considerably more advanced, sleek, razor-sharp, and some humming softly with hidden power. The price tags. Nothing under 10 million valis. The man glanced down at his own sword, then back to the crate. "This'll do," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. The leader dropped a pouch of coins onto the counter. Luthar counted it with a single glance, nodded once, and processed the sale. "Thanks," the leader offered as they left. The door hissed closed behind them, leaving the shop in silence again. Luthar returned to the schematic in his mind, isolating energy leaks in the second stage reaction loop. If he realigned the magnetic buffer rings by 0.03 degrees. He paused. Footsteps echoed near the entrance. "Working alone again, Luthar?" A familiar voice said, light but knowing. Mayak stood in the doorway, a small basket of fruit in hand. He stepped inside, offering it forward with a friendly smile. Luthar took the basket. "You don't expect me to find a clerk in a single day?" Mayak chuckled. "Well, if you want, I know plenty who need the work." "If you know someone capable," Luthar replied, tone cool. "I don't mind hiring." Mayak leaned against a display case, arms crossed. "I can get you candidates. People who won't faint the moment that metal skull floats by." Luthar's gaze narrowed behind his mask. "Why are you so eager to help?" A shrug. "You helped Hestia. Helped Belle. This is me returning the favor." "Partially. Also, helping someone find a job isn't a crime." Luthar remained silent. A soft whir filled the pause as the servo skull drifted across the ceiling. "There's a girl," Mayak continued. "Elna. Human. 19. No familia. Works odd jobs in the lower districts. Quiet. Efficient. She doesn't ask questions she shouldn't, and she could use the coin." Luthar made a thoughtful sound. The schematic slipped into the background. "You can assess her yourself," Mayak said. "Just don't scare her off with your usual charm." Luthar gave a small nod. A servo skull could monitor her, and she could contact him via a communicator if anything happened. He did plan to install a secure line soon. Mayak smiled, satisfied. "She'll be by later." After the god left, Luthar lingered on the thought, was this truly a favor being repaid, or just kindness disguised as practicality? Perhaps both. He turned his focus back to the blueprint. Hours passed. The sun shifted. And then, footsteps. The door hissed open again. A young woman stepped inside. She was lean, with unkempt brown hair tied into a loose ponytail. Her clothes were plain and worn, a mix of faded cloth and patched leather. She moved with quiet caution, eyes scanning the room. Sharp green eyes settled on him. "Are you Elna?" Luthar asked, his voice calm and neutral. She stiffened slightly. "Yes. I heard you needed help." Her voice was steady, if cautious. Luthar studied her for a moment, then rose slowly. "You've worked in the lower districts?" She nodded. "Odd jobs. Delivery. Cleaning. Some merchant stalls. I'm not picky." Her eyes flicked up to the servo skull hovering overhead, its crimson lenses tracking her. "I don't have high demands," Luthar said, turning toward the shelves. "Familiarize yourself with the shop. That's your first task." Elna looked surprised. She hesitated, then asked, "Will there be payment?" Luthar didn't look up. 60 valis a day. More for overtime or handling inventory. Her eyes widened slightly. That was generous. "Food's not included," he added dryly. She nodded quickly. "Understood. Good. Then you start tomorrow." He paused, then pulled a few coins from beneath the counter. "Buy a chair. There's a stall across the plaza." Elna took the coins, stunned by the simple trust. Behind the counter, Luthar had already returned to his schematics, as if the matter was settled. Chapter 21 Return from the Depths. Lily Ruka awoke in darkness. Not the comforting kind she knew, the kind that draped over the alleys like a blanket, the kind that let her disappear behind crates behind the guild. No, this darkness was sterile. Alien. It hummed with hidden machines and a silence too still to be natural. Her eyes were open, but her senses lagged behind. Everything felt delayed, like she was one step removed from her own body. Something beneath her skin pulsed. Not pain, just a hum. Mechanical. Faintly electric. No wounds. No bruises. Just a fading line down her forearm, vanishing even as she stared at it. She remembered the table. The cold metal. Luthar's masked face looming above her. Then, nothing. A hiss broke the stillness. The lights dimmed as a door opened. He stood in the doorway, silent. Watching. He stepped forward and placed a sealed gear kit on the floor beside the door. Without a word, he pointed to it. 10th floor, he said flatly. Kill at least 10 monsters. Then return. No encouragement. No ceremony. No sparring match or weapons test. Just an order. Her heart pounded. I thought you were going to train me. Teach me. Luthar's gaze didn't shift. He pointed to the wall-mounted terminal. Just watch here. Instructions are included. I've uploaded some videos, you'll have a basic idea. She froze. No witty retort. No protest. She knew that look. It was the same look the world gave her every day she scraped to survive. Just colder. Less human. Her legs were shaky as she moved to the gear kit and cracked it open. Inside, dull gray armor, a short curved blade, a spare pistol with a single energy cell, and a flask of water. The armor shimmered faintly, just beneath the surface, crimson etchings pulsed like veins beneath skin. Her fingers fumbled with the unfamiliar straps until a servo skull floated over, mechanical limbs unfolding to assist. It worked with swift precision, tightening, adjusting, and aligning. When she looked back toward the door, Luthar was already gone. The terminal flickered to life with a soft chime. An angular gear symbol glowed on screen, red and slow pulsing like a heartbeat. Text scrolled across. Subject, Lily Ruka Arde. Implant registry, verified. A red lens from the hovering servo skull projected data against the screen. Equipment briefing loaded. Play orientation. She hesitated, then said, yes. A flat, synthetic voice began. Welcome. You have been outfitted with the Type 3 subdermal scaffold, a low-grade, neural-linked exoskeletal support system. Designed for lightweight augmentation of strength, mobility, and survivability. Not rated for prolonged direct combat with high-threat entities. Functionality includes reactive fiber layering beneath dermal tissue. Microservomotor nodes at joints. Accelerated grip and lift capacity up to 2.5x baseline. Impact dampening layer integrated in spinal rail. Basic environmental resistance, heat, cold, toxic air. Armament package. Compact curved blade, carbon-hardened alloy, mono-edge mimicry. Low-yield magnetic pistol, single energy cell, 6 bursts. Tactical armor shell, reinforced composite plates, chest, arms, legs. No enchantment. Images and diagrams accompanied the list, schematics, angles, and stress points. She stared until the voice cut off. Her fingers twitched. Her legs itched to move. The hum beneath her skin was ready. She descended into the dungeon. The 10th floor greeted her with cold mist and silence. The light was pale and unfocused. Mist swirled low, obscuring her feet. Every scrape of stone, every distant howl, seemed amplified. The air was thick with tension, with danger. She moved like a shadow, small, crouched, and careful. The first monster was an imp. It sprang from behind a rock, a tiny blade gleaming in its clawed hand. Instinct screamed at her to run, but her arm moved on its own. The curved blade flashed. A single slash across the chest. Blood sprayed. The imp dropped before it even hit the ground. Her breath hitched. Her grip shook. Then steadied. The blade responded. The scaffold pulsed. The sync rate ticked upward. Not fear. Not now. The second came too fast. A silverback. It burst from the mist, bellowing, fists pounding. Too big. Too fast. She dove left, rolled behind a stalagmite. It sniffed. Roared again. She raised her pistol. First shot, missed. Second, shoulder hit. Roar. Third. Fourth, center mass. Nothing. The beast surged forward. Fifth shot, into its eye. It howled, stumbling. She dashed forward. Slashed its hamstring. It fell. Her last shot, right into the back of its skull. It stopped moving. Her arms ached. Her lungs burned. But something was changing. Sync, 31%. 2 imps. They came together, fast, small, yipping. The first leapt. She caught it midair, blade slashing it clean open. The second lunged from her side. She turned quicker than she thought she could, elbow to its jaw, then a brutal stab into its chest. It dropped. She stood panting. No delay. No shaking. Sync, 44%. An orc. Huge. Towering. Its cleaver was longer than her arm. She didn't fight it head on. She danced. Drew it in. Made it swing wide, miss. Again. And again. Then, pain. Its blade scraped her shoulder. She stumbled back. Red warnings flashed in her vision. Warning, lateral impact, pressure threshold approaching. She grit her teeth. Slid beneath its guard. Plunged her blade into its armpit. It shrieked. She pulled free. Stabbed again. And again, until it finally collapsed and shattered into stone. She knelt, panting. Sync, 63%. The pain faded. Movement became easier. Her arms flowed with the blade. Her footing was solid. She was changing. 2 hard armoreds. They came in a pair, slow, deliberate, but unstoppable. She found herself in a narrow corridor. Her pistol was empty. Their shells repelled her first strikes, useless. She remembered, weak points. She baited the first one in. When it reared, she slid beneath, driving her blade behind its leg joint. It shrieked. Twitched. Collapsed. The second struck her back. She hit the wall. Ribs screamed. But she stood. The scaffold caught her. Barely. She reversed her grip and lunged forward, low. Upward thrust into its underjaw, deep and brutal. Bone cracked. It spasmed. Fell. She panted, shoulders heaving. 10 kills. She counted each one. Whispered the number with every breath. Her armor looked intact, but she bled beneath. Her shoulder throbbed. Her legs trembled, struggling to match the exoskeleton's demands. She was faster. Stronger. But still mortal. Still flesh. When she emerged from the dungeon hours later, no one saw her. Just a flicker of shadow vanishing into the city. She returned to the Crimson Church trailing gore and fog. The door opened before she touched it. Luthar was waiting. Silent. Watching. She stepped past him not because she was ignoring him, but because she was saying, with her silence. You wanted a killer. Here I am. If he wanted a tool, she would become one. Chapter 22, Chapter 22 Average Day. She limped into the church hall at precisely 3:17 in the morning. Luthar didn't speak. He watched. The armor, streaked with blood but structurally intact, had held. Mostly. The tactical shell had done its job, dispersing impact, absorbing trauma. Her pistol hung limp in one hand, the grip slick with dried gore. The energy cell was completely drained. The edge of her combat blade had dulled to a faint shimmer, less weapon, more worn metal. He remembered clearly, she preferred distance. That was the whole point of the gun. She was supposed to shoot them. Instead, she'd stabbed an orc in the armpit like some kind of murder goblin. She walked in without a word. No call for help. No fanfare. Just the faint, dragging thud of her boots across the alloy floor. Luthar watched her for a moment longer. Objectively, the mission was a success. 10 confirmed kills. No permanent injuries. Subdermal scaffold sink at 64%. The armor had held. But the look in her eyes was something else, not broken. Not afraid. Resolved. She passed him without a glance. For a moment, he felt like some kind of villainous overseer, a cold handler sending pawns into the grinder. Just another faceless boss watching assets bleed. Even so, he just turned and let her follow him into the lower chamber. In the lab, she stripped off the armor without complaint. The servo skull moved with practiced precision, unlocking clasps, retracting plates, and peeling back the frame to reveal bruised skin underneath. Luthar examined the injuries in silence. Deep violet blooms marked her ribs and thigh. A shallow gash crossed her shoulder where the dermal weave had split, but it was closing. Slowly. Efficiently. She didn't flinch beneath the light. He handed her a nutrient vial. She drank it in 2 swallows, without a word. Luthar turned to the terminal. Data from the scaffold streamed across the screen, shock logs, cortical spikes, and neural strain telemetry. She had pushed it hard. Too hard. Sync rate, 64.2%. Impressive. Dangerous. He logged the adjustments. Blade, replace with monomolecular edge. Pistol, upgrade capacity. Add integrated cooling. Armor, add kinetic gel padding to the spine and torso. Improve joint flexibility, ***. She sat on the edge of the table, sweat drying on her skin, fingers curled in her lap like coiled wire. Luthar paused, his mask reflecting her small, hunched form. He said nothing about the way she'd fought, too close, too reckless. He didn't mention how she'd ignored the original plan, test the gear, keep your distance. Because she had survived. He'd show her how to fight properly later. When there was time. For now, there was work to be done. The lab settled into quiet. Just the low hum of servos and data streams. Luthar stood still for a long moment. The sync readings might have stabilized, but her body told the truth, tension coiled in her limbs, faint tremors in her fingers. She hadn't even made it to a bunk. She just slumped sideways into a nearby chair, armor half hanging off her frame like a broken exoskeleton. She was asleep within minutes. He watched her a while longer. Then moved. Gently, he lifted her, light as always, but somehow heavier now, like something had sunk into her bones. She didn't stir, not even as he carried her through the silent hallways and laid her onto the bed in the refurbished chamber near the sanctum's heart. He adjusted the covers with clinical precision. The lights dimmed automatically as he stepped away. Then he turned and left. Back in the forge chamber, he activated the drafting console. Personalized gear was one thing, obsessive, exact, and efficient. But armor for adventurers? That was a different kind of problem. Mass production required balance, price, durability, and ease of repair. Still, demand was growing. Word of Mechanica's gear was spreading fast. He loaded a fresh template and began inputting variables. Material, composite polymer mesh over reinforced carbon-laced plating. Weight, under 7 kilograms. Durability, 12-point trauma dispersal grid. Features, modular chest plate, collapsible helmet, universal sheath bracket. Price range, 40,000 to 80,000 valis. Affordable. Replaceable. Clean aesthetics. He paused, watching the schematic rotate. Clean lines. No embellishments. Something a level 2 and a level 1 could use. He kept working. By the time that was completed, it was already opening hour for his shop. He powered down the terminal, packed new equipment and left for the shop. The alleyways near the church were quiet, but further out, Orario stirred, wagons creaked, shopfronts groaned open, and the scent of street bread began to waft on the breeze. He didn't rush. Mechanica opened when he arrived. As he entered, the interior was exactly as he left it, clean, angular lines, sterile light panels humming overhead. The display rack was stocked with trial gear. Before he could start the day's work, the door chimed. Not a customer. Elna stepped inside, carefully balancing a covered tray. She looked well-rested and clean, a pleasant contrast to the blood-stained girl from earlier. I brought food, she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Thought you might forget. Luthar inclined his head. Acknowledged. Set it there. She placed the tray beside the workbench and took a slow look around the shop. Do you really make all the equipment by yourself? Yes, he said simply, returning to his console. Elna hesitated before asking, what do you want me to do today? He gestured toward the counter. Just try to sell and explain to the customer, and if you don't know, then you can ask me. She nodded. By midday, customers started filtering in. Most were quiet, curious, clearly word-of-mouth types. One, a lanky spearman from the Soma Familia, picked out a compact blade and left. 2 hours later, a group of mid-level adventurers, likely freelancers, walked in, boasting loudly about surviving a silverback encounter. After checking the equipment, they left without purchasing anything. As he was not that famous, the sales were quite low for the quality of the weapon selling. Even so, the entire day went by without any hiccups, which was good enough. Chapter 23, Freya's Interlude. In the towers high above the bustling streets of Orario, Freya sat alone upon her throne of pale stone and velvet dusk, the room dim save for the golden fire flickering in the hearth. Her hair, unbound, spilled across her shoulders like strands of moonlight. Her eyes were focused on 2 objects. First, the prototype adaptive monomolecular short sword. Its 60 centimeters blade was forged to a single atom edge that shimmered faintly in the firelight. Fractal circuitry patterns lay etched into the alloy's microlattice, visible only when the metal vibrated with energy. Micro-servo nodes nestled along the spine kept the blade unnervingly stable and quick, compensating for a fighter's slightest imbalance without any neural interface. The hilt was wrapped in crimson-dyed polymer sinew for grip, delivering perfect balance in every swing. Beside it lay the compact mag pistol, with the trigger mechanism was entirely mechanical, no linked circuitry to mind. When held, the pistol hummed with restrained power, its complex dampening coils promising minimal recoil. Freya reached out to the pistol, testing it in her palm. Smooth. Cold. But not lifeless. She let her eyes fall half-lidded. The world dimmed. And then, it came. Not the weapon. Not the steel or the design. But him. His soul. Freya had seen many in her time. Heroes born under stars of fire and prophecy. Tyrants shaped by grief. Lovers blinded by yearning. But this one, this soul, was wrong. Not flawed. Not twisted. It wasn't like mortals. It wasn't even like the souls of the gods. It didn't burn or shimmer or ache like theirs. It hummed. Quiet, like static through crystal. A storm caged inside glass. Not erratic, not lost, contained. Waiting. Its shape was jagged and shifting, as though layered in masks. Some pieces screamed of war, others whispered of machines. Not the magic of the world, but of logic of the iron and dead stars. She drew in a breath, unblinking. No soul born of Gakai would be like this, she whispered. There was discipline in him, a sharpened will. But at a deeper level, there was something darker. A purpose that did not originate from this world. She tilted the pistol again, catching its glint. She turned her gaze back to the short sword. Freya extended a hand and tapped one gloved finger against the blade's flat. Take both of them, she said at last, her voice drifting toward the tall figure waiting at the edge of the room. Test it. Otto stepped forward, bowing his head, though his eyes lingered on the strange weapons with muted suspicion. Do I have to check their limit? Just get the general understanding, Freya said. Her smile was unreadable. Freya put the pistol on the table, be careful not to damage the pistol. This isn't just craftsmanship, she said softly, as if speaking to the silence. This is a story frozen in steel. She wasn't smiling now. His soul. And now she understood. You didn't want to play hero, she murmured, speaking now not to the weapon, but to the phantom echo of the soul she touched. Coming. Here with something buried beneath. Her smile returned, thin and sharp. And you think the gods won't notice? Behind her, the fire cracked. The shadows on the walls did not dance, they stood still, like they too were watching. Freya closed her hand around the weapon, feeling the chill of the unknown settle in her bones. Otter waited silently, the sword held reverently at his side. He knew better than to interrupt when she spoke like this, when her voice dropped and her gaze turned toward the far horizon. Freya stepped forward, resting the mag pistol carefully back on the stone pedestal between them. It didn't belong to her, not yet. I can't let him stay alone, she said, eyes never leaving the glinting steel. He wasn't made to sell weapons like trinkets in a market. I want to see the miracle, not the scraps he is selling. Then, quietly, more to herself than to Otto. Back at the shop, the mood was anything but tranquil. The display rack was missing 2 items, and the workshop shutter still hummed faintly from the departure of the armored adventurer who had just left, carrying weapons worth nearly 30 million valis. Luthar sat behind the counter, his expression unreadable, his attention absorbed by a floating data slate. The servo skull beside him clinked softly as it processed receipts and updated inventory. Naza stood frozen in the doorway, staring at the aftermath of the transaction. 30 million valis. The sum was staggering, she couldn't shake the weight of what was happening. Did you see him? Elna whispered, her voice almost in awe. The tall one, he barely said anything, but when he swung the sword, just one time and then he said, acceptable. Better than expected. Naza's gaze flickered to the empty rack and back to the data slate in Luthar's hands, frustration building in her chest. The shop had barely been open long enough to establish a reputation, and now Luthar had already sold 30 million in equipment. She glanced at the empty display rack, then back at him, her voice sharp. Do you even realize what you've done? You're not just selling gear, you're stirring up a storm you can't control. Her fists clenched. The gods, the adventurers, they'll all come for you. Not just for your weapons. For everything. She crossed her arms, glaring. You don't have God's protection and still. You're throwing fuel on a fire and acting like it won't burn you. Freya and other gods are probably already watching. Naza exhaled sharply, clearly rattled. You're moving too fast. You're becoming a target, and you don't even see it. Luthar's brow arched. Jealous. She scoffed, deflating. No, why would I be jealous? Because I am making money and you are not, Luthar said. Naza's tail lashed behind her, betraying her growing agitation. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, struggling to find the right words. It's not like I care about the money, she stammered, her voice rising in pitch. It's just that, well, you can't just go around selling weapons like that without thinking about the consequences. She threw her hands up in exasperation. You think you're the only one who can make a profit? I'm also selling potions, you know. Without waiting for a response, she spun on her heel and stormed out of the shop, the door slamming shut behind her with a resounding thud. Chapter 24, Looking for Materials and Passing Out from Exhaustion. The Crimson Church stood silent beneath the afternoon sun, its jagged crimson metal towers gleaming faintly. From the outside, the building merely looked strange, eccentric, almost, but inside, something far more dangerous was taking shape. On the uppermost floor, Luthar stood at its heart, surrounded by a skeletal frame of reinforced alloy scaffolding. The walls glinted with polished, circuit-etched panels, and the ceiling above had been retrofitted with a segmented, retractable plate. Steel clinked softly as a servoskull hovered low, clamping another stabilizer into place with surgical precision. Luthar watched the readouts flicker on his floating data slate. Mounting, secured. Shock lattice, stable. It was not yet a reactor. Not truly. But the bones were there. The compact reactor core he'd acquired the schematic for would eventually rest here, suspended in a cradle of magnetic fields. When complete, it would power the church, the Mechanica shop, the lab below, and perhaps even more one day. Vertical launch ejection enabled, he muttered, brushing gloved fingers across the embedded control room plate. A cylindrical column embedded in the floor responded with a low mechanical chime. In the event of a meltdown, the system would jettison the core straight through the retractable ceiling and into the sky, violent salvation. Luthar turned his gaze downward, inspecting the wiring conduits stretching through the floor, snaking their way into the heart of the church. Each was labeled and logged with meticulous precision, power distribution, shielding, and diagnostic relays. A web of purpose. Slowly, the church itself was becoming a circuit. After a final glance at the vacant containment ring, Luthar turned and descended. The central hall shimmered with filtered sunlight cast through gold-edged panes. Dust drifted lazily in the beams, catching like memories in the still air. Below, the hammering of construction gave way to quiet, cool and serene. Hestia stood near the threshold, straightening the hem of her tunic with ritual care. She wore her usual white and blue garb, but her hair had been tied more neatly than usual, the iconic ribbon clasped with a silver pin. She was preparing to leave. Her eyes met his. The Donatus is today, she said without preamble. Formalities. The guild requires every god to attend. Luthar gave a curt nod, arms folded. Divine politics wrapped in ritual. What could be more sacred? She smirked faintly, though it didn't reach her eyes. Better than a divine tantrum. I'll be gone a few days. Depends on how loud the egos get. She adjusted her ribbon's clasp again, then hesitated. Something lingered behind her silence, an unsaid worry or thought, but she let it pass. With a final glance back, she stepped toward the entrance, her sandals echoing softly across the polished crimson floor. Luthar watched until the doors closed behind her. Later, back in the reactor chamber, he stood before the half-assembled frame, now reinforced with a higher grade of metal he'd salvaged from his private reserve. The tempered alloy gleamed beneath the artificial light. But the calculations had made one thing clear, he'd already used most of the high-end materials in his possession. What remained were common ions and base metals easily acquired from the market, if one had the coin. True alloys, mithril, adamantite, or divine-forged composites, were another matter entirely. Even if he had the funds, acquiring more than a few kilograms of such materials was nearly impossible. There was no such thing as buying a ton of adamantite. Looking at the formulas for plasteel and adamantium, only one thought echoed through his mind: replication. Plasteel, still feasible. The composition could be altered slightly, impurities tolerated, and the structure reinforced by more advanced methods. It wouldn't be perfect, but it could match the quality. But adamantium. Adamantium was another matter entirely. It wasn't just a metal. It was a relic of dead stars and forgotten forges, alloyed in conditions that bordered on the mythical. Even the Mechanicus treated its production as sacred, ritualized, barely understood. Was there truly no way to synthesize adamantium? He can use variants of plasteel, but without adamantium, everything he built would fall short. Just thinking about how many materials and technologies he had to research was giving him a headache. He lifted his hand, fingers twitching slightly as he reached to call up the schematics. Then everything went black. No alarms. No dramatic collapse. Just silence. As the world returned slowly. Fuzzy lights, the weight of exhaustion pressing down like gravity. Luthar blinked. The ceiling was familiar. It was his lab ceiling, softly illuminated by maintenance strips and diagnostic runes. He tried to move and felt something tug at his arm, cables, disconnected 4 lines, and a sensor harness peeled aside and left hanging. He wasn't alone. He turned his head slightly. Lily Ruka stood nearby, arms crossed, her small form backlit by the soft blue glow of a terminal screen. Her cloak was off, and her hands were still gloved, dusty from bags of supplies piled by the door. Luthar exhaled slowly and asked, "How long?" "A day." Her voice was clipped. "Tired?" She moved closer, boots making the faintest scuff against the metal floor. A folded blanket was tucked beneath one arm, but her hands paused as she looked at him properly, really looked. There was a tremble in her brows, a tightness at the corners of her eyes. Frustration, yes, but something raw behind it. "I got everything you asked for," she said, placing the supplies on the edge of the bench with practiced care. "Everything on the list." Her tone dipped. Cracked slightly at the end. Then she turned, finally meeting his gaze. Her mouth pressed into a thin line, jaw clenched tight. "Next time you feel like dying," she muttered, "maybe you can tell me in advance." For a heartbeat, she said nothing more. Then her brows drew together, and she glared at him, really glared. "Don't you always claim you're the smart one, the calculating one? What was the plan, huh? Just drop dead next to your fancy ejection system." She bit her tongue, eyes glassy now. Angry. Relieved. Furious with herself for feeling either. "Idiot," she whispered, barely audible. "You absolute idiot." Luthar's breath rasped as he gave a silent mental pulse through the neural link. The nearby servoskull beeped in acknowledgement, drifting off with a low whir of its graph thrusters. Moments later, it returned with a small injector. The capsule clicked into the armature, and without ceremony, it pressed against his neck. A hiss. A sharp sting. Then fire. The stimulant surged through his veins like molten wire. Painful clarity followed. His muscles twitched, then he moved. He sat up slowly, joints aching, breath catching in his throat. Muscles screamed in protest, but they obeyed under the effect of Electrus and his will. Only then did he glance toward Lily Ruka. She was still watching him, arms crossed tightly across her chest, the mix of fury and worry still carved. Lily Ruka didn't speak right away. She just stared, arms still crossed, eyes scanning his face like she was waiting for him to crack in half again. Finally, her voice came, low but steady. "What happened?" Luthar inhaled mechanically and slowly. "Overexertion. Neural overclock, metabolic suppression, I pushed past the safe threshold." She blinked, processing. "That's not an answer. You passed out cold." "I use a drug to keep myself awake for 7 days, he said, glancing at the disconnected sensors hanging from his arm. "After 7 days I was too busy, so I suppressed the alerts and continued to work, which started neural degradation and irregular synapse cycling." Her eyes widened. "Can't you just simply sleep?" "I do not have time for that." Lily Ruka looked somewhere between horrified and furious. "So you kept working?" "For a week and a half. While your body, what, decayed. My external system kept me mobile. Some augmentations can bypass a lot of normal physical fatigue, but the brain is different. It reached its limit." She rubbed at her temple, paced a few steps, and then turned sharply. "Luthar, why? Why push that hard? You could have died alone on that floor. Is this really worth it?" He glanced toward schematics still floating faintly in his vision, then back to her. "Yes." That single word landed heavy. She stared at him, silent. She sighed, long and exhausted, and began unpacking the supplies with slightly more care this time. "You're getting real sleep." Luthar leaned back, eyes half-lidded. "Don't worry, I am not that stupid." She gave him a sharp look. He lifted a hand in mild surrender. "Fine, just remember to check out the shop. As for the dungeon, I don't think you need to go for a while, we already have data for the first 15 floors." She sighed again, quieter this time. Her posture shifted, shoulders slumping, the tension leaking out of her frame like steam from a cracked pipe. "Fine," she muttered. "I'll go check on the shop." She paused at the door, looking back just once. "And you, I don't want to see you working when I come back." Luthar raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The servoskull gave a soft chirp, perhaps in solidarity. Lily Ruka didn't smile. But she nodded, just once, and slipped out, the door hissing shut behind her. Silence returned. Just the hum of reactors and the faint glow of dormant schematics lingering like ghosts above his vision. Chapter 25, Getting Popular. The doors of Mechanica hissed open with mechanical precision, gears clicking into place as morning sunlight spilled across the polished floor. Lily Ruka stood at the threshold in a uniform too large for her frame, a crimson tabard over reinforced cloth, a small cog-shaped brooch fastened near her collar. Her eyes swept over the small plaza outside the shop, already buzzing. They were waiting. Dozens of adventurers, mostly from minor familia, huddled in small packs. Word had spread. What had started as a whisper passed between dungeon crawlers about a shop that was selling swords at unbelievable prices. The crate was the first thing they saw. Squat, metallic, and heavy, it squatted near the front like a silent offering. Inside lay over a dozen swords of identical, practical, single-edged blades with no ornamentation. They gleamed with a finish far too fine for their price, each tagged with a simple stamp, 50%. The first group surged in before Lily had even spoken. She barely kept her footing as they jostled past her, crowding around the crate like starving wolves. Another group of young men elbowed each other for a spot. "I told you it was real," one hissed, hauling out a sleek, curved sword with micro ridges along the edge. "Look at this. Only the ones in the crate are discounted," she called over the chaos, climbing onto a metal stool to make herself heard. Her voice carried just enough authority to cut through the noise. She noticed an elf girl eyeing one of the wall-mounted swords, a sleek, heavy-edged blade. "If you want to purchase that one," Lily added, gesturing toward the weapon, "you'll need to place an order in advance. As a new sword has to be made, this one is only for display." After looking at the price tag of 50 million, the elf girl froze. This was too expensive. The place buzzed like a hornet's nest. People flowed in, some only to stare, others to purchase or just gawk. Even those who didn't buy left muttering to their friends and family. Lilyruka's fingers danced across the interface, cataloging each sale with efficiency. Purchases. Impressions. Luthar would want the data. Then the air shifted. The crowd parted near the entrance, not with awe, but with confused respect. A figure walked in, short and thickly built, with a heavy jaw and deep-set eyes that spoke of hard-earned experience. A dwarven adventurer wearing armor and a battered axe strapped to his back. He wasn't a customer. Not yet. He was evaluating. Lilyruka recognized him as everyone else. It was Gareth from Loki. He stopped near the crate and picked up a sword with one hand. Gave it a few test swings. The metal sang. He grunted. Not bad. But too good for rookies. He turned slowly, eyes locking onto the inner wall where the premium gear was displayed, more intricate designs, powered blades. His eyes caught an axe, a brutal thing, heavy-headed, with an inlaid coil running down the haft like a metallic vine. The edge shimmered subtly. He checked the price. His brow lifted. Pricey. Then, without fanfare, he handed money to Elna for one of the discounted swords and walked out. When Gareth stepped into the meeting chamber tucked behind the main hall of the Loki Familia. It was quiet, the kind of quiet only reinforced walls and enchanted wards could offer. Maps, ledgers. Riveria stood at the far end of the table, scanning the documents, while Finn leaned on a nearby railing, arms crossed. Loki sprawled across a velvet divan, nursing a bottle of wine. "You're back early," Finn said, straightening. Gareth grunted. Didn't need long. He placed the cheap sword he'd bought on the table with a solid clunk. The blade looked unimpressive. Riveria gave it a glance, then a longer one. "Looks normal," she murmured. Gareth nodded. "Picked one up for 4,000. The real weapons were on the wall," Gareth continued. "Well crafted and different. One axe I saw was even better than mine. So it's just a new shop?" Finn raised a brow. "New, yes, but it doesn't belong to any familia," Gareth clarified. "And we don't even know who is making them. Rivera, also check it carefully. No known familia, producing gear on par with the best familia." Loki finally sat up. "You didn't buy the axe." "Didn't have enough," Gareth admitted. "That would be the problem," Finn muttered. "We already have good connections with the Gobnia Familia and the Hephaestus Familia, buying from a third party would be a problem. We can't place orders on somebody who doesn't even have a god." Riveria's voice was calm. Loki leaned back, tapping her wine bottle. "But if others get attracted and place lots of orders for appointments or times, we won't even be able to place orders." "We can't take that risk," Finn said. "Our financial situation is already tight." Gareth cracked his knuckles. "I guess just buy some for rookies, having more swords is always good. Tell me, have you at least inquired about the owner?" Finn asked. Gareth tapped the blade again. "The shop's called Mechanica. The owner's name is Luthar. Masked man. At least this is what I heard." Riveria lifted her head. "Luthar. I've seen him," Loki added, uncorking another bottle with a soft pop. "Came into the city with Lyra, just dragging the interesting box." Riveria's brow furrowed. "I saw him too. While training, Lyra. He still gave me the creeps." Finn's eyes narrowed. No known familia. No workshop registration. And now he's selling refined weapons. Riveria ran a finger along the sword's spine, still thoughtful. "Craftsmanship is better than entry-grade Hephaestus work." Loki leaned forward now, wine forgotten. So either he is buying weapons from outside Orario, or he's building them in secret, like underground. The problem is, where does he get that many blacksmiths? If it's from outside, the guild is not going to allow entry of that many goods, Riveria added sharply. Finn's gaze darkened. That's just too suspicious. I just hope it's not from some dark faction. While the conversation going on. Back at the shop, Lily Ruka barely had a moment to breathe. Her voice was hoarse from repeating the same lines, her fingers aching from logging purchases into the terminal. One sword after another vanished from the crate, snatched up by eager hands. Every time she checked inventory, another adventurer called for confirmation, haggled, or tried to slip an extra blade outside the shop. The crate was nearly empty now, just 2 swords left, and the air inside Mechanica was stifling with body heat, sweat, and the frantic energy of those desperate not to miss out. Lily Ruka caught her reflection in a polished wall panel. Flushed and tired, Elna was just as worn, sleeves rolled up and hair damp with exertion. They didn't stop. Every sword that left the crate was logged. One left, Elna murmured, tapping her terminal as another adventurer handed over a pouch of coins. The last sword vanished into a young man's hands, he clutched it like a relic, and the crowd began to thin, some lingering, most already filing out with their prizes. Only then did Elna sag against the counter. I think my soul just left my body. Lily Ruka didn't smile. Not quite. But her eyes softened. We can rest now. Elna stared at the cleared-out crate, then looked at the premium weapons still mounted on the walls, untouched, for now. You know what scares me, she said quietly. We just sold more swords than most blacksmith shops move in a week, and he made them in what, a night? That hit harder than she expected. Lily Ruka glanced at the terminal, the quiet hum of the screen, and then toward the locked back door leading deeper into the Crimson Church. He did, she said. Somehow. Chapter 26, Reckless Use of Medicine. The dim lighting of the lower lab pulsed in a soft rhythm, casting shifting shadows across the walls. Luthar stood alone, breath ragged, posture hunched, not from pain, but from exhaustion. With a slow breath, he began the process. First, he unlatched the outer cloak, crimson, scorched at the hem from forge work and combat. It fell in a heap beside him. Then came the internal armor, hardened, interlocking plates laced with thin actuators and embedded link ports. He disengaged them one by one, each hiss and click echoing like distant detonations. The inner bodysuit followed, metal-threaded cloth that clung stubbornly to skin slick with sweat and grime. He peeled it away with care, revealing not cybernetics, but faint circular marks, the residue of electrode contacts that had interfaced directly with his nervous system. One by one, he placed each device, every tool, vial, connector, and focus. Naked, in both flesh and protocol. He stepped forward and initiated the self-diagnostic. Initiating full somatic scan. Warning, neural fatigue and muscle tearing detected. Luthar ignored it. From a sealed drawer, he retrieved a simple robe, still crimson but unadorned. Just clean fabric against battered skin. Then, from a locked container, he drew a lighter version of his mask, sleek, full length, and matte in finish. He paused. The moment lingered, silent, still, before he finally donned the mask. Luthar's breath slowed as he adjusted it, watching the readouts flash green, red, and yellow across the interface. Neural efficiency, 43%. Muscle integrity, 68%. His gloved fingers tapped against the glass panel beside him. He closed his eyes for a moment, steadying his breath. He needed to stabilize, just enough to function. He turned to a sealed cabinet. It opened with a hiss. Inside, rows of vials, blister packs, and injector tubes. He didn't hesitate. One by one, he swallowed pills, downed foul-tasting tonics, and injected what couldn't be consumed. Muscle stabilizers. Neurodampeners. Pain suppressants. Blood thinners. Glass clinked and plastic cracked. Some containers were half empty, others emptied in seconds. Too much. Too fast. But necessary. He pressed a hand against the table for balance as the pain dulled and his breath evened out. Then, footsteps. The door slid open. Lily Ruka stepped inside, tugging her cloak tighter around her shoulders. She paused at the threshold, nose wrinkling. What died in here? Luthar, seated on a bench beneath flickering diagnostics, didn't look up. Definitely not me. She coughed into her sleeve. It smells strange. He finally glanced over, eyes dull behind the lighter mask. Ah. That would be because we didn't burn the incense today. To be fair, I think the smell is manageable, you probably just haven't developed the tolerance for real smells yet. Lily Ruka stared. You're blaming me. He gestured vaguely at a nearby vent. Just pointing out, not everything can be given the sacred bath. That would be wasteful. Lily Ruka didn't respond right away. Her eyes tracked the rows of used vials, the discarded armor piled nearby, and the acrid chemical scent still clinging to Luthar's collarbone beneath the robe. Her expression shifted from concern to something closer to incredulity. Can't you just take a bath? The auto-sanitization fields and micro-drone surface sweeps are perfectly functional. Technically superior to primitive water immersion, he said. Lily Ruka crossed her arms. Can you speak like a normal person? And just use normal water. He gave a long, pained sigh behind the mask. There is no shower room in the church. She rolled her eyes. Oh, you can build fancy weapons, but not a shower. Luthar said nothing. A simple bath wouldn't erase the stench of medicine anyway. She moved toward the discarded armor and tools. Were you always wearing them inside your robes? She asked. Yes, he said. Isn't that uncomfortable? Comfortable versus secure. He trailed off, turning his gaze toward the monitor. It's like you still carrying that magic sword, even though you now have better weapons. Lily Ruka looked away, a tightness pulling in her chest. She understood the feeling to stay guarded, but she didn't understand what he was afraid of. Silence stretched between them, thick, heavy with unspoken things. After a moment, she asked quietly, do you want me to go to the shop tomorrow, or to the dungeon? You can take a break, or go to the dungeon to grab some extra cash for yourself. It's not like I hired that clerk to be a mascot, Luthar muttered. It's time for her to work alone. Lily Ruka looked at him. What if she walks off with all your weapons? He glanced up. She. Lily Ruka's voice tightened. And what if the adventurers stopped playing nice? Some of them were shouting over prices like it was some market brawl. I swear, many of them are thinking about how to take the way without paying without the money. If something like that really happened, she would be caught. Same with the adventurers. As for their ending. Luthar's voice stayed casual. All I can say, I need to test few things, and what can be better than few strong adventures? This reminded Lily Ruka again, the person standing in front of her wasn't normal. Chapter 27, Hestia asking weapon from Hephaestus. The forge's warm glow flickered in the dim workshop. Hephaestus sat in a worn chair, her sharp gaze fixed on Hestia, who knelt before her on the rough stone floor. The air smelled of molten metal, the distant clang of hammers a faint rhythm. Hephaestus, please, Hestia said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. Bel needs a weapon, something only you can forge. I know I can't pay, but he's worth it. Hephaestus sighed, her fingers tapping the armrest. You're asking for a miracle, Hestia. Why should I help? Hestia leaned forward, eyes fierce. Because Bel's my family. And I believe in him. Please, give him a chance. Silence fell, broken only by the forge's crackle. Hephaestus' expression softened. Fine, she muttered, rubbing her temple. I'll make the weapon. But don't expect handouts again. Hestia's face lit up, and she clasped Hephaestus' hands. Thank you, she beamed, scrambling to her feet. As time passed, the forge came to life once again. Hephaestus focused intently on Bel's weapon, the task at hand far more complex than she had anticipated. Her hands worked tirelessly, shaping and molding the blade. The rhythmic clang of her hammer echoed throughout the workshop, a steady pulse of determination. She was determined to make the best weapon she could, a weapon that would define Bel's future. Finally, with a breath of relief, Hephaestus placed the completed weapon on the workbench, examining it with a critical eye. The door creaked open, followed by a quiet but firm step. Tsubaki entered, her usual confident air tempered with a certain seriousness. She carried 2 long cloth bundles, one in each hand. Did you go out today? Hephaestus asked without looking up. Had to check something, Tsubaki responded. She placed the bundles carefully on the table, unwrapping them one by one. The first blade she revealed was simple, practical and nothing too remarkable. Hephaestus glanced at it briefly, noting the unmarked hilt and clean, smooth edge. Unmarked? Hephaestus asked. Came from the crate of discounted weapons at Mechanica, Tsubaki explained. Only about 4,000 valis. But there's something about it. The forging technique is quite superior without any mistakes. Not the kind of craftsmanship you expect for that price. Hephaestus examined it closely, noting the balance and texture. Functional. Could serve a beginner well, I suppose. But something's off. I don't see any of the usual signs of forging, no layering, no true shaping. It looks like it was just melted down into a sword shape. If somebody can do that, then soon we'd be out of business, Tsubaki said, taking out the second sword. This one was far more impressive, quite superior, with a subtle iridescence to the alloy. Just below the hilt, a small skull mark had been engraved, gleaming white against the dark metal. Hephaestus's gaze sharpened immediately. She took the sword in her hands, running her fingers over the intricate hilt and the blade's gleaming surface. That mark. Hephaestus muttered, her voice trailing off in recognition. Tsubaki nodded. Should be from its creator. This one, it feels different. More refined. At first, I thought it had adamantium in it, but when I checked, I only heard steel and iron. Hestia, who had been standing quietly at the edge of the room, finally spoke up, her voice a mix of awe and recognition. This looks like a sword made by Luthar. The name dropped like a stone, and the forge fell silent for a moment. Tsubaki raised an eyebrow, her own curiosity piqued. Luthar, huh? I didn't see him in the shop, probably forging new weapons. Hestia nodded slowly, her eyes not leaving the sword. It's him. There's no mistaking it. I've seen that symbol many times around the church, even the things he makes that fly look like skulls. Recalling all the weapons in the shop, Tsubaki turned to Hestia with a raised eyebrow. Lady Hestia, did he make all his weapons by himself? She asked, her tone skeptical. It's impossible for one person to make and sell that many weapons. Hestia hesitated. She hadn't seen Luthar forge anything herself, but she had witnessed his incredible ability to overhaul the church in just one day. After a brief pause, she spoke with a thoughtful expression. I haven't actually seen him making the weapons, but if anyone could craft this many weapons by themselves, it's him. Tsubaki studied Hestia's face for a moment, trying to gauge the sincerity in her words. Before she could respond, Hephaestus, who had been silently observing the conversation, spoke up in a tone that carried both curiosity and caution. I don't know for certain if he's making them all himself, Hephaestus said slowly, her gaze sharpening. But something about the quality of these weapons. It's not humanly possible without special skills. The knowledge, the way the metal is forged, it's something I haven't seen before. The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of Hephaestus' words settled in. Then, in a teasing tone, she added, if you already know him so well, shouldn't you be asking him? Hestia's lips quirked into a playful smile, her shoulders relaxing as the mood shifted. I already got a simple sword from Luthar, and he's even providing shelter, so I can't ask for more, she replied, her voice lightening. And you're my best friend, Hephaestus. You are the only person I could ask for help to get a better weapon. Tsubaki snorted softly, shaking her head. Just let him join your family, then you won't have to worry about money and weapons. Well, Hestia hesitated, he doesn't look like somebody who needs a family. Closing her eyes, she started to recall all the time spent with him. He's like an evil Loki, but more rational and calculating. As she said that, she felt a little bad for speaking ill of someone who was already helping her. After this, all three of them discuss a newly forged weapon for Belle, and as the conversation continues, the topic shifts to other things. Chapter 28, Monsterphilia. The basement lab of the Crimson Church was heavy with smoke. Incense, dozens of sticks, all burning at once, clouded the air in lazy, choking spirals. The scent was thick, metallic sweet, with undertones of oil and old parchment. Machines hummed softly in the haze, but the human occupants of the lab were not faring so well. Lily Ruka coughed, waving a hand in front of her face. Why are you burning all this incense? It's choking the air. Luthar didn't even flinch, seated in his chair as he adjusted the tuning on a runic etching tool. It wards off interference. It's warding the air, she snapped. Her eyes were watery, her throat dry. We're going out. He finally looked up. The mask turned toward her, unreadable as always. Lily crossed her arms. There's a festival going on. I think we should go outside. Plus, don't forget this is your rest time. You shouldn't be doing more research. A pause. Then Luthar stood, the servo-skull descending from above to follow. I suppose you're right, he said. I also need to check few things. Yeah, sure, Lily muttered, grabbing her cloak. But first, let's get some fresh air. I'm nearly suffocating. The city above was alive. Color, sound, and laughter filled the streets. Flags strung between buildings fluttered in the spring breeze. Crowds pressed in around stalls offering roasted meats, trinkets, and handmade charms. Monsterphilia had begun in full. Luthar moved like a phantom beneath his cloak, unnoticed, unreadable. Lily Ruka stayed beside him, eyes darting across the scene. She looked, almost relaxed. They passed performers, children chasing after floating balloons shaped like monsters, and even a mock dungeon game where kids pretended to fight goblins with foam weapons. Then came the real thing. A snarl. A crash. Screams erupted as one of the side alleys exploded outward. A frog shooter, enraged and confused, emerged from behind a spice stall, its long tongue lashing out. Too fast for the crowd to react. But not for Luthar. One flick of his wrist, a pulse of violet light shot from beneath his cloak. The monster's head ruptured silently. Its body collapsed in a twitching heap, steam rising from the cauterized hole. Lily blinked. That wasn't even a weapon. We keep moving. The festival hadn't stopped, only shifted. Guards began swarming the area, shouting about monsters. But Luthar and Lily Ruka had already faded deeper into the crowd. That's when they saw him. Bel Cranel, white-haired and wide-eyed, stood in the middle of the plaza with a dagger drawn. Hestia was yelling from behind a vendor cart. And bearing down on him, massive, silver-furred, and roaring with rage, was a silverback. Lily looked at him in confusion. That's a specimen from the lower levels, Luthar said. Above ground. Probably somebody wants to play hero training. Then, Ace Wallenstein appeared. The sword princess dropped from above like a blade of judgment, landing between Bel and the creature. Sparks danced from her weapon as she deflected the beast's charge. Crowds scattered. Lily Ruka watched, stunned, as the battlefield formed before them. Luthar didn't move. Let them engage. Observe. Looking at Ace, who had just arrived, she began, I thought you would help him. There won't be any problem with Ace, Luthar said calmly. Though perhaps, not untouched. The silverback roared, lifting a merchant's wagon with one arm and hurling it across the square. Bel dodged, barely, tumbling across the stonework with a yelp. His dagger skittered from his grip, clattering near the fountain. Lily Ruka flinched but didn't move. Not yet. People fled in waves, festival-goers screaming, children crying. But amidst the chaos, a few remained, Ace Wallenstein, standing still as a statue, Hestia, shouting her support, and Bel, scrambling upright with bleeding palms and wide, frightened eyes. Luthar stood unmoving beneath the cowl of his cloak, arms folded behind his back. Lily glanced up at him. Ace is not doing anything. Should we do something? No. She swallowed. He's going to die. Luthar's tone remained calm, almost detached. Without a few near-death experiences, how would a main character ever grow stronger? A moment of silence stretched between them. The silverback lunged again, faster than before. Finally, Ace met it in motion, blade flashing, deflecting its charge with a clash of sparks, but she didn't follow through. Instead, she turned, her eyes locking on Bel. The sword princess stepped back. Bel stood frozen, panting, eyes wide. Then, he moved. No hesitation. No second thoughts. He dashed forward with a scream. The silverback turned on him with a roar, massive arms swinging down like falling towers. Bel ducked low, slid between its legs, and came up in a desperate leap. The blade in his hand flared with determination. He drove it into the monster's neck with both hands, burying it deep. The silverback howled. It staggered. Flailed. Collapsed. Bel fell with it, chest heaving, knuckles bloody but alive. Silence gripped the plaza. Then, cheers. Screams of relief. Hestia rushed to him, arms wrapping tight around her boy. Ace stood a distance back, arms lowered, watching with a faint, satisfied look. Lilaruka's breath caught. He actually did it. Luthar gave a single nod. As intended. She looked at him, then back at Bel. He's changed, she said quietly. Not as much as you, Luthar replied. They turned, disappearing into the crowd without a word, just as the guards arrived. High above the square, on a balcony draped in silk and shadow, a woman sipped from a glass of wine. Her silver hair gleamed in the sunlight. Her eyes, impossibly deep, hauntingly violet, followed the white-haired boy with a slow smile curving her lips. Ah. Bel, Freya murmured, her voice like velvet. Her gaze lingered for a moment longer, then shifted. Past the boy. Her eyes drifted lower, toward a flicker of crimson beneath the crowd. A cloaked figure, vanishing like smoke, his mask briefly catching the light. The smile on Freya's lips paused. Then deepened. Behind her, Otter stepped into the balcony's shadow. The silverback failed. Freya didn't look away. It wasn't meant to succeed. Otter tilted his head. The weapons, she murmured. That sword you purchased, the one for 20 million. And the gun. You tested them. Otter gave a slow nod. The sword was nearly flawless, suitable for a level 5. Better than anything on the market. The gun, cruder but effective against level 1 or 2 monsters. Still, odd. Fire some kind of solid charge. Not magic for sure, it can be repeatedly used, so the cost can be justified. Certainly not alchemy, she murmured, her eyes narrowing as she considered the implications. She took a sip from her wine, eyes gleaming. She recalled the new look of the church, crimson and gold, it was a beautiful temple. She couldn't wait to see what was inside. She finally turned to face Otter. He had knowledge of weapons from somewhere else, places even we don't know. And he wears that mask, which I want to remove so badly. Whatever his plan is, I want to be part of it. Otter remained still. Freya's smile shifted, an air of calculation in her gaze. It's not enough to watch from afar anymore. Her fingers traced the rim of her glass, and her tone softened, but there was a cold resolve beneath it. I want to see how far he'll go, what he's truly capable of. Chapter 29 Guild Problem with Gun. The sun wrapped Orario in a soft glow as Luthar and Lily Ruka strolled through the marketplace. Lily clutched a paper-wrapped bundle of dried meats, struggling to keep pace while Luthar moved at an easy, measured speed. It had been a long day, burning incense, attending the monster festival, and watching Belle fight the silverback. Depending on who you asked, it could be considered a successful day, or a complete waste of time. As a human, it was relaxing and pleasant. As a tech priest, it was an utter waste. To be fair, there was nothing urgent for now. It wasn't as if a random demon would suddenly crawl out of the ground. Feels weird, Lily mumbled, adjusting the strap across her chest. Not hiding anymore. Just being out here. Normal, you know. Like we're just regular people. Luthar didn't respond immediately. A slight tilt of his head was the only acknowledgement. To him, there was nothing normal about them, only illusion, a veil that most chose to accept. But he let her enjoy it. The familiar silhouette of the guild headquarters loomed ahead, its stone walls catching the afternoon light. Lily's steps slowed slightly, and she glanced sideways at him. Before he could answer, a voice called across the plaza. Mr. Luthar. A woman in guild uniform hurried toward them, waving with polite urgency. Ina Tool. Luthar recognized her as a half-elf, dedicated and careful. He stopped walking, and Lily shifted nervously at his side. Apologies for the sudden approach, Ina said as she reached them, bowing slightly. Would you have a moment? There are a few things we'd like to clarify regarding your trade activities. Her tone was professional, not accusatory, merely doing her job. Luthar inclined his head. Very well. Relief flickered across Ina's face. If you'd follow me. Lily hesitated, but Luthar gave her a light nod, stay close. She fell in behind him without a word. The inside of the guild was quieter than usual, most adventurers were already deep within the dungeon or relaxing after early expeditions. Ina led them to a side office, neutral, brightly lit, and devoid of any hint of interrogation. She motioned for them to sit across from her at a wide, polished table. I'll be direct, Ina began, folding her hands neatly. The guild has received reports regarding the weapons sold at your establishment, Mechanica. They're unusual. Luthar said nothing, merely waiting. Some of these weapons are highly effective against humans. Ina continued carefully. A pause. The guild does not usually concern itself with non-magical weapons. But in your case, their ease of use makes them troubling. She didn't accuse. She didn't scold. She simply laid out the facts. The guild's concern is twofold, she said. First, regarding public safety, a weapon that can cause severe harm in an instant to multiple targets is a risk. Second, your acquisition of raw materials in large quantities has raised questions about what you're doing. She smiled gently, trying to soften the implication. None of this is illegal. But if you continue, we may have to revise some regulations. Luthar tapped a single finger against the table, thoughtfully. And you wish to understand my intentions? Ina nodded. Exactly. We simply want to ensure there's no risk posed to the city. Luthar leaned back slightly. His answer was steady, without hesitation. I craft and sell lower-quality weapons to acquire more materials. A pause. I am simply trying to build weapons that are equal to Black Dragon. For that, I need lots of materials. Ina watched him carefully. A moment passed. Her polite mask wavered, just a flicker of disbelief. A Black Dragon. She repeated, her voice careful but betraying a hint of shock. Luthar inclined his head slightly. It is a long-term objective. Ina hesitated. Everyone in Orario knew the Black Dragon, a calamity spoken of in whispers, a terror even the gods acknowledged. If you're going to make an excuse, she said slowly, at least make it believable. Even the gods don't claim to make such weapons. I do, Luthar said, calm and detached. If you wish to experience it firsthand, you can quit your job and join me. I am still seeking someone to manage my resources. Another pause. Ina exhaled softly, steadying herself. I have no plans to quit my job, she said finally, smoothing the front of her uniform. If you want to continue operating, we'll need to review your purchases and conduct assessments. She produced a parchment from her folder, placing it carefully before him. Someone from the Hephaestus Familia will likely visit your workshop, she explained, professionalism returning. You'll be subject to inventory audits and material reports. This is merely to maintain transparency and public safety. Luthar accepted the document, skimming its contents with a quick, clinical eye. His finger tapped lightly against a clause near the bottom. You realize, he said, tone mild, that I could simply sell my weapons outside the city. Ina's lips tightened into a line. You could, she agreed. But if you do that, the guild would be obligated to stop you. You misunderstand, Luthar said softly. Your rules apply to those blessed by physical gods, which I am not. Ina's hand tightened slightly around her folder. She opened her mouth, perhaps to argue, but Luthar spoke first. Interfering with my sacred work is blasphemy. It would only invite annihilation. He rose, movements smooth and deliberate. Good day, Miss Toole. Without waiting for dismissal or permission, he left, Lily Ruka falling into step behind him. They left the guild shortly after, the form filed, the questions answered, the day still pleasantly intact. As they stepped back onto the sun-washed street, Lily let out a long sigh of relief, slumping dramatically. I thought you were going to fight them, she muttered. Luthar gave a faint hum of amusement. Why would I fight a clerk? At least pretend to look worried once in a while, she grumbled. Making enemies with the guild is not a good idea. He said nothing, simply adjusting the small crate of supplies under his arm. His gaze lifted briefly, the sun was beginning to fall toward the horizon. I don't have time to become someone's enemy, he said quietly. We should return. Lily nodded and fell in beside him, chattering lightly about dinner plans and possible modifications to the new tools they'd purchased. Her voice was small against the city's evening hum, but it filled the space between them easily. Neither noticed the quiet figure watching from a shaded alley nearby, noting the crimson circuit lines on Luthar's coat. For now, the city remained calm. Chapter 30 Celebration for Bell Test for Lily Ruka. Back in the church, the air was cool, with the familiar scent of incense still lingering from the morning's rituals. The crimson walls, now gleaming under the fading sunlight, stood as a testament to the strange and quiet life that had taken root here. Luthar walked in first, his steps measured and silent. Lily Ruka followed closely behind, her movements lighter but no less purposeful. She had grown accustomed to the church's odd blend of technology and ancient structure, but it still felt strange to call it home. They reached the main hall, and Luthar's gaze swept over the table set in the center of the room, already laden with dishes that would rival a banquet. The familiar figure of Bell stood near the food, his wide grin giving him away even before he spoke. Luthar. Lily Ruka. Bell waved enthusiastically, his face flushed with excitement. You're back. We're about to celebrate. Luthar halted just inside the doorway, his head tilting slightly in quiet skepticism. Celebrate? For what, exactly? Hestia, who had been fussing with the arrangement of plates, looked over at them and grinned brightly, her eyes sparkling with energy. For defeating the silverback gorilla, of course, she said, as if it were obvious. Bell quickly added, Hestia insisted we celebrate. Lily Ruka raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. That's just a silverback, she said bluntly. She clearly remembered that after defeating the beast, no one had even offered her encouragement, much less a celebration. Bell hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck, a nervous chuckle escaping him. Well, yeah, but I guess it's nice. Hestia really wanted to do it, and I didn't want to disappoint her. Luthar remained still, his expression unreadable behind the mask. His eyes flicked between Bell and Hestia, gauging the situation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If this is for your goddess' sake, then I see no harm in it. Bell let out a relieved breath, clearly grateful that Luthar wasn't against it. Hestia clapped her hands together enthusiastically. It's about how far Bell's come. He survived, grown stronger, and made friends. That's worth celebrating. Lily Ruka didn't seem entirely convinced but allowed herself a small, reluctant smile. She moved to set down the small bundle she had been carrying, resigning herself to the evening. Bell laughed, a little more relaxed now, and gestured for everyone to sit. Hestia was already piling plates high with food, practically glowing with excitement. Luthar remained standing for a moment longer, as if considering whether to truly participate. Then, with a faint shrug, he moved to an empty seat, positioning himself slightly apart from the others but within reach if needed. The evening began with cautious energy, Bell trying to hide his nervousness, Lily Ruka quietly observing, Luthar detached but present, and Hestia carrying the entire atmosphere forward with her boundless, stubborn enthusiasm. As plates were passed and small, awkward conversations grew, the hours slipped by. Once dinner was over, Lily Ruka stood up, dusting off her hands. Without a word, she glanced at Luthar, who was already rising to his feet. The two moved toward the back of the church, heading for the entrance to the lower levels. Luthar's voice drifted back toward the table, flat and clipped. Make sure to clean up. And don't spill anything on my equipment. Hestia waved a hand dismissively behind them. Yeah. Go work on your secret stuff, you big spoilsport. Luthar didn't bother to answer. Lily Ruka only spared them a brief glance before falling into step behind him, the familiar hum of the mechanical lifts below waiting to carry them into the depths of their hidden lab. The celebration faded behind them, leaving only the quiet sound of footsteps. The hum of the new lift vibrated under their boots as Luthar and Lily Ruka descended into the depths of the church. Lily Ruka shifted slightly, arms folded, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then thought better of it, lips pressing into a tight line. Luthar caught the movement without turning his head. His voice broke the heavy silence. If you are looking for someone to coddle your feelings, you are in the wrong place. Lily Ruka stiffened, her fingers curling against her sleeves. She didn't respond immediately. Luthar continued, his tone even colder. I only have cold steel, progress. Efficiency. If you want comfort, find a goddess. There's no shortage of them. There was a long pause, broken only by the mechanical groan of the descending lift. Finally, Lily Ruka lifted her chin slightly. I don't need God, she muttered, voice low but steady. I'm not here for comfort. Luthar glanced at her briefly, his masked face unreadable. Good, he said simply. Then the lift shuddered to a halt, the doors sliding open with a soft hiss. Luthar stepped out first, the faint glow of the lab's lumen lamps casting long shadows across the metallic floor. Lily Ruka followed, silent but steady. After a few paces, Luthar slowed. Without looking back, he extended a gloved hand behind him, an abrupt, almost mechanical gesture, but one that carried a weight beyond its simplicity. Lily Ruka blinked in surprise, then stepped forward and took it without hesitation. His hand was cold and calloused, the pressure firm but not crushing. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. Then, Luthar's voice cut through the sterile air, low and measured. We do not have time for celebrations. He released her hand and resumed his pace, footsteps soft against the metal floor. But, he added, his voice quieter, almost distant, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy your life. Another step, another pause, as if he considered the words carefully. Do whatever you want to do, just be cautious in your life. Lily Ruka's eyes widened slightly. She quickened her steps to match him, her heart beating faster, not from fear, but something she couldn't quite name. The moment passed in silence, swallowed by the endless hum of the lab's machinery. Chapter 31 Nightmare and the Wake-Up Call. The darkness was familiar, but not in a way that Luthar found comforting. His breath echoed in the suffocating hush. He was standing in the center of a sprawling, warped cityscape, its towering spires broken and jagged, like shards of reality itself. The sky above was a roiling expanse of unnatural colors, bleeding reds, sickly yellows, and sickening greens. Shadows twisted unnaturally, flickering and stretching with an unsettling life of their own. And then he felt it. A presence. From the shifting, fractured cityscape emerged a figure, its form a blur, a nightmare of alien geometry. It moved gracefully, defying the laws of space and time. Its voice slithered through the air like a serpent, distant and mocking. Ah, you are still here, it said, its voice hollow yet resonant. This reality, this plane, it is not your place. Luthar's synthetic eye narrowed, a sign of his familiarity with manipulation. A rift in the sky tore open, a jagged wound in the fabric of the universe. Through the tear, Luthar glimpsed the familiar horrors of barren, endless zones. The shrieks of dying men, the roar of engines, and the crackling energy of twisted, corrupted souls. You belong to the cold stars, the metal and fire, the entity continued, its voice growing colder, sharper. You are nothing but a puppet. You can't resist fate. Luthar's hand twitched, his fingers curling into a fist, the mechanical servos of his augmentations grinding softly. The ground trembled as the Lord's voice filled the air, its mocking tone thick with the promise of endless manipulation. You cannot escape, broken thing, it purred. I see all. We will find you and drag you back. We will let you understand, running away is your mistake. A wave of cold dread surged through Luthar, but he resisted it, forced it down, analyzing every pulse, every breath. Luthar's chest heaved. A split second of panic flared in his mind, only to be quashed by the cold. His vision blurred as the world around him collapsed, and then he jolted awake. He gasped, sitting upright in his bed, sweat beading under his augmented skin. His heart seemed to race as the nightmare clung to him, like a weight pressing down on his chest. His mind quickly ran through the nightmare. It was a nightmare, but could he be sent back? He had escaped once, but who could say for certain that he wouldn't find himself again in that world he wanted no part of? Luthar's mechanical fingers curled into fists, the claws of his implants digging into the skin beneath his gloves. With silent precision, he slipped into his dark crimson coat, the mechanical contours of his body purposefully aligning. There would be no more uncertainty. He would fortify his existence. He had no interest in being caught by another power, dragged through the void like his wishes didn't matter. He moved to his lab, the glow of the machinery casting sharp shadows across the walls. Hours passed as Luthar stood before his workbench, analyzing the data and scanning notes. The machinery of his mind hummed in time with the faint whirring of the mechanical devices around him. Luthar's eyes gleamed as he scrolled through the schematics, a new dimensional traveling machine, based on a blueprint he already possessed. This would ensure he could always find a way to escape and provide him with a means to travel across the multiverse. Next, he turned his gaze toward the larger plan. Taking out the blueprint for a Titan and the power armor of the Battle Sisters, Luthar looked over the list of resources. There was no way he could build a Titan with what he had. But then he pulled out another blueprint for a dreadnought, completely useless for him. Or so it seemed. After a moment of contemplation, his thoughts began to turn. What if he could combine elements from both the Titan and the dreadnought? It might be considered blasphemous, but they could act as a medical chamber and a war machine, a perfect extra armor. Luthar paused, his mind momentarily pulling away from the schematics as he considered the next step. The machine was critical, but so were the materials. He retrieved the note with the merchant's address from his coat pocket. It was time to visit him. The streets were quiet as Luthar made his way to the merchant's shop, a small, unassuming building tucked away in a less busy part of town. Inside, the shop was cluttered with shelves of various goods. Behind the counter sat an older man, his gray hair and tired face betraying his age. He glanced up as Luthar entered. "What can I do for you?" the merchant asked, his voice rough from years of use. Luthar got straight to the point. "I need a large amount of rare alloys." He placed the list of the material and the amount. The merchant's brow furrowed as he checked the list. "That much? I can get you some, but not in those quantities. Even if I want to buy from outside, there is a limit on the number." Luthar raised an eyebrow. "You can't get it?" The merchant shook his head. "Not in that quantity." Luthar paused for a moment, considering the merchant's words. "Where can I find what I need?" The merchant sighed. "I can get you some, but you'll have to look elsewhere or try to look for the countries that have large mines." Luthar nodded. "Just try to purchase as many materials as possible and send them to my location. I am ready to pay a premium." Without another word, Luthar turned and left the shop, his mind already considering his next move. The merchant could not provide the enough materials he required, he would need to find another way. Chapter 32 Guild Failed Warning. Bell sat on the edge of the sofa, his mind swirling with thoughts of the aftermath of his near-death experience. If Ace hadn't watched over him after he passed out, he would have been lost to the dungeon's horrors. As he ran a hand through his messy white hair, the door creaked open, and Ina Toole entered, her expression one of quiet concern. "Bell," she began, sitting down across from him with a serious look. "I didn't think you would ignore my warning." Bell winced slightly, knowing exactly what she meant. He had pushed his limits too far. He nodded slowly, his eyes flickering to the floor. "It's not that I don't know," Bell said quietly, his voice tinged with frustration. "I was just too excited and didn't think of anything else." Ina clenched her fist, stopping herself from lashing out, taking a deep breath. "Now you got magic, do you think you're invincible? Just look at your outfit." Bell looked up, his voice low. "I don't have money for armor." Ina raises her eyebrow as you recall the amount of money Bell has made. "What did you do with your money?" "I am saving for renting out." Bell replied. "You can do it later on, now you need new armor. The dungeon is too dangerous for running in pants and shirts." Bell bit his lip. "I don't think my money would be enough," Bell said. Ina smiled. "You don't have to be worried about that. I believe we can find something for you." As Ina rose to leave, she paused and turned back toward him, her voice soft but determined. "Tomorrow you will go out with me to find decent armor for you." While Bell was thinking about the armor he would buy tomorrow, the world outside continued on, unaware of his struggles. Somewhere in the city, another set of tensions was brewing. The door swung open with a soft chime, and Shakti strode in, her eyes immediately locking onto the counter where Elna stood, her fingers nervously tapping against the terminal. "Are you in charge here?" Shakti's voice was firm, her presence commanding. Elna froze, her usual composure faltering under the weight of the captain's gaze. She forced a smile, but it trembled slightly. I'm just the clerk. The owner is not around right now." Shakti's expression hardened. "Then I'll speak to you. You're selling magical weapons without guild approval. That needs to stop immediately." Elna's throat tightened, and her eyes flicked to the weapons displayed on the walls, still unsold. "But, we don't have magic weapons," she stammered, her voice cracking under pressure. Shakti's gaze softened slightly, but her stance remained resolute. "Yes, but your weapons are more dangerous than most magic ones. You're selling them without any registration. That's a violation. We can't let it continue." Elna's lip trembled, and she instinctively took a step back. Tears welled in her eyes, a mix of frustration and helplessness overwhelming her. "You can't do that. There's no rule about these kinds of weapons," she cried. Before Shakti could respond, the door chimed again. Luthar stepped inside, his presence quiet but imposing. His sharp gaze immediately took in Elna's distress before shifting to Shakti. "What's this about?" Luthar asked, his voice calm yet edged with an unmistakable authority. Shakti turned toward him, her posture defensive. "You're the one behind this shop?" she inquired. You're selling dangerous weapons without guild clearance. I'm here to stop it. Luthar stepped forward, his figure a wall between Elna and the adventurer captain. His voice was low but unwavering. So, you want me to stop selling weapons, he said, his tone mocking. I can definitely do that. After all, selling them outside the city is more profitable. Shakti's brow furrowed deeply. She couldn't ignore Luthar's words. If these weapons could flood into other countries, it would pose a far greater threat to Arario's safety. She hesitated, her thoughts racing. Her gaze shifted to Elna, who stood trembling, and then back to Luthar, who watched her calmly, almost daring her to act rashly. I can't act on my own authority now, Shakti muttered under her breath, more to herself than anyone else. I'll inform the gods. You should prepare for the possibility of your shop being sealed. With a final, conflicted look at Luthar, she exhaled slowly, her fists clenching and unclenching. We won't tolerate the unchecked sale of dangerous weapons, she said firmly. Originally, she had wanted to threaten him with immediate arrest, but if he runs away, that would be a problem. As for arresting, that was something she didn't want to do right now. Without another word, Shakti turned on her heel and exited the shop, her mind heavy with the weight of the decision ahead. As the door clicked shut, Elna wrung her hands anxiously, her breathing uneven. She turned to Luthar, her voice trembling. What are we going to do now? If they close the shop, I won't have a job anymore. Luthar moved with unhurried precision, lowering the metal shutter over the front door with a sharp metallic rattle. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. You worry too much, he said, his voice devoid of concern. Elna stared at him, her throat tightening. But the guild, the gods might get involved. And Luthar cut in smoothly, his voice steady. Shop's close. We shift. He offered a shallow shrug. You work for me, he continued, his tone softer but still firm. As long as you wish to continue, there isn't anything that can stop you. Elna bit her lip, the knot in her chest loosening slightly. But, what about the weapons? What about everything you've built? Luthar offered a faint smile, unfortunately, it was covered by the mask. We don't need a shop to sell weapons. He moved past her, heading toward the counter, the conversation clearly finished in his mind. Elna stood there for a long moment, thinking about what he said. Luthar didn't have the time to play with the guild. For him, his current projects are more important. Chapter 33 Shakti reporting to Lord Ganesha. After parting ways with Aina, Bel wandered through the bustling streets of Arario, his thoughts still lingering on the conversation about his armor. As the night light began to shine, adventurers and merchants created a lively, agitated energy in the atmosphere. He approached the hostess of fertility. The scent of roasted meat and freshly baked bread filled the air, causing Bel's stomach to rumble. When he stepped inside, he was greeted by a lively clamor of voices and laughter. Bel sought a quiet corner, attempting to remain unnoticed. As the night progressed and the tavern became louder, Bel finished his stew and quietly slipped back into the cool night air. Meanwhile, across the city, Shakti prostrated before Ganesha. Her posture was rigid, and the tension in her body revealed the turmoil she attempted to suppress. There appears to be a problem, Lord Ganesha, she explained, lowering her head. Luthar has refused to completely follow the guild's regulations. Ganesha, seated cross-legged on a small dais, frowned thoughtfully. His usually upbeat demeanor was subdued. Such weapons, unrestricted in the city, it could cause chaos, he speculated aloud. Shakti continued, I confronted Luthar, but he showed no fear. In fact, he implied he could sell them elsewhere, beyond Arario, if we tried to shut him down. Ganesha leaned forward slightly, fingers steepled together. If he really left the city, other countries might offer him shelter, and if they got the method of making them, we would be in big trouble. Ganesha nodded. Legally, we don't have rules for selling non-magical items, and if we make a new rule just to restrict him, it could open the door for other issues. He paused, looking around the room. But we don't have to act. We are not the only ones who should be concerned. He rose to his feet, his expression uncharacteristically grim. Request Hephaestus's help. As the goddess of forging herself, she would have a better understanding. Shakti bowed deeply. As you wish, my lord. As she hurried away to deliver the summons, Ganesha remained standing, his gaze distant. I just hope this change of power in Arario won't cause more trouble, he murmured to himself. Back at the abandoned church, Bel pushed open the heavy door, stepping inside the cool darkness. Hestia looked up from a small pile of papers, her blue eyes brightening when she saw him. Welcome back, Bel, she chirped. Did you eat properly? Bel smiled awkwardly. Why yeah. I did. He hesitated for a moment, gathering his courage. Goddess, tomorrow, Ina's helping me buy armor. Hestia's smile faltered for a brief moment, a flicker of something tightening in her chest. She stood up quickly, her tone shifting slightly. With Ina, she repeated, her voice sweet but with an edge. You're going with her? Belle blinked, surprised by the subtle change in her tone. Why yeah, she knows a good place, so. Hestia cut him off, her gaze narrowing slightly. I see. She stepped closer, a hand resting on his arm, her eyes lingering on his face. So, you're going to be with her, alone. Both of you will buy clothes, then go to dinner, then find a hotel. Her voice grew quieter, and the tension thickened in the air. Belle, now feeling the weight of her gaze, rubbed the back of his neck nervously. It's nothing like that, goddess. She's just helping me pick out armor, that's all. Hestia's eyes softened, but the jealous glint didn't fade completely. She smiled, but it was a little forced. I'm glad you're finally thinking about your safety, Belle, she said, though there was a slight edge to the praise. But, don't get too close to her. And after this, you'll be going on a date with me. Belle's eyes widened in surprise. Gee goddess, you're really misunderstanding. Hestia's eyes remained sharp. Well, you better not forget who you belong to, Belle, she said, reaching up to gently tap his chest. I said we are going on a date. And when I say something, I mean it. Belle's face flushed a deep red. Oh okay. She nodded, her playful smile returning, though the jealousy still lingered in her expression. Belle, trying to avoid the imbalance in the conversation, glanced toward the back rooms of the church. I also wanted to ask Luthar for advice. Is he back? Hestia's expression shifted. Luthar. He's been busy, huh? Her voice was cool, and there was a subtle bitterness to it. Well, if he's so busy, I haven't seen him for the last 2 days. After talking for a short time, Belle retired to his small room for the night. The city of Orario stirred with movements and decisions that would soon ripple into his world, changing it forever. Meanwhile, Hestia remained in the church, her mind racing with thoughts of Belle, Ina, and the future, her protective and possessive instincts running high. Outside the church, the moon hung high above, casting a pale glow over the silent streets. As midnight approached, only the desperate or reckless remained outside. Lily Ruka led Luthar through alleys without hesitation, her steps sure and deliberate. They moved through older parts of the city. At the end of a narrow, dimly lit passage, Lily Ruka stopped before an unmarked wooden door. She glanced once at Luthar, receiving a brief, approving nod, then knocked in a precise pattern, 3 short taps, a pause, and 2 more. After a tense moment, a narrow viewing slit opened. A pair of sharp, suspicious eyes peered out, but upon recognizing Lily Ruka, the door swung open without question. Dim lanterns lit the crooked stalls, casting the merchants' faces into deep shadows. Here, forbidden items, enchanted relics, and weapons of dubious origin were traded freely, far from the guild's watchful gaze. Lily Ruka moved with familiarity, Luthar followed in silence, his imposing presence alone enough to unsettle those who dared look too closely. Yet it was Lily Ruka whom the merchants acknowledged, she was the familiar face in a place where trust was a scarce and valuable currency. She approached a reinforced stall manned by a grizzled old dwarf. His single eye, sharp and calculating, shifted briefly to Luthar before settling on Lily Ruka. You're early, little girl, he grunted, leaning over the counter. What are you selling tonight? Without a word, Lily Ruka set a heavy satchel onto the counter. The dwarf's fingers moved deftly, opening it to reveal its contents, uncut diamonds that shimmered in the lantern light, finely crafted mechanical prosthetics of masterful design, and neatly bundled stacks of private minted coins. A glint of greed flashed in the dwarf's eye, quickly masked by professional caution. Quality goods, he muttered. What's your asking price? Rare alloys, Lily Ruka replied coolly, tapping a finger against the worn wood. No scraps, no diluted metals. Just pure adamantite, mithril. The dwarf scratched his beard thoughtfully, weighing her words against the goods before him. That would be expensive. You don't have to worry about that, she answered simply. What followed was a quick, sharp exchange of words and gestures. Lily Ruka negotiated with practiced ease, setting prices, rejecting counteroffers, and pushing harder when the merchants hesitated. Throughout it all, Luthar remained a silent sentinel at her side, his gaze unwavering, his presence alone forcing the merchants to tread carefully. Within half an hour, their business was concluded. Crates filled with rare forging materials nearly impossible to acquire through legal channels were exchanged. After checking the quality of the materials, both sides took what belonged to them. As Luthar picked up the box filled with adamantite and mithril, Lily Ruka guided him back into the cool night. Above, the stars glittered coldly over Orario as the two of them discussed their next step. Chapter 34, Missing Pieces. Belle leaned heavily against the shop counter, arms crossed, frustration etched into every line of his face. Hestia, clad in a worn apron over her usual attire, was sorting supplies on the shelves behind him. Though she tried to focus on her task, her eyes kept drifting back to her child, concern plain on her face. I just don't get it, Belle muttered, frustration thick in his voice. Even with the new armor, no one wants to be a supporter for me. Either they think I'm too weak, or they think I am not reliable. Hestia paused, her hand resting on a box. It's not something you can force, Belle, she said gently. It's just a matter of time. Belle ran a hand through his white hair, letting out a slow sigh. But how long is that supposed to take? I can't keep going alone. I need a reliable teammate. The door creaked open behind him as a red-haired man stepped inside. With his soot-streaked shirt and rough hands, he looked like he'd walked straight out of a forge. He glanced around the shop, then at Belle, and gave a dry nod. You were looking for a teammate, he said, tone casual but firm. Belle turned, blinking in surprise. Yeah, but it's been hard. No one fits. Everyone either they want too much money or thinks I'm not good enough. Welf smirked faintly. Sounds familiar. He stepped closer, rubbing the back of his neck. I've been into the dungeon 2.as. I need to dive deeper now for materials. And to level up. Belle studied him for a moment. So, are you saying you want to team up with me? I'm not saying we're partners just yet, Welf replied. But if you're serious, I'm willing to give it a shot. We can do a test run. Belle's expression brightened slightly. That would be great. Welf chuckled. Then we'll try it. See if it works. Behind the counter, Hestia cleared her throat. Both men turned to find her leaning on the shelf with a mischievous glint in her eye. Well, well. Look at you two, all serious. She grinned. But didn't you say you were looking for a supporter? Someone to carry your gear? Welf raised an eyebrow. Belle looked away, flustered. We'll figure it out, he muttered. Hestia laughed, turning back to her shelf. You better. Otherwise, I'm hiring a cart and naming it vice captain. As the atmosphere lightened, Belle rubbed the back of his neck, glancing at Welf, who had stepped toward the door. All right then, Welf said, glancing over his shoulder. Let's meet tomorrow morning at Babel's entrance. Light gear. We'll test the waters. Belle nodded. I'll be there. Welf hesitated, then extended a hand. Name's Welf. Welf Kratzo. Belle took the hand, then paused. Kratzo. Behind him, Hestia's head tilted. That name rings a bell. Welf's expression tensed. Yeah. That Kratzo. Belle blinked, unfamiliar. Sorry, should I know it? Welf let go of the handshake with a shrug. Doesn't matter. You will eventually. I'm Belle, the boy offered. Belle Crenel. Welf gave a short nod. Well, Belle, try not to get us both killed tomorrow. I'll do my best, Belle replied with a tired smile. With that, Welf turned and exited. The soft jingle of the door echoed behind him. Belle remained still for a moment, then sighed and looked at Hestia. You okay? She asked. Yeah, it feels right. Hestia hummed. He's rough, but I didn't sense anything bad from him. Though that name nags at me. He didn't seem eager to talk about it. Then don't push, Hestia said, flicking her fingers at him. Instead, think about how to find someone who can carry a bag or two. Belle smiled sheepishly. I'll think about it. Think harder, she muttered. Or I'm really getting that cart. Later that evening, guild headquarters. In a quiet chamber within the guild, Shakti Verma stood with her arms crossed behind her back, delivering her report with crisp precision. There's been a noticeable uptick in merchant activity near the lower wards, she said, eyes fixed on a map of Orario spread across the table. Unregulated stalls. Off-the-book transactions. More troubling, black market movements have increased. We're tracking the trade of rare materials and forged permits. Guild officials exchanged uneasy glances as the report sunk in. And the supply chain, one asked. Iron, mithril, adamantite, all growing scarce. Even familia smiths are reporting shortages. Prices are climbing. She paused. And no surprise, some dungeon crystals aren't reaching the vaults. An older member muttered, what's Hephaestus doing? Of all people, she should be leading a response. Shakti's tone flattened. According to her familia, she hasn't left her workshop since yesterday. Elsewhere, Hephaestus' familia forge, sealed workshop. Deep beneath the city, the great forge halls echoed with hammering and flame. Yet in one sealed chamber, tension simmered. Tsubaki Kalbrandy stood over a work table, one eye narrowed at the wreckage of a ruined prototype, a charred barrel, a cracked mana chamber, and a melted rune conduit. Again, she growled. Ragna, her senior smith, wiped soot from his brow. That's the third one. Tsubaki slammed a gauntlet fist onto the table. Tools rattled with the force. We're doing everything right, infused steel, mithril reinforcement, stabilized inscriptions. Even mimicking magic sword. But it's still failing, Ragna said. Mana burns too fast, recoil shatters the frame. And when we try enchantments for stability, the cost quadruples. Tsubaki scowled. Magic swords are made to fire once or twice. Because of this, those cost 100 million, pointing to the one purchase from the shop. This one only cost 10 million. If somebody else can build it, why can't I build the same thing? Ragnar folded his arms. It's not that we can't, it's just the cost is not making sense. Silence fell, broken only by the distant sound of hammering. We're missing something, Tsubaki muttered. Either something we don't understand, or something we haven't seen. Ragnar nodded slowly. You should wait for Lady Hephaestus. If anyone can figure this out, it's her. Tsubaki's silence was agreement enough. Chapter 35 Beyond the Eyes of God. The sun hung low over Marin, its golden rays glinting off the sea-slicked rooftops and busy stone piers. A breeze carried the sharp scent of salt and oil, mingling with the ever-present clang of hammer on steel from the docks. Here, far from the watchful eyes of Arario's guild, commerce flowed freely, unchecked and unburdened. Luthar stood within a narrow warehouse-turned-makeshift trading hall. A long table was laid out before him, lined with weapons, blades of fine steel, some with faint rune etchings. A single, compact tube, his prototype firearm, rested at the center like a forbidden artifact, and a small coffer of uncut gemstones gleamed beneath the flickering lamplight. Across from him, a grizzled man with a gold-chased eye patch inspected the goods with a merchant's practiced eye. His attendant stood behind him, silent, alert. This is clean work, the man said, running a thumb along the edge of a long sword. Too clean for Arario's smiths to part with. Luthar gave a faint smile. They didn't part with it. I made it. The man looked up sharply. You. Not bad. But this, he tapped the gun casing with a knuckle. This isn't normal. What is it? A tool. One I'm not mass-producing. Just showing you what's possible, Luthar said, calm but firm. I'm not looking for coin. I want materials. Bulk ore, if you've got them. And information. The man leaned back, considering. You're asking for a lot. These swords might cover some of it, but the others. I've got more, Luthar interrupted smoothly. You get weapons. I get ore. No increase in the price from either side for any reason. A moment passed. Then, the merchant nodded once, curt and businesslike. Done. You get me more steel like this, and maybe another one of those tools. As the deal was struck, Luthar stepped outside. After sealing the materials deal, he didn't waste time. He pulled the gem box under one arm and made his way through the crowded port lanes, where merchant voices shouted over each other, peddling spices, cloth, and enchanted baubles. He turned off the main street, disappearing into a quieter district lined with private shops where trade moved in subdued tones and wealth was measured behind closed doors. He entered a polished jeweler's house, quiet, the scent of aged wood and incense lingering in the air. Behind the counter sat a tall, narrow-eyed woman adorned in understated elegance. Another traveler looking to offload river glass, she asked, not looking up from her ledger. Luthar placed the coffer on the table and flipped the lid open. The woman paused. Her eyes rose, expression shifting as she examined the uncut gems. Her fingers moved over the stones, tourmaline, ruby shards. That doesn't look like a monster gem, she murmured, her voice low. Don't pretend you don't know their value, Luthar said. Just say it, buy or not. She closed the coffer. Okay. Don't be impatient. Come back after 2 hours. I'll get a jeweler to verify the stones. He nodded. Taking the box, he returned to the inn nestled near the southern edge of Marin, a modest structure overlooking the tide-worn cliffs. Once inside his room, he locked the door behind him and set the small metal box on the desk. From a satchel, he retrieved a rectangular device, thin copper plating etched with fine circuits, powered by a glowing blue cell embedded in the side. He connected it to a flat receiver. Static hummed faintly. Then, words started to appear. Did you finish the trade? Luthar tapped out a response. Yes. I should be back by tomorrow. He paused, then added. Bell still so low. A minute later, more script formed. I think he found someone. Maybe. Luthar leaned back, folding his arms behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. Okay, he murmured. Keep an eye on the shop. Luthar closed the slate and set it aside, the faint hum of the device fading into silence. The room was quiet, save for the dull roar of the sea far below the cliffs. He leaned back in the chair, eyes half-lidded. The muscles in his shoulders tensed, then gradually relaxed as sleep began to pull him down. Far beyond Marin. In the ever-shifting spires of the immaterium, where time folded and thought held weight, the Lord of Change ruffled his feathers in frustration. His countless eyes blinked in restless dissonance, each one trained on a different reflection of possibility. Something is wrong. His clawed fingers danced over a glowing basin of ever-shifting truths, portents spiraled like smoke, twisting away every time they approached clarity. For all his power, for all his knowledge of the skeins of fate and time, one thread remained maddeningly occluded. A machine, a craft, yet unbound by the laws. And I don't know. He whispered. Visions danced, of steel, fire, and precise mechanisms that defied chaos. Something had changed in the pattern. A sliver of order, surgically placed. Unexpected. Unseen. Which fool gave him enough energy to leave this world? He lashed a hand across the basin. The mist screamed and dispersed, but the disturbance remained. An absence. A silence where noise should have reigned. And worst of all, it hadn't come from him. Elsewhere. Upon the golden throne. In a chamber of silence and light, beyond the reckoning of men, the emperor of mankind remained as he always had, entombed, broken, yet conscious. Not fully, not completely. But enough. Enough to feel the change. Enough to know a piece had moved off the board. Deep within the flickering remnants of his awareness, a thought stirred like a dying flame catching new wind. The priest. He remembered. A pawn, buried deep within time's weave. Not a demigod. Not a primarch. A soul who had been allowed to reach too far. Luthar. He was supposed to fight against the changer. For that reason, the emperor had made certain none could touch him. But now, the pawn moved of his own volition, leaving holes in the plan. A regret echoed through the fractured layers of his mind. I should have watched more closely. And beneath that regret, the faintest glimmer of satisfaction. Even as he felt the slow decay of his will, there remained a trace of hope. Or was it fear? Back in Marin. Luthar wake up after 2 hours and prepare himself for the transaction. Chapter 36, Chapter 36 Iron and Flame. Luthar's return to Aurario was marked by subtle signs of his recent endeavors. His servo skull hummed with activity, and the vast material stored in his system space made the journey unusually smooth. Though his goals were far from complete, there was a quiet sense of triumph, enough, at least, to begin the next stage of his work. As he neared the city gates, tension spiked among the guild officials. Their fears had materialized. Luthar had bypassed Aurario and sold dangerous inventions directly to outsiders. Now, in quiet urgency, they scrambled to find Hephaestus to ask her to find a solution before it was too late. He moved through the city silently, avoiding attention. Yet his reputation preceded him. Whispers followed in his wake. The Crimson Creator. Among those observing him was the goddess of beauty, Freya. Having caught wind of his large-scale purchases and unusual activities, she recognized the signs of something monumental. She sought a way, any way, to insert herself into his plans. Luthar returned to the Crimson Church. One by one he took out all the necessary things from the system space. Outside, he studied the shattered remnants of the gunship and the Lehman Russ chassis like a vulture stripping a corpse. Pistons, cables, scorched plating, nothing was spared. Thank the Emperor no tech priest walked this world, for their screams of blasphemy would have shaken the heavens. He worked methodically, extracting anything of value. Then, with parts in hand, he began constructing the skeleton of a colossus, an armor meant not just for war, but for devastation. Something capable of destroying a city or standing against the strongest adventurers and monsters. All around the Crimson Church courtyard, parts lay scattered, alloy plates awaiting reforging, servo skulls ferrying fragments to improve his workstations. Each component, once sacred in its origin, was now torn from its context, repurposed into sacrilege. But Luthar moved forward, undeterred. Freya watched in secret, transfixed. She didn't understand the nature of the machines, but she sensed a different kind of beauty in them, a beauty forged from purpose, from vision, from power. At the quiet place, Bell stood quietly, adjusting the straps of his newly acquired armor. It wasn't enchanted, but it felt solid, practical, comfortable, and quietly impressive. Yo. Welf's voice rang out across the square. Bell turned just in time to see the red-haired smith approach, his eyes falling on the armor. Welf blinked. Wait, where did you get that? Bell tilted his head. Oh, this. Found it tucked in a corner of the shop. Welf's confusion shifted to excitement. You actually bought that? Bell looked sheepish. Should I not have? It looked good. Welf laughed. No, it's just. I made that. That's one of mine. So if you wanted to buy something, you could have come straight to me. I can give you a discount. Bell blinked. Seriously? Yeah, Welf said, straightening with pride. Not every day I get good reviews. Bell looked down at the armor more thoughtfully now. I'm glad it found the right person, Welf added, quieter. Bell met his gaze. It's really good work. Later, within the dungeon. The stone walls pulsed faintly with life, echoing with distant roars and footfalls. Torchlight danced in Welf's eyes as he grinned, exhilarated. "This is incredible," he shouted, smashing a dagger-beaked kobold with the flat of his blade. "Didn't think you had magic in you." Bell, panting, finished off a trailing imp with a firebolt. "You seem energetic." "Of course. This is what I was made for," Welf declared. Bell smiled faintly. "Glad you're enjoying it." Their teamwork flowed naturally. Bell darted through enemies with speed and instinct, Welf followed with relentless force, keeping threats in check and momentum alive. Between battles, brief laughter, shared glances, their bond solidified. But the terrain began to shift. Bell glanced around, brow furrowed. "This doesn't look like the 8th floor anymore." Welf's grin faded as the walls changed, more ancient, more hostile. "Did we go too far?" Then the ground trembled. A monstrous roar split the air, deep, primal, and furious. The very stone shuddered. Bell froze. "I think we did something stupid," Welf finished, dryly. They stood still for one heartbeat. Then Bell whispered, "Should we run?" Welf didn't hesitate. "Absolutely." They bolted, sprinting through the halls as another roar thundered behind them. "I thought this was just a test run," Bell shouted, half laughing, half panicked. "It is," Welf yelled back. "And the result is, we're not ready." Behind them, something massive stirred. By the time they emerged into daylight, both were battered, panting, and grimy. Bell leaned against the tower wall, catching his breath. Welf flopped down beside him, laughing between wheezes. "Well," he said, "guess that was the 9th floor." Bell looked sideways, still pale. "Next time, we bring a better map." Welf raised a hand weakly. "And a supporter." Chapter 37, The Dreadnought Shadow. The morning sun broke across Orario like a blade of fire, casting long shadows from the spires of Babel. Yet it was not the tower that drew eyes this day, it was the silhouette growing behind the Crimson Church. The courtyard had become something else. No longer a sacred space for gathering, metallic limbs lay scattered like the bones of ancient titans. Power cables snaked across the ground like reverse-growing vines, feeding electricity from a grounded Stormtalon gunship into the rising metal frame at the courtyard's heart. Towering 3 floors high in its incomplete state, the skeletal dreadnought loomed before the church like a dormant colossus. Though stripped of armor and paint, its silhouette was unmistakable, a war engine meant not merely to protect but to conquer. Hestia stood just beyond the fence line. The goddess said nothing, but her expression brimmed with confusion. She had returned from her errands, only to find her sanctuary ringing with thunderous hums and flickering sparks. Her gaze drifted inward, toward the strange sight in the center of it all, Lily Ruka, seated on a reinforced stool, her body tethered by dozens of thin neural wires. Her fingers twitched slightly, eyes fluttering in a trance-like state. As her hand began to move, the dreadnought's right arm responded, mimicking her motion with a disturbingly organic grace. Hestia instinctively stepped back. "Is she controlling it?" "She's testing," came Luthar's voice, calm and clinical. He stood by the work table, a data slate flickering in his grasp, incense slowly burning at his side. His red robes bore the grime of soot and smoke, while a cracked servo skull floated behind him in idle observation. "This was originally meant for those at death's edge," he continued, eyes never leaving the data. "But there's no reason not to modify it for full operation. With the right neural adaptation, it becomes something more." Hestia blinked. "And what exactly is this thing?" "It's a dreadnought, or at least, the beginning of one. But since we're not putting half-dead soldiers inside it, perhaps you could call it a mecha. Still," he added, "it can still be called dreadnought, especially since I plan to install a medical chamber." "I asked what it does, not what you call it." Luthar finally looked up. "Its medical chamber can sustain a user indefinitely. No pain, no death, only continuous function. As for its true purpose..." His gaze shifted to the weaponry stripped from the Stormtalon and Lehman Russ. "It can destroy cities. Monsters. Armies. Or adventurers, if it comes to that." Hestia opened her mouth, but nothing came. Gods could not lie, and thus she knew, this was truth. What stood before her was no ordinary invention. If it truly had the power to destroy cities, it would rival monsters of level 7 or greater. Judging by its size and potential, its physical force alone could match a level 5 adventurer. Before her, all common sense fractured. Another surge pulsed through the cables. The dreadnought's torso shifted, Lily Ruka gasped, her body straining under the neural load. Her hands clenched as the arm moved again, inch by inch, obeying the twitch of her mind. Her limits screamed for her to stop. But she refused. She had watched enough, learned enough, to understand what this machine can do. So she endured. High above, a figure watched from the rooftops. Seer, Freya, rested her chin against her palm, bronze spyglass fixed on the scene below. She did not understand the machine's nature, she didn't understand the strange beauty it contained. The only thing she knew was it was a new thing, and that was enough. Her eyes gleamed as the skeletal frame moved again, sharper, more fluid. "This looks fun," Freya murmured with a smile. "I also want to try." Back on the courtyard, Luthar's voice carried certainty. It would be ready in 3 days. Hestia glanced at him sharply, her lips parting to question further, but the hum of systems winding down interrupted her. From her stool, Lily Ruka slumped forward slightly, head low, shoulders trembling. "It's done," Luthar said, tapping a sequence into the data slate. "Neurological capture complete. Synchronization latency is within acceptable variance." He stepped forward and began disconnecting the leads one by one, murmuring the names of each subsystem like a litany. Motive relay, haptic feedback, ocular response, all calibrated. "You can go and rest," he said. Lily Ruka stood up and made her way back to the church to finally take her long-awaited nap. Nearby, the servoskulls began to coil the now inactive cables, stowing them neatly into crates marked with Luthar's emblem. The courtyard, once a mess of parts and chaos, seemed to settle into a new rhythm. The scattered remains of the gunship and tank were being stripped with swift precision, their most vital components now claimed and categorized. "Data harvested, all parts ready," Luthar recited, eyes on the slate. "Now begins the construction phase." He turned toward the stack of alloy. Most of them were made inside his lab. It was troublesome to gather materials and forge them, as he didn't have an industrial forge. This incident also reminded him he needed an industrial forge, which he could take anywhere to ensure he could always make better weapons. Then he remembered he doesn't know how to create an industrial-level forge. He knew how to make small precision machines, but this was a completely different field. Funny thing, he was educated in genetics, which he completely ignored. Now he is a tech priest who has incomplete knowledge. Hestia was looking at Luthar working while thinking. Multiple times she wanted to say, "Why don't you go inside and rest?" But had a feeling she would be rejected. Then, remembering Belle hadn't come back, she decided to wait outside so Belle wouldn't get scared from this thing. Chapter 38 Long Negotiation Part. The dawn light washed over Arario, cool and gray, casting long shadows behind the rising form outside the Crimson Church. The incomplete dreadnought was no longer a skeleton. Steel plating now covered the torso and left arm, the armor curved into a functionally brutal form. Joints had been sealed and reinforced, and the power conduits were now sheathed in protective tubing. From a distance, it looked like a giant caught in the moment before rising. Freya, serene and radiant as always, wore a smile that was all eyes and knowing. She leaned slightly. Beside her, Hephaestus was silent, a gloved hand resting against the dreadnought's plated leg. Her eye scanned every inch of exposed armor with the precision of a master craftswoman. "This is beyond understanding," Hephaestus finally said, voice low. "All the material is of different grades. Why not just use the same quality throughout?" "He's probably having difficulty forging," Freya said, clearly recalling how he had been making it. Hephaestus ignored the comment, eyes narrowing as she stepped closer. Even as a golem, this thing would be too heavy to move around. She brushed her fingers across a seam. "Some of these materials are good enough for divine weapons." Freya tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. "Why can't this thing be a divine weapon?" "Because it has no divinity," Hephaestus replied, though her hand lingered on the metal. "But, it shouldn't matter." Above them, the servitor sensors embedded in the church's frame clicked softly to life. One of them swiveled toward the pair, emitting a brief tone. A second later, the front doors of the Crimson Church opened without a sound. "If you're done admiring the shell," came Luthar's voice from within, calm and iron-edged, "come inside." The two goddesses exchanged a glance, neither moving first, before stepping across the threshold. The change from outside to within was stark. Inside, everything was cold and metallic. One might even call it unpleasant. Metal skulls floated overhead, suspended from long mechanical arms attached to the ceiling like a spider's web. Luthar was at his bench, sleeves rolled up, a dull metal gauntlet clamped in a vise. Sparks arced from a servo tool in his hand as he calibrated the inner mechanics. The faint scent of incense hung in the air. At that moment, Hestia emerged from her room. "Morning," she murmured. "Since you're awake, bring some tea." "We've got visitors," Luthar said, still working. As Hestia turned slightly, her eyes landed on the second figure in the hall. She blinked, a flicker of surprise breaking through her calm expression. "Hephaestus." Her voice was filled with confusion. "Did you come to pick me up for work?" Hephaestus met her gaze evenly, arms at her sides. "No," she said plainly. "I came to speak with Luthar. There are some issues we need to resolve." Freya stepped forward, her voice soft yet composed. "I came here to make a request." Luthar glanced at the silver-haired goddess. "If you needed something made, why not ask your own familia? If I recall, a few of them are rather talented with their hands." Freya's lips parted, as if to say more, but she hesitated. After a pause. But they are not as good as you. Hephaestus folded her arms, her gaze still flickering toward the outside. I'm not here to see you flirt with each other. The guild informed me about your illegal sales of guns. But now we have a bigger problem, she continued, her tone measured. Because of you, black market trading has increased. Materials are vanishing. And now. I see this. She stepped closer to the slab, glaring at Luthar. While you build this massive, useless thing, others can't even find enough iron to forge swords. Luthar finally looked up. His eyes, cold and precise, settled on her with measured disdain. Slowly, he set the tool aside and rose to his full height. You see iron, I see a miracle. Others melt steel into dull blades and hollow armor, he said, placing a hand on the cold slab of metal beside him. But I sanctify. His voice deepened, not with reverence, but with unshakable conviction. I build in the name of the Omnissiah. I breathe life into dead alloys. Every rivet, every seal, every circuit, they are sacraments. He paused. If you call this thing a waste again. The silence that followed was heavy. Then be prepared to face the judgment your ignorance earns. A pause stretched between them, thick with tension and steel. Hephaestus's gaze was fixed on him, not just the men, but the thing beneath that robe. The words he spoke felt like doctrine. He wasn't lying. But truth alone didn't explain it. What is the Omnissiah? Who taught him to speak like that? The name was foreign, yet the way he uttered it reminded her of the followers of dark gods. What disturbed her more, though, was his intent. He was prepared, truly prepared, to defend his so-called miracle with violence. That armored giant behind him was ready to strike. She could feel it. Even the room itself felt as though it was preparing to attack. She didn't understand. Why was he threatening a god? Did he not fear that all the other familias would go to war against him for thinking like this? He had no blessing, no familia to shield him. No patron to pull strings in his name. Did he not fear the wrath of the guild or the retribution of other deities? One word from her, and a dozen familias would rise against him. That was the way of the city. That was balanced. And yet, he didn't care. Silence settled over the hall. The only sound was the distant, mechanical wheeze of a servitor drifting overhead, its breath like some ancient beast sleeping in the rafters. Then a soft voice broke the tension. Freya stepped forward, her smile warm but unreadable. I think both of you need to cool down. She glanced at Hephaestus, her tone almost chiding but laced with charm. And you, as the goddess of forging, should you really speak ill of another's craftsmanship? Her words floated gently, but they cut just enough to disarm. Not harsh. Not defensive. Just enough to let the threat dissipate. After all, she wasn't here to see a mortal fight a god. That might be interesting, but she had a different plan. Continuing her soft smile, she spoke in the gentlest voice. I just received a list of services you're providing through your shop. She held up a parchment. According to this, you're claiming to enhance human lifespan and strength. Luthar turned, slightly amused. Then prepare the money. From strengthening the bones to extending life, it will cost millions, if not billions. Freya tilted her head, her smile soft and honeyed. Why don't you give me a discount, she asked, her voice velvet smooth, charm bleeding into the air like incense. Luthar didn't flinch. Didn't even blink. He merely turned a dial on the bench, eyes still fixed on the data readout, and replied in the same flat tone as before. Are you attempting to seduce me for a discount? Freya's smile wavered, just slightly. Finally, Luthar looked up. The red lens of his mask gleamed, mechanical and unblinking. I'm not wearing this thing for show, he said, tapping the side of his helmet. It filters all images. He turned back to his work, the cold edge of his voice scraping against the silence. If you're done playing, you should leave. I have more important things to do. Chapter 39, Long Negotiation Part. Freya's smile thinned. It wasn't that she couldn't see the mask, but who, in their right mind, would interfere with their own vision? So cautious, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Can you even sleep with that much fear inside your heart? Luthar didn't answer. His fingers moved across his workstation, typing silently. Hephaestus let out a long breath, slow and weighted. Her voice struck like steel on an anvil. Enough games stop selling those weapons, and stop draining the markets. You're making life miserable for every blacksmith in the city. Her tone hardened. Whatever Omnissiah you serve, it doesn't rule here. This city answers to the gods. Luthar didn't flinch. His voice was calm, flat. If that's what you want, then I'm already prepared to leave. He stepped back from the bench, methodically wiping his hands. Then, he met her eyes. The red lens of his mask gleamed, cold and impersonal. I should be able to pack up everything in a week, he said. As for the shop, it'll be shut down today. You've got your answer. Now you can leave. Hephaestus felt pressure behind her eyes, less from anger, more from the strain of knowing this wasn't the end. Shutting his shop in Arario was a shallow solution. Luthar's reach extended further, other towns, merchant, even foreign factions. The kind of groups who would happily buy weapons if it meant power. If war came to Arario, it might be with his creations. She took a step forward, lowering her voice. We just need you to limit the quantity of dangerous weapons. Register them with the guild, she said. Why can't you understand this simple thing? Because there is no benefit, Luthar answered, soft and cold. Benefit. Her voice tightened. You're smart enough to know if you followed the rules, it wouldn't cut your profits. You'd just sell fewer pieces at a higher cost. Still, he said nothing. Then, a quiet voice broke the tension. Is that really all you see, Luthar? Hestia stepped forward, carrying a tray with drinks. Her usual warmth had cooled into something more serious. I didn't think you'd be the kind of person who only care about benefit. Hephaestus adding her own voice. Do you even care what becomes of this place in the future? Luthar finally moved. He tilted his head, weighing their words. When did selling better weapons become a reason for condemnation? You and your friend seem to have been selling them for a very long time. Freya let out a breath, half chuckle, half sigh. I think both of you are missing the point. She turned to Hephaestus, her tone wrapped in silk but lined with steel. Luthar doesn't care about money, and so why are he so desperate for these resources? Her eyes lingered on Luthar, scanning him as if trying to solve a riddle. Figure that out, she said, softly, then we can have a better solution. Then, more directly. Why don't you just tell me so I can help you? Luthar was silent for a long moment. Lying wouldn't work here, not in front of gods. So he spoke. I'm afraid. The room stilled. His voice was low but clear. I've run from things 1,000 times worse than any black dragon. Just knowing about them is enough to shatter a mind. I've never seen them, only know about them. This is also why I'm still alive. Who knows if one day some unknown force decided to put me front of them like a breakfast. His hands curled at his sides. So I build. Because that's what I was taught. If I must face them again, I want weapons, tools, to protect myself. A quiet passed. Then Freya stepped forward. Then why not fight, she asked. Join my familia. Kill monsters. Become strong enough that those nightmares can't touch you. Hestia followed up quickly as she didn't want to make such a good opportunity. If he join her, she don't have to worry about weapons for Bel. Or join me, she said. You wouldn't have to face it alone. And I wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Hephaestus's eyes scanned the room, the Sarv arms on the ceiling, Sarv skulls floating around, the tools, and the wasted parts. Instead of burning resources on a future that might not exist, she muttered. Why not make something that helps, like prosthetics? You'd make more money. With blessing you can make better weapons. Luthar answered, almost too quietly. Did you forget already? I have already put a list of different services. It just people are more interested in weapons. He looked at the 3 goddesses, one by one. As for joining a familia, you want me to trust someone who is just here to have fun. Hestia puffing her cheeks, I am not having any fun here. Then she raised her finger, instead of judging gods without joining a familia you should try out and let your heart judge. While Freya was still thinking, Hephaestus, finally deciding to end this nonsense, started to speak, if you are ready to trust me and join. Hearing this, Freya almost thought, what can she offer? His intelligence doesn't seem to be lacking, as for manpower. Judging by the style of her familia, they might attack him before she can ask them to do anything for him. Hephaestus stepped closer, her boots ringing faintly on the cold metal floor. With deliberate care, she extended her hand, calloused, warm, and honest. Hephaestus continued, I've spent centuries shaping metal. If you're willing to listen to my advice and limit the weapon, I'll help you. With everything I have. She met his masked gaze unflinchingly. Her words hung in the air, weighty and real. Luthar stared at the hand for a long moment. The red lens of his mask reflected her face, patient and determined. Before he could answer Hephaestus, Freya stepped forward, each movement deliberate, a quiet invitation wrapped in silk. She ran her fingers down her side, brushing over the curve of her waist as though presenting herself. I want to be part of it, whatever you're building, whatever you're chasing. Let me linger at your side. Her voice dipped, low and honeyed. And prove that Black Dragon is not the greatest terror. She turned, slow and fluid, her gaze sliding back over her shoulder. Prove it, and I won't refuse any of your desires. Chapter 40 Long Negotiation Part. Hestia stood still, watching Freya, not with shock, but with a growing frustration that tightened her voice. You really think he'd fall for that? She asked sharply. There was no disbelief in her tone. Freya's words might have sounded like seduction, a goddess laying herself bare, but Hestia saw the truth beneath the surface. It wasn't love. It wasn't loyalty. It was an empty promise dressed in silk. A gamble made with nothing but bravado. It wasn't about them not believing him, as they can detect the lies, the problem is proving it. She turned toward Luthar, eyes narrowing as she watched him in thought. Her voice softened, almost hesitant. Are you actually considering it? She asked. With your skills, I think you should be better goddesses for you. Freya's lips twitched. Better. For a heartbeat, her serene mask faltered. Better than me. Was there a goddess more radiant? More worshipped? More feared? The insult simmered beneath her calm exterior, but before she could speak, Luthar exhaled. Slowly. A faint mechanical hiss followed, carried by the ambient hum of servos and the drifting motes of forge ash. He raised a hand and pointed toward the doorway, where morning light filtered in, outlining the silhouette of the towering dreadnought. His voice was quiet, but the weight behind it was absolute. Look outside. That Machin, E. He turned to face them fully, the crimson lens of his mask gleaming as it settled on Freya. Piloted by the right person, it could defeat a level 8 adventurer with a single blow. Might even able to fight Black Dragon, and this isn't even the strongest thing I can create. He paused. This should be enough proof. So tell me, are you ready to offer yourself? Freya's expression shifted, her posture stiffening. Her casual words had been answered too seriously, too quickly. She wasn't ready for how real it suddenly felt. But she wouldn't retreat, she couldn't give up on herself right now. Across the room, Hephaestus silently observed. Her thoughts spiraled. If word of this spread, Freya's familia would go berserk, including the other gods, especially the unhinged ones. Her eye twitched. While hoping this won't become another problem. Finally, Freya spoke. You know, she muttered to Luthar, I never watched you make that thing. She crossed her arms, her voice measured. So let's make this simple. I'll visit from time to time. I'll help, and, if you can impress me, we can build a relationship. Luthar glanced at Freya, her expression unreadable behind his mask. He wasn't thinking of romantic conquests. That had never been the point. The request he had made, are you ready to offer yourself, wasn't only about desire. It was about research. And now, he had two gods at his side. Each is useful, each powerful in their own right. He turned back to Hephaestus, speaking plainly. Hephaestus, I can restrict sales of long-range weapons, he said. Then, evenly, he added his condition. But in exchange, I want all of your knowledge. He didn't wait for her reaction. His gaze shifted to Freya. If you want to be part of my bigger plans, he said, stepping closer, close enough that only inches separated them, close enough to kiss. His voice dropped. Then prove you won't betray me and give me your blood. For research. Hestia raised a single eyebrow, her expression caught between disbelief and exasperation. What's with the blood, she muttered, folding her arms. Freya stepped forward, closing the space between her and Luthar with grace. Her hands rose slowly, curling around him with deliberate, practiced seduction. One hand traced along the edge of his shoulder, while the other came to rest gently, almost reverently, against the cold surface of his face. Let's forget about the blood, she whispered, her voice low and silken. And do something more interesting. Her fingers slid along the edge of the mask, seeking a seam, a latch, anything. Her touch was teasing, as she tried to coax it away from his face while making a gesture as if to kiss him. But it didn't budge. Like a second skin, the mask held firm, seamless. Freya's sensual charm might sway mortals, but this piece was built for survival. If anyone could remove it easily, then what was the point of wearing it? Her fingers paused. She tried again, more firmly this time. Nothing. A flicker of frustration touched her gaze. Then amusement. She murmured, almost playfully. Don't tell me this is your face. Luthar's voice was steady, emotionless, but there was the faintest edge of coldness beneath it. It is not designed to come off on a whim, he said. Especially not in front of you. The moment lingered, Freya's hand still on his mask, her other arm draped lightly against his frame. Behind them, Hestia clicked her tongue, unimpressed. Of course it wouldn't come off, she muttered. He probably sleeps in that thing. Hephaestus let out a breath, half a sigh, half a groan. This was a truly unusual day for her. At least she could restrict sales of guns in exchange for knowledge. Now the only problem left was to talk about resources. While Freya withdrew her hand with a graceful shrug, her smile never faltered. She stepped back, her voice still sultry. Can't you trust me a little bit? Luthar didn't respond. He had no need to. By the standards of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who might see a living god as nothing more than a rare specimen to study, his request was generous. All he wanted was a few drops of her blood. Chapter 41, Hephaestus POV. The Crimson Church loomed ahead, silent but not still. The air smelled of something older, something unfamiliar. Hephaestus halted just before the threshold, her eye drawn upward by instinct. There, half-framed in the pale morning light, stood the shape of a colossus. Its frame was skeletal, spine-like cables dangling, limbs half-forged and exposed. The thing loomed over the entrance, not moving, but its presence was enough. She didn't know what it was. Not armor. Not a golem. Certainly not anything built in Orario. Her gaze tightened. No enchantments. No divine marks. No recognizable technique. It was rough, even crude in places, but it radiated something she couldn't name. Purpose. Potential. After getting called inside she stepped, boots echoing on scorched stone. The interior had changed. Slabs of steel and brass limbs littered the walls, half of them whispering with faint heat. Metal skulls with tentacles. Hooks hung from scaffolds. At the center stood Luthar, mask gleaming, gauntlets dark with work. It should have felt absurd. Instead, it felt dangerous. Her eye moved from one piece of metal to another, her smith's instinct trying to read this place. It failed. And that unsettled her. Luthar's words weren't the boasts of a craftsman. They were the declarations of someone who believed in what he made. When he gestured to that incomplete machine and claimed it could kill a level 8. She didn't laugh. Because of something about the density of the frame and the way it was made. She didn't understand it, but she understood enough. More time to stay here and look around. She found this church was built like a forge not for reverence or legacy, but from desperation. And something else she couldn't yet name. She stood quiet for a moment, watching the fading trail of Freya's hand as it left Luthar's mask. Then she stepped forward. One hand resting on her hip, the other gesturing to the colossus outside. I'm not going to pretend I understand that thing, her gaze sharpened. You're stockpiling weapons and materials, and now you're building machines that could threaten the balance of this entire city. Luthar tilted his head slightly but didn't interrupt. So here's the deal, she continued. You stop flooding the black market with range weapons. In return. She exhaled, the weight of the offer making her voice lower, more serious. I'll give you access. Not just techniques or notes, I'll send my best smith. She can help you with whatever you are building. She met his lens directly. But that's not the whole deal. You've been bleeding the city dry, buying every ingot and shard like a dragon hoarding treasure. Stop doing that so I can help you get better logistics. She narrowed her eye. I can open guild resource channels for you. Dungeon material quotas. Even mining rights, the guild won't move unless someone with weight asks. She folded her arms, voice flat. I am that weight. She stepped closer, handing it over. You stop destabilizing the economy. In exchange, you get everything you need to build. He took the letter but didn't open it. And my price, she said finally, I want to understand what you're building. All I can do is probably explain what my technology does. I cannot give you any knowledge about how they work, as you are not part of Adeptus Mechanicus. Hephaestus didn't expect such a weird reply, but this was a good start. What she wanted was access, a window into this forge made of madness and precision. Ignoring the Freyas, both of them started to finalize the details only after she remembered the request made by her family member. So before leaving, she asks, can you at least tell me how you able to make those weapons so fast? I am using specialized machine which can help with the production. Hearing this, the only thought in her mind was, I want to see. Now, it wasn't just Freya who sought to involve herself, Hephaestus, too, had decided to stay close. After all, as the goddess of smithing, it only made sense that she witnessed the machines tied so deeply to the forge. Chapter 42, Chapter 41 Getting saved by Ace. The doors closed behind them with a weight that lingered longer than the sound. Freya's perfume still hung faintly in the cold air, too graceful for a place like this. Hephaestus had left nothing behind, probably because she didn't use perfume. The room had gone quiet. Not dead, never dead, but settled. Hestia spoke first, her voice subdued. So, you just refused the invitation from 3 goddesses. Luthar didn't respond immediately. He stared at the place where Freya had stood, asking for blood and being offered something else entirely. Charm. Terms. A test of wills. He turned slowly, the hiss of servos underlining the movement. It wasn't about them, he said. No. Hestia folded her arms. Then what was it about? He looked at the terminal. It was about time, he muttered as he returned to his work. She exhaled, tired. You should go to sleep. Hearing this, Luthar recalled the last collapse. Deciding not to ignore his need for the rest, he nodded. You should hurry and get to your work too, or you'll be late. Hestia made a face at him, part scowl, part reluctant amusement. You don't have to remind me. Luthar said nothing more. He simply turned and left for his room, the rhythmic hum of servos accompanying each step. As the door closed behind him, he collapsed onto his bed, the faint hiss of his suit systems adjusting as his mind drifted into a much-needed sleep. Meanwhile, Bell and Welf descended deeper into the dungeon, their breaths heavy and their footsteps sure. They had tried to avoid the stronger monsters, but now, on the 14th floor, the tension in the air shifted. The monsters here were stronger, faster, more relentless. Had they not planned just to explore, they wouldn't have ventured this deep. I have a very bad feeling about this, Welf muttered, his eyes scanning the shadows. He gripped his sword tighter. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and a horde of monsters surged from every direction, hulking minotaurs, towering cyclopes, and the low, guttural growls of something even more sinister. Bell's heart raced. Forget about defeating them, it wasn't even possible to fight one of them, let alone a horde. Welf was knocked back, crashing into the stone floor with a grunt. Bell barely had time to react before a massive, clawed minotaur lunged at him. He parried, but the sheer force of the attack sent him stumbling back. This isn't good, Bell muttered, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. They were cornered, no way out. Just as the monsters closed in, a sharp, sudden flash of steel cut through the air. With blinding speed, a figure dropped into the fray, slashing through the monsters with expert precision. Ace Wallenstein, the sword princess, moved like lightning, her sword a blur of silver. In moments, she had sliced through the horde with ease. Get up, Ace said, her voice calm as she extended a hand to Bell, who was still recovering from the ambush. You can't let your guard down on this floor. Welf quickly pulled himself to his feet, a look of awe on his face. Sword princess. He muttered. Finally, I don't have to die. Thank you, Bell managed to say, taking Ace's hand. He wasn't sure if he should feel relieved or guilty for being rescued. Stay close. I'll get you both out of here, she said, her voice steady and sure. As they made their way back toward the surface, Ace led them through winding corridors and up familiar paths. The dungeon's oppressive atmosphere lightened the closer they got to the exit. But as they passed the 10th floor, a sudden noise caught their attention. A sharp, mechanical whine followed by the sound of metal cutting through flesh. They turned to see a figure silhouetted against the pale light, Lily Ruka, her chain sword humming in the air as she skillfully decapitated a minotaur with a brutal, precise strike. The minotaur's body hit the ground with a thud, and Lily Ruka stood over it, her expression calm but focused. In her other hand, she wielded a gun, the muzzle still smoking from the last shot. Bell stared in awe. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had seen her in the last few days, but he didn't know she was an adventurer. That's one noisy sword, Welf muttered, tilting his head as he observed the chainsword's spinning teeth. But it sure gets the job done. Lily Ruka glanced at them, her eyes flicking between Bell and Ace, then gave a brief, almost casual smile. Are you going back already? She said while checking the chainsword. Ace stepped forward, her expression unreadable. Where do you get that sword? She asked simply. Lily Ruka's gaze shifted to Ace. Why should I tell you? Bell, eager to explain, interjected. It's made by Mr. Luthar. He should be selling them in his shop. Lily Ruka raised an eyebrow. Bell, you've never even visited the shop, so you wouldn't know. But we don't sell this quality weapon. Why? Is there a problem with the weapon? Welf asked, his blacksmith's curiosity evident. I mean, besides being noisy, it looks like it could handle a lot of monsters quickly. Lily Ruka's reply was simple, almost dismissive. It's too good for you guys. Without talking any further she turned and began walking away, leaving Welf to frown in confusion. What does she mean by, too good for us? Welf asked, turning to Ace and Bell. Ignoring Welf's complaint, Ace led them the rest of the way to the surface. Bell couldn't shake the image of Ace rescuing them and Lily Ruka killing minotaurs with such ease. It felt as though he was always the one needing to be saved while others did the work. Her mind lingered on the strange sword. For a moment, she imagined using this to scare Loki. Chapter 43, Chapter 42, Desperate Tsubaki. The forge was quiet when Hephaestus returned, quiet in a way that meant something terrible had either just happened or was about to. The air was heavy with smoke and magic. Then came the crash, followed by the dragging of boots. A figure emerged from the side workshop like a ghost that had lost a bet. I told you to rest, Hephaestus said flatly. Tsubaki looked like a disaster sculpted out of soot and madness. Her coat was tied around her waist, her hair a wild, tangled mess. Her face was streaked with forge grime and desperation, her hands trembling from overwork. She smelled of singed cloth and stubborn pride. You went to him, didn't you? She growled. You saw the weaponsmith firsthand. Hephaestus raised a brow. I did. What did he do? Tsubaki stormed forward, brandishing a soot-covered blueprint like a cursed scroll. I've burned all the mithril, and every time I raise the strength of the magic bullet, it explodes. Hephaestus exhaled, brushing ash from her shoulder. He never used mithril. What? Tsubaki blinked. Then what? Iron and steel. Something he calls assembly. I don't know what it means. But the craftsmanship was real. Iron. Tsubaki gasped. That thing held shape under a full burst. Yup. Tsubaki let out a strangled cry, somewhere between a wail and a profanity, and dropped to her knees. Please. Please, Lady Hephaestus, I'm begging you, let me go to that lunatic's forge. Chain me to a wall. I'll sweep the floor. Just let me watch. Hephaestus leaned forward, staring down with narrowed eyes. Are you sure you want to go there? Tsubaki nodded so hard her head nearly came off, like a chicken possessed by divine inspiration. Of course I want to go. Well then, Hephaestus muttered, pausing for effect, I can send you, officially, in the name of helping him. She gave a sideways glance. I'll be watching too. Might even guide both of you. Tsubaki's eyes lit up with unholy joy. You mean I get to observe how he makes his weapons, and maybe, just maybe, steal his techniques? You'd better ask instead of steal, Hephaestus deadpanned. I don't want to lose you. Hephaestus watched Tsubaki's fervent display, a small smile tugging at her lips. Foolish girl, she thought. The raw desperation in Tsubaki's eyes, born from her inability to replicate the quality of Luthar's weapon, was a familiar drive for better craftsmanship. Sending Tsubaki to help Luthar was a convenient excuse to observe him, and to guide them both. Annoyance flickered across her face. The guild would need reports, and exploring official channels for Luthar's work was becoming urgent. Tsubaki also needed a bath before they went anywhere. Her expression darkened. Whispers of Luthar's weapons had already spread. The guild wouldn't contain the rumors forever. And if Hephaestus Familia wasn't the only one chasing that fire, then somewhere else in Orario, someone else would already be burning. Across the city. In a quiet alley behind the Loki Familia manor, another fire was smoldering, this one kindled not by ambition but by guilt and reckless curiosity. Gareth didn't usually sneak. He was a proud dwarf. He didn't like sneaking around like a cat or a liar. But here he was, hunched under his cloak like a child stealing from the kitchen, a long cloth-wrapped bundle under his arm. He moved like a man trying to outrun both his conscience and his captain's fury. He had only meant to look. Maybe ask a few questions. Certainly not buy the thing. And definitely not test it. But oh, it fired so smoothly. Just a blue light, and a hole in the stone target. It was like magic, the kind he never had. Now he was cursing himself for being weak to such temptation. Just as he reached the side entrance, a shadow flickered across the doorframe. He froze. The cloth-wrapped weapon hung heavy in his hands. Gareth, came Riveria's voice, sharp and suspicious. What are you hiding? Behind her, Loki leaned in, grinning like a fox sniffing out a cornered chicken. Oh, you've got that look. The I have something and don't want Mom to find out look. Gareth turned slowly. It's nothing. Just some scrap. Riveria narrowed her eyes. Scrap? You'd better show me before I get mad. Seeing no escape, Gareth sighed and revealed the gun. Is that one of his? Riveria's voice dropped, suddenly serious. You bought a weapon from that shop, didn't you? Loki's grin faded as well. Wait. Weren't those supposed to be under guild review? I heard they were planning to ban them, Gareth mumbled. Thought I'd get one before the rules came down. You know. For testing purposes. Riveria's palm met her forehead. Loki just laughed. You really couldn't help yourself, huh? Dwarves and dangerous toys, it's a curse. Riveria exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of her nose. You realize if the guild finds out you own an unregistered weapon, they'll drag you into a hearing. And us with you. It's not unregistered, Gareth muttered. It's pre-registered. Probably. That's not a real thing, Riveria snapped. Loki, meanwhile, had crouched beside the bundle, eyeing it like a wolf examining a ticking puzzle box. You know, I've heard adventurers are buying weapons without enchantments and still beating monsters way above their level. Riveria's gaze sharpened. I'm more concerned if he can make weapons with range, like magic weapons. Then all the elves will want to kill him, Loki added, rising. He's either a genius or a walking disaster. I vote we find out which. If we want to meet him, we'd have to go to the church, Riveria said flatly. That place reeks of nonsense, and something worse. Loki gave her a sideways grin. Come on, better to get familiar with him now before he becomes famous. Riveria sighed, the kind of sigh that precedes a long report and an even longer apology. Fine. But we go quietly. Loki clapped her hands. Ooh, I have an idea. You can pretend to fall in love with him so we don't have to pay for the weapons. Just imagine how much we'd save, more wine money for me. Riveria chose not to respond. If she did, she might hit her. Again. And so, with a suspicious elf and an overly enthusiastic goddess, the Loki familia prepared to leave. Chapter 44, Chapter 43 Sudden Visit. The journey to the Crimson Church was too uneventful. Riveria was the one who first noticed the building rising above the rooftops. There were no bells, stained glass, or steeples, only a brutal slab of crimson stone and blackened iron. As they approached, Gareth let out a low whistle, his gaze drawn upward along the towering bulk of the machine beside it. I can see why all the blacksmiths are crying, Loki remarked, arms folded behind her head. He must have bought the entire city's stockpile. The dreadnought loomed like a war god's abandoned prayer, its limbs splayed in a crouched idol, piston rods exposed, heat-warped gold plating flaring like sunburned bone. Its fingers were half-curled, its claws were at rest, and its torso was layered with armor so contoured that it appeared more creature than construct. Servo joints twitched with residual tension, like a beast unsure whether it was sleeping or waiting to strike. Then they spotted the church. Its walls, as red as blood spilled on an altar, shimmered oddly, smooth and almost polished, yet deeply etched with sacred and profane symbols alike. Gold gears and mathematical diagrams spiraled across the facade, resembling divine calculus. Dozens of skulls protruded from its buttresses and archways, some carved, some frighteningly real. There were no windows, just sealed vents and heavy iron doors bolted shut like the gates of some divine prison. Subtle, Riveria replied, her voice as dry as a desert breeze. The boys got taste, Loki said with a wolfish smile. Perhaps we should ask him to redecorate our home. I thought we did not have the funds for that, Gareth stated, arms crossed. We don't, Riveria responded flatly. Loki took a step forward without waiting, her boots ringing against the reinforced stone walkway. Come on, then, she said with a false smile. We have seen the garden, now let us meet the gardener. Riveria and Gareth followed, the former calm and cautious, the latter alert and quietly impressed. They approached the doors and paused, no one was sure whether to knock or announce themselves. Luthar was stirring inside. He would only slept for an hour and a half when the server skull at his bedside floated forward and began making noise. Visitors have been detected. Luthar groaned and pushed himself up, his joints stiff and his mind foggy. He dragged himself out of bed, muttering, and let them in. Loki, Riveria, and Gareth were already looking around when he arrived in the hall. It was cold and metallic, with a web of mechanical limbs stretching across the ceiling like a steel spider nest, some twitching, others still. Red light emitted from hidden panels, casting long shadows across the floor. The air was pungent with oil and heat. Gareth murmured, feels like a metal cemetery. Riveria did not say anything, but her gaze never stopped moving. The sound of footsteps interrupted their conversation before they could discuss anything else. Luthar came out from the side room. I hope you have a good enough reason to disturb my sleep, he murmured, his voice thick with sleep. It is not time to sleep, Loki exclaimed, grinning. It is not every day that a beautiful girl visits your home. Luthar gave her a look, wondering why all the gods have the same day. Luthar sighed and rubbed his temples. Give me a minute and I will adjust. Riveria gave him a polite nod, but her gaze was fixed on the limbs above. Take your time, she remarked quietly. After about a minute, he squinted at them and rubbed his nose. So, he muttered, why are you here? A pause occurred. Loki opened her mouth. Closed it. Then turned to Riveria with a sly grin. Riveria, you tell him. Riveria blinked. Tell him what? You know. Why we're here. You're the one who insisted we come. No, Loki waved a finger. I suggested it. You agreed. Riveria turned to her with a slow, deliberate movement, the look. The kind that didn't need words. The kind that made Loki completely shut up. Gareth clapped his hands once as if struck by divine revelation. Ah. I remember now, we're here so Riveria can get married to Luthar so we can get free weapons. There was a beat of silence. Riveria turned that look on him. Gareth coughed into his fist. Purely strategic, he said, then, looking at her eyes, added, why are you looking at me like this? Don't forget it was Loki, I'm just trying to remind you. Luthar, still groggy, is trying to decode this stupid dream. I see, he muttered. A marriage proposal, cultural exchange, divine comedy. He turned slowly and toward the bench, its surface cluttered with tools. Don't. Just don't touch anything that hisses or glows. Loki flounced past him with a grin. So moody. You should get more sleep. Riveria followed, silent and graceful, her gaze scanning the intricate weapons locked in the glass frame embedded in the walls. Gareth lingered near the door, whispering, "I stand by the cultural exchange part." Luthar didn't answer. He dropped into a chair with the grace of a collapsing tower, rubbing his mask with both hands. "So," Luthar finally said, glancing from Riveria to Loki, "what do you actually want?" Loki, still lounging where she stood, tilted her head. "Why don't you take that mask off?" Luthar shook his head, the motion slow and tired. "You'd better have a good reason. I don't have time for jokes." All right. Loki raised both hands in mock surrender. "But before I get to the big ask, how are you handling the guild situation?" "I've already explained my conditions to Hephaestus," Luthar muttered, rubbing at the corner of his eye. "That should hold them off, for a short time, at least." "Wait," Loki said with an arched brow. "Why are you the one who decides on the conditions? Isn't the guild supposed to be the one laying down rules if you want to sell weapons?" "It's the opposite," Luthar replied evenly. "I can outproduce most familia alone, so the situation is a little different." Gareth leaned forward slightly, curiosity flickering behind his usual calm. "So that means, you can sell guns now?" "It should be fine," Luthar said with a shrug. "I just need to make sure I'm not selling them to the Dark Guilds, or other nations." "Well." Loki stretched the word out, clearly enjoying herself. "Let's say I'm here with an offer. A proposal, even." Luthar stared at her. "If this is about marriage and giving you free items, then it's not possible." Gareth chuckled under his breath. Riveria sighed as she brushed her hair behind one ear. "She means an agreement between you and us for weapons." "Ah," Luthar responded, his tone dry. "Then instead of coming here, go to my shop." Loki approached, grinning. "Come, but we want something better than what you are offering casually." Luthar gazed at her, then at Riveria, and finally at Loki. Chapter 45, Chapter 44 Luthar showing of. "Are you even able to afford a better option? Can you really afford something better?" Metal clicked quietly beneath his hands. "Or are you going to trade this elf?" Loki's eyes lit up with glee. "It is tempting, but I need my Riveria." Riveria did not respond to the bait. She simply breathed slowly, as if she regretted every step that led her here. Gareth, who was only standing, decided to speak. "Why don't you show us something better? You do not need to worry about the money. We are not really poor." Luthar decided to show them something which they would never be able to afford. He clicked on his terminal, and then a projector embedded in the ceiling hummed to life. A 3D hologram flared into view, a massive, jagged cannon rotating slowly in the air, its dimensions absurdly overbuilt. "The volcano cannon." His voice was dry as a bone. "Since we don't have a reliable power source, you can charge it with divine essence, from a god, just point to whatever you are fighting." The cannon projection was altered to target a stylized mountain. "It is capable of vaporizing half a hill or anything in its path. It is just 1.5 billion Valis and 1 or 2 planet-sized workshops, and I cannot wipe it out with empty hands." Riveria groaned, her patience fading. "Enough." Her voice was firm and quiet yet carried weight. "We're not here to fantasize about divine dreams." The hologram dimmed as Luthar tapped his terminal, the volcano cannon vanishing in a shimmer of light. "You've made your point," she said. "We need something that won't break." Luthar cocked his head slightly. "You are asking for the impossible. No one can design anything that does not break. It simply needs to be durable," Gareth clarified. "For floors where mana corrosion and acidic fluids are common. The most crucial thing is that it not shatter while fighting monsters with tough skin." Luthar jerked his thumb toward a sword lying on the walls. "That one is an adamantine combination with mithril and a lot of steel, it swings like a feather." Riveria approached and said, "So how much?" "Usually 1 billion, as this one was designed to show off, but I will offer you 500 million. Loki raised an eyebrow. "For that amount, I could ask Hephaestus for a heavenly sword." "Sure," Luthar responded. "Good luck convincing her." Riveria's expression did not change. "We will have someone test it first. Determine whether it is worth the cost." Luthar whispered, "That is the actual trick. Finding someone who knows how much effort went into making it lightweight and long-lasting." Loki kept smiling, but the glitter in her eyes faded. "We still need to bring out someone to inspect the sword. 500 million. Is not it some pocket change?" Luthar motioned toward the door. "Be my guest. Just make an appointment next time before barging into my residence." After leaving the church, the three of them went down the road silently. Dust trailed behind them. Loki broke it, her voice low and earnest. "Do you know about the volcano cannon?" Gareth gave a grunt. "A joke weapon." "It was not a joke," she explained calmly. "Not really." Riveria turned to face her. "What exactly do you mean?" Loki's look was inscrutable, the humor had vanished from her voice. He was not kidding. Certainly not lying. That thing is real. She paused, staring ahead. And what scares me isn't the weapon. It's that I've never heard of anything like it. And he treated it like it was just another tool. You're certain? Riveria asked quietly. Loki gave a small nod. I think you're forgetting I am still a god. I can tell when somebody is lying. She paused, voice tightening. I guess I have to visit Hephaestus to understand the situation. Far from the forge, deep inside the dungeon, Lily Ruka moved through the winding corridors, her steps slow and calculated. Hours of hunting monsters and collecting magic stones had honed her instincts and sharpened her focus. The chain sword hummed steadily in her hands, its weight now familiar, her control over it more fluid than ever. Turning a corner, she froze. A group of Soma Familia adventurers had appeared, recognizing her immediately. They closed in, surrounding her with their mocking grins. Well, one of them scoffed. The tiny Lily Ruka with her fine sword and gear. I thought you did not have enough for wine, but look at you now. Lily Ruka tightened her grasp on the chainsaw, her expression darkening. Her voice was chilly and full of hatred. Get lost. I do not have time for this. She stepped back, but before she could continue, another one of the group took a step forward, his tone dripping with condescension. Looks like someone forgot her place. As your seniors, we should remind you how to behave in front of real adventurers. Lily Ruka didn't flinch. She tilted her head slightly, her lips pulling into a faint, knowing smile. You can try. She glanced around, confirming that the area was empty, with no reinforcements in sight. She shifted her stance, the chainsword's motor slowly winding up, ready to strike. The first adventurer lunged at her, but Lily Ruka was faster. With a quick, practiced motion, she drew her gun and fired. The shot rang out, piercing through the air with a sharp crack. The man dropped to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Before the others could react, she was already moving. With a swift turn, the chain sword was in motion, the blade screaming as it sliced through the second adventurer's midsection. The man's scream was cut short, and he crumpled to the floor, blood splattering the walls around them. The last adventurer froze, his eyes wide with fear as he backed away, hands trembling. You just, he stammered, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. It's murder. Lily Ruka wiped the blood from her face, the coldness in her eyes never wavering. Don't worry. Just pretend this is a bad dream, she muttered, her voice almost bored. Raising her gun, she fired a second shot. The man collapsed, his body hitting the stone floor with a sickening thud. She stood there for a moment, looking down at the trio of lifeless bodies. A sigh escaped her lips. This wasn't the first time she had to make an example of someone. It wouldn't be the last. Turning away, Lily Ruka holstered her gun and adjusted her grip on her chainsaw. She wasn't here for petty squabbles. She had a mission. More magic stones to collect, more monsters to slay. The dungeon was her domain now, and no one would stop her. With a final glance back, she continued deeper into the dungeon, the echoes of her actions reverberating in the silence. There was no sense of victory in her heart, just survival. Chapter 46, Chapter 45 Ignition. It had been a week since Loki, Riveria, and Gareth visited the Crimson Church. Loki didn't purchase the weapon. Despite Hephaestus herself confirming its craftsmanship was exceptional, fit even for the deeper floors of the dungeon, the deal fell through. The blade had no enchantments, a flaw by the standards of adventurers. But that wasn't the real issue. The real problem was Loki's offer, an installment plan. Which Luthar had declined without hesitation. He didn't haggle. He didn't argue. He had better things to do, like finishing the Dreadnought's internals and preparing the compact hyperflux reactor core for ignition. And so, the day finally came. The top floor of the Crimson Church had long since shed its sacred past. Ritual cables and reinforced plating now wrapped its once pristine arches. Servo towers rose like mechanical spires. Candles flickered beside monitors. The chapel had become a sanctum of steel and code. At its center rested the hyperflux reactor core, nested in an altar of blackened bronze and steel. Its compact design was deceptive, it pulsed with the potential to power a titan. Its shell bore liturgies of containment. Wax seals and sacred oils covered the activation key. Around it stood the faithful. Luthar stood silent behind the console. Bare-armed, robed in grease and ink, the canticles of binding wound around his limbs in sharp black lines. A lens array covered one eye, feeding him telemetry. He did not speak. Not yet. Lily Ruka stepped forward first. Barefoot, with a chain sword across her back and her vest half fastened with ritual clasps, she moved in slow arcs around the core. Her hip sensor trailed smoke in spirals, and her scowl did not falter. She traced sacred diagrams with each step, the sigil of stabilization, the spiral of capacitive balance, and the hammer and spark. She didn't know what she was doing or if this even made sense, but it didn't matter. She was a celebrant of the machine. Behind her, 4 servitors emitted a harmonic pulse, intoning the litany of breath. Behind her was Tsubaki with complete black circles, as she hadn't been able to get a good sleep for the last week. Even so, she said nothing as she entered the sanctum, her forge-stained cloak dragging behind her. In her gloved hands, she carried a bronze skull, its eyes filled with molten wax, thick incense curling upward. She knelt, placing the relic before the core. Hephaestus stood behind them all, red hair cast in a glow, one divine eye locked onto the machine. She had not come to bless. She wanted to see a power besides magic and divinity. Acolytes formed a wide circle around the chamber, some smiths, others scavengers or engineers, all bearing rods of etched steel or glyph-bound plates. The silence between them was heavy. It was not waiting. It was reverence. Luthar finally spoke. "Begin the ignition rite." The chamber dimmed. Servo arms descended from the vaulted ceiling, bearing a master key, an alloy spire carved with runes older than the city. With a thunderous click, it locked into place atop the core. Lily Ruka halted her circling. She lifted her arms and began to chant in the old tongue. "Blessed is the machine, whose fire burns cold and whose heart knows no fear. May your breath awaken the silent spark." The servitors echoed her in perfect harmony. Tsubaki rang a bell suspended from her belt, a single, resonant note. Luthar stepped forward and placed his palm against the terminal. The interface lit beneath his hand, scanning his print, analyzing his voice. Luthar Farinus Cogbane. Tech Priest Designate. Authorization, confirmed. Without any dramatic effect, the core awoke. Lines of white heat traced across its shell. The altar shook with a low, steady pulse like the first heartbeat of a newborn god. The glass overhead trembled. Heat shimmered upward in waves, and every candle in the room flickered, and then blazed anew, burning blue and gold in perfect synchronicity. The compact hyperflux reactor had activated, ready to power the church and his lab. On display, Luthar was watching the readings. Streams of data crawled across the console. The hyperflux core pulsed in silent rhythm, its internal turbines whispering in a tongue no forge-born machine should know. He studied with a trained, unblinking eye. Output levels, steady. No phase drift. Plasma cell consumption was below projected margins, and efficiency was well above baseline. A flick of his fingers shifted the display, radiation levels, ambient harmonics, and thermal dispersion. All clean. All quiet. No errant emissions. No anomalies. He had known there would be no problem, but faith demanded verification. Luthar narrowed his eye behind the lens array. Machine spirit stabilized. No idiot god is trying to mess up. Core integrity at the maximum threshold, he murmured. There was no sound from the reactor now, only the flicker of sanctified flame and the heartbeat thrum of power. "Let's go out," he said. "We have completed the first step." The ignition was complete, the sanctum lights dimmed to a calm, and the servo towers folded back into their recesses. The reactor, once an altar of divine tension, now pulsed with quiet, steady assurance. Luthar exhaled. He turned and led the group through a reinforced side door. Descended to the lower floor and opened a separate room, less sacred. A few scavenged crates served as makeshift tables. Cups, wires, blueprints, and the lingering scent of metal oil cluttered the area. It wasn't comfortable, but nobody complained. Still, extra cushioning had been added, as nobody likes to sit on a steel bench. Tsubaki collapsed onto the bench. The dark rings beneath her eyes were more pronounced now, and her gloved hands shook as she removed her goggles. 5 days, she muttered. No sleep. I was starting to see glowing cats, and I know we don't have cats. She leaned back, closing her eyes but not yet drifting off. Her body demanded rest, but her mind was active due to some extra medicine provided by Luthar. Lily Ruka settled down next, sitting cross-legged on one end of the bench. She tossed her sensor to the side, its embers fading to black, and crossed her arms. That was ridiculous, she grumbled, flicking stray ash from her vest. I swear half of this is just you making things up so I look like an idiot. Luthar said nothing. She didn't expect him to. Yet despite her complaints, she hadn't walked out. That meant something. Hephaestus took her seat last, resting beside Tsubaki. The glow from the chamber still reflected faintly in her divine eye. She didn't speak immediately. She simply stared at the wall across from her, at the wiring, the piping, the exposed cabling. This was really something different, she said at last. Her voice was soft. Not reverent, but aware. A power that is completely unrelated to magic is something I never thought I would see in my life. Luthar sat opposite her, fingers laced together, gaze low. Well, if you continue, you might see more than this, he replied. Probably things that you are going to hate. Hephaestus didn't reply, as she also understood the meaning. While she didn't see any problem in the energy core, the use of a human skull in a ceremony is proof the knowledge he has is quite dark. She is still hesitating if she should go deeper and check about the origins of those humanoid creations and the floating skulls. After a time, Tsubaki shifted and muttered, "Someone bring me something to drink or I'll rip open the box and see if that does the trick." Lily Ruka smirked faintly despite herself. Luthar stood and moved to a corner locker, retrieving a thermos. "Recycled blend," he announced dryly, pouring it into dented steel cups. "Tastes like regret, but it works." He handed the first to Tsubaki, who downed it in one motion. The second went to Lily Ruka, who sniffed it and grimaced but drank anyway. The third he passed to Hephaestus, who only nodded once before sipping. For a moment, they were not a goddess, a smith, a rogue, and a tech priest. They were simply exhausted minds. Then, softly, Luthar said, "Now I can work on the next project." Hephaestus raised a brow. "The dreadnought." Luthar nodded. "Now I have enough power, I could start building the remaining parts." The bench creaked as Tsubaki slumped sideways onto Lilyruka's shoulder, murmuring, "Wake me when you start working, I still want to see." Chapter 47, Chapter 46 talks about a white rabbit. Luthar watched Tsubaki go limp, fatigue overtaking her as her head lolled against Lilyruka's shoulder. A faint snore betrayed the illusion of composure. Lilyruka, however, stubbornly fought the creeping drowsiness that threatened to take her. Hephaestus exhaled softly, pushing herself up from the bench with a grunt. "They need rest," she murmured. Luthar rose wordlessly, stepping around the table. He knelt beside Tsubaki, slipping one arm beneath her knees and the other behind her shoulders effortlessly. Hephaestus approached Lilyruka, who blinked blearily at her. "Come on," the goddess said gently, crouching down and offering her arms. "You can thank me later." Lilyruka grumbled something about being perfectly awake, then slumped forward into Hephaestus's embrace, her arms dangling. Hephaestus smiled faintly, lifting her with the same care one might lift a sleeping child. The two women were carried out. Luthar nudged open the door to one of the rooms, a small, functional space with only the bare essentials. Tsubaki was heavier than she looked, but Luthar barely noticed the strain. Her body was warm with fatigue, and it was a perfect opportunity to do something. If it weren't for the constant pressure he felt, he might have entertained the thought. He paused for only a moment longer, adjusting the blanket around her shoulders before stepping back into the corridor. Hephaestus emerged from a neighboring room, brushing a strand of red hair from her cheek. "She's out," she said quietly. Luthar nodded once. They returned to the chamber. The benches groaned faintly as they sat. Hephaestus reached across the table, retrieving the unfinished cup. Luthar did the same but reached beneath the bench, retrieving a hidden case. A hiss of pressurized release signaled its opening. From within, he withdrew a small bottle. He poured 2 fingers' worth into each cup and passed one to Hephaestus. "Synth fruit variant." "The original recipe was lost," he said. Hephaestus raised her cup with a faint smirk. "Cheers to lost things, then." They drank. The flavor was sharp, with a cloying sweetness that lingered oddly, but it was cool, and it was quiet. The chamber fell silent again, save for the distant thrum of the activated core, pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the floor. Luthar leaned back, setting his cup aside. "Now you've seen what I'm doing. What are you going to do?" he asked, his voice steady. Hephaestus's gaze shifted to the wall, where the pipes were still exposed. "If I wanted to stop you, I wouldn't have come alone." She took another sip, then set her cup down. "I've seen fools try to create miracles and blow themselves halfway across a forge, but you're different. You knew this thing might blow up from the start, and yet you still pressed on." She paused, remembering the instructions Luthar had given before starting the generator, how being blown up by your own creation seemed almost like a normal part of the process. "That's just part of the creation. Now, this thing didn't blow up the church, but we don't know if the safety measures are working or not," Luthar said, his tone flat. There was no pride in his voice. Hephaestus's thoughts lingered on the idea of knowledge. As a goddess of blacksmiths, she was confident she could replicate most of Luthar's work. The problem was she wanted more. She didn't want to create things she didn't understand. She needed the knowledge, and the tools Luthar possessed. Simply watching from the sidelines wasn't enough. Picking up her cup, she met his gaze. "Have you ever thought that if you teach us, we could help you better?" "In my case, knowledge is power," Luthar replied simply. "Without certain relationships or restrictions, it's hard to trust someone." Their eyes met over the cold steel of the table. Silence hung between them before Hephaestus spoke first. "Then what about me? I don't see a reason to go against you." Luthar's lips thinned. "That's because you haven't seen the dark side of these creations. I think I'm starting to see it." She studied him, her gaze thoughtful. "I have to say, you need to change. Not the machines. You. Change into what? A fool who gives away the only edge he has left." Luthar's voice was sharp, but Hephaestus didn't flinch. "You have to stop building walls to keep people away from you. If you can't share the knowledge, then share something else," she said softly. Take Lily Ruka, for example. You give her all these tools, but what about the trust? I'm not that stupid. I'm building the trust slowly, he muttered, almost to himself. You're calculating, Hephaestus pointed out, her voice steady. Why don't we try working together, without any limits? Stop calculating and stop holding back from the little girl. Luthar exhaled through his nose, a dry sound, and rose from the bench. The steel beneath him groaned softly as he stood. You still think she's just a little girl, he said, stepping away from the table with measured calm. Lily Ruka is more calculating than half the people in Orario. She sees further than most adults. He paced slowly, stopping at Hephaestus's side. He didn't look at her directly, his gaze drifted toward the wall, the silent pipes, and the unseen mechanisms humming beneath the floor. Then he turned, facing her fully, and extended his hand, this time, toward her. Not forcefully, not pleading, but with deliberate calm. It was an offer, quiet and dangerous. If you want to get involved with me, his voice lowered, tone unreadable, then be prepared. You won't be able to leave. A pause. I'm a rather greedy person. Hephaestus stared at the outstretched hand, gaze unwavering, weighing not just the gesture but the men behind it. Then, slowly, her fingers brushed against his. She clasped his hand, firmly, without hesitation, and allowed herself to be pulled upright. She stood, facing him fully now, a subtle, knowing smile on her lips. Greedy, huh? Her voice was quiet, laced with dry amusement. Sounds almost like a proposal. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowed with thought. We can discuss that, he said, voice low, almost contemplative. She pulled her hand back with deliberate slowness, stepping away to collect herself. I have no interest in a relationship with someone who might die in a few hundred years, she added, her tone casual but laced with something deeper. You're in luck, he replied without missing a beat. As a tech priest, how long I live depends entirely on my mood. Hephaestus let out a soft laugh. Then you should tell Freya, she said, half teasing, half serious. So she can finally stop looking for her destined one. Luthar gave a dismissive shrug, then turned slightly, gaze. Forget it, Freya's after all, she is too busy because of rabbit season. She blinked. Rabbit. Freya has found a rabbit and now she hunting through the dungeon, probably thinking how many monsters should she throw so it can level up. Hephaestus exhaled, lips curling into something between concern and amusement. I almost feel bad for the person who's been targeted. But Luthar was already elsewhere, his gaze distant, mind shifting beyond the chamber. Thoughts of reconstruction, of systems and circuits and scale. The machine that had brought him here would need to be rebuilt. Resources would have to be harvested. Armors forged. Weapons calibrated. Perhaps even a battleship, small but functional. There was still much to do. Chapter 48, Chapter 47 Fights with Minotaurs. Bel stood at the threshold of the dungeon, his grip tightening around his sword as he glanced at Welf, who stood beside him in his usual battle gear. You good? Welf asked, his voice low but carrying a faint smile. Bel nodded, though his heart pounded in his chest. He remembered too clearly the last time he had faced death in this place, saved only by Ace. And instead of properly thanking her, he had blurted out a request for her to train him. His mind flickered back to the week of brutal training. The relentless drills, the silent demands, and the exhaustion that never seemed to end. But it had changed him. Every muscle felt leaner, every reflex sharper. Welf, noticing the faraway look in his eyes, nudged him with a grin. Thinking about it, huh? The training. Yeah, Bel said softly, adjusting his grip on the sword. Ace pushed me harder than I thought I could handle. But now. I have to be ready. Welf gave a slow nod, his expression turning serious. Just remember, you're not alone down there. We've got each other's backs. Bel managed a small smile. Let's go. Welf returned the nod. Stay sharp. As they descended deeper into the dungeon, the first wave struck, goblins. Bel moved on instinct, and with two clean slashes, both creatures fell, their heads separated cleanly from their shoulders. Neither spoke. Together, they advanced, monsters continuing to emerge from the dark. Kobolds, goblins, even the occasional needle rabbit, none posed a serious threat. This was their first true venture together since Bel's training, and while their movements weren't perfect, they were steady. Each swing, each dodge, fell into a rhythm. They were beginning to fight like a team. Eventually, they paused in a narrow corridor, taking a moment to breathe, when the ground trembled. Bel tensed. We can't be that unlucky again, he muttered. The quake subsided, but an unnatural stillness followed. The ever-present noise of the dungeon, distant growls, footsteps, echoes, had gone silent. Welf's eyes scanned the dark ahead. That didn't feel like a normal quake. Bel nodded slowly. It felt heavy. Like something was moving. Yeah, Welf murmured, raising his blade. We've cleared enough. Want to head back? Bell didn't answer immediately. His heart thudded, not in fear, but in anticipation. A feeling he couldn't ignore. He shook his head. No. Not yet. You sure? Welf asked, frowning. If I turn back now, Bell said, eyes locked on the corridor ahead, I'll never stop running. Welf exhaled. I must be crazy for teaming up with you. As they advanced, the passage narrowed, the walls illuminated by flickering magic stone light. Warped shadows danced ahead as they turned the corner, and heard it. Breathing. Deep, guttural. A heavy stomp. Then another. Then a snort, wet and feral. They froze. The Minotaur emerged into view. Towering. Muscled. Brutal. Its crude greatsword, clearly looted from a fallen adventurer, rested heavy in its grasp. Steam curled from its nostrils as it exhaled into the cold dungeon air. Damn thing's armed, Welf muttered, stepping into a firm stance. It doesn't matter, Bell said calmly. We end it here. The Minotaur didn't charge, it watched. Studied. Then it roared. A thunderous, primal sound that shook the stone walls. Bell felt it, the dread, the echo of fear from that first encounter. But this time, he held firm. Welf moved beside him, drawing his blade. You take the left. I'll distract. No, Bell cut in. We stay together. No space, no second strike. Welf blinked, then nodded. All right then. Let's do this. The Minotaur lunged, unnervingly fast. Its greatsword screamed through the air, missing as Bell and Welf dodged in unison, veering to the same side. The blade struck stone, shattering it with a deafening crack. Bell didn't wait. Firebolt. A burst of blazing red magic struck the Minotaur's shoulder. The beast staggered, barely. Welf charged, slashing at its hip. The Minotaur howled and swung wildly, Welf dove aside just in time. Bell darted in again, dodging a stomp and casting once more. Firebolt. The spell burned its chest, but the creature barely reacted. Bloodlust overtook it, it charged, faster, angrier. Bell ducked a swing and drove his blade upward. It glanced off bone. He felt the fear again. The same cold pulse. But he crushed it. The Minotaur raised its sword again, when footsteps echoed behind them. A long shadow moved overhead. Someone landed silently on a ledge above. Hey, came a voice. That's the white-haired kid, isn't it? Bell didn't turn, but he recognized it. Should we intervene? Riveria asked, calm and composed. No, Ace answered quietly, eyes never leaving Bell. Let him fight. The Minotaur roared and lifted its blade high. Bell met its eyes. His body moved before thought, instinct taking over. Firebolt, he shouted, unleashing a triple burst. The final shot struck its face, and the beast howled in pain, stumbling, blinded. Now. Welf. He shouted. He ducked beneath the monster's arm, slashing its knee. The Minotaur faltered. Bell charged. Every lesson, every bruise, and every scar from training surged through him. He screamed and drove his sword forward. Steel pierced hide and muscle. Firebolt. More blasts at point-blank range. Flame engulfed the wound, magic searing flesh. The Minotaur dropped its sword, groaning in agony. It staggered, and collapsed. The great beast crumbled, fading into ash and crystal. A magic stone clattered to the ground. Silence fell. Bell stood there, panting, his blade in his hand. He slowly pulled it free. Above, Ace watched, expression unreadable, but her eyes were warm. Good, she whispered. Tiona whistled. That's still impressive. 2 level 1s fighting Minotaur. Finn narrowed his eyes, gaze fixed on the fallen greatsword. There's something off about this. Welf approached, clapping Bell's back. That was insane. You all right? Bell gave a shaky nod, his breath still unsteady. I think, yeah. I think I am. Chapter 49, Chapter 48 Hephaestus's shop, late at night. You did what? Hestia's voice shattered the quiet night like a thunderclap, echoing off the stone walls of Hephaestus's workshop. She stormed out from behind the counter, fists clenched, eyes blazing with fury and fear. Bell winced as he closed the door behind him. His armor was scraped, his cloak torn, and soot stained one cheek, but his smile was soft. I fought a Minotaur, he said gently. Why is that the first thing out of your mouth? She snapped, voice trembling. You just finished training, and you're already picking fights with Minotaurs. Welf stepped in behind him, dropping a cloth-wrapped bundle onto the workbench with a heavy thump. He didn't pick the fight, he said. It found us. Armed. But Bell handled it. Hestia's gaze flicked between them. The anger in her face faltered, giving way to rising panic. If it was armed, you should have run, or called for help. Look at you. I'm not hurt, Bell said quickly, raising his hands. Really? Just scrapes. Her breath caught. The lamplight shimmered in her glassy eyes. You idiot. I know. She rushed forward and pulled him into a tight embrace, burying her face in his chest. You absolute, reckless, stupid, brave idiot. Bell chuckled quietly and returned the hug. I'm sorry for scaring you. She held on a moment longer before stepping back, wiping at her eyes. Next time, I won't forgive you so easily. I'll keep that in mind. The door at the back creaked open. A single heavy footstep echoed. Welf glanced up, already guessing. You're making a lot of noise at this hour, Hephaestus called down, voice calm but edged with dry amusement. Hestia straightened, quickly wiping her cheeks. Not my fault. I couldn't leave the shop before you came back. About that, sorry, Hephaestus said as she stepped down into the room, coat slung over one shoulder. The scent of oil and metal clung to her. Watching Luthar work. I lost track of time. At the mention of the name, Welf's expression soured. So that's where you were. She raised a brow but didn't respond. Welf folded his arms. Did he finally cough up the materials he's been hoarding? Prices are still sky high, blacksmiths can't keep up, and honest shops are going under. Hephaestus sighed and brushed her fingers through her hair. The shortage is easing, slowly. New shipments are coming in a few days, but prices won't return to normal anytime soon. Great, Welf muttered. Guess we'll all just stop making weapons, it's not like we can make any profit in the current situation. Well, Hestia began, but he raised a hand. No. I'm just tired of watching good smiths go under while he floods the city with weapons he builds inside that damn church. Welf's voice was low but seething. He turned to Hephaestus, eyes hard. You know what he is. Why are you still standing by him? Hephaestus met his gaze evenly. Because most smiths have grown complacent. As long as they can forge a blade that cuts, they think that's enough. But he's different. He builds things with everything he has, every thought, every breath. While trying to figure out, how can this be better? Welf's voice cracked. So now you think people like me have no will to improve? You want to improve, she said gently. But you've also accepted your fate. You made peace with what you are. She stepped closer. You chose not to make magic swords, but you've also chosen to live with that limit. Welf's jaw tightened. His voice dropped. Limits aren't a weakness. They're a choice. A principle. Hephaestus nodded slowly. And I respect that. But don't mistake principles for progress. She looked toward the workshop's hearth, its coals long since cooled. Luthar tears everything down if it means building something better. That kind of mind is dangerous, but it's also creating miracles. Miracles for what? Welf asked bitterly. For war. Hephaestus met his gaze again. For survival. Her voice softened. Well. You have talent. And heart. Don't let bitterness drown you. Silence began to settle after her final words. Welf's fist slowly unclenched at his sides, the weight of frustration pulling him down. Sensing the shift, Hestia cleared her throat. All right, she said, voice light but deliberate. That's enough gloomy talk for one night. The tension cracked slightly. She glanced at Hephaestus and added with a subtle smile, so, where's Tsubaki? Don't tell me you lost her. Hephaestus huffed a short laugh. She's at the church. Probably sleeping, hasn't gotten much rest these past few days. Welf gave a tired snort, shaking his head. I guess she won't be coming back soon. Hephaestus turned to him, her tone gentler. Yes. She's quite interested in what she's learning. Welf didn't answer, but his silence was less barbed than before. Hephaestus adjusted her coat. Anyway, I should rest. It's been a long day. She looked at Hestia and offered a nod of gratitude. Thanks for waiting. And for taking care of the workshop. Hestia waved her off with a grin. No need to thank me. Hephaestus smirked faintly and stepped toward the rear hallway. As she passed Welf, she paused briefly, then disappeared behind the door, her footsteps fading. The workshop fell still again. Hestia moved toward the hearth and gently stirred the cold ash with a poker. Have you thought about what you're going to do next? Bell glanced at his gauntlets. I'll rest for a few days, after you update my status. Welf exhaled slowly, running a hand over the minotaur horn. I guess I'm going to build a dagger from this. Then good luck, Hestia said, more serious now. Just, don't take any more risks. It was advice she knew they would ignore. And she could do nothing to stop them. Chapter 50, Chapter 49 Building a Truck. Today, the forge was a living beast. Steel bones groaned in the rafters above. Flames roared beneath the bellows, spitting sparks across the stone floor. Smoke curled into the rafters and danced with the light pouring in from the open walls. Here, under Hephaestus's crest, the secondary forge of the Familia labored with pride. Tsubaki stood atop a scaffold, wielding a welding wand that hissed with blue fire. Sweat streaked down her arms as she leaned into her work, binding thick iron plates into the reinforced frame of what could charitably be called a wagon, if a wagon had armor plating, shock-absorbing treads, and axle joints thick enough to withstand a minotaur's charge. "Lower that brace," she barked, gesturing with her tool. Her smiths obeyed, hoisting a plate into place with a pulley system and locking it in with glowing pins of tempered steel. She grinned. It was ugly, boxy, and heavy as sin. But it would be enough. Then came the sound of boots on stone. Luthar Farinus Cogbane entered, a sealed crate in his arms, expression neutral as ever. His coat was soot-marked, his gloves new. The moment he stepped into the forge, the temperature seemed to shift around him, not colder, not hotter. Just measured. Tsubaki looked down. "You better pray this thing works, Cogbane." He set the crate down and opened it. "Only if you didn't make any mistakes." She laughed and jumped down, rolling her shoulder. "Now I really want you to fail." Ignoring her comment, Luthar worked methodically, threading copper wire, connecting mana conduits, and carefully linking the engine to the vehicle. The method he was using was quite primitive, but he wasn't looking to start some revolution, he just needed something simple. Tsubaki watched him work, wiping her hands on her apron. "You know, I didn't think you would start building something else besides weapons." Luthar didn't look up. "Looks like you have a very bad memory. Just a few days ago I finished building a power supply. Even so, you're still thinking about weapons." Tsubaki let out a chuckle. "Not my fault if your weapons are more interesting than other things." As the engine clicked into place, a low hum began, followed by the soft hiss of heat escaping. It worked. A steady, reliable sound that promised stability, not drama. After finishing the installation, Luthar stood up. "Let's take a little rest, then go out to test the performance." Glancing at the tired faces of the other smiths, Tsubaki finally accepted the offer. If there was one thing she'd learned from working with him, it was this: take your rest when you can, because there was no telling when he'd decide to keep everyone working straight through the next few days. By late afternoon, with the installation complete, Luthar gave the order to move the vehicle. Not through the crowded streets of Orario, no sane person would attempt that. Instead, he simply put it inside his system space. Then, after going beyond the city walls and arriving at the open place, he released the vehicle from the system space. The vehicle, if one could still call it that, stood at the edge of the practice track. Its massive frame was rune-etched and braced in riveted iron. The wheels were broad and layered with man-imbued treads. Exhaust chimneys hissed gently. Luthar climbed into the front seat beside Tsubaki, who wore an old pair of goggles. "Let's see if I can drive," she muttered. "Just remember the instructions," he said. Without another word, Tsubaki pressed the accelerator without hesitation. The vehicle surged forward, rolling smoothly across dirt and gravel. The engine pulsed steadily, absorbing shocks, shifting weight across joints. It climbed a slope, turned without tipping, and handled like a beast bred for endurance. After driving a little bit, they stopped going any further. Tsubaki leaned back. "If this is just a supply cart," she said, "what in hell are you making next?" "Making a cheaper version so we can rent it out to the merchants," Luthar replied. She blinked. "Rent? I thought we were going to sell these things." "We don't need to sell," Luthar said calmly. "We have a monopoly. If we use it wisely, one vehicle could bring in money for a lifetime, and improve Orario's logistics at the same time." Tsubaki frowned, rubbing her temple. "Fine, but what if someone copies the design? Start selling their own." Luthar's voice dropped a shade. "Two things." He held up a finger. "First, the engine runs on a refined mana crystal fuel. Without my equipment, it can't be synthesized." A second finger joined the first. "Second, no one survives by stealing from a tech priest. Not for long." Tsubaki stared at him for a moment, then let out a low, dry chuckle. "Right. I keep forgetting how much you love shouting about killing left and right." She paused. "Though. I did try something similar, didn't I?" Luthar glanced at her, he clearly remembered what she had made. "What you made was a magic gun. A clever one, but still bound by spellcraft." He turned his gaze back to the horizon. "It has no relation to my technology." Tsubaki frowned, not quite following. "I don't mind inspiration," he said after a moment, "but knowledge and inventions are a different thing." There was no threat in his voice. Just certainty. Cold, mechanical, and final. Tsubaki didn't respond right away. The silence stretched, broken only by the soft ticking of the cooling engine. Then she exhaled. Then there should be a way for me to acquire knowledge from you without getting a death threat. Understanding her frustrations, Luthar decided to give her a chance. I think if we talk to your goddess, we can decide if I join not as a Familia member but as another member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Tsubaki couldn't believe what she was hearing. The bastard was finally ready to share his knowledge. Even so, she still had something she wanted to confirm. Do I have to leave Hephaestus? It depends, Luthar explained. Adeptus Mechanicus only acknowledges the Omnissiah. As for Hephaestus, she can be your friend, teacher, or even someone who provides blessings, but cannot be your faith. As he was speaking, the sun was already setting, and after a pause, he continued, I don't know about others, but I believe in a God which I can never see because I do not want a physical God coming in front of me and saying, I'm your faith, and you should submit to me or worship me. After talking a little bit, both of them made their way back to the city, this time driving through the district, as they had tested the brakes, so they were not worried about hitting someone. Chapter 51, Chapter 50 Tsubaki Confusion. The sun hung low, casting long golden rays over the stone streets of Orario as the vehicle rolled through the western gate. The guards stared, not in alarm, but with that peculiar stillness one associates with disbelief. A few passers-by slowed their steps, watching the armored machine trundle past. The treads hummed, and the engine hissed. It was too large to be a cart. By the time they arrived at the Hephaestus Familia compound, the workers had already gathered in the courtyard. Some leaned against pillars as most of them participated in creating some of the parts of the vehicle. Hephaestus waited by the entrance to her secondary workshop. She watched as the vehicle came to a halt. Her gaze shifted to Luthar as he stepped down, then to Tsubaki, who remained seated a moment longer than necessary, eyes shadowed beneath the rim of her goggles. Welcome back, Hephaestus said, then she stopped and spoke again. Looks like somebody is enjoying too much to the point she forgot to invite me. Tsubaki cracked a smile, but there was something off in it, thoughtfulness, perhaps. She didn't reply. Luthar approached the goddess without a hint of theatricality. What can we say? You were too busy in the documents. Do you have no idea why I am busy with documents? Hephaestus murmured, opening the ledger and flipping a page. She had already prepared the documentation. She gestured to the interior. Come inside. Let's finalize the agreement. Inside the workshop, the air was cooler. Shelves lined the walls, filled with scrolls, half-finished prototypes, enchanted tools, and locked cabinets bearing the Familia crest. The table at the center bore a single scroll, thick parchment, freshly inked, bearing terms of collaboration. Luthar reviewed the document of prior arrangement, his exclusive control over the sale and distribution of his weapons, along with stipulations regarding the volume of materials he could acquire. In return, he was granted access to locations of several untapped mines and access to magic crystal supplies. The contract was dense, covering numerous contingencies, but nothing within it was unduly restrictive. Tsubaki lingered at the doorway, silent, one hand resting on the wall. Her brow was slightly furrowed, her expression unreadable to all but Hephaestus. The goddess's eyes flicked to her second-in-command. Something bothering you? Tsubaki blinked, then shook her head slowly. No. Just thinking. Hephaestus didn't press, though she noted the hesitation. Instead, she dipped her pen in ink and held it out. Luthar signed first, then Hephaestus, her signature sharp and flowing. With the document sealed, the deal was done. Now we just need to make a truck which is cheaper. We will also need some merchants, Luthar said. It should be easy for you, Hephaestus replied. I will also look for merchants who are interested. Luthar gave a nod, then turned to leave. As he passed Tsubaki, their eyes met briefly. She didn't say anything, he also said goodbye to her. Once the forge door shut behind him, silence fell again. Tsubaki stood there, unmoving. Hephaestus set the quill down and leaned against the table. You've got that look. What look? When confusion is brawling in your head. Tsubaki let out a breath that was almost a laugh. You know me too well. I should. Tsubaki crossed her arms. He is ready to teach me, but his words confused me. Hephaestus didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the door, where the faint scent of heated copper still lingered. So, she said softly, he's offering to teach you, but might have asked you to join him. Tsubaki didn't answer. Hephaestus smiled faintly, wry, not wounded. I am curious. What do you plan to do? Tsubaki's voice was low. I don't know. While he doesn't mind staying as your Familia does not want me to treat somebody else as God. Then what's the problem? But having your blessing and ignoring your existence feels weird. Hephaestus stepped forward and laid a hand on Tsubaki's shoulder. You have lots of time to think about this, but I have to remind you what you will see might not be all flowers. Tsubaki looked up. Even if I walked away, I would still be with you, Hephaestus said without hesitation. Then, with a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth, she added, and it's not like I can't join him. Tsubaki blinked, startled. Wait, a god, following a mortal. Hephaestus shrugged playfully. It'd make history. Imagine the faces of all the adventures. Or Loki's expression. Worth it just for that. Tsubaki finally had a smile on her face. You're joking, she said, but there was a flicker of warmth in her eyes now. Hephaestus grinned. It's not a joke. I might look serious, but even I am looking for something new. Then Hephaestus added, more gently, you don't need to decide everything now. Just don't run from it because it's strange. Let yourself follow what calls you, even if it's staying with a madman, for knowledge. Tsubaki exhaled through her nose, amused. Madman, huh? Hephaestus's eyes twinkled. A brilliant one. Just happens to have the knowledge to reshape the world and everyone in it. Tsubaki chuckled. Doesn't make it easier. No, Hephaestus agreed softly. But it does make it meaningful. There was a beat of quiet between them, weighty, but not heavy. The time both of them finished talking. Luthar had reached the gates of the church. Inside the sanctum, the air was dim and quiet. The humming of arcane circuits and the low thrumming of the newly installed compact hyperflux core pulsed through the stone walls like a distant heartbeat. He crossed the hall, pausing only once. At the terminal, he tapped a few commands. A schematic unfolded, a crude but functional design for a supply truck, simpler, without any armor, basically old-style truck. The current vehicle, after all, was meant to serve another purpose. Luthar exhaled. He wanted to rub his temple, but unfortunately, there was a mask on his face. There were too many gears. Too many tasks. He closed the schematic and turned toward the heart of the church, where the slab waited, and finally prepared himself to start the main project. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, The Little Shock Form 40K. The hall of the Crimson Church was dim but alive. Cables hissed, brass arms swung from ceiling rigs, and a scent of oil, copper, and something more arcane filled the air. At the center of the raised platform stood a towering humanoid figure, its body a grotesque blend of industrial bulk and unnatural grace. Its armor was matte iron, shaped not for beauty but for function. Wide shoulders. Reinforced joints. Exposed pistons flexed along its limbs. Luthar stood before it with a tablet in hand, entering code sigils and adjusting the servos manually. The servitor's head was oval, eyeless, save for a single vertical slit of red light. It watched nothing. It obeyed everything. Footsteps echoed behind him. What is that? Hestia's voice cracked through the soundscape. She had stepped past the threshold, hair tangled from restless sleep, expression twisted in shock. New servitor, Luthar answered without looking up. You could call it a walking assistant or a new security guard. Her eyes were locked on the unfinished chest. Inside was a mess of crystal conduits, pulsing with heat and light, fused into wire clusters that wrapped around a heart. That's not a tool, she said, her voice quiet. It's a corpse you forced to move. He didn't respond. This isn't creation, Luthar. It's desecration. Don't overreact, he replied softly, still keying commands. I still remember the last time somebody was thinking that it would be great if they could cook. Turning his face to her, he said with a joking tone, do you want me to put some recipes into him? There should be no problem teaching him how to cook. Hestia stepped back slowly, with confusion and disgust, but as soon as her eyes fell on the metal skulls floating around, her mind finally started to work, shaking her head. They are different, I don't feel anything dirty from them. Now, Luthar raised his head. Of course not, he said, almost fondly. They served me while alive, each one loyal, each one trusted. Extremely brave. No stain. Even in death. He turned his eyes back to the servitor. This one is just flesh. Full violence. No loyalty. No meaning. It's a tool I plan to use, nothing more. As he was about to say something more, the heavy inner door hissed as it opened, and Lily Ruka stepped in, now dressed in a clean apron over a short tunic, her face flushed not with embarrassment but with pride. You already finished? She asked, her voice bright with curiosity. Her eyes wandered to the towering servitor, and lit up with something between wonder and satisfaction. Hestia glanced at her, stunned. Did you already know what he is doing? Lily only blinked. Of course, he asked for a body. Fresh enough and structurally intact. I just did the hard part. Luthar finally lowered his tablet, regarding her with calm precision. And who was it? Lily Ruka hesitated. A shadow passed behind her usually sharp eyes. No one important, she said with a shrug. Just some violent drunk I ran into while taking a stroll near the guild's south quarter. He tilted his head. Lily. She sighed. Fine. He is Soma Familia, a captain. Hestia gasped faintly. Lily Ruka's gaze sharpened. He liked hurting people weaker than him. And would always take away my money and let other members beat me up, she added quickly, though her tone carried no guilt. Don't worry, he was not a good person. Luthar looked back at the servitor, expression unreadable. So you chose him because you hated him? I chose him, she said, because I thought it would be good revenge. A long pause hung in the air as the servitor's crystal heart pulsed like some sleeping predator. Then Luthar nodded. That will do. Hestia stood in silence listening to the echoes of their conversation. The servitor stood as a tombstone. The coppery scent clung to her skin, so thick it felt like blood. She wanted to scream. Her gaze drifted to the floating skulls again. She swallowed, throat tight. Lily Ruka didn't flinch. She watched the transformation of the captain with a smile, not innocence, but of conviction. As if revenge had become a rite of passage. Hestia's heart ached. This cold vengeance. This distortion of what's sacred. She turned slowly, her footsteps light but purposeful as she began to leave the church. Her thoughts churned, uneasy. Logic warred with faith. She couldn't stop him. Not with words. Not with sentiment. But maybe Hephaestus could put an end to this madness. Or at least slow it. Reground it. She trusted her, I needed to talk to her. Before this becomes something none of us can contain. Hestia walked faster. Lily Ruka watched Hestia's retreating figure, then turned back to Luthar. The servitor loomed behind them like an accusation neither of them seemed willing to voice aloud. Her voice came low, uncertain, but not without challenge. Do you still have a conscience, Luthar? He paused, gloved fingers brushing along the tablet's edge. His eyes, dimly lit by the servitor's crystal core, remained on the thing he had made. Maybe not, Luthar replies, clearly not interested in figuring it out. Lily Ruka said nothing. Minutes passed. The air shifted again, perfumed this time. Silken footsteps crossed the hall. Freya appeared from the corridor, robes trailing behind her like a storm cloud. You made a vehicle with Hephaestus, she said, while completely forgetting about me. He said nothing. As she watched him, she said, you never even looked at me when I entered. You're not the subject of today's experiment, he replied. And this thing is? Her voice was calm but laced with offense. This corpse stitched to iron. You care more for this abomination than for me. Luthar finally raised his head. The red glow of the servitor reflected in his lenses like twin eclipses. And why, he said coldly, should I care for someone who's only thinking of how to best use me? Freya tilted her head, lips curling in a slow, dangerous smile. You assume I only wish to use you. She stepped closer. Now just beyond arm's reach. Lily Ruka stiffened but did not interfere. Freya's voice dropped to a purr. Actually, I've been wondering, what could you do with my blood? Just a drop. Luthar's eyes narrowed. He studied her, not with hunger or hatred, but with the same surgical precision he gave to all unknown variables. That's just for study, he said at last. I'm researching enhancement methods, ways to push a mortal's limits without divine blessing. No Falna, Freya murmured, circling slightly, her fingers trailing across the cold brass of the nearby terminal. She leaned in, whispering close to his ear. Instead of a drop, imagine how much more useful a living god would be. A charged silence. Luthar didn't flinch. But neither did he retreat. I don't need temptation, he said. I need data. Consistent results. Viable substrates. Freya's smile did not fade. There is no temptation, give me what I want. She touched the servitor's shoulder lightly, almost tenderly. As for this is not a miracle. It's grief dressed in armor, she whispered, with the soul that wants to escape this body. Lily Ruka stepped forward then, voice sharp. You don't have to tell us what this thing is. Freya turned, amused by the outburst. Oh. The little assistant speaks. I'm not little, Lily said, deadpan. And I know a predator's smile when I see one. Luthar moved again, quiet as machinery winding down. He looked to Freya. I have a better offer, you work for me while I can study you. Don't worry, I just need some body scans. Freya raised a brow, intrigued. No bargains, he clarified. A few body scans, just a few drops for the test, and then I would let you join me. Freya's smile deepened, dangerous and delighted. Careful, Luthar. Even gods have limits. He turned away, fingers dancing over the controls. Then we'll test those too. This was only the beginning, the second piece of his puzzle. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, continued. After Freya's departure, Luthar and Lily Ruka navigated the shadowed arteries of the church's inner sanctum, where the air thrummed with the pulse of unseen machines. She glanced at him, her sharp eyes catching the faint glow of his optic lens. You're not hiding anymore, she said, her voice soft but edged with accusation. Not from me. Not from the world. Luther's stride remained unbroken. No. You used to shroud everything, she pressed, her tone probing. Kept your distance, your secrets locked behind that mask. Even from those who trusted you. He said nothing, his mechadendrite spine coiling subtly, a reflex of thought rather than threat. Why now? Lilyruka's voice sharpened. Why stop covering your tracks? Why take risks? They reached a sealed gate, an arch of blackened alloy, its surface scarred by fusion burns and inscribed with runes that flickered like dying stars. A hiss of escaping pressure heralded the parting of the twin doors, revealing a vast circular lift suspended over a shaft cloaked in blue-lit mist. The platform groaned, its gears grinding as stabilizers trembled, betraying its unfinished state. Luthar turned, his mechanical eye catching the light, a cold star in the dimness. Because I'm almost ready, he said, his vox grill rendering his voice a low rasp. And because. The lift shuddered to life, descending into the abyss. At its center stood a cradle, sleek, enormous, and dormant, its contours gleaming like obsidian under the mist's glow. Pylons coiled around it like the roots of some ancient, mechanical tree, pulsing with latent energy. Lilyruka stepped forward, the air thick with the scent of hot iron, ionized ozone, and faint, acrid incense. She halted at the edge, peering into the shadowed depths where scaffold towers loomed. What does it do? She whispered. It breaks boundaries, Luthar replied, his voice heavy with purpose, devoid of pride. The astral bridge. A conduit between all that is possible. Her eyes flicked to him, suspicion giving way to unease, a curiosity tinged with fear. And that's why you've changed. For a moment, the steel mask of logic parted to reveal something weary, human. To build this, to gather the knowledge I need, I can't do it alone. The lift continued its descent, the church's under-laboratory emerging from the gloom. Arc conduits crackled, neural thrones stood silent, and power coils encircled the space like a ritual diagram etched in steel. Ghost light danced across cables and sigils, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe. This is what I dreamed of, Luthar murmured, his gaze fixed on the cradle. Even when I was deaf to hope, blind to purpose, when emotion was a sin. He paused, his optic lingering on the astral bridge's heart. I built it to escape. But now, it's a threshold. To knowledge. To truths beyond the limits of where I began. Lilyruka's frown deepened. This wasn't here yesterday. He nodded. Not fully. You can't make this thing in a single day, she said, her voice tight. So your sudden openness, it still doesn't add up. I've built others, Luthar admitted, his tone measured. 12 in total. 1 was destroyed before I came here. 2 I carried with me. 9 remain, scattered across the galaxy. Her eyes narrowed, catching the weight of the number but not its shadow. Then why wait? Why now? Why this recklessness? Luthar's reply came after a pause, his voice calm yet resonant with conviction. 2 reasons. First, this prototype had a flaw. Its subspace connection was too much, a danger I couldn't control. But here, in this world, subspace is absent. The flaw is nullified. And the second? Hephaestus, he said simply. What I learned from her reshaped the bridge's design. I can stabilize it now in ways I never could before. He turned to the cradle, his voice a quiet vow. This time. I will hold the reins. As Luthar spoke, his thoughts drifted to Tsubaki. He would need her aid after all, you can't expect him to suddenly become an expert in magical enchantment. But even as he planned, a flicker of unease stirred, 9 machines, 9 echoes of his ambition, scattered across. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the cradle's hum. Far from the church's depths, Hestia stepped into the heat of Hephaestus's workshop, where the air sang with charcoal and molten steel. The scent was cleaner than the sanctum's oily residue, but each step felt heavier, her divine presence parting the bustle of half-awake apprentices. None dared meet her gaze, her aura demanded obedience, even from those who did not know her name. She reached Hephaestus's chambers and froze. A metallic-bound book lay open on the table, its skull sigil gleaming, a mark Hestia knew too well. You're reading his book, Hestia said, her voice tight with accusation. Hephaestus didn't look up, her gloved hand tracing the page. Is there something you need? Do you know what Luthar's doing? Hestia's voice trembled, anger warring with fear. Hephaestus met her gaze, her single eye unyielding. He mentioned a servitor yesterday. Hestia snapped, stepping closer. It was a man, Hephaestus. A living person. Luthar broke him down, turning him into a machine. And Lilyruka, she didn't stop him. She helped. I know, Hephaestus said, her tone grim but steady. I know what he's done. Then why aren't you stopping him? Hestia's eyes flicked to the book. Why are you sitting here, studying this? Hephaestus tapped the cover, the doctrine of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with a deliberate finger. Because he's not just building machines. He's searching for something deeper. This book helps me understand his mind, his methods. She leaned back, her gaze drifting to the distant clang of hammers. He can replace limbs, reinforce flesh, perhaps even restore life. But to do that, he needs to learn how bodies react to his tools. Step by step. I didn't come to hear about his work, Hestia said sharply. I came to ask you to stop him. Hephaestus paused, then spoke plainly. After studying him, I've decided to join him. Hestia's breath caught, her eyes wide with disbelief. Not to condone his actions, Hephaestus added quickly, her voice softening. But to understand him. To find a path that doesn't end in darkness. You're doing nothing. Hestia whispered, her voice breaking. I'll watch. I'll learn. And when the moment comes, I'll guide him, Hephaestus said, sliding the book into a satchel, its locks glowing with forge-sealed runes. With me, he won't stray too far. Hestia's hands clenched, her divine aura flaring briefly. I can't wait that long. What he's doing, it's vile. I feel it, Hephaestus. He's going to do something irreversible. Hephaestus's gaze softened, but her resolve held. Perhaps. But with me there, he'll have a tether. A chance to be more than what he is. What was that line? I never wanted this, so basically my fiction and all books somehow are available on ShareEats with no control of the author website. We are just readers, and there is no link for donation unless I put it inside my chapter. Now, what should the company basically say? You still have the book, but I have no contract with Webnovel where I allowed them to use my fiction. I am just getting confused if I should start putting links on the chapter and make comments like this on every chapter. What should I do? Chapter 54, Chapter 53 Lilyruka playing with teleporter. Chapter 53 Lilyruka playing with a teleporter. The night air drifted through the narrow streets of Orario's lower tiers, carrying the scent of alcohol and food. Street lamps buzzed softly above shuttered shops and scaffold buildings, casting long shadows between crates and rusting tools. This was the industrial edge of the city, cleaner than the slums, quieter than the guild wards, and far enough from the main patrol routes to be useful. Lilyruka knelt atop the steel awning of a repair shop, her silhouette hidden against the scaffolded skyline. Below, carts of salvaged or sat untouched, their owners long gone for the night. Her hands were firm on the sniper construct, sleek, modular, built for silence. The power cell purred beneath her arm, feeding a soft blue glow through the scope's rune-lined lens. Down the alley, two men emerged from a maintenance door behind a warehouse. One of them glanced over his shoulder, checking for tails. Their voices were barely audible. Boss, can't you give me more wine? A breath. A pause. One heartbeat. A flash. No sound, just the sudden collapse of one body and the immediate silence of the other. Panic. Then flight. Lilyruka's eye didn't blink. She adjusted the angle, compensated for the fleeing target's turn, and gently squeezed the trigger again. The second man fell. She rose. No words. No satisfaction. Just a soft click as she triggered the teleport crystal at her belt. Light folded. The alley emptied. The scent of ozone returned first, then the sound of static and the soft grind of the Crimson Church's teleportation platform resetting. Lilyruka stepped off calmly, her boots clicking against the cold steel. The laboratory had shifted since morning. Arc lamps flickered from gantry rails, casting long shadows across half-forged weapons and dormant servitors. Tsubaki was already there, arms crossed, mouth drawn into a grimace. Didn't we send you to just do a simple test, she said flatly. Luthar stood at the console, not looking at her. A servo skull floated above him, bearing tools and readouts. He made no move to react. The glowing edge of a schematic hovered beside him, waiting to resume. Lilyruka only shrugged, as if what she'd done was no different from stretching her legs. After all, nobody was going to miss the new captain of the Soma Familia. Before the silence could stretch further, a low chime echoed from the outer corridors of the Crimson Church, not the sharp pulse of a teleportation cycle, but the heavy grind of doors shifting to open. Boots rang crisply on metal a moment later, measured, unhurried. The side entrance opened with a hiss of pneumatics and old air. Freya stepped inside with the grace of a queen surveying her lands. Her silks whispered with each step, the hem just barely brushing against soot-stained tiles. She'd arrived the old way, by foot, through the maintenance access points. No divine starfire. No golden fanfare. Just audacity. Tsubaki's eyes narrowed. Why are you here? Freya smiled, golden eyes amused. Of course, to watch the show. Her gaze drifted immediately to Lilyruka, then to Luthar, who hadn't turned but had definitely stopped working. I see the little prodigy is conducting field executions now, she said, her voice soft and dangerously sweet. And no invitation for me to witness your miracle gate. You wound me, Luthar. Luthar straightened slowly, gaze still fixed on the schematic. I didn't think you'd care for prototypes. especially ones still buried in calibration data. Freya stepped further in, hands clasped loosely before her. Oh, but I care deeply. Especially when that prototype is murdering Soma's newest captain in a dim alley. That sort of incident tends to draw attention and questions. It was a test, Tsubaki cut in. We sent her to check long-distance teleportation. That the fool got his head popped was a bonus. Freya tilted her head. An unintended kill. Or just a convenient one. Luthar finally turned, his voice even. She made the call. If you want to lecture her, you can do it after she completes the field testing. A pause. Then Freya smiled, slow and calculated. If you speak like this, she might backstab you one day. Lily Ruka raised a brow. This was clearly a murder. She knew the type of personality Luthar had. She remembered there was a type of bomb you could implant in a person. Now she had to wonder if she might receive one, so she decided to change the tone of the conversation. Goddess Freya, Lily Ruka said, raising her voice. If someone is going to betray Master Luthar, it would be you, as you always keep thinking about the white rabbit. Freya got confused. When did her obsession become public knowledge? After a second, she thought, is this the reason Luthar always keeps his distance? Because he knows about Bel. Freya gave a slight shrug. I'm just training him. My feelings for Bel are quite pure. Lily Ruka shifted slightly but said nothing. After all, who doesn't know about Freya's pure feelings? Freya, not wanting her time wasted on meaningless arguments, let her gaze pass over Lily Ruka and linger on Luthar. Luthar, it's time you start inviting me before doing something interesting, she continued with her sweet yet firm voice. It's time you prepared an extra room for me in this church, so I can keep an eye on you. She began to slowly circle the platform, trailing her fingers lightly along the railings. Her gaze absorbed everything. Tsubaki snorted. A room. This isn't some luxurious palace. Freya turned slightly, her expression unchanged. Then I'll be sure to make it into a palace. Luthar didn't look at her. You'll need to bring more than bedding, he said, eyes fixed on the schematics. Did you already get tired of watching Bel, so you came here to bother me? Freya, barely maintaining her smile, said, oh. Did you get jealous because I'm interested in Bel? She paused for a second, then continued, one has a bright soul. The other has an interesting soul. And both of them are under the same roof, so I have to protect my investments. Tsubaki leaned forward. I don't remember any of your investments. It's a drop of my blood, Freya replied smoothly. And the chance to observe, without these troublesome clothes. Luthar finally turned to face her fully, his eyes sharper inside the mask. He didn't want Tsubaki to treat him as a womanizer, which he might be, but it wasn't the right time to expose that. I don't remember my scans requiring the removal of clothes, he said quietly. And for your cooperation in my research, I've only allowed you to watch from the sidelines. Freya's eyes gleamed. Can't you say something nice? Hearing Freya's complaint, Luthar began to wonder if he had chosen the wrong god for his research. After a beat, Luthar sighed. Then stay. But you might have to share the room with someone. Freya's smile returned. Don't tell me such a big place doesn't have a few extra rooms. Tsubaki smirked. Sorry to disappoint you, but we only have 6 rooms, so you'll have to find someone to share with. Freya did not mind the idea of sharing, and quickly thought of the best room for her. Well, I should go and pick my room. She turned, making her way toward the unused eastern hallway, where the old dormitories had yet to be gutted. The air shifted slightly behind her as she disappeared into shadow. Luthar muttered, mostly to himself, why did I think this was a good idea? Tsubaki smirked. Because somewhere in that broken, genius brain of yours, you like the chaos. Lily Ruka finally spoke, her voice a quiet anchor. Do we proceed? Luthar nodded. We begin the final sequence. If everything goes right, we can start the new project. Chapter 55, Chapter 54 Unexpected Situation. The late afternoon sun filtered through the small windows of the Crimson Church, casting long, slanted shadows across the empty pews. Bel quietly folded garments, secured weapons, and gathered the final remnants of his and Hestia's life in this place. The echo of approaching footsteps made him pause. When he turned, his breath caught in his throat. She stood at the threshold of the hall, framed in the amber glow like a goddess carved from dream and myth. Silvery hair cascaded around her shoulders, eyes of violet gold gleaming like starfire caught in amethyst. Every step she took seemed to shift the world around her, not with force, but with an authority deeper than gravity. Bel straightened, heart racing. Every instinct in him pulled him to her direction, wariness, awe, confusion. His lips parted to speak, but his voice faltered beneath the weight of her presence. Freya's expression was calm, a serene smile curving her lips as she approached. Why are you packing up? She asked, her voice smooth as velvet, soft as starlight. Bel swallowed. Hestia-sama doesn't wish to stay here. Lady Hephaestus offered us a new place. A shame. But understandable. She's never truly belonged here, Freya replied, her gaze unwavering. Her tone was light, but behind her eyes flickered quiet irritation. She could no longer visit him so freely if he left the sanctuary. Bel's hands tightened on the fabric in his arms. I should be leaving now. Hestia-sama is still waiting. Good luck, Freya murmured, stepping past him, her eyes drifting toward the vaulted ceiling. But if you return, I will always welcome you. Her tone bore an eerie certainty, as if the stones of the building bent to her will. Bel offered no reply. He did not trust himself to speak. Freya's smile thinned. You needn't fear me, Bel Cranel. Consider me a friend. But we only just met, he said quietly. She laughed, not cruelly, but not warmly either. Time is not a measure of connection. After managing to say goodbye, he turned and left, his footsteps swallowed by the stone silence. Freya remained still, her gaze fixed on the place where he had stood. Then a flicker of movement caught her eye. A servo skull descended from the rafters like a pale omen, Vox grill crackling with static as it hovered into place above the sanctuary center. Then came the voice, Luthar's voice, calm, grave, and resonant. Freya, it intoned, amplified through hidden speakers. As promised, I have prepared something unique. If you wish to witness a real miracle, come to the lab. The message ended as abruptly as it had begun. The skull drifted back into shadow. Freya's eyes narrowed. Her interest, already piqued, now sharpened into something hungrier. She turned on her heel and walked, her steps swift, decisive. The cold iron halls of the lower church opened before her like the mouth of a slumbering beast. In the heart of the machine chamber, the light was dim and flickering. Shadows coiled around industrial forms, pylons, servo arms, and tangled cables. The skeletal framework of the multiverse portal loomed at the center, a cathedral of brass and bone. Luthar stood before it, alone but not unwatched. Tsubaki leaned against a far column, arms crossed, a thin line of unease etched between her brows. Lily Ruka stood near the wall, fingers twitching unconsciously near the grip of her pistol, eyes flicking from rune to rune as she fought the instinct to run. Even the servitors were silent, their whirring motions slow and deferential. The runes across the bronze pillars began to glow, deep crimson, like blood catching fire. The core pulsed to life with a slow, thunderous thrum that echoed in the bones. Coolant hissed through steel veins. Arcs of static danced in the air, illuminating the vast engine like lightning glimpsed behind stained glass. Freya entered without speaking. Her eyes scanned the chamber, then settled on Luthar. He didn't turn. His fingers danced across the glowing slate, murmuring a binary chant. His voice was steady, until the first whisper broke through. I see you, machine-born. It came through the platform, not a sound, but an intrusion, a presence. Cold. Ancient. Watching. Luthar froze. His hands trembled. The slate flashed red as warnings bloomed across it like bloodstains. Then another voice layered over the first. Not binary. Not human. Wrong. Not meant. Not made. A broken key in a rusted lock. The lights flickered. The core shuddered. The dimensional gate's surface shimmered, distorting, folding space like a wound opening in reality. From the gate's heart came a droning vibration, rising pitch by pitch until it sang like metal being torn apart. Tsubaki stepped forward instinctively. What the hell is, but she stopped short, jaw clenched. Lily Ruka took a step back, eyes wide, weapon half raised, caught between awe and horror. Freya did not move. Luthar slammed his hand onto the stabilizer rune. The backup systems roared, vents blasted steam, and arcs of lightning were grounded in a thunderous crash. The chamber trembled. Still the voices echoed. You are a fracture. A beacon. You are calling it. And then, as if a switch had been thrown, it stopped. Silence crashed down like a hammer. Only the hum of machinery and Luthar's ragged breathing remained. He turned slowly, sweat trailing down his temple. Behind him, the machine still pulsed, unstable but intact. Let's pray I would be able to stop whatever is coming, he rasped, voice hoarse and low. I don't want to be the reason this world burns. He glanced at Tsubaki. Quickly go to the upper floors, it's not the right place for you. Originally Tsubaki wanted to refuse, but for some reason she couldn't refuse, as she could see how serious he was. His eyes shifted to Lily Ruka. Get your weapons ready, we're going to have a guest. Saying this he activated all the defenses and let the servitor bring his main weapon. Freya said nothing, but her eyes glittered, not with fear, but fascination. The danger had not vanished. It pressed in from all sides, unseen but undeniable. Yet in her mind, it was no longer a warning. It was the beginning of a myth, and she intended to witness every chapter. Chapter 56, Chapter 55 The Eye That Whispers. The air within the machine chamber thickened, like glass beginning to melt. The gate thrummed irregularly, runes pulsing in a sequence Luthar had not programmed. They flared with hues that bent the eye, colors that didn't exist moments before, now shimmering like oil on blood. Geometries twisted in midair. What had been clean, sharp machinery warped, as if unseen fingers were folding reality like parchment. A sound rose, not mechanical. Not divine. A choir of whispers. Freya took a step back, her divine senses flaring to life. Her skin prickled, her instincts roaring. This thing was not of Gakai. Not of any realm she had known. Her eyes could not define it. Then the core split, not shattered, but parted, like silk drawn away from rot, and something began to push through. It had no legs, not yet. Just a towering torso, elongated, serpentine, and covered in glimmering, pulsating feathers of shifting color. Each one seemed to blink with a dozen tiny eyes. Its arms, if they were arms, ended in hands that split and recombined, fingers spiraling into fractal claws that shimmered with blue fire. Its head was the worst of all. No true face, just a mask. A mask that changed with every blink, the visage of a dying man, a weeping child, a woman laughing with a mouth full of knives, a cogwheel that bled ink, and an owl with too many eyes. Each form flickered, overlaying the last. And above it all, an eye opened in the center of its brow, ringed with violet flame. It saw them. I am the ripple from the first thought, it whispered. I am the promise of knowledge. Luthar stepped in front of Freya. Instinctive. Useless. But he did it anyway. The demon didn't fully emerge. It couldn't. The dimensional rules of this world buckled against it. The chamber screamed, metal tearing not from force, but from wrongness. Servo arms twisted into spirals. Panels wept molten code. You named yourself Cogbane, the voice echoed through the air and into their bones. Did you think yourself beyond the game, architect? You opened the gate with ignorance. Luthar raised his palm, invoking hard-coded shutdowns. Emergency seal, red line 8087, Adeptus override. You speak as if you still rule here, the creature replied. But this is a new page. A new script. And its mask shifted. A face made of circuitry and rusted prayers. I am the future. Erratically, runes dimmed and then reignited. Something inside the machine now refused to comply with Luthar's shutdown command. He began to take control of his own signal signature. Avoid inheriting patterns. Stop the transmission. Disconnect the system's power supply. The demon held on, though just a little more time and it would completely materialize in this world. Luthar's mouth formed a thin line. Only one choice remained. He said in his mind, System, start direct displacement. Violent eviction. Warning, not all stabilizer is active. It might cause damage to the chosen target. Do it. There was a pause in the system. Then it obeyed. From the center of the chamber silent pressure. Not light or fire, but will, pressed into a specific direction. As though pulled by invisible strings, the demon's glittering feathers flared, unraveled, and then snapped backward. The creature let out a howl of disappointment rather than pain. Mortal, take one step, and all the wisdom. The eye widened. Then closed the blink. Like a slit stitched by invisible hands, the wound in space got fixed, making the demon disappear. The room grew dark. There was only the sound of Freya's controlled, sharp breath. There was the lingering smell of charred sigils. Luthar gazed at the lifeless device. One step, he said in a raw whisper. It only required that. Freya remained silent for a while. Her gaze was focused on the platform as she stood in the cool ruins. It had scarred runes and a blackened brass surface. None of it, however, was comparable to the wound that was now subtly blossoming in her mind. Or was something she had witnessed. She had witnessed monsters. She had seen the gods descend, mortals become conceited, and ignorant people looking for power laugh. However, this thing was unique. There had been no divine authority, no soul. It's not even a dungeon aberration. What had peered through the veil had done so without being summoned. Did not care who she was. It didn't even look at her. I couldn't see it, she murmured. Her voice was quiet but sharp. Her divine senses. I could feel it, but I could not understand. Like trying to catch light in. Luthar, crouched beside the engine, gave a humorless smile. It's a good thing you don't understand it. Anyone who did, didn't get a good ending. She looked at him then, truly looked. Behind the calm mask. You face that, and more, in your world, she asked softly. He met her gaze. That was just a fragment. An echo that slipped through. Usually they start with whispers. Then legions. Freya's eyes narrowed. And how do you fight them? By not remembering, Luthar replied. Not seeing. Not hearing. She returned her gaze to the platform. Then how was it able to come here? You didn't invite it. My memories were suppressed. I had no precautions for something I couldn't remember. He looked down, his voice bitter. I built a bridge, and something waved back. Freya's silence stretched, then broke. It ignored me, she said at last. I was in the room. It didn't acknowledge me. Not out of contempt, but because I didn't matter. She was Freya, goddess of love, war, and longing. Her name bent kings and mortals alike. But that thing just ignored her like she didn't matter. I want to see that thing destroyed. Her words came cool and certain. But behind them lay something rare, wounded pride. Not vanity, but an existential reminder that there are powers older than worship, colder than gods. Luthar rose. Then you can just wait because one day I'm going to beat that blue crow to death. For the first time, his voice was filled with quiet fury. He had already achieved his dream. But now something from beyond had reached into his world. That, he would not accept. I'm going to join you, she said, stepping toward the blackened core. I will not let something ignore me like that. It's better if the Chaos Gods ignore you, Luthar muttered. But he understood. If you had never experienced the horror of the 41st millennium, you could never understand why ignorance was good. And why remembering was the first step toward damnation. Chapter 57, Chapter 56 Purifying. The dimensional gate hissed in its final spasms of function. Arcane runes, once radiant, faded one by one as silence reclaimed the sanctum. However, Luthar recognized that silence was deceitful. He approached the stabilizer core slowly and with caution. His cracked Auspex lens blinked in protest, its proximity alarm emitting a faint, insistent pulse. Something had not disappeared. And then he noticed it. A small, twisted creature clung to the underside of the stabilizer pillar, half curled like a molten spider. Despite being only the size of a cat, it smelled bad. Its flesh gleamed like oil on water, and a crown of fractured eyes blinked open as it turned to face him. A fragment. A spawnling. A testing fong. Luthar did not pause. His left palm extended. A line of binary chant was whispered out, and a spear of plasma light emerged from the servo-mounted gauntlet on his forearm. The creature screamed, not in sound, but in thought, before disintegrating into ash. His heart sank. Not even the demon engines of the old wars could chill him like this. This was not an investigation. He approached the console. The dimensional gate was beyond salvaging, corrupted and marked. Whatever intelligence stirred in the sea of madness beyond now knew this location existed. He had to get rid of it. Freya approached from the corner of his vision, watching silently as he pulled rune modules from the console. The sparks arced. Circuitry hissed. Are you going to fix it? She asked. No, Luthar answered, his voice hoarse. I am going to burn it. Freya tilted her head. You created this with reverence. You called it a miracle just a few minutes ago. Luthar turned and locked eyes with her. Then let it die as one. He crossed the room to a hidden cabinet and took out a long, black case trimmed in adamantine, his most valuable possession. He gripped it tightly as he looked at Lily Ruka. Follow. We leave right now. They moved fast. The lab was already dimming, its once bright wards flickering erratically. Luthar paused at the outer door. He placed his palm on the control panel, cool metal humming with residual energy, and spoke 3 words in the Mechanicum's binaric language. Sicut ignis mundator. Let it be purified with flame. A low chime responded. Emergency seals slammed closed. Coolant veins reversed. Energy cores increased dramatically. Blue, consecrated fire erupted through the walls, consuming heretical circuitry. Luthar stepped into the corridor without looking back. The lab, the gate, and the sin all became furnaces. Not because he wished to forget. But because he remembered too vividly. While the 3 of them made their way to the upper floors, a demon knelt before its master across reality, far from Aurario, in a place where time boiled and truth was revealed. It no longer had a stable form, memory was bound in warp flame, and logic was undone. Behind it was a crystal sphere with fragments of other worlds spinning within. A lord of change, seated on an obsidian feather throne, watched in contemplative silence. You failed, the lord said, his voice sounding like a choir of birds and a blade drawn across stone. The lighter shade bowed more deeply. I agree, master. The child of iron shut the gate. He knew what he had created, until the end. The lord's galaxy eyes narrowed with thought. But he remembered, enough to cause fear. It is enough to destroy. It extended its claw and traced light across the crystal sphere. A machine from the past, implanted in his future. And now the seed is cracked. The spawnling whispered, should we pursue the others? The lord gave a smile. No. Not just yet. Allow the mortals to panic. Allow the blood-soaked suns to guard their altar. We monitor. We learn. It leaned forward, its feathered wings extending into infinity. And when he builds again, we will sing. As the whisper vanished into the warp's roiling currents, far away, across void and veil, the material consequences of its intrusion smoldered beneath steel and stone. Sanguinious suns arrived in the depths of forge cauldriacs, where sacred fire had scoured forbidden truth, seeking answers rather than glory. The flames had died beneath the earth, but the ash continued to whisper. The air was still heavy with residual radiation and the oily odor of burnt ether. Astartes of the Blood Angels maintained a solemn vigil around the subterranean vault. Brother Captain Kalen Durius knelt beside the blackened entry seal, his gauntlet tracing the melted engravings. This was not an accident, he muttered into his helm's vox. The ignition pattern is regulated. Ritualized. Across from him, Varen Ossio, a space marine, examined the charred remains of a servo skull, its cogitator core fused and its eyes melted into slag. There are signs that, interference between warps. Intermittent. Targeted. Something attempted to interfere but was met with resistance. Kalen's gaze shifted to the scorched console embedded in the wall, its runes burned away. A mechanical-grade purge protocol. However, there is no evidence of internal presence, no footprints, no activity logs beyond the triggering code. Varen gave a nod. The switch. Whoever programmed it anticipated accidents. Blow up everything. Kalen's demeanor darkened. Who is in charge of this location? Luthar Ferenus, a Mechanicus priest, Varen confirmed. A third voice joined the conversation. Malquire spoke grimly. The enemy came after something buried. Something. They broke the barriers but could not accept anything. He pointed to the still warm corridor, where a faint shimmer of warp residue hung in the air. They were not attempting to steal. If the readings are correct, they were attempting to open a gate leading somewhere. Kalen creased his brow. Then the purge stopped them. Malquire hesitated. Or something else did, and the purge only sealed the aftermath. Silence fell. Only the distant hiss of cooling vents echoed beneath the forge moon. Kalen turned his gaze upward, toward the void above. Lock this place down. No scribe, no adept, no priest enters, not without direct order from Baal. And tell the Muggos I want answers. Varen nodded. Kalen's grip tightened around the hilt of his relic blade. Behind them, servitors sealed the vault. The incense smoke rising through fractured stone curled into silent symbols, unreadable, unresolved. And far above, the warp pulsed. Waiting. Special note. Instead of reading this on ShareEads, you can access the novel on the platforms where it has actually been uploaded. The only websites where this story is officially published are Scribble Hub, Fanfiction.net, Wattpad, Web Novel, Royal Road, though I personally don't prefer it, at least they're not cheating me. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, Ashes Beneath the Church. The crimson light of dusk filtered through the grated windows, casting long, skeletal shadows across the interior of the Crimson Church. The servo skulls had powered down, silent, for once. The ventilation units maintained their steady sigh, like the breath of something old and wounded. The air carried a lingering scent of scorched circuitry, ozone, and smoke, faint, but unforgettable. Luthar sat on the cold floor, a tangle of cables and diagnostic cords half wrapped around his legs. His fingers, still stained with coolant and ash, hung motionless at his sides. The overhead fluorescent strips carved harsh white lines across the dull metal of his mask. Across from him, Freya lounged on a salvaged couch. She studied him, not with pity, but calculation. Her expression was unreadable. Lily Ruka sat curled at the far end, arms wrapped around her knees. Small and pale beneath the artificial light, she risked occasional glances at Luthar, always looking away before their eyes could meet. She said nothing. None of them did. Tsubaki sat between the two, brow furrowed, jaw clenched. Confusion clouded her face, she hadn't understood what had transpired below. And that, more than anything, gnawed at her. The room felt suspended, like a breath held too long. Only the infrastructure dared to make a sound, the soft ticking of a power relay, the pulsing thrum of cooling units, the whisper of dormant machinery. Luthar's optics remained fixed on a flickering schematic projected on the far wall. Distorted by interference, warped in hue, the image pulsed with chaotic static. Still, his gaze never wavered. Freya leaned forward, elbows on her knees. Her voice was quiet but sharp. How long are you going to sit there like this? Luthar didn't respond. Her eyes narrowed. There wasn't even a fight. And yet it feels like you already lost. Still nothing. Lily Ruka spoke next, hesitant. Was it really that bad? I mean, nothing came through, right? Silence. Tsubaki stood abruptly. Her voice rose, edged with frustration. Damn it, Cogbane. If you've lost your nerve, say it. Don't just sit there like a statue. I followed you into that pit. I deserve more than silence. Freya's voice turned colder. Is it regret? Shame? Or something else? A long, taut beat. Then, at last, Luthar moved. He reached up and detached a single diagnostic cable from the neckport of his armor. The soft click echoed like a gunshot in the still chamber. When he spoke, his voice was calm and clipped, as if the hours of silence had never happened. I'm going to rebuild it. Freya blinked. You're, what? Luthar looked up. The cold flicker of computation danced behind his lenses. I still have one prototype left. This time, I'll modify it further. He stood, slow but deliberate. I know what that bird is thinking. It wants to confuse me, feeds extra knowledge into my brain, offers half-formed designs, and toys with my mind through demons and suggestion. He drew a breath, finishing his silent review of the memory logs. Some of the inspiration had slipped through, brief flashes, suppressed quickly, but the system had purged them before they could take hold. Whatever Bluebird's contingency was, Luthar had his own: acquire more knowledge, build more devices, earn system points, unlock blueprints, and push forward the cycle. He stepped away from the cables. No emotion lingered in his tone, but something in the air had shifted. The fire should have gone out by now. I'm going back to the lab to clean up. He paused. You don't have to follow. The line fell like a thunderclap. Freya tilted her head, one brow arching. You're dismissing us now? No, he said evenly. I'm giving you time to digest what happened. And it's not like you can help rebuild the lab. You should rest. Tsubaki scoffed. If you think I can't build a lab, then teach me. I can't teach you in a day, Luthar replied. It's better if you continue constructing the trucks. That improves our resource intake. I've already shown you the basics. A silence settled again, heavier now. Lily Ruka shifted, arms tightening around her knees. Is that how it works for you? Just build and build. He nodded, already calculating the next phase of construction. This time, the lab would expand: stasis vaults, containment fields, and emergency caches. If another anomaly occurred, he wouldn't send anyone away, he'd preserve them. Lock them in time. Luthar turned toward the corridor leading deeper into the church. I'll be working for the next 7 days. No interruptions. When I return, we'll discuss the future. Before anyone could respond, he vanished into the steel passage, descending once more into the ruined depths. The flames had died. The damage remained. Reconstruction began at once: new foundations, new machines, and new systems. Every piece is built. Every line is calibrated. Above, the Crimson Church stood quiet. But the silence would not last forever. Far from the stillness of the church, in the heart of a bustling city, Bel Cranel stepped through the broad doors of Hephaestus's workshop. His shoulders bore the weight of packed belongings, remnants of a home they would not return to. Inside, Hephaestus and Hestia were already seated. The latter looked cross. She had refused to go back to the church. Bel set the bags down carefully and offered a respectful nod. Sorry I took so long. Hestia gave him a small smile. You brought everything. He nodded. Even your old tea kettle. Hephaestus, standing near her workbench, raised an eyebrow. I might know a place for both of you. Cheap and reliable. Hestia perked up. Really? A place without floating skulls, Hephaestus added with a dry smirk. You're in luck. There's a quiet place nearby. Most importantly, it's not expensive. Bel and Hestia exchanged a glance. For them, anywhere was fine, so long as it was clean, warm, and theirs. Watching their hopeful faces, Hephaestus suppressed a sigh. She already felt the headache forming. With Hestia now responsible for rent, the burden would inevitably shift to Bel's shoulders. Hephaestus also understood the situation, it's just she didn't know if this was really a good idea. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, Back to Business. 5 days, that's all it took. Not because it was easy, far from it. Luthar didn't stop. He barely slept and barely spoke. The lower levels of the Crimson Church echoed constantly with the hum of machinery, the hiss of plasma welders, and the rhythmic clatter of servo arms. He had torn the place apart once already, now it was time to rebuild it with purpose. Most of the heavy lifting was done by servoskulls and servitors. Luthar only had to direct them, coordinate efforts, and implement new designs. A few essential materials, particularly the specialized components for the stasis vaults, had to be purchased directly from the system. Expensive? Undeniably. Reckless? Perhaps. But with no other path forward, it was necessary. Still, the investment paid off. With the lab restored, Luthar could now fabricate advanced items, regain system points, and unlock new blueprints. His long-term ambition was clear: acquire the design for a mechanical ark. Not to build one from scratch, that was impossible in this world, but to transform his battleship into a vessel worthy of a tech priest. This reconstruction was more than a repair, it was the birth of something greater. 3 stasis vaults now stood locked in place, each with an independent security system. Reinforced walls concealed emergency caches. A long overdue filtration network cycled air through dense microfiber purifiers. By the end of day 5, it was done. The next 2 days were devoted to Freya's divine blood. The vial had been secured earlier, protected with redundant containment measures. It now lay beneath an array of scanners: chemical, etheric, and dimensional. Even the system's raw data scanner was deployed, though it only returned fragmented readings. The results were inconclusive but revealing. There was something beneath it, an ethereal code embedded in blood. It ignited questions Luthar wasn't ready to answer. On the 7th evening, Luthar emerged from the lower lab and called everyone together for a meeting. Upstairs, everything had changed. Freya had quietly refurbished one of the gathering rooms during the week. Gone were the rusted chairs and bleak iron decor. Now, a polished oak table stood at the center, surrounded by high-backed seats. Warm lanterns glowed in each corner, and a thick carpet softened the floor. They were all there: Freya, Lilyruka, Tsubaki, and Hephaestus, who had returned after helping Hestia search for a new home. Freya had briefed her, but second-hand accounts could never match hearing the truth directly. As Luthar entered, still wearing carbon-streaked gloves and a soot-smudged tunic, the others turned to him. He sat without a preamble. Hephaestus broke the silence. "So, are you ready to talk now?" Luthar gave a quiet nod. "Yes." He looked around at each of them before beginning. "I'm not from Gakai. I assume that much is obvious. I arrived in this world through a device similar to the platform you've already seen." Tsubaki furrowed her brow. "A machine that lets you jump between worlds. Like a divine gate. Similar in outcome. Not in nature," Luthar replied. "It was a prototype, small, unstable, meant for a single jump. I used it. It worked. Barely." Freya rested her chin on one hand, her eyes narrowed. "My first objectives were survival and stability. I needed a base of operations and a way to return or move forward." He paused. "My memories were always fragmented when I was in the previous world. But after the breach, I understand the warp found a crack in what I have abandoned." Freya's voice came soft but deliberate. "You speak of the warp as if it's a willful thing. Is it sentient?" "In a way," Luthar answered, his tone somber. "It feeds on chaos. It doesn't forget." Tsubaki leaned forward, intrigued. "And the world you came from, what was it like?" He didn't respond at once. He let the silence gather weight. "Ruined. There was once light, unity, faith, a grand purpose. But that was buried beneath the endless war. Mankind ruled the stars, but every planet became a battlefield. The Empire endured, but only as a machine of survival." Hephaestus narrowed her eyes. "So it was just war, and you ran from it?" Luthar met her gaze, unflinching. "I didn't flee from battle. I fled from futility. Endless bloodshed without meaning." Freya's voice broke the stillness again. "So what now?" Luthar stared down at the stasis key in his hand. Cold. Heavy. "I build," he said. "I build and study, just as I've always done." Freya raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that dull? No thrill in fighting monsters, no stories of your own." Luthar didn't flinch. "Is there any benefit in fighting monsters that just respawn? I gain nothing from killing them. They offer no growth, no challenge to me. As for creating stories..." He gestured toward Lilyruka. "Wouldn't it be more meaningful to let others forge their own paths using the tools I create?" Freya frowned. "That's her path, not yours. And you don't even sell your best work. In the future, people may admire you, but they'll never see your full potential." Before the tension could grow, Hephaestus raised a hand. "Enough, Freya." Freya blinked, surprised by the interruption. Hephaestus's voice remained calm. "Some weapons aren't for sale." Freya leaned back with a sigh. "You're too careful. And you're too hopeful," Hephaestus replied, almost gently. A moment passed in quiet. Then Lilyruka spoke. "So, what now?" Luthar looked at the others. "Now, we decide. Do we work together, knowing this may last a lifetime, or part ways here?" He left the consequences unsaid. Hephaestus was the first to speak. "I'm staying. There's too much I can learn from you and too much worth helping you build." Tsubaki grinned. "Same here. I'd kill to learn some of your tricks." Lilyruka gave a half-shrug, half-smile. As long as you don't stop me from hunting down Soma Familia, I'm not going anywhere. Freya met Luthar's eyes. I will join you on 2 conditions. First, when you go to other worlds, take me with you. Second, I want to know I'm not burning all my bridges behind me. You'll have the means to return, Luthar promised. That, I'll ensure. Freya gave a small nod. Then I stand with you. Luthar lifted the key. Then it is decided. First I would build, and when I'm ready, we can go to other worlds to play around. At this point, none of them understood that so-called playing around was just taking away resources from other worlds or fighting wars just to prove a point. Chapter 60, Chapter 59. After the meeting, reflections and rest. After the so-called team-building meeting, their conversation meandered into deeper waters, turning toward Luthar's previous world. As he spoke of his past, the room fell into a contemplative hush. Each tale, each fragment of his memory, painted a broader, darker picture. Their eyes gleamed with a mixture of awe and unease, curiosity laced with caution. Eventually, Freya, ever the one to disturb a silence, broke it again. You told us about your world and the threats it contains, she said softly, but not about how you made up your mind to leave it. Luthar paused, his gaze lowering to the grain of the polished table, tracing invisible patterns in its surface as though searching for some anchor there. I only fought one war with my own hands, he began at last, his voice steady and even. After the victory, it was supposed to be a recovery mission. The world had been ravaged by a strange plague, unpredictable, mutating. I went to provide aid, restore order, rebuild. He clasped his hands together, metal fingers folding over each other with slow precision. And I did. Power grids were restored. Clean water was distributed. Vaccines synthesized. The people started to hope again. He lifted his eyes and met theirs, gaze unwavering. Then the Inquisition arrived. The room tensed. They detected anomalies, claimed signs of warp corruption. No evidence. No formal inquiry. Just accusations. That was enough for them to declare exterminatus. Hephaestus narrowed her eye. Exterminatus. Luthar replied, tone flat, it means to destroy a planet and all life on it. A final solution. A moment of stunned silence passed before he continued. My mind has been engineered to suppress any knowledge of chaos. I thought they were just normal people. So I refused. I locked targeting weapons on their cruiser and warned them to back down. Freya tilted her head. Then you fought. Almost, he said. His hands tightened slightly on the table. Someone on my side intervened. They knew a conflict between a tech priest and an inquisitorial fleet would be catastrophic. So, they knocked me out. Tranquilized me. When I woke, the planet was gone. Glassed. Erased. No one spoke. My father came to see me afterward, Luthar continued quietly. He told me I had grown too emotional. That I needed correction. That my judgment had been compromised. A faint tremor crept into his voice. He suppressed my emotional centers. After that, I stopped feeling. I became just another machine. Lily Ruka lowered her eyes, her hands clenched in her lap. Freya's voice, though soft, struck like a scalpel. And yet, you're here. I couldn't stay like that, he replied. That wasn't life. So I began construction of a dimensional gate, unstable, dangerous, but functional. And eventually, it brought me here. He rose slowly, weariness clinging to every motion. Hephaestus gestured with a flick of her wrist. Go sleep, Cogbane. You've been up for 7 days. Luthar gave a simple nod and turned toward the corridor. His footsteps, for once, were quieter than the machines he once built beside. Returning to his quarters, he stripped the soot-stained gloves from his hands, lay back, and shut his eyes. For the first time in years, the machine allowed himself to rest. The next morning. Dawn crept into the crimson church, its light dimmed by reinforced windows. Luthar awoke not by instinct, but by need. Rest had sharpened his mind. He moved to the workbench and activated his personal console. Task log initialization. Beneath it, he began to type. Current objectives. Pay accumulated wages. Investigate local potion crafting. Prepare one light combat suit for Lily Ruka. Compile foundational knowledge package for the goddess of the forge. Continue analysis of Freya's divine blood. He closed the interface and stepped out into the main corridor. The silence was complete, no footsteps, no idle conversation. Auxiliary sensors confirmed the others had already left. With nothing more to address inside the church, Luthar exited through the side corridor. The doors sealed behind him with a hiss as he stepped into the sunlight. At the shop. The familiar hum of street activity filtered faintly around him as he reached the store. The automatic door parted with a soft whisper. Inside, the shop was pristine. The main counter was tidy, and shelves stood neatly stocked. Elna sat behind the counter, focused intently on a ledger, stylus in hand. She glanced up as Luthar entered. "Good afternoon, Mr. Luthar," she said, her tone polite and steady. He offered a nod and moved to the rear console. After a brief review of logs, inventory, and transactions, he turned back to her. "Looks like I forgot to pay your salary this week." Elna blinked. "It's all right. Miss Lily Ruka mentioned you'd been working non-stop." He studied her, noting the sincerity in her voice, no resentment, just calm acknowledgement. "A simple one," he murmured quietly to himself. Then he spoke up. "I've updated the terminal. You can withdraw your salary directly from the shop's cash box. The system will recognize your ID." Elna's eyes widened slightly. "That's very convenient. Thank you." Before she could return to her work, he added, "Take double this week's payment." She paused. "Double? That's not necessary. I already earn enough." "You should take it," he interrupted gently. "You've worked consistently and without complaint." Her fingers fidgeted at the edge of the desk. "I don't want to take advantage." "You aren't," Luthar said. "You're being compensated. That's not a gift, it's correction." A moment passed before Elna finally nodded, her voice quiet. "Understood, sir. Thank you." He gave no further reply and turned to leave. Behind him, Elna glanced at her ledger, a faint smile tugging at her lips before she returned to her work with renewed focus. Outside, Luthar looked toward Mayaka's rundown shop. Unchanged as ever. He considered the options. Potion knowledge. Mayak would be a good place to start. And there are ways to ensure his cooperation. With that thought, Luthar turned, already calculating the next steps. Chapter 61, Chapter 60, Second Offer. The cluttered interior of Mayaka's shop was dim and still, save for the soft clink of a stirring spoon against a glass. Luthar stood beside the central counter, one hand resting near a half-covered terminal, the other held behind his back. He had not moved in several minutes. Naza stood opposite him, arms crossed tightly. Her ears were flat, her expression unreadable, but her tail flicked once, betraying unease. Mayak sat quietly behind a pile of wrapped herbs, watching the exchange with calm wariness. "I'll say it again," Luthar began, voice low and precise. "You compile your knowledge. Every recipe, every method. In exchange, I offer either payment or assistance in improving Naza's prosthetics." Naza exhaled sharply through her nose. "If this is a new way to anger me, you're doing a remarkable job." Luthar tilted his head slightly. "You're free to believe what you want. But I need knowledge. You and Mayak are among the few competent sources in this city. And if we say no," she asked, tail twitching. "Then there's nothing to discuss," he replied simply. "I'll find others who can provide what I need." Naza's ears twitched at that. Her arms dropped slightly from their crossed position, uncertain. Mayak finally spoke, his voice calm but tired. "Naza." She turned to him, face tense. "Don't get too emotional," he said gently. Then he looked at Luthar, eyes narrowing slightly. He remembered yesterday, speaking with Hestia in her new home, asking if she had fought with Luthar. Hestia had hesitated. She hadn't wanted to speak ill of him but eventually admitted her fear, that one day, Luthar might turn Bel into a puppet if it served some greater goal. Mayak didn't claim to understand Luthar fully. But that conversation had made one thing clear, caution was necessary. Clearing his throat, he addressed Luthar directly. "Mr. Luthar, your offer is appreciated. But I admit, I'm not certain whether my knowledge and your help with Naza would be a fair exchange." "There is no need to judge fairness," Luthar replied. "I offer services or coins. You provide information. Naza receives a new prosthetic, one superior to the original. It will replicate temperature, pressure, and even pain. What it will not feel is fatigue or weakness." There was a pause. Naza looked down, her voice quieter than before. "I don't want to take a risk. We're already buried in debt." Seeing her shoulders slump, Mayak felt a pang of guilt. He couldn't stand to see her like this. He turned his focus toward what he could control. "Then perhaps," he said slowly, "I can tell you I don't mind sharing what I know. But I would like to understand what exactly you're offering." He gestured toward Naza's current arm. "As you can see, her current model is already quite capable." Luthar regarded the prosthetic with a glance. "I can provide samples for demonstration, but in truth, such devices must be tailored to the individual. Her build, habits, reflexes, even daily motions, all of that matters." He paused, then added, "If you agree to begin compiling your knowledge, then when the new prosthetic is complete, we can finalize the exchange." Naza remained quiet, still looking down. Mayak leaned back, brow furrowed. "Give me time, I will try to write down everything I know." Luthar gave a single nod. "I will return in 3 days." He stepped away from the counter, heading toward the exit with mechanical precision. The soft hiss of the door marked his departure, leaving behind only silence and the lingering tension that clung to the walls like dust. Naza finally looked up. "Was this necessary?" she asked softly. Mayak sighed. "You shouldn't care about the small things, and it's not like we are losing anything." Leaving the shop, Luthar made his way back to the church, where he prepared to improve the combat suit for Lily Ruka. While doing this, he also selected the type of knowledge Hephaestus and Tsubaki needed to learn. Time passed in measured silence within the Crimson Church. The hiss of auto tools, the low hum of data screens, and the occasional flicker of cogitator lights were the only sounds that accompanied Luthar as he stood alone. He worked methodically, assembling a refined combat suit scaled precisely for Lily Ruka's frame. After completing another task, Luthar turned his attention to an adjacent data slate. 2 columns, side by side, one tailored for Hephaestus, the other for Tsubaki. As he finalized the basic knowledge, he realized even after so much time nobody had come back. While this might not be their home, he was expecting at least one of them, Freya, Lily Ruka, or Tsubaki, to return to check on things. He glanced at the clock projected across the corner of his vision. More than 6 hours had passed since the shop visit. Then he thought he might be overthinking. This should be normal. Besides Lily Ruka, everyone had a home. A low hiss echoed from doors opening. Luthar turned just as Tsubaki entered. Her usually confident stride was taut with tension, her single eye narrowed beneath a furrowed brow. Dust clung faintly to her coat, and there was a restless energy in the way her fingers flexed at her sides. She halted upon seeing him. Relief flashed across her expression, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by something more serious. "There you are," she said curtly. "We need to go. Hephaestus wants to see you. Now." Luthar's gaze did not waver. "Is something wrong?" She didn't say much. Just that it's important. And urgent. Tsubaki stepped closer, lowering her voice slightly. "It's about Lily Ruka and some other people." Luthar's eyes narrowed, but he gave a single nod. "Understood." He closed the data slate, slid it into a secure port, and followed her without another word. The air between them was heavy, filled not with accusation, but anticipation. The corridor lights dimmed as the church doors shut behind them. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, Forced Descent. The damp, musty air of the dungeon pressed heavily against Bell and Welf, as they moved cautiously through the shadowed corridors. Their footsteps echoed softly, accompanied only by the distant sounds of dripping water and the faint rustle of unseen creatures lurking just beyond sight. For hours, they had fought side by side, dispatching monsters with swift, practiced motions, wordless communication forged by countless battles and a shared determination to survive. Despite their skill, exhaustion tugged at their limbs. Bell's breath came in shallow bursts, sweat dampening his brow beneath his hood. Welf's grip tightened around his weapon, every muscle tense with anticipation and readiness. The oppressive silence was suddenly broken by hurried footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Bell glanced to his side just in time to see a group of adventurers rush past them, their faces set with grim determination, or was it desperation? There was no acknowledgement, no glance of recognition. They moved as if driven by a singular purpose, pushing forward on a collision course with fate, oblivious to Bell and Welf's presence. At first, it seemed the strangers were simply on their own path, but then the unmistakable sound of snarling and claws scraping stones echoed from the same tunnel they just came out. Bell's eyes widened as monstrous shapes burst into view, feral, snarling beasts with gleaming teeth and blazing eyes. The very same monsters that had been chasing the adventurers moments before now redirected their fury toward Bell and Welf. Welf's grip on his weapon hardened. "They just used us as bait." The monsters charged without hesitation, claws raking the air, fangs bared in hunger. Bell and Welf responded immediately, their blades flashing in the dim light as they fought back fiercely, but the sudden onslaught forced them into a desperate retreat. Each step backwards was fraught with danger, the monstrous pack pressed relentlessly. The air grew thick with tension, the cacophony of snarls and clashing steel filling the tunnels. The dungeon's oppressive darkness pressed in on all sides, shadows shifting as more creatures stirred from their lairs. Bell's mind raced, calculating the best course of action, when ahead of them, a solitary figure came into view. Lily Ruka, battle-worn and exhausted, stood her ground amid the chaos. Her armor bore scratches and dents from recent combat, and dark circles shadowed her eyes. She raised her lasgun, which was already an overused weapon. Her fingers tightened on the trigger, and the gun flared one last time. A sharp hiss filled the air as the weapon began to sputter violently, sparking flying erratically from the barrel. With a frustrated growl, Lily Ruka tossed the weapon aside, the lasgun exploded behind the monsters. "Damn it. How unlucky I have to be," she muttered, breath ragged. Bell hurried to her side, panting from exertion. "Lily. We're running out of time. Come with us." Lily Ruka's tired gaze met his. Despite the exhaustion etched into her features, a half-smile flickered on her lips. You guys are a bad luck group, she muttered, shaking her head. Next time, if I saw you guys, I would just run away. She gripped her chainsaw tightly, the cold steel gleaming faintly in the low light. No more lasgun for me, only cold steel now. Belle noticed the strain in her movements. You okay? You look beat. She exhaled deeply, rubbing her sore arms. Exhausted doesn't even cover it. Been fighting non-stop since yesterday. Welf turned in a slow circle, eyes scanning the branching corridors with growing unease. The howls of monsters were growing louder from behind, the direction they had come from, and now, faint echoes began to stir from the front as well. Belle's hands tightened on his dagger. We need to go back. We can't stay here. Lily Ruka shook her head. I bet monsters are at every passage. If we go back now, we're walking into a trap. Welf cursed under his breath, gripping the hilt of his sword tighter. We're already trapped. Belle's brow furrowed, his expression uncertain. Then what do we do? We can't just stay and fight everything. For a moment, none of them spoke. The tension thickened as distant screeches echoed closer, a clear sign that time was running out. Before they could think about their next step, suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the floor, and before any of them could react, the stone gave way. With a collective cry, the trio plunged into the darkness below, debris and dust engulfing them as they fell. The fall seemed endless. Stone, dust, and debris rushed past as Belle's body tumbled through the dark. His mind spun as wildly as his limbs, disoriented by the weightless descent. He hit the ground with a hard, jarring thud, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. For a moment, all was still, only the soft echo of shifting rubble and faint growls above remained. He groaned, rolling onto his side. Welf. Lily. I'm here, came Welf's strained voice, followed by a sharp exhale as he shoved debris off his chest. Damn it, that was too close. Belle pushed himself upright, blinking rapidly as his vision adjusted to the dim glow of the phosphorescent moss that clung to the rocks. The chamber they had landed in was wide and jagged, the floor uneven and scattered with broken stone. Lily. Belle called, his voice tightening. I'm alive, came the faint reply. He spun toward the sound and rushed over. Lily Ruka were half buried under a slab of stone, her breathing shallow. Belle immediately dropped to his knees and began lifting the chunk off her. Welf joined without hesitation, the two of them grunting with effort until the weight shifted enough for her to slide free. She coughed, her body trembling with exertion. Again. With the falling floors. Belle helped her sit up. Are you hurt? Just, sore. Bruised. Nothing broken, she muttered, running a hand through her sweat-matted hair. Welf offered a flask of water, which she took, gulping down the contents. We must be on the 15th, or maybe even lower, he muttered, glancing around the cavern. That fall wasn't short. Looks like we can't go back up that way. Belle said, wiping grime from his forehead. The collapse above had sealed the path with boulders and fractured rock. Faint howls could still be heard in the distance, but muffled, trapped above. For now. Belle pulled out a glow stone and cracked it, the soft white light casting shifting shadows across the rough walls. The cave split into several paths, each one sloping deeper into darkness. They were in the dungeon's throat now, too far from help, too deep to retreat. Let's rest first, Lily Ruka said, struggling to her feet. I guess I really need a little rest. Welf nodded. It's okay, we can move after some time to safe zone, if I remember it should be on the 18th floor, right? Maybe we can make it there. Belle hesitated. His instinct screamed that this wasn't the right call, but logic, and desperation, overrode it. They couldn't survive another assault, not in this state. Okay, he finally said. Agreed, Lily Ruka murmured, pulling her chainsaw free again and resting it on her shoulder. After a rest they moved slowly, cautiously, into the deeper gloom. The atmosphere grew colder, the air heavier. Sounds became distant, whispers of movement, the occasional echo of dripping water, and the ever-present, unsettling thrum of the dungeon itself. Their footsteps were quiet, their breathing shallow, as if even the smallest noise might bring unwanted attention. As they pressed forward, the silence between them was not born of fear but of understanding. They were tired, battered, and far from any hope of rescue. But they were alive, and that was enough for now. They would survive. Because they had no other choice. Chapter 63, Chapter 62 Bad News. The workshop's air hung with a quiet urgency beneath its usual calm. Luthar's boots landed in soft, deliberate thuds against the worn floorboards as Tsubaki led him through the narrow corridor toward the back office. His expression remained unreadable, fingers loosely curled at his sides. The faint hum of dormant machinery accompanied them like a distant undertone. Luthar, Hephaestus is waiting, Tsubaki said without turning. Her voice was low, clipped, and tinged with tension. He gave a curt nod. The door creaked open to reveal Hephaestus, her brow furrowed in concentration. At the sight of them, a flicker of relief crossed her face before her features settled into firm resolve. "There's a situation," she muttered, gesturing toward the cluttered desk. "One that might concern you as well." Luthar's gaze moved to the scattered papers, reports, sketches, guild dispatches. He stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. "What is it?" Hephaestus hesitated, then tapped a folder. "Bell and Welf are missing. A monster-luring incident, a pass parade. They were forced down to the 16th floor." Luthar's eyes narrowed. His mind swiftly reconstructed the likely scenario, but he remained silent, letting her continue. "They've been missing since," she added quietly. "No sign of either of them." "That's unfortunate," Luthar said flatly. "But not something that concerns me." Tsubaki exchanged a look with Hephaestus. Her voice was sharper now. "But Lily hasn't returned either." The name cut through the air like a blade. "Lily." Luthar's tone shifted, the disinterest bleeding away. Why would she be missing? She had no reason to be with them. No reason to be near that kind of chaos. "She went into the dungeon yesterday but hasn't returned," Hephaestus clarified. Luthar's eyes darkened. He knew the weapons she carried weren't ideal, limited by this world's primitive state, but they were more than sufficient for the upper 15 floors. "It's almost a day," Tsubaki added. "We've checked with the guild and all known contacts. Her last message said she'd return in the morning." Luthar turned slightly, lips drawn thin. "How did she get entangled in this mess?" Hephaestus's voice softened. "We can't say for sure whether she was caught in the same incident. But if she was still down there when it happened." The thought trailed off. It didn't need finishing. "Are you going to say anything?" she pressed. "There's nothing to say," Luthar murmured. "I need to prepare. I'll go after her." Hephaestus's eyes finally relaxed. She almost thought he was going to say something like it was a waste of time to go look for her. "We're organizing a rescue effort. I think you should join it." He turned to face her fully. There was no hesitation in his bearing. "I will. But not everyone may appreciate my presence." She pulled out a roster from the stack. "Hestia has gathered a team. Primarily from the Takamikazuchi familia, Uka and Mikoto are set to assist. I'm coordinating logistics. Hermes familia might send a few, too. There may be others." Luthar absorbed the information swiftly. "Tell me the time of dispatch. I need to return to the church to retrieve a few things." "Well, you should be back before sunset," Hephaestus informed him. "We'll depart from Babel's base." Without another word, Luthar turned and left, leaving both Tsubaki and Hephaestus with concern etched across their faces. The path to the Crimson Church was familiar, each step echoing in rhythm with his internal calculations. Upon entering, he made his way to the central hall. His workbench sat silently beneath the watchful gaze of dormant constructs. Luthar approached the recessed control panel and activated the hidden sequence with practiced ease. Fingers danced across the switches. A mechanical were stirred to life. With a low groan, the vault beneath the floor split open, revealing a cluster of servo skulls. They hovered on spectral energy fields, their ocular lenses glowing faintly in the gloom, frames etched with sacred clockwork. The machine spirit stirred. At his command, one servo skull detached and dove into the vault's depths, re-emerging moments later bearing a massive weapon, the power axe. Forged from adamantium and ceramite, the weapon towered over him, bristling with energy conduits and arcane instruments. It resonated with restrained might, a marvel of divine mechanical artifice. The servo skull laid the weapon before him. Luthar's hands moved with precision over the surface, unlocking seals, checking stabilizers, and activating dormant circuits. Energy sparked along the power EXE's frame. The glow intensified as its systems awakened, casting harsh light across the chamber. Around them, the servo skulls resumed their vigil, awaiting new orders. He hefted the weapon carefully. It was heavy and unwieldy to others, but not to him. He adjusted the energy regulator, and the low hum deepened into a steady growl. One by one, he added enhancements, a targeting array, reinforced cells, and a stabilizing field generator. Each module snapped into place with exactitude. Luthar's face remained impassive, but in his eyes, something burned, a glimmer of resolve. This was more than a weapon. It was a promise. Finished, he set the power EXE onto a rack and began collecting secondary gear. He paused only briefly, steadying his breath. Then a voice called from the hallway, sharp and laced with irritation. "Luthar. Are you seriously going down there without me?" He turned. Freya stood in the doorway, arms crossed, her expression a mixture of concern and challenge. "Why not let me join you?" she asked, stepping forward. "I can feel this is going to be fun." Luthar met her eyes, his voice even. "Then protect yourself. I'm not in the mood to save a goddess of beauty." With that, he handed her a compact sidearm. Freya's lips curled into a wry smile as she accepted it. You don't have to worry. I still have enough charm to turn most threats away. He didn't reply, turning back to his preparations. Freya lingered a moment longer before stepping closer. He understood the kind of monsters he might have to face. This would also be a good opportunity to test his equipment, and the knowledge he'd gain would prove invaluable for designing weapons better suited to this world, without going overboard. After completing his gear, Luthar walked to a sealed storage alcove embedded in the far wall. With a low hiss, the panel slid open, revealing rows of carefully folded garments. From within, he withdrew a single robe, black, smooth, and devoid of insignia. No mechanicus cog. No divine crest. A simple but fortified rad-shielding robe, utilitarian and uncompromising in design. He turned robe in hand, and met Freya's gaze as she stood near the doorway. Her arms were crossed casually, but the glint in her eyes suggested she had been observing everything a bit too closely. If you're planning to conceal your identity in the dungeon, wear this, Luthar said, offering the robe. Freya's lips curled into a playful smirk, though her eyes narrowed ever so slightly at the plain garment. You couldn't find something more elegant? Or is this your way of punishing me for following you? He stepped closer, tone flat. This is not a clothing boutique. If you have something suitable, you're free to use it. This is just what works. She raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. So serious. You sound like a machine. Tell me, Luthar, should I just change here in front of you? Luthar didn't flinch. If you're intent on teasing, at least read the situation. You don't need to undress. The robe goes over your clothing, it's a shielding layer, not a fashion statement. The air shifted slightly as the hovering servoskulls circled above, their mechanical lenses flickering red in the low light. Sacred machinery hummed softly, casting moving shadows across the chamber's stone walls. Freya exhaled through her nose, a breath somewhere between annoyance and amusement, before stepping forward and taking the robe from his hands, her fingers brushing his as she did. You truly have no sense of flair, she murmured, almost to herself. I'll wear it, but one day, I'll teach you how to loosen that iron grip of yours. You can try, Luthar said, already turning back to his equipment rack. Just be ready when it's time to leave. Instead of reading on some pirated website. Please read on places where it's important. Chapter 64, Chapter 63 Beneath the Veil of Night. Under the cloak of night, the muted bustle of activity filled the outskirts near the dungeon's entrance. A low mist curled around the ancient stonework, obscuring the world beyond and lending a somber weight to the air. The rescue team gathered quietly, their figures moving with purpose yet tempered by the gravity of what lay ahead. At the center stood Luthar, clad in his red robes concealing the armor he was wearing, as always. His presence was cold and measured, eyes constantly tracking movement and placement. The power axe, towering behind him, was carried by two floating servoskulls, each humming with runic pulses and protective canticles. Freya stood beside him, wrapped in a robe he had offered her, though hers hung more elegantly, shaped by her natural poise and beauty. Her eyes, beneath the hood, glowed faintly, still goddess, still dangerous. She leaned slightly toward Luthar. Hestia, the small but determined goddess, stood close by, her expression firm beneath the faint sheen of concern. Near her, Hermes, ever composed and cloaked. From the Takamikazuchi familia, Mikoto and Kashima Uka exchanged brief nods. Hermes' invitation had brought forth Liu Leon and Asphai al Andromeda. Freya's voice broke the quiet, a low murmur. What a luxurious lineup. I guess many people will not be able to sleep after tonight. Hermes nodded in agreement. With three gods entering, simple lack of sleep would be the least of their concerns. Luthar's calm voice carried over the group. I think we should just enter instead of exchanging some feelings. Before anyone else could speak, Hephaestus, who had just arrived, spoke. Well, I guess you guys really should leave before anyone notices three goddesses entering a dungeon. Each member of the team exchanged determined glances, the weight of their task binding them in silent solidarity. The night awaited their step, and beneath its dark veil, the rescue would begin. The group moved quickly without wasting any time. Barely had they crossed the third floor when the dungeon greeted them with its customary malice. Then came the first wave, crude growls echoing from the far curve of the corridor. Several war shadows lunged from the mist, their blades raised, movements jerky and erratic. Before Luthar could so much as lift a finger, Liu was already in motion. One leg swept low in a fluid arc that tripped the first monster mid-charge. Her dagger flashed once, twice, and the war shadow fell in silence. Another surged toward her back, but she pivoted, clean and silent, dispatching it with a backward strike through the eye. Luthar's eyes narrowed with silent appreciation. Reflexes. Speed. Control. She had everything. Then his gaze flicked to her clothes. For some strange reason, the part around her legs was exposed, like it was made to tempt people with good hobbies. She glanced back, momentarily noticing his stare. He didn't flinch. Another burst of monsters erupted from a side chamber, this time, hard-scaled frogs with bloated eyes. Before they could close the gap, Asfi stepped forward. "Cover your ears," Asfi warned. She dropped a small sphere. Luther's sensor immediately tagged it as an explosive mix of concussive force and light. The flash boomed, flattening the creatures and disorienting the rest. Before the light had fully died, her dagger was already plunged into the chest of the first stunned frog. Efficient. Her designs weren't crude, Luthar thought. His eyes flicked to her belt, lined with gadgets, carefully crafted. She was not just a fighter. She was an engineer. And she was watching the servo skulls. From time to time, Asfi's gaze kept drifting toward the two floating skulls that bobbed silently beside Luthar. She moved to cover one as it maneuvered behind him, murmuring something to herself. "Magic tech," she whispered. Luthar's voice was low but clear. "Not magic. Machine spirit and cold logic." Asfi's lips curled slightly. "Don't have to lie to me. You don't make stuff without magic." Liu, ignoring their exchange, struck another monster down with practiced precision, then wiped her blade clean. Freya, watching Luthar watch them, allowed herself a smirk under the hood. "Look at this, another cutie. Have you thought about converting her?" "She is quite talented," she murmured. "Let's just wait and see," he answered without looking at her. The team pressed deeper, their formation naturally settling, Liu in the front, eyes sharp and pace fluid, Mikoto and Uka slightly behind, covering the flanks with trained, purposeful movements. Asfi walked near the center, still glancing at the floating skulls with intrigue. Hermes hung at the edge of shadow, ever one step from vanishing. Hestia stayed close to Luthar. She wanted to speak but couldn't think where to start. Freya walked beside him, arms loose beneath the borrowed cloak, her smile unreadable. Up ahead, Liu paused near a corner, hand raised. The team slowed without needing a word. She crouched briefly, then turned halfway back to them. Mikoto left. "Uka, right." Liu commanded. "Already moving," came the quiet reply. Luthar tilted his head. She commands naturally, he thought. The team moved in silence, turning the corner and continuing downward. After a few minutes, the atmosphere lightened, tense but not hostile. Hermes broke the stillness with a low whistle. "Well, isn't this a delightful excursion? Nothing brings mortals and gods together quite like mortal peril." "You could have stayed behind," Hestia muttered. "I could have. But then again, I wouldn't get to see such fascinating company." Hermes looked toward Luthar. "You're a difficult man to read, by the way. It's hard to tell if you're judging us or designing coffins." "I am doing both," Luthar replied without emotion, "but don't worry, your coffins will be better." Asfi gave a brief snort of laughter. Liu didn't smile, but there was a faint gleam in her eyes. Freya stepped slightly closer to Luthar. The descent continued. The air grew heavier, not with danger, but familiarity. These levels were well charted, their threats known. But for this team, they were just inconveniences. They reached the 7th floor. Here, the architecture began to shift. Cracks veined the stone, and the walls carried a subtle warmth, damp, lived in. The scent of moss mingled with old blood. Footsteps echoed longer. Liu raised a hand. The group halted without question. "Pattern change," she said, voice low. Footsteps behind. "Tracking us." "I've heard them too," Mikoto said. Measured steps. Deliberate. Luthar adjusted a dial near his wrist, scanning thermal residues. Flickers, warm-blooded shapes, four-legged, moving at a matched pace. "They're using wall cavities," he reported. Freya glanced around, eyes sharp. "Just a boring tactic." Asfi tapped a small device against the stone. Confirmed. "Something's working ahead of the curve." Hermes narrowed his gaze. "So, they're trying to flank." Before anyone could reply, the wall burst apart. Four beasts, for black as charred coal and breath steaming with heat, erupted from the stone. A fourth crawled inverted along the ceiling, its claws sparking against rock. "Keep formation," Asfi called. Luthar stepped aside, allowing the first hound to charge past him. With a swift motion, he drew a compact, palm-sized laser pistol and fired, the focused beam burning clean through the creature's skull. The second hound leapt, but Mikoto intercepted it, slicing it cleanly in half with a single stroke of her blade. Liu engaged the third. Her movements were fluid, one feint, a twist, and a nerve strike at the neck. The hound crumpled. The fourth descended toward Freya. But before it could attack her, Luthar fired the second shot. Silence returned. "This is the first time I'm having such an easy time fighting these monsters," Mikoto asked. "It's because Liu keeps taking out the strong monsters," Asfi replied. Luthar inspected the creatures. "Felt like they're testing our reaction time, not engaging to kill." Hermes exhaled. Dungeons getting creative. By the 8th floor, the scent of heated stone faded, replaced by cooler air. The corridors leveled, and the team moved without pause. Freya fell into step beside Luthar again. "When are you going to start fighting?" she asked, her tone playful. "It's not needed," he replied, his gaze fixed ahead. "You're definitely going to need to show off some of your skills, or how are you going to hook up with these girls?" she said. Hestia, trailing behind, muttered, "Can't you talk about something else?" Hermes sighed. "I think we need to split and look for Belle and the others, reach the 18th floor. Then we should split into 3 teams and meet at the 18th floor, Asfi suggested. There was no objection. The idea had already been forming in everyone's minds. The dungeon was vast, and if Belle's party was still moving, covering ground was the priority. Freya brushed past the group, wordless, following the narrow left-hand tunnel. Luthar followed, a servo skull at his side, its optics scanning for trails. Hermes watched them go, then turned to Asfi. "Let's take another route." She nodded silently, adjusting her gloves. That left the broader right-hand path. Liu stepped forward without hesitation. Mikoto and Uka fell in behind her. Hestia stood for a moment, uncertain. "Stay close to Liu," Hermes said, already vanishing into the dark. "I don't need your advice," Hestia snapped, but followed Liu, Mikoto, and Uka. Compared to others in her team, there were more members, so safety was at least guaranteed. For both Luthar and Freya, the descent past the 9th floor was seamless. For them, it was like walking back in the garden. Freya walked beside him in silence. Then, casually, "Are you planning to fight eventually, or should I assume we're just going to walk till we reach the 18th floor?" In response, Luthar reached toward the servo skull hovering near him. He retrieved his power axe, then ordered them through his mind link. The servo skulls, now free-formed and carrying his axe, started to prepare themselves for attack. Their lenses pulsed red, optic arrays swiveling as weaponry came online. They surged forward, weaving through the corridor like silent predators. "I should have done this earlier," Luthar muttered. A war shadow leapt from a side passage, claws extended mid-pounce. It didn't reach them. The first servo skull fired, a high-velocity pulse toward the war shadow. The only websites where this story is officially published are Chapter 65, Chapter 64 Setting up a flag. The air broke violently as a huge minotaur swung its enormous axe down in a frantic arc, nearly missing the floating servo skull that bounced away with almost mocking elegance. Sparks flew from the impact point as the stone broke beneath the weight of the strike. The second skull swerved behind the beast, releasing a brief blast of energy that scorched its matted fur. The minotaur wheeled, howling in rage, muscles rippling beneath its skin as it tried to swat the elusive drones out of the air, only to miss again. Its roars became deeper, shifting from wrath to calculation. Then its eyes focused on the quiet man standing at the corridor's edge. The person had not moved. There is no stance, only cold, watching eyes. If he is unable to hit these creatures, he decides to go for something larger. The Minotaur charges toward Luthar, making no further effort. As the Minotaur approached Luthar, before it could lift its weapon to hit him, Luthar stepped forward smoothly and methodically, hefting the long power axe, the power field sparking to life. The weapon was huge, with a haft longer than his arm span, and intended for equal parts strength and precision. In a single, clean swing, the energized teeth of the weapon tore through the Minotaur with brutal ease. Momentum carried the beast forward for a step, then it collapsed. It didn't even have time to scream. Silence returned, broken only by the faint electrical hum of the servo skulls resuming passive hover. From the shadows at the edge of the chamber, Freya's voice drifted in like silk wrapped around a blade. My. 10 out of 10. Now, let's continue the momentum and fight all the monsters without the long-range weapons. She offered a slow clap, eyes gleaming with amusement as she stepped into view, her expression equal parts playful. Looking at the servo skulls, she commented, "Looks like they won't be useful anymore." Luthar didn't turn to face her. He merely gave a faint nod, the servo skulls shifting position as if responding to unspoken commands. "They were never meant to fight," he said calmly. "They're assistants who are running out of energy after killing so many monsters." Freya approached, each step confident, her divine presence almost tangible in the darkened corridor. She brushed a stray lock of silver hair from her face and grinned. Looking at Luthar, who had stopped moving, she said, "Don't tell me you're already tired from one slug, or are you waiting for a kiss from a beautiful girl for defeating that Minotaur," her voice lilting. Luthar said nothing, his gaze sweeping the path ahead. The walls trembled faintly, a subtle sign of movement deeper in the dungeon. More were coming. Freya chuckled and, with a gesture, signaled the group to move. "Let's keep going, at least now I don't have to watch heroic tales of two skulls," she said. Meanwhile, far below the 18th floor, a much different scene was unfolding as the situation for Luthar started to change. Bell stumbled into the 18th floor's safe zone with Welf slung over his shoulder, the smith's arm draped limply across his back. Every step was agony, his legs shaking from exhaustion and strain, but he refused to fall. Welf's blood had soaked into his tunic, sticky and warm, and Belle could feel every ragged breath the older boy took. Behind them, Lily Ruka followed, her gait uneven, more dragging herself than walking. One arm clutched her ribs, where purple bruises were already forming beneath her armor. Her chainsword scraped lightly against the floor as she was about to let go. Belle finally dropped to one knee as he crossed into the sanctuary, gently lowering Welf to the ground with a grunt. We made it," he whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Welf didn't respond at first. Then, with a groan, he turned his head and squinted at the glowing sky above. Finally, "No more monsters," he mumbled, eyes unfocused. Lily Ruka reached them seconds later, falling to her knees just short of collapse. Sweat and grime streaked her face, but her eyes never left the corridor behind them. As the group started to pass out, back at Luthar and Freya's location, large numbers of monsters were arriving. On the upper floors, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and sweat. The ground trembled, first gently, then with an unmistakable rhythm. Dozens of monsters were emerging from the tunnels, a mixture of warhounds and minotaurs, their roars echoing like thunder in the tight corridors. Luthar's servoskulls immediately veered upward to gain a better vantage. In one hand, he was holding his axe, in the other, raising his gun. The weapon purred to life as he pulled the trigger. The first blast caught a warhound mid-leap, vaporizing its head in an instant. A second bolt snapped into the skull of a charging minotaur. Each shot was measured and clean, Luthar's form steady, steps controlled as he adjusted his stance between bursts. Freya, watching from the side, didn't interfere. Her eyes gleamed as she observed the efficiency of it all. The gun hissed, venting steam from its side as Luthar paused only long enough to sling it back and draw Lothar with a single fluid motion. A trio of minotaurs closed the distance. The first one was killed by an energy bullet before it could come closer. The second, after arriving near Luthar, raised its club, only to be split from shoulder to hip by a single arc of the crackling axe. The third hesitated, before it could think what to do, a pulse shot lanced straight into its eye. Silence settled again, briefly. Freya's voice came softly, almost teasing. "I almost feel sorry for them." Luthar gave a faint exhale, lowering the gun. "I feel like you just like desperate fights where the protagonist almost has to die to defeat the monsters." That would be true. Saying this, Freya continued, "A hero should have ups and downs, without them, a hero is quite useless." Luthar, checking his gun, replied, "Unfortunately for you, my downtime is over. From here on, all obstacles will be child's play." His voice was filled with confidence, forgetting that this wasn't some realistic world. Worlds based on fantasy have challenges that are like cockroaches that appear everywhere. The only websites where this story is officially published are Chapter 66, Chapter 65 arriving at safe floor. Thunder cracked, not from the sky, but from guns holed by both Luthar and Freya. Monsters screamed and fell, torn apart by torrents of explosive rounds. Their bodies crumbled into ash and steaming ichor, coating the stone floor in foul-smelling residue. Luthar Cogbane stood at the center of it all, unmoved. Cloak fluttering in the backdraft, his eyes remained cold and precise, calculating each shot with inhuman clarity. Overhead, a combat servoskull hovered in lazy arcs, barking binaric alerts as it tracked movement and heat signatures. At his flank, Freya, goddess of beauty, fired without hesitation. Her sleek firearm discharged with rhythmic bursts, cutting down beasts that dared approach. Ammo reading at 47%, she called, ducking behind a jagged stalagmite that cracked under her divine weight. "Use controlled bursts." "We're nearly through," Luthar replied coolly, his voice devoid of fatigue. The final wave struck. Deformed minotaurs, starved, wild-eyed, swarmed alongside kobolds frothing with bloodlust. A malformed ogre, its flesh rotting mid-movement, charged from the rear. Freya shifted fluidly to intercept the flanks, her gun humming with celestial energy. Luthar aimed and unleashed a searing blast from his plasma gun. The ogre never reached them, its upper body atomized in a flash of white-hot energy, leaving molten bone and cinders in its place. A beat passed. The dungeon fell deathly still. Luthar stood, reloading with precision. The hiss of pressurized gas venting from his gauntlets was the only sound that lingered. Freya lowered her weapon slowly, her eyes taking in the carnage. "How long has it been?" she murmured, her voice thoughtful. "Since I've had to personally stain my hands." Her gaze settled on the still-smoking gun in her hand. She smirked. Still, this was fun. Luthar didn't respond. He was already scanning the walls, marking natural seams, calculating layout patterns. "We're already on the 16th floor, he said at last. "Signs match records. If Belle and the others successfully descended here, the 18th is the only place we need to go." Freya's brow arched, as she didn't want to end the journey so quickly. Without any other word, Luthar began walking. The air grew still, uncannily still. Luthar and Freya stepped cautiously into the expansive, hollow space of the 17th floor. The oppressive tension of the previous floor fell away, replaced by a vast silence. The only sound was the distant drip of condensation and the soft crunch of their boots against stone. No monsters. No movement. Freya's voice was soft. This is the Goliath's domain. Luthar nodded slightly. At least we don't have to fight him. His servo skull hovered in tight, lazy circles. Its scanners pulsed blue, searching, verifying the absence of threats. Come on, this could be a great advertisement, Freya murmured. Only one monster rules this floor. And if you use your weapons to kill him, everyone would come to you to buy them. It's pointless, as most people won't be able to afford it, Luthar said. His gaze flicked over craters in the stone. As for adventurers who can afford it, they are not interested in something which won't increase their strength. Or maybe they are just poor, as even if guns cannot be used for leveling up, they can still be used for self-defense in deeper floors, Freya replies as she examines the gun. Earlier she just thought it was an interesting tool, but only after using it in a battle did she understand how convenient this thing was. With just a little practice, she has killed more monsters than most adventurers. Luthar gave no answer as both of us moved across the arena floor, walking over scorched earth. As there was nothing on the 17th floor, they quickly made their way to the 18th floor. Compared to the previous floor, this was unnaturally serene. Light filtered through, fed by luminescent moss and glowing stones. A waterfall whispered in the distance, mist rolling over ancient stone. As they walk around, Luthar paused, senses flaring, as he spotted Lyra, the elf with silver hair and sharp eyes. Though petite in form, she was also looking around. As her gaze spotted Luthar, she had a surprised expression. Luthar made his way front of her, followed by Freya getting near. Why are you here? Luthar said, voice low and firm. For your level, shouldn't you stay on first floor and kill the goblins? Lyra raised a brow, unimpressed. Why should I stay on first floor? Let me tell you, I am pretty strong. Pretty strong if my information is correct, you're still level 1. Before she could respond, a voice echoed from the trees. Cogbane. I didn't expect you here. Riveriel Joe's Alpha emerged from a grove, expression carefully measured. Her eyes studied him, calculating. I thought your operations stayed in the upper city. They did, Luthar answered. But I follow utility. And right now, my investment is down here. Riveria exhaled slowly. You must be talking about Bell and his group being safe, for now. They arrived barely conscious an hour ago. We have given them some treatment, but they have gone unconscious. Luthar's gaze narrowed. Where is Lily Ruka? Riveria hesitated for a moment, then gestured. Inside the tent, but before I take you inside, I have a question. Are you two the only ones who have arrived? For now they are the only ones, but, Luthar said, already moving. Others should also be arriving. After hearing the answer, Riveria told them their camp was modest but structured, tents erected with flickering magical lanterns illuminating the natural alcoves of the 18th floor. Elves and adventurers moved with practiced discipline, though some spared wary glances at Luthar and Freya as they passed. Riveria led them through the main path. She's inside, she said, drawing aside a heavy flap of reinforced cloth. Within the tent, the air was warmer. A faint herbal scent hung in the air, masking the sour tinge of blood and exhaustion. Lily Ruka lay on a makeshift cot, her face pale, breathing shallow. Luthar stepped to her side silently. He began scanning her condition, mechanical lenses sliding into place over his eyes, casting spectral diagnostics. Just few broken bones and muscle fatigue, probably stress trauma. He muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. But she'll recover. Freya stood at the edge of the tent, arms crossed, watching with an unreadable expression. Looks like she pushed herself too hard. He turned toward the tray of salvaged equipment. His brow furrowed. Where is her equipment like armor, chainsword and a gun? Riveria tilted her head. Well, I have to remove the armor so I can bandage it. As for the gun, I haven't seen it. That chainsword should be around. Luthar's eyes narrowed. I guess I have to wait till she wakes up to find out what happened with the gun. A voice spoke from behind them. If you're talking about the spiked sword. Ace took it. They turned. Lafia stood at the tent entrance, arms awkwardly folded. She seems to be quite interested in that thing. She's with Finn and Gareth, checking the perimeter. I just hope she doesn't break it, Luthar said simply. As they exited the tent, Riveria walked beside him. You seem to be more concerned about the equipment than a person, she said quietly. It's easier to fix people than equipment, Luthar replied without hesitation. Freya smiled faintly, but said nothing. All 5 of them stepped away from the tent and moved into the open clearing beyond. They spoke of other matters, strategies, supplies, and the weakened state of the dungeon. But Luthar's mind remained fixed on the future events. The only websites where this story is officially published are Chapter 67, Chapter 66 The Tree Destroyer. The air on the 18th floor was warm, quiet, and gentle in a way the upper dungeon never allowed. A breeze drifted through the moss, rustling the leaves like the whisper of a lullaby. For a moment, there was no war, no ambition, only stillness. Luthar moved steadily across the moss-carpeted clearing, his servo-skull drifting lazily above, its optical lens pulsing softly. Freya trailed behind him, silent and serene, letting the peace of the place speak for itself. That's when he saw her. Ace Wallenstein stood near the edge of the camp, just past a grove of softly glowing trees. The his chain sword, rested awkwardly in her arms, clearly too large for her slim frame but held with a kind of reverent fascination. She turned it this way and that, frowning slightly as she poked the activation stud with a gloved finger. The blade remained inert. When she noticed him, her eyes lit up. Without a word, she made her way over, light on her feet, almost skipping. She stopped in front of him, held out the weapon with both hands, and then gestured at it with a small frown. Her brows drew together in a confused, mildly frustrated expression, like a child presenting a toy that wouldn't work. Luthar blinked once. Then, somehow understanding, he murmured, "It's not broken." Ace tilted her head, clearly not convinced. He took the hilt gently and pressed a recessed rune near the grip. The chainsword coughed once, then roared to life, the teeth spinning with a deep vrrrk, its sacred machine spirit awakened by a practiced hand. Ace's eyes went wide with wonder. Without waiting, she reached forward, took it back with care, and nodded with almost comical seriousness, like a student finally understanding a lesson. Then, wordlessly, she turned and marched toward a tree. With the solemnity of a knight about to slay a dragon, she raised the chainsword and swung. The weapon tore through the bark in a high-pitched shriek, shredding the trunk with a spiral of sparks and sawdust. She giggled, quietly at first, then again, as if delighted by the sheer power of it. Freya, arms folded, glanced at Luthar. "So, are we just going to lose all the trees on this floor?" "Only if nobody stops her," he replied flatly. Freya smirked. "I haven't seen you treat someone so gently before. Are you in love or something?" Luthar said nothing. He didn't quite know why he'd reacted that way. He certainly hadn't entertained any strange ideas about winning her over with advanced weapons or telling her he could help her slay a black dragon to earn her admiration. No, absolutely not. Maybe it was just an adjustment. 1 month wasn't enough to make him normal, but perhaps it was enough for his emotions to begin aligning with this new world, enough to appreciate the people in it. Especially those who were strong. And beautiful. And, at times, adorably curious. Freya watched him for another moment, then looked back toward Ace, who was now examining another tree with gleeful determination. "I think she likes it," Freya said with a chuckle. Luthar simply nodded. That would be sad as a plan to take back after some time. They appreciate the destruction of the trees by a cute girl who made a particularly enthusiastic swing, sending bark and splinters scattering like petals in the wind. Before they could talk about another topic, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the calm. 2 figures emerged from the camp path, quick, focused, and immediately drawn to the chaos unfolding. Finn Dane's sharp eyes took in the scene in a single glance. Beside him, Gareth growled something under his breath before rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Ah," Finn muttered with a sigh. "We were gone for 5 minutes." He gave Gareth a subtle nod. The dwarf groaned, then broke into a jog toward Ace. Luthar watched as Gareth approached the girl with all the care of someone trying to disarm a laughing landmine. He spoke gently, coaxing her to lower the chainsword, which she did only after a few more vrrrk noises of protest and a longing glance at the nearest tree. Meanwhile, Finn made his way to Luthar. Despite the commanding presence he carried as captain of the Loki Familia, there was no confrontation in his approach, only calm curiosity. His posture was relaxed, his smile mild, but his eyes were keen and assessing. "Luthar Cogbane, I presume?" Finn asked, his voice even and respectful. Luthar inclined his head. "That's correct. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard a great deal. Hopefully not all from the guild." Finn chuckled. "I try to get my intelligence from more reliable sources." His gaze briefly shifted to the chainsword, now held reluctantly at Gareth's side. "Quite the weapon. I imagine that's not something we'll be seeing in the local smithies anytime soon." "No," Luthar said simply. "It's unique. Made for a different kind of war." Finn's expression grew thoughtful. "I don't think so. It's clearly a weapon made for monsters, of course, I assume it might not be suitable for careless people." There was no judgment in his tone. If anything, there was understanding. Perhaps even appreciation. "You're wrong, actually," Luthar replied, stepping slowly toward Ace, now being gently scolded by Gareth. "This weapon is better against intelligent people. Its very sound is enough to unnerve the unprepared. And when limbs are torn, blood sprayed, and bodies dismantled. He glanced back. The spectacle alone is often enough to break the enemy. Especially in war. Finn nodded slowly. That really doesn't sound nice. A brief pause passed before Finn smiled again. Then again, who am I to judge? And if you decide to sell one day, make sure to send me a reminder, I would be the first one to purchase it. Luthar looked toward Ace, now watching Gareth with innocent eyes as if she'd done nothing wrong. Yes, I would do that once I can make sure it's impossible to replicate, he said quietly. It would take time, as I am already busy with lots of work. Finn studied him for a moment longer, then gave a quiet hum of approval. Then he asks, out of curiosity, so, is there a reason for the mask? Currently, you look like a person who is up to no good. It's for protection against a sudden poison attack or maybe some charm, Luthar said. While looking behind where Freya was standing, then again, it might be just a habit, as my colleagues never liked my face, and they think I should replace it with metal and probably a few other things. At that, Finn let out a quiet laugh. Quite the interesting colleagues you've had. Indeed, Luthar said, his thoughts drifting back in the rigid dogma of the cult Mechanicus. He had always been an anomaly, reviled by many tech priests for refusing to surrender his flesh in pursuit of the Omnissiah's ideal. Had it not been for his father's influence, they might have declared him a heretic long ago. It was this very protection, this unspoken act of mercy, that prevented Luthar from ever truly hating the men who had shaped his fate. As he looked around, it decided to get a tent. It's would good to have a separate tent. Luthar cast one last glance at this place. As Gareth began walking off with the chainsword in hand, Luthar stepped forward. Wait, he said calmly. The dwarf paused, raising a brow. Luthar extended a hand. It belongs to me. Ace, standing just behind Gareth, tilted her head in quiet disappointment. She didn't protest, but the reluctance in her posture spoke volumes. Luthar took the weapon slowly, brushing a bit of wood dust from its teeth with a cloth from his belt. Then, unexpectedly, he turned it in his hands and offered it back, but hilt first. You can hold on to it, he said. For now. Ace's eyes lit up again. But, he added, voice dry, be careful. She nodded, seriously, solemnly, as if she had just been entrusted with an artifact of power rather than a glorified rotary saw. Gareth sighed, rubbing his face again. Luthar smirked faintly, then turned away. Now, he murmured to himself, I need to find a place where I won't be woken up by the next log she decides to decapitate. Author's confused. Note, which you can ignore if you want. My trip was quite painful, but as I arrived at the temple, there was nothing to worry about, just absolute silence, and had a feeling like somebody was going to lift me up only to be knocked back to reality by Mom. I say this was the first time when my brain actually stopped thinking and I did not have a monologue in my mind, but after coming back to reality the pain and troubles are just on the next level. Now let's talk about the story. I have only returned 3 chapters this week. I've got plenty of ideas lined up. But before continuing with the chapters 88, I want to take some time to think carefully about the plot. Right now, I'm with the idea of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Mutant, X-Men, timeline, or even DC. Marvel is honestly the easiest to handle. If I start from Iron Man or even jump straight into the Avengers, the action kicks in fast and the world structure is clean, making it easier to write around. Now, with mutants, things get a little more complicated. Especially if you can catch them. I mean, recruit them. For research. Or maybe combat purposes. You know how it goes. DC is tempting, but let's be real, it's a mess. To make it work, I'd probably have to blend parts of the animated universe with the better pieces of the movie timeline to craft a version I can actually manage. Anyway, feel free to drop your thoughts. I'm not rushing this time, I don't want to mess it up again. Chapter 68, Fortier 67 Arrival of Hestia. Lily Ruka stirred beneath the thin blanket, her limbs heavy, as if weighed down by fatigue woven into her bones. A dull ache throbbed behind her eyes. She blinked slowly, struggling to separate dream from memory. The scent of herbs and worn canvas met her nose. Lantern light cast a muted golden glow against the slanted tent walls. She shifted slightly, and that's when she noticed him. Seated on a chair a few feet away, Luthar sat with a terminal in his hands, back straight, head slightly lowered. A soft mechanical hum came from the servo skull that hovered silently near the ceiling, its sensors dimmed, inactive for now. Luthar. Her voice was barely more than a whisper, dry and unsure. He looked up immediately, eyes sharp and unreadable in the low light. You're awake. She sat up slowly, wincing as her muscles protested. Her gaze flicked to her arms, bandaged and lightly bruised. How long? I don't know, as I just arrived a few hours ago. His voice was even, calm. Lily Ruka frowned softly, looking down at her hands. I guess I got involved in something I shouldn't have. It's okay, he said. There are some things we can't avoid. A pause passed. Lilyruka's brows drew together. Is everyone alive? Luthar confirmed. Some minor injuries. They're resting in the other tent. Her shoulders slumped in quiet relief. Then her gaze wandered around the tent until it landed back on him. I didn't think you would come for me. I had nothing more urgent to attend to. That answer made her frown, not with offense, but with thoughtfulness. Still, thank you. Luthar didn't reply. He merely turned a page in his book. The silence stretched comfortably between them, the kind that didn't need to be filled. But after a moment, Lilyruka shifted on the cot again, hesitating. I guess I lost your gun, she muttered, looking down. It exploded while I was fighting. I didn't even know what I did wrong. Luthar's eyes shifted toward her, steady and unreadable. It's not your fault. The weapon was unstable. He leaned back slightly, tone level. This world lacks the materials for proper heat regulation, like thermal sinks or insulative alloys. Without those, the weapon couldn't vent its buildup effectively. It was a rushed prototype. Crude and unreliable. Lilyruka's expression tightened. So, it was just going to break eventually. No, he said. It's easy to avoid overheating, just don't fire too many rounds if you're fighting for a long time. Lilyruka gave a tired laugh, though it was more breath than sound. I guess I still have a lot to learn about guns. Luthar looked at her a moment longer, then closed the book quietly. You can, he said. It would be useful. But to avoid the same situation, I'll give you a standard model from my collection. It's more stable. She blinked. Then she smiled faintly. She didn't care about the new gun, not really. For her, the greatest surprise was that he had come down to 18th floor for her. She hesitated. Can I ask you something? Luthar didn't speak. Why did you come down for me? I mean, it probably wasn't worth the trouble, right? He didn't answer immediately. Some answers made sense: future investment, battlefield potential, test subject. None of them felt right anymore. Saying, you're like family, would sound false, even to himself. He wasn't that kind of man. Not yet. After a moment, he spoke. I came because, he said, voice quiet, from the moment I picked you up, I decided to make you part of the life I'm building. That makes you my responsibility, and not something I discard when inconvenient. Lilyruka stared at him. For a long moment, she didn't speak, then simply smiled. Not brightly, not with relief, just something quiet. Real. That, she said softly, sounds like a confession. Luthar, eyes returning to the terminal in his lap, agreed silently. It did sound like a confession, but he thought since they were going to live a very long life, he wouldn't want to surround himself with people he didn't like. Just as the tent settled back into a soft hush, broken only by the occasional flicker of Luthar's terminal, a faint commotion rippled through the outside, muffled voices and the sound of someone tripping over a supply crate just outside. Luthar didn't look up from his terminal. Lilyruka blinked toward the tent flap, head tilted. Should we check it out? A second later, the unmistakable voice of Hestia pierced the quiet like a blade. Bell. Don't run off like that, you're still healing. There was a thud. Then Bell's sheepish voice. Sorry, goddess. Luthar finally lifted his gaze. The tent flap rustled, casting long shadows across the floor. Lilyruka exhaled softly, murmuring. And I thought the gods were not allowed inside the dungeon. The flap snapped open, and Hestia burst in like a whirlwind, arms akimbo, eyes wide with righteous concern. Bell and Welf followed behind her, the former looking mortified, the latter mildly amused. There you are. Hestia exclaimed, pointing at Lilyruka. You nearly gave Bell a heart attack. And me. And probably Welf, but he hides it better. I'm the one who should be complaining, Lilyruka said quickly, holding up a hand. Hestia huffed, marching closer and looking her over like a fussy ant. Bell told me the whole story: fire, gun parts, smoke. Honestly, I should have expected it the moment I heard you had one of his weapons. She threw an accusatory glance at Luthar, who, to his credit, didn't rise to the bait. He merely adjusted his terminal screen and offered a flat. Must be nice to throw around the blame. I'm not blaming you. If not for them encountering Lily with her weapons, they might have had an accident, Hestia said. Luthar glanced at her. Then why are you here? I am here to check on Lily, Hestia muttered, crossing her arms. After all, we did live together for a short time. Bell tried to change the subject with a nervous smile. We brought food. Lilyruka lit up slightly. Food sounds really good. Luthar gave a small nod. I didn't bring my energy pack, so I don't need it. Welf, carrying some food, spoke with amusement. That thing is definitely not food. What I heard from Bell is that it doesn't taste good. Luthar, hearing this, remembered the 1 or 2 times Bel accidentally drank his energy packs, vomiting them up within seconds from the horrible taste. Hestia finally sat herself down beside Lily Ruka, grumbling under her breath as she fussed with her coat. So, are you still creating that abomination? No. I was quite busy last week, but I am planning to build a new lab so I can make some Skitarii, Luthar said absently. Is that the name of your new weapon? Bel asked. Can be considered weapons, as they are quite poisonous. An example would be just 1 unit. By tomorrow, besides some goddesses, everybody in this camp would be dead. Listening to Luthar talk about his new weapon, Hestia got angry again. I don't know how you convinced Hephaestus, but you need to change this idea of creating dangerous things. It's not dangerous. It just needs to be used at the right place, Luthar corrected her. The only websites where this story is officially published are Chapter 69, Chapter 68, Quiet Conspiracies. While Hestia and the others eventually began to eat, Luthar resumed his studies at his terminal, as there were many things he wanted to understand. In another location, the flicker of a tiny brazier projected lengthy, uncertain shapes over the cave wall. They had chosen this forgotten alcove off the 18th floor, a narrow side chamber choked with vines and long-cooled mineral flows, precisely because it was forgotten. Neither adventurers nor monsters wandered here. Only those with purpose. Hermes leaned against the stone wall, one leg crossed over the other, rolling a golden coin across his knuckles. His usual smirk was subdued, less mocking, more contemplative. Freya stood near the fire, silent and beautiful as moonlight on steel. Her eyes were unreadable, but not disinterested. I always expected I'd have to shape Bel slowly, Hermes said at last, voice hushed. Set up hardships that would make him grow faster. And now? Freya asked. Hermes gave a faint breath of laughter. Now there's Luthar. Freya's gaze shifted, she didn't understand what Hermes was trying to say. Luthar was someone who was going around and interfering with other people's lives, and he was definitely not selling weapons that would make Bel's life easy. To comprehend what Hermes was thinking, she said, why are we talking about him? He is not even an adventurer. It does not matter what he is, Hermes said quietly. He is too intelligent, skilled, and terrifyingly well-armed. Because of him, I have to change my plans. He changes the narrative. Bel's narrative might change from kid battle's unimaginable odds to boy saved by walking nightmare. You are overthinking, Freya said. He has no intention of going around and saving Bel. Hermes tapped his temple. It doesn't matter. What we need is a team that can support Bel so when a black dragon appears, he would have reliable partners. He removes his finger from his temple. We need Bel to become a hero. Freya's lips curved faintly. You are not making any sense. Imagine a hero goes to a blacksmith, he asks him to forge a sword to kill a dragon, Hermes explains. After crafting the sword, instead of handing it over to the hero, the blacksmith decides to kill the dragon by himself. Imagine a world where heroes cannot become heroes because they couldn't get a good weapon. Freya considered him a moment. So you were just worried that a blacksmith would become a hero? Hermes gave a sharp, amused breath. I am not that small-minded. I just don't want him to become a blacksmith who will not give a sword to a hero and also doesn't even bother to kill the dragon. Freya arched an eyebrow as she started to think, in some sense, what Hermes said was true. She knew Luthar was just selling some scraps, not his weapons, and he definitely didn't have a plan for any dragon, but now she was on his side, so she couldn't think about streaming against him. So you just want to remove him, then take away his weapon and give it to Bel? No, Hermes said more seriously. He's useful. He might be the kind of support Bel needs. But I have to be careful not to accidentally kill him. That shouldn't be possible, Freya said. It's possible if my plan worked, we would have a monster running around the 18th floor, Hermes replied. With your help, we can direct that monster to Luthar. Then I also want to create a situation where Bel has to save him. Which should result in him being grateful to Bel, this might solve the issue. Your thoughts are really dangerous, she said. Hermes smiled slightly. It might be dangerous, but with this trick, we can get a foundation for the hero team. Freya's gaze didn't waver. At one point, she thought this was a great idea. Finally, she could see Luthar fighting, but in the end, she decided to refuse. While your idea is good, I really can't participate. Why? Hermes asked. She stepped forward, just slightly, enough for the firelight to catch the cold glint in her eyes. Because I already have plans with him for thousands of years, and if I do what you said, I might not be able to stay with him. You are already that close to him, Hermes said with a tilt of his head. I thought you were only interested in the pure soul. Freya was silent for a while. Then, quietly, my interest has changed now. I am only interested in seeing him and how long he can live. And show me how heroes are created in batches. She turned, her silhouette dissolving into the dim edges. Hermes remained a moment longer, staring at the embers. Then, to no one in particular, he whispered, "That's something new." Back in the camp, after everyone finished eating, they decided to head out for a walk, partly to scout the local area and partly just to stretch their legs and purchase some supplies. The dense, rich air of the 18th floor never quite cleared from the lungs, but the light filtering down made it feel less like a battlefield and more like a strange, enchanted garden. The bell looked brighter now that food had returned color to his cheeks. Welf was already fiddling with the handle of one of his knives, always an artisan even when pretending to relax. Hestia, after much insistence that this was strictly casual walking, finally allowed herself to join them, though not without several warnings about staying close and avoiding any more explosive incidents. Lily Ruka was the last to rise. Her wounds still ached, but something about being on her feet again, surrounded by people who weren't fighting or dying, made her smile faintly. Only one person remained behind. Luthar didn't even look up when the tent flap stirred with their departure. His terminal remained open in his lap, lines of data scrolling past with cold efficiency. One servoskull hovered nearby, its sensors calibrated for ambient mana and heat distortion. His mind was far from strolls and small talk. There were records to examine and diagrams to go over. He still had a huge gap in his knowledge that he had to address as soon as possible. His knowledge of manipulating space had significantly increased as a result of his work on the dimensional machine, but something essential was still lacking. The technology behind the dimensional gate remained elusive, its core principles incomplete in his grasp. Fully deciphering it would take time, perhaps years. In the meantime, he needed to get knowledge of advanced manufacturing. So he could finally move beyond mere analysis and begin building with true precision, rather than assembling unstable prototypes. The only websites where this story is officially published are Chapter 70, Chapter 69, Threads Beyond Steel. The silence in the tent was a living thing, soft, deliberate, and never static. Luthar's terminal glowed in front of him, casting a pale light over his face. Data lines flowed like quiet rivers, and diagrams shifted with each calculated input. The servoskull hovered idly above, motionless, as if it sensed the stillness he desired. Outside, the faint sounds of the camp had become distant. The occasional laugh, the rustle of boots, and the chatter of adventurers. He did not pay them any mind. The canvas behind him moved without warning. The scent arrived first, a faint sense of presence. He did not, however, turn. He understood. Freya said nothing as she entered the tent. Her movements were graceful, but not theatrical. She approached him silently, her eyes scanning the tent. Then, without saying anything, she stepped behind him. Both of her hands rose, not abruptly, not tentatively, and rested gently on his shoulders. Not gripping or pulling. Simply being there. Luthar's stylus remained still. The data remained scrolling. "You did not join the others," Freya said quietly, her voice as smooth as dusk. "There is work to do," he said without looking back. "There is not much time." A breath exchanged between them. "Well, now that I am here, have you considered changing your mind?" She murmured, her gaze focused on the flickering lines of code. He pondered the words. "Then, I do not have time." Freya's hands lingered for a moment longer before sliding down his arms, not possessive, just present. "Hermes is not happy that you are keeping all the good stuff to yourself," she said simply. "He is probably already planning to make you a bell, little follower." He turned his head just slightly. Not to confront her completely, but enough. After 3 seconds, he says, "I guess I should prepare my guns," followed by the question, "So do you know what he is planning?" Freya took a step back, not far, but enough to restore silence between them. Luthar remained stationary. "How would I know?" she finally asked, folding her arms loosely under her chest. "I simply refuse to participate in his intriguing plan, so there is no way he will tell me." Her attention shifted to the collection of suspended schematics floating in the air. "But, given his personality, he will simply delegate his tasks to others." Luthar leaned back in his chair, his fingers tucked beneath his mask. "I guess now I have to decide whether we should fund his return to heaven now or wait for him to make a move." Freya's lips curved slightly, amused but not mocking. "You assume it is about strength. Hermes is creating myths. He is not going to face you." "It does not change that he is going to waste my time," Luthar said quietly. "Do not talk about wasting time, you sound like a short-lived ghost," she added. "If you really want to live a long life, you should behave like a long-lived species. Like enjoying life with others for a few years without being called a waste of time." There was a rhythm. Then Luthar stood up slowly, the changing blue light of the terminal casting angular shadows across his coat. He walked past her to the small table where a disassembled firearm was in various stages of calibration. Finally, he said, "For me, my current life is already good, crafting, action, a little bit of adult content, and now perhaps I can add romance." He then gave her a look. "I just hope to accomplish a few things before I start enjoying this life." Freya watched him, her expression unreadable, but her silence was enough. But you are forgetting something, she stated. Luthar raised his eyebrow. Am I? She moved closer again, not intimately, but close enough that her presence felt deliberate. Grounded. You are not alone, Freya said. When we came into your life, it was not to watch you study and plan for the future while ignoring the present. He kept her gaze for a moment. She then smiled quietly, almost reluctantly, despite the fact that she could not see through the mask. I guess I will have to learn to act like a human. Do not worry, you will learn quickly, Freya responded. I do not mind giving you extra lessons. The silence had returned, but it no longer felt hollow. It felt more companionable now. Charged with mutual recognition. Then, as if by fate, they heard a faint sound of laughter from beyond the tent, the distant voices of Bel, Welf, and the others, who were most likely already returning. Luthar's gaze drifted. I guess I will take the offer. She turned to leave, but paused at the doorway. She said, if you want company later, you can come to my tent. And then she was gone, as quiet as she had arrived. Luthar stood alone for a moment longer, then looked down at the partially assembled firearm in his hands. He gave a sigh. A second later, the servo skull beeped, triggering a notification on the terminal. Another set of diagrams is loaded, tighter, denser, and more complex. He adjusted his gloves and returned to the workbench. One thing at a time, he mumbled. But his tone contained the faintest hint of a smile. Following this, he began preparing Helgun, and after a few hours, the final night arrived. Because they only had 2 tents, Lilyruka had to share one with Freya, though Freya suggested she spend the time with Luthar rather than Lily. Obviously, no one listened to her. The next morning, the girls prepared to take a bath before Lily can join them. Luthar suggested taking the servo skull. Everyone refused to take the disgusting thing as soon as they saw the skull, but when he suggested it was time to keep an annoying fly like Hermes at bay. Understanding her own god's habits, Asfi immediately persuades everyone to take it with them, as the likelihood of Hermes peeping and encouraging other men to do the same is high. Everyone had gone for a bath, except Freya and Luthar, who refused to take the open bath. Freya decides to go for a walk and asks Luthar if he would like to accompany her, which Luthar agrees to because he also needs to see the surroundings. Chapter 71, Chapter 70, Eyes That Do Not See. The steam curled lazily over the water's surface, obscuring the scattered reflections of moonlight in gentle, undulating waves. The forest hot spring, tucked behind a natural barrier of trees and stone, had been chosen precisely for its seclusion. Laughter echoed gently as the girls settled into the warmth, Hestia's energetic chatter and Lilyruka's occasional, exasperated sighs. Above the perimeter of the spring, just past the tree line, the servo skull hovered with patient precision. Its optic lens pulsed faintly in the dark, scanning the surrounding forest, east, west, up the slope, and toward the thicket beyond the ridge. But not once did its lens drift toward the spring. Its orientation was deliberate, programmed under Luthar's exact parameters. Surveillance, not voyeurism. Observation, not invasion. Creepy little thing, Hestia muttered, eyeing the skull with faint discomfort. It's watching the trees, not us, Asfi replied flatly, arms resting on the edge of the spring. And it's better than finding Hermes in the bushes. That earned a round of begrudging nods. The skull whirred faintly, adjusting its altitude. A faint flicker of light blinked across its data strip, an alert, perhaps. But it made no sound. Somewhere deeper in the brush, a twig snapped, a footstep that did not belong to any animal. Above, concealed within the high branches of a thick tree, 2 figures carefully adjusted their positions. So what are we exactly looking at? Bel began, visibly sweating despite the cool air. Be quiet, Bel. Hermes whispered with forced enthusiasm, holding a leafy branch aside. He began peering down through the foliage. There they are. The goddesses in their natural state, the innocence, the grace, the bzzzt. A loud, high-pitched whine cut the air. Before Hermes could utter another poetic blasphemy, the servo skull, its lens gleaming red, turned sharply from its patrol arc and locked onto the intruders in the tree canopy. A compartment opened beneath its chassis with an efficient click. Target detected. Crack. A searing jolt of non-lethal electricity surged out from the skull's undercarriage, arcing into the treetop. Hermes let out a yelp that could rival a struck harp string, followed by a loud thud as he and Bel tumbled gracelessly to the forest floor in a heap of smoke, ash, and bruised dignity. Inside the bath, all went still. Then. Hermes. Hestia's voice thundered with divine fury. Asfi sighed, already stepping out of the water, towel wrapped tight and expression cold as steel. I knew it. Moments later, several of the girls emerged, some armed with towels, others with murderous intent. What they found was a charred Hermes twitching slightly and a mortified Bel profusely apologizing while trying not to look anywhere but the grass. Explain, Hestia said coolly, arms crossed, fully clothed, and clearly enjoying the irony. I was dragged into it. Bel pleaded. He said it was a tactical scouting mission. More like a tactless suicide mission, Lily Ruka growled. Hestia cracked her knuckles. Get the rope. Wait. We haven't even done the peeping. You can't punish us for something we didn't do. Hermes wheezed, but no one was listening anymore. Meanwhile, the servoskull resumed its patrol, returning to its standard altitude and rotation, its warning systems now recalibrated for repeat offenders. While Hermes and Belle failed to see beautiful scenery, another pair was about to succeed. As Luthar walked alongside Freya, the distant chaos of the path long faded behind them, silvering the underbrush and gilding Freya's steps with a ghost-like grace. They followed the forest path a little further, leaves crunching softly underfoot. It curved gently, narrowing into a stone-lined trail. Luthar paused, one hand brushing the servoskull's control panel as it floated just behind them. This direction doesn't lead back to camp. No, Freya said, her tone light, almost teasing. It leads somewhere much more interesting. He arched a brow beneath his mask but didn't argue. The servoskull adjusted behind him, its optical lens glowing a calm blue. They stepped through a natural break in the brush, and Luthar halted. A secondary spring, far more secluded, shimmered under the pale light. Mist coiled across its surface, curling around jagged stones and leafy branches. And in the middle of it, reclining against the edge with her back turned and hair cascading like a curtain of moonlit silk. Rhea Leon. Alone. Undisturbed. Vulnerable in the quiet peace of the spring. Freya stopped just beside him, her expression unreadable, save for the faint, knowing curve of her lips. Luthar remained still, analyzing the scene like a battlefield map. His servoskull floated motionless, its lens angled politely away. You brought me here to look at a naked elf, he said finally, his tone a mixture of understanding and faint resignation. Freya tilted her head, amused. Who was the one quietly stealing glances at her but when we were coming down in the dungeon? He said nothing. She leaned closer, whispering, 6 times. You looked at her 6 times, Luthar. For the others, never more than 3. His gaze turned toward her, sharp beneath the mask. How can you possibly count that? Freya gave a soft laugh. It's intuition, she continued, but I didn't expect you to just admit to peeping at her secretly. While both of them talked casually, Rhea's gaze lingered on them. This was too much. The water had long lost its comfort. What remained was silence, and heat of a different kind. Her fingers dipped beneath the water, flexing once. Calm, still. But behind her eyes, thoughts churned. Freya. That woman hadn't just wandered here. She had brought Luthar Cogbane. Rhea rose slowly, water cascading down her form in ripples. Her expression was unreadable, jaw set firm. If Freya wanted to provoke her, she'd succeeded. But Rhea Leon was no flustered tavern girl. She stepped from the spring and reached for the folded towel draped over the rocks. She dressed swiftly, the moonlight catching on the wet sheen of her hair as she fastened the final clasp of her uniform. The breeze whispered again, as if sensing the shift in her intent. She turned toward the Luthar and Freya had taken, eyes sharp, and while trying to hide her embarrassment, she prepared herself. If Luthar Cogbane wished to look at her, then he should prepare to die. Chapter 72, Chapter 71 Catching a Cute Elf. The water hissed softly behind her as Rhea Leon turned, eyes like twin blades. The silence was razor-thin. Then, she moved. A flash of silver and cloak. She surged from the spring with startling speed, sword sheathed but aimed like a spear straight for Luthar's throat. TCH. Luthar reacted instantly. His gloved hand caught the blade, the impact singing against his gauntlet with a metallic snap. Rhea's brow furrowed. She pulled, nothing. His grip was unyielding, like forged iron. She shifted, free hand raised, lips beginning to move. Wind, come forth. Her mana flared. Luthar's eyes narrowed. He stepped in. One motion. Swift, surgical. His palm snapped forward, striking a precise point behind her jawline, where her skull met her neck. A pressure strike. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Her knees buckled. Her magic faltered mid-chant. And with a faint sigh, Rhea collapsed, unconscious. Before she could hit the stones, Luthar caught her effortlessly in both arms, cradling her bridal style. The forest was silent once more, save for the soft hum of the servoskull above, now hovering idly. Freya stepped closer, her expression unreadable, though her eyes gleamed with some private satisfaction. My, she said, her voice smooth as silk. How gallant. If you carry every girl who tries to kill you like that, you're going to end up very busy. Luthar glanced at her, unimpressed. Why did you bring me here? Because I wanted you to take care of this child, she replied innocently. It's always sad to see her depressed. He looked down at Rhea, peaceful now in unconsciousness. Her breath was steady, her hair clinging slightly from the mist, her expression far softer in sleep than in anger. He adjusted his hold, careful not to disturb her. "We're going back." Freya chuckled. "Oh. Just like that." Luthar started walking. "She'll wake up in a few minutes. Best she does it somewhere warm." "Then let's go back," Freya murmured, falling in step beside him. The servo skull rotated once, then resumed its position. The spring behind them stilled, steam rising in coils as the night deepened, and the forest watched on silently. As Luthar carried Rio, the servo skull floated silently beside them, its quiet hum a steady companion. Approaching the discreet clearing, Luthar stopped before his tent. With deliberate care, he laid Rio on the bed. Her breathing remained even, and her tense expression softened in sleep. Freya arrived moments later, stepping lightly behind him. She knelt beside the bed, briefly examining Rio's face with a curious, almost maternal, touch. Luthar finally turned to her, eyes steady. "You're different. Acting differently." Freya's gaze flickered, an inscrutable blend of amusement and quiet calculation, as if she waited for him to finish. He folded his arms, his tone cautious. "I don't know how to put it, but it feels like you've changed. You're not scheming against me. You're more casual. And lately, it's like you've been encouraging me to chase after other girls." Freya straightened, lips curling into a knowing smile. "Is that what you think?" Her silver gaze lingered on Rio for a moment longer, then she stepped back and folded her arms with casual elegance. "You're right," she said at last, her voice quiet and smooth. "I am acting differently." Luthar didn't reply. He watched her, arms crossed, the servo skull behind him humming softly. She looked up, her eyes catching the lamplight from within the tent. "Do you know how old I am, Luthar?" "Really?" "A few thousand years, perhaps." "Older than any country," he replied neutrally. She gave a light laugh, neither confirming nor denying. "Long enough to see mortals rise and fall. To be worshipped, desired, and feared. I've had everything this world could offer, and more. Yet the boredom never left." Freya stepped forward, her expression softening slightly. "And then you appeared, not just an anomaly, but a door." Luthar tilted his head. "A door." She nodded. "To other worlds. Other rules. Other forms of chaos, beauty, pleasure, and pain. You represent something none of us can reach." Her words hung in the air. "So, yes," she continued, gaze unwavering, "I've stopped scheming against you. Not because I've changed, but because I've chosen a different strategy." He raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. "Which is?" "I want in." The servo skull gave a faint click, as if recording her words. Freya smiled. "I don't care how long it takes. Whether I go with you through machines, magic, or sheer will, if endless worlds exist, then I want to see them. All of them." Luthar was silent for a moment, studying her. "And you think following me will be a joyride?" he asked quietly. She tilted her head. "No. But it will be new. That alone is worth everything." He looked down at Ryu again, sleeping peacefully. "There are many worlds where gods might be just another fish on a chopping board. I already told you I don't mind if you want to join. But if you're joining for fun, that's going to be a problem." "You don't have to worry about that," she said. "I know my limits." There was no pretense in her tone. It wasn't seduction. It was the hunger of a goddess finally sensing something beyond her reach, and wanting to chase it. Luthar exhaled. "It still doesn't explain why you think I should go after other girls." Freya smiled again. "Because they would be useful. Since we can't pick random people, making a small harem with useful people would make our situation easier." She pointed to Rio. "If she joins, it would be fun to dress her up. Plus, she is quite strong." Hearing this, he remembered the white-haired elf who later changed her hair to silver. Looking at Rio, he began to entertain multiple ideas about her. Before he could start his strange fantasies, a sudden rustling outside caught Luthar's attention. Freya turned as well, her silver eyes narrowing slightly. Without a word, they stepped out of the tent. The sight that met them in the moonlit clearing was curious. Belle and Hermes stumbled into camp, arms bound together with vines, their clothes disheveled. Grass and leaves clung to them like trophies from some absurd jungle skirmish. Hermes bore a developing bruise on his temple, while Belle looked as if he wanted to melt into the ground. Behind them marched Hestia, fury practically radiating with every step. Welf, emerging from another tent, tried to suppress his curiosity. No one spoke. Hermes noticed the silence first and offered a sheepish wave with his bound hands. "Ah, good evening." Freya raised a single brow. Hestia answered with a huff, marching past. "Shut up, Hermes. You almost turned my Belle into a pervert." Belle flinched. "Goddess, I think you are overreacting." Quiet, Lily snapped, tugging him forward by the rope. You're lucky we didn't dunk you in the spring. Upon understanding the situation, Welf shot Belle a look. Why didn't you invite me? Freya's lips curled in amusement. Luthar said nothing, merely observing the parade of shame. Hermes, ever unrepentant, flashed a grin despite grass in his hair. Well, we didn't see anything, so I think we shouldn't be punished. That earned him a hard shove from Hestia and another vine to the face. Freya turned to Luthar, her voice low and amused. Let's go back before Rio wakes up. He didn't respond. But there was a subtle shift in his stance, just enough to suggest he didn't entirely disagree. And as the camp settled down for the night, laughter trailing in their wake, the forest returned to its hush. Tomorrow would come. But tonight, they rested. Chapter 73, Chapter 72 A Walk with the Elf. Shortly after this commotion, the soft rustle of fabric and a faint groan stirred the quiet tent. Rhea Leon's eyelashes fluttered. Her brows drew together slightly as consciousness returned, followed by a sharp, instinctive inhale. She blinked up at the unfamiliar canvas and wood ceiling, her gaze slowly focusing. She sat up halfway, wincing. Where? Her voice caught. The memory returned in flashes, the spring, the confrontation, the strike, and darkness. Before she could react further, a quiet sound broke the silence. Gurgle. Her stomach let out a pitiful rumble. Rhea froze, an embarrassed tint brushing her cheeks. She glanced sideways, and there, sitting in a folding chair beside the bed, was Luthar. Come. Watching. He reached into his robe and pulled out a slim, matte black tube. With a flick, the cap came off, and he took a sip of the thick, nutrient-rich fluid inside. Rhea stared. Before anything could be said, Freya's melodic voice chimed from the other side of the tent. I don't think she would like that. She stood and stretched lazily, then turned toward the flap. I'm going to find Lily Ruka. We'll need proper food. A real meal, not that grey goop. Luthar glanced at her but didn't argue. Suit yourself. Freya offered a wink before slipping outside. Try not to let your elven guest faint from hunger. A short time later, the tent flap parted again. Lily Ruka returned, arms full of wrapped food and small crates of preserved goods. Plates were distributed, steam rising in gentle wisps. Everyone began eating, everyone but Luthar. He sat with his energy pack still in hand, sipping it between quiet moments, unfazed by the aroma around him. Freya, now seated across from him, quirked an eyebrow. You're going to drink that instead of eating this. He didn't look up. My stomach isn't conditioned for your food. Lily Ruka blinked. Conditioned. I've lived on nutrient blends for years, he said, so now it's hard to switch to real food without fixing my stomach. Freya grimaced. So are you going to drink that thing for the rest of your life? Well, I am planning to start treatment for my stomach in a month. I should be able to eat solid food. Rio, sitting quietly with a bowl in her lap, gave Luthar a subtle glance. She didn't speak, but her eyes lingered thoughtfully. The campfire crackled softly between them. Another strange day in the dungeon passed in quiet, warm tones. As evening wore on, the gentle din of conversation gave way to silence. Plates were emptied, steam faded into the air, and the crackling fire dwindled to a low glow. One by one, the group settled in for the night. Lily Ruka curled up close to the fire, wrapped in a thick cloak. Belle yawned wide, leaning against Welf as the smith stretched with a grunt. Even Hestia, after a few more grumbles about nutrient-paste addicts, disappeared into her tent with arms crossed. Ryu remained quiet throughout, casting occasional glances toward Luthar, who continued sipping from his second energy pack as if it were wine at a banquet. Eventually, Freya rose, brushing her robes down with an air of contentment. She stepped beside Luthar with a faint smirk. Well, Captain of Consistency, don't stay up all night and don't do anything weird with Rio. With that, she left with Lily Ruka. Luthar didn't respond, but the servo skull turned to track her briefly as she disappeared into the far side of the tent cluster. Rio stood, quietly nodding in thanks for the meal. Her posture was stiff, but her eyes clearer. She struggled with what to do next. Recalling how easily she'd been defeated and now having supper together made her hesitate. Before her mind could overheat, Luthar's voice cut through the tent. You can take the bed, as I'm assuming you did not bring any camping tools. Did you sleep on trees yesterday or sleep in those makeshift hotels? Coming out of her thoughts, she looked at Luthar, thinking, why does he know I sleep on trees? Is he monitoring me while completely ignoring that he also mentioned hotels? Luthar finished the last of his drink, then tapped the metal casing twice. The servo skull responded with a low chime, shifting its patrol route. His eyes moved to her, and he asked, what are you looking at, pointing to the blanket? Take that and sleep, since tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day, and you might regret not sleeping. Looking around for another bed, she asked, what about you? Taking out a medicine, Luthar said, I just slept yesterday, and tonight I need to do some extra studying. After he drinks the medicine, he starts reading the terminal for manufacturing knowledge. After not finding anything to talk about, Rhea lay on a bed, taking the blanket, and tried to sleep. Another night in the dungeon passed under the watch of unseen stars. The soft light of morning filtered through the upper canopy, dousing the camp in a gentle gold. Birds stirred, and the faint trickle of water from a nearby stream mingled with the rustle of travelers preparing for the day. One by one, the others left camp, some to explore the 18th floor's market paths, others to scout the surroundings, or simply to stretch their legs. Luthar began preparing his guns. Yesterday may have been, or perhaps it will be tomorrow, when a monster would appear on the safe floor. Of course, he had no interest in staying another day. His plan was to leave today, so he started packing. Outside, members of Loki were also packing to explore further. Rhea moved quietly. She had finished her meal with minimal words, eyes distant. Now, she slipped on her cloak and adjusted the collar with deliberate calm. Her fingers paused briefly near her sword's hilt, out of habit, not tension. Luthar didn't look at her, but his voice broke the morning stillness. "You're going to the graves?" Rhea's step faltered. She didn't turn around. "Yes." A beat passed. Then she spoke again, quieter. "I go every time I pass through this floor. I won't stay long." Luthar finally looked over. "I'll come with you." This time she did turn, a trace of surprise flickering across her otherwise composed expression. "You don't have to." "I know," he said simply, then walked past her to Freya's tent. He informed her they would be leaving today and asked Lily Ruka to tell the team so they could decide whether to go with them. He also asked her to notify Ace Wallenstein to retrieve her weapon and to be careful. After a few explanations, Rhea and Luthar moved through the forest in silence. The path was narrow, shaded, and speckled with wildflowers. A breeze danced through the leaves, and the trees whispered with age. At the edge of a small glade, the graves stood, simple markers, worn by time, yet tended with care. Rhea stopped before them, bowing her head. Luthar said nothing, standing a respectful distance behind her, the servo skull hovering just beyond the trees, silent in reverence. No words were needed. Only the quiet. And the memory of those long gone. Do you know now you can read 20 chapter in advance on? It's also a place where you show me your support. Chapter 74, Chapter 73-2. Morning broke softly over the 18th floor, the air alive with birdsong and the faint rustle of adventurers preparing to depart. The sprawling safe haven of Rivera buzzed with its usual chaos, but a quiet tension hung over Hestia Familia's camp. Loki Familia was already on the move. Ace Wallenstein glided through the clearing with her usual grace, a wrapped bundle in her arms. She approached Lily Ruka Arde, who was sorting potions and rations with meticulous care. "Lily Ruka Arde," Ace said, her voice soft but clear. Lily looked up, startled. "Lady Ace." Ace extended the bundle. Lily hesitated, then peeled back the cloth to reveal her chain sword, its edge gleaming faintly in the dawn light. "It's well forged," Ace said simply. "Take care of it." Lily's eyes widened, and she clutched the weapon tightly. Thank you, Lady Ace," she stammered, bowing her head. Ace gave a faint, fleeting smile before turning to rejoin her familia. With their usual efficiency, Loki Familia vanished into the forest, leaving only the echo of their departure. At the camp, Bel Cranel knelt by the fire, adjusting his gear. His hands froze when he spotted a small, unmarked envelope tucked under a tent flap. When he picked it up, he found it was addressed to him. Heart pounding, he tore it open. To Bel Cranel, come alone to the waterfall glade past the eastern ridge. We have someone you hold dear. No heroes. Just you. Or she suffers. Bel's ruby eyes hardened. He stuffed the note into his pocket and stood, gripping the Hestia knife. I'll be back soon, he said, forcing a calm tone. Welf, Mikoto, and Uka exchanged uneasy glances. Bel, what's going on? Welf asked, his hand resting on his great sword's hilt. Nothing, Bel said quickly, already moving. Just checking something. The trio didn't buy it. As Bel decided to follow the instruction, Welf and the other two secretly followed at a cautious distance. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the 18th floor's dense forest, adventurers secretly encouraged by Hermes struck with ruthless precision, dragging Hestia to a secluded cave near the waterfall glade. The goddess struggled, but she couldn't do anything. Stay quiet, goddess, one of the mercenaries growled. This'll be over soon. Hestia glared, her blue eyes blazing. Let me go, you idiots, before I get angry. Bel reached the waterfall glade, the roar of cascading water drowning out the forest's hum. The adventurers were waiting, 6 of them, armed to the teeth, their smirks cruel. Their leader, a grizzled swordsman, stepped forward. I didn't think you would really arrive all alone. Should I call you brave or stupid? Where's Hestia? Bel demanded, his grip tightening on his knife. The leader sneered. You'll see her, if you survive. Steel flashed. The mercenaries charged, and Bel moved like lightning. His agility, honed through countless battles, let him weave through their strikes. The Hestia knife glowed faintly, slicing through a spear shaft as Bel ducked under a swinging blade. He countered with a swift kick, sending one attacker stumbling into the shallows. But there were too many. A mace grazed his shoulder, and a sword nicked his side. Bel gritted his teeth, his Argonaut skill humming faintly in his core, building for a decisive strike. From the tree line, Welf cursed under his breath. He's going to get himself killed. He drew his great sword. Mikoto and Uka nodded, weapons ready, and the trio burst into the glade. Mikoto, now. Welf roared. Mikoto slammed 2 mercenaries to the ground, knocking them out. Uka charged, his katana blur, parrying a strike meant for Bel's back. Be careful. Welf shouted, slamming his great sword into another adventurer's shield, shattering it. Bel nodded, his heart racing with gratitude. He darted toward the cave, dodging a final desperate lunge from the leader. Inside, Hestia sat bound, her expression a mix of relief once Uka released her. Outside, the battle raged. Welf's fire-enchanted blade clashed with steel, while Mikoto fought with disciplined precision, but the adventurers were relentless, their numbers bolstered by reinforcements slipping from the shadows. Hestia emerged, her divine power surging like a beacon. Her eyes locked on Bel, fighting with desperate ferocity. The sight of her familia in danger ignited something within her. Enough, she shouted, releasing a wave of divine energy. The glade trembled, the waterfalls roared dimming under the weight of her presence. From a distant ridge, Hermes watched, his trademark grin widening. A subtle pulse of his own divine power rippled outward. The air grew heavy, the dungeon itself stirring in response to the god's interference. Asphai, at his side, paled. Lord Hermes, are you insane? The dungeon will spawn something stronger, Hermes finished, his eyes gleaming. I am afraid something weak would be killed by Luthar without the help of a bell. The ground quaked. Trees swayed as an ancient, primal energy pulsed through the 18th floor. From the depths, a roar echoed, a monster born of the dungeon's wrath. Back at the graves, far from the chaos, Luthar and Ryu knelt in quiet reverence. The servo skull above them whirred, its lenses scanning the horizon. A sudden tremor shook the earth, faint but unmistakable. Luthar's eyes narrowed as his sensor picked up a divine signature, he was sure this was from Hestia. Ryu's hand tightened on her wooden sword. Another pulse hit, stronger, heavier, and ancient. Luthar's terminal flashed red. Another energy signature. He stopped himself, already on his feet. Let's go back. Ryu matched his pace, her elven senses sharp as they sprinted toward the disturbance. The 18th floor, once a haven, now thrummed with the promise of war. Chapter 74, Dungeon's Wrath. The ground parted with a guttural roar. Roots writhed from the forest floor like serpents, ripping free from ancient soil. The very air twisted, saturated with mana so thick it shimmered. The glade that moments ago echoed with clashing steel now stood still, as though the dungeon itself had paused to take a breath. Then it screamed. Deep within the forest floor, a stone cracked, and a pit opened, belching steam and stench. A massive, malformed creature clawed its way into the glade. Its body glistened with raw flesh, half-formed armor plates jutting from its shoulders and spine. Its eyes locked onto Bel and his companions. A Goliath. Mikoto breathed, paling. No. Welf muttered, stepping back. It's something worse. A twisted variant, spawned by divine provocation. Taller than the standard Goliath, its limbs bent at unnatural angles, and arcane glyphs shimmered across its carapace. The dungeon had crafted it in fury. Hestia stepped back instinctively. This looks like my fault. A massive tremor surged through the earth, toppling trees and cracking stones. From the shadowy depths of the dungeon, a roar rose, deep, primal, and filled with malice. The very air seemed to twist as a creature stepped into the sunlight. The Black Goliath. Towering and grotesque, it was a nightmare of jagged bone and sinew. Its singular eye burned with unnatural hatred as it emerged, drawn by the divine powers released moments before. Adventurers just walking around got confused and then started to get terrified as it started to kill. No. No way. Someone whispered. Before the sentence could finish, the Black Goliath crushed the adventurer in a single blow. Screams echoed. Blood sprayed across mossy rocks. Panic rippled across the clearing. Welf shouted, fall back. Regroup at the ridge. Bel's eyes widened, his instincts screaming at him to act, but even he hesitated. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. Lilyruka, heart hammering in her chest, ducked behind a stone, gripping her chain sword. She stared at the gleaming edge, then at the monstrosity ahead. This won't work, she muttered while looking at her chainsword. There is no way this thing would work against this monster. Should I run off? Suddenly, a soft mechanical hum drew her gaze. The servo skull floated from their tent. A small compartment slid open, extending a compact but formidable long-range firearm toward her. Lily blinked. Looks like it's my lucky day. She took the weapon, adjusting her grip with practiced caution. Meanwhile, further up the ridge, Rhea's sharp gaze caught a glimpse of the black Goliath as it descended into the glade. Her breath caught. I have to stop the massacre, she murmured. Then she ran. Without hesitation, the elf bolted toward the chaos below, her cloak trailing behind her like a comet. Luthar watched her go, the servo skull hovering quietly at his shoulder. He sighed, brushing dust from his robes. And there she goes. He adjusted his bracer, checked the readings on his terminal, and began walking, calm, composed, and utterly unbothered. Back in the glade, the black Goliath continued its rampage. A spear shattered against its hide. Magic exploded across its flank, and it didn't even flinch. One adventurer tried to retreat. The creature blinked across the field in a flash of speed, cutting him down before he could scream. Then Bell moved, pushing forward with renewed purpose. We can't let it reach the others. Welf gritted his teeth. It's not the time to think about others, protect yourself. The glade trembled under the black Goliath's wrath, each of its steps a death knell that fractured the earth. Blood-soaked moss squelched beneath its jagged claws. Bell's boots skidded on slick stone as he darted forward, his knife flickering in the light aimed at the beast's flank. The Goliath's singular eye swiveled, locking onto him with predatory focus. It lunged a massive arm at Bell, which he barely dodged. Bell! Welf bellowed, hammering his sword against the creature's leg. The sword sparked against its bony armor but couldn't even leave a scratch. Can't even leave any injuries, how high is its defense? Mikoto's breath came in sharp bursts, sweat glistening on her brow as she pressed her palm to the hilt of her blade. O flame, in the name of the war god, grant me thy power and become my blade, Futsu no Mitama. Her katana flared with violet light, the surge of magic enveloping her in a blazing aura. With a cry, she dashed forward and slashed the Goliath's shoulder. The strike landed with a burst of energy, but the beast barely flinched. Lily crouched behind her rock, firearm heavy in her hands. She gripped it tightly, her fingers trembling as she adjusted the scope, peering at the chaos. Okay, Lily, she whispered to herself, don't mess this up. She aimed at the black Goliath and squeezed the trigger. A pulse of energy lanced across the glade, striking true. The beast staggered, its eye dimming momentarily, but it whipped its head toward her, snarling. Lily's heart sank. Oh, no. Before the black Goliath could charge, a flash of green and silver cut across the battlefield. Ryu descended like a falling star, landing squarely between Lily Ruka and the advancing beast, her twin short swords drawn in a defensive cross. Fall back, she commanded, her tone cold and unwavering. With fluid grace, the elf launched forward, her blades dancing through the air with deadly precision, targeting the creature's joints and pressure points. Sparks flew with each impact, her strikes barely leaving a mark on its hide. The Goliath retaliated with a vicious swipe, but Ryu twisted away, springing backward in a graceful arc and landing atop a moss-covered log, eyes locked, unblinking. Ryu! Bell called, relief flickering in his eyes. Do you think we can defeat him? Ryu's gaze hardened. I don't know, she said coldly, stepping in front of Bell. Her hands shifted into position, fingers curling around the hilts of her swords as she drew in a breath, eyes fixed on the black Goliath. O wind, turn into my blade and dance, luminous wind. A surge of glowing air gathered around her, condensing into sharp, spiraling arcs. With a swift gesture, she unleashed the spell. Blades of wind howled across the clearing, slamming into the black Goliath's flanks. The creature recoiled slightly, more surprised than hurt, but it was enough. I'll draw its attention, she continued, swords flashing to life in her hands. If anyone has a way to defeat it, do it. Otherwise, run. Without hesitation, she sprinted into the storm of steel and fury, blades whirling, spell fading into the wind as her body moved like a shadow, swift, precise, and unyielding. Hestia, still shaken by the chaos she had unintentionally unleashed, clenched her fists. I have to do something, but what? Welf grunted, swinging his sword to block the Goliath's massive claw. We don't have much time. The beast screamed, smashing an adventurer who approached too closely. Screams rang over the battlefield, littered with shattered weapons and dead companions. Lily Rika stabilized the long-range weapon. I hope this does not explode, she said quietly. She fired from her lasgun once again, its crimson beam slicing through the air and striking Goliath's shoulder. The searing energy scorched the creature's armored hide, causing it to wobble. Rhea stared, her breathing heavy. It is not invincible, she remarked calmly, her eyes focused. Bell leaped forward, his knife glowing faintly. Lily, can you please destroy its eye? he said while preparing his new skill. Lily Ruka fired again, her hands steady despite the danger. The shot grazed the glowing eye, causing the black Goliath to yell in anguish and thrash violently. I am not being lazy, it's just I am writing more chapters so I don't have time to properly upload them. I even accidentally uploaded a wrong chapter on Patreon because I thought I have only written 2 chapters while in reality I have written 3, and I completely forget about the 1 chapter. Even today I written 2 chapter. Currently I am trying to increase the speed of my writing so I can start writing additional novels. Chapter 75, March of Iron. High above the battlefield. Hermes leaned forward, eyes sharp. That's really bad. I thought Luthar and Ryu would fight until the beast tired. Then Bel would finish it with one heroic blow. Asvi's voice was flat. Except the monster isn't tiring. Hermes exhaled slowly. And Luthar wasn't in the camp. He scanned the basin again, and paused. There. Below, in the burning glade. Ryu's footing slipped. Blood traced a line down her temple. The black Goliath roared, claws descending. Zzrak. A searing beam sliced across the Goliath's forearm, hot enough to scorch skin, powerful enough to deflect its trajectory. The blow missed Ryu by inches, slamming into the earth with a deafening crash. A figure stepped into view, smoke curling from the muzzle of a compact hellgun. Luthar. The heavy-barreled Loss weapon hissed with residual heat. Its casing glinted with sacred steel, red Martian sigils etched along its flank. He stood calmly, an island of silence in a sea of violence. The Goliath turned toward him, enraged. Luthar stared back. He didn't fire again. Instead, he stepped back, slow, deliberate, his robes dragging through the moss. The servo skull hovered beside him, scanning, whirring softly. From its grab clamp, the power axe dangled in wait. Behind his mask, Luthar's eyes shifted rapidly, overlays flickering across his vision. Observation: last fire caused damage but insufficient penetration. Should I switch to melee engagement or use an enhanced energy weapon? While thinking this, his gaze turned momentarily to the others. Bel was crawling to his feet. Welf and Mikoto staggered behind him. Ryu was wounded. Lily still crouched, helpless. The servo skull beeped. The power axe was ready. Luthar exhaled softly, his memory surfacing, another battlefield, another monster. Then we do this the old way. He caught the axe as it dropped into his palm. The weapon hummed into life, its head crackling with blue energy. Luthar turned and walked ahead again, taking deliberate steps while speaking words, not to be heard, but to be recorded. Spirits of steel, heed my step. By sanctified spark and machine-born wrath. Let this impurity be erased. Hermes, looking from above, tightened his hands in fury as the script he had written collapsed in front of him. Everything was falling apart, Bel's blow had failed, Luthar had come, and the black Goliath refused to give up. This was not a deviation. It was a total breakdown of the show he had planned. The battleground appeared to be holding its breath. Infuriated, the Goliath turned to face Luthar. Luthar did not shrink from its stare. The hellgun stayed steady in his left palm, steam rising from its vents with each faint hum of the recharging coils. The power axe in his right hand, its electrified blade flashing a piercing cerulean gleam against the moss. The servo skull floated slightly behind him, transmitting telemetry and threat data. Ryu, panting heavily, managed to rise to one knee. Her quick glance detected his movements. Luthar. He kept on moving forward. His voice sliced through the smoke, calm and steely from behind his vox mask. Ryu, launch a strike from behind. Ryu blinked but still obeyed. With a groan, she pushed herself to the left, her cloak flashing behind her as she sprinted at full speed. Welf yelled from the opposite side. What about us? Luthar did not look back. Stay away from this place. He then proceeded to approach the monster step by step. He proceeded with the hellgun in one hand and the power axe in the other, like an iron and fire judgment. His robes, singed at the hem, trailed behind him. The servo skull trailed just above, its lens aglow, projecting live schematics of the beast into Luthar's optics. He adjusted his grip. Ryu moved as a blur across the field. Her sword caught the light as she leaped a fallen tree and approached from behind, quickly, silently, and relentlessly. Her task was straightforward: slice and grab attention. The Goliath screamed again and whirled toward her, but it was too late. Thrum. A searing beam from Luthar's hellgun lanced into the creature's side, halting its motion mid-turn. The focused laser last bolt burned deep into its hide, the residual heat setting the moss beneath it alight with flickering flame. Clank. Ryu's blade carved across the Goliath's ankle, drawing a line of dark blood. The beast staggered, only for a heartbeat, taken off balance. Zzrak. Zzrak. Beams of red-hot lasfire protruded from the tree lean. Lily Ruka, little but unyielding behind a shattered stone column, launched precise attacks into the creature's flank. Each shot, calibrated by the hovering servo skull, was delivered with perfect accuracy, scorching into exposed muscle and blistering through weak joints between the hide. The Goliath shouted, raising one gigantic arm and swinging. Luthar did not back down. Instead, he moved into the action, timing his attack with frigid precision. The power axe arose, not in defense, but in judgment. Wham! The muscle touched the edge. The beast's momentum pushed its limb directly into the crackling blade. The axe bit deep into its forearm, causing muscle, sinew, and bone to split. The weapon's energy field erupted suddenly, breaking the limb along its length and blasting the parts to either side with crackling power. The Goliath roared. Blood sprayed, but it did not reach Luthar because he was continually activating the Aegis displacement field, which was invisible but extremely powerful. Luthar did not slow down. His grip on the axe never shifted, his stance unbroken. One arm, one action, and one wound shifted the tide. Rio, again. She responded without speaking, twisting around and executing a dazzling slice over its exposed shoulder. The creature swirled furiously, attempting to track both targets. And still. Bang. Lilyruka's next shot hit it dead in the eye. The beast reeled back, roaring with rage. Hermes watched in bewilderment from above. What kind of weapon is that? He murmured. Asfi failed to respond. Her imagination kept reliving the scene. The instant the Goliath's arm made contact with the axe, it began slicing through the limb with little resistance, as if the entire arm were made of butter. Back down there. Luthar moved forward again, his gaze fixed on the Goliath. This is easier than I expected, he mumbled. Should I hack you into bits or blast you with the cannon? He leveled the hell gun. Another explosion. Another blast of anguish. The monster experienced fear for the first time. I want to ask this time I used Quillbot's paragraph rewrite of whatever that thing is to change some paragraphs, so if anyone doesn't like it, you guys can point out anytime now. You can read 20+ advanced chapter on. Chapter 76, TPM Chapter 76, Shattered Roar. The black Goliath shifted. Where it lay, its enormous body shook, smoke curling from gaping wounds and scorched skin. Its blackened hide was covered with burn marks, and the stone was bled with deep gashes. But the thing moved, in defiance, not in the pangs of death. One arm shook strangely, half split down the bone. Then it began to growl, a rumble from deep in its throat, vibrating through the stone underfoot. Steam hissed from ruptured flesh as its body convulsed and forced itself upright. The air thickened, charged with something unnatural. Its wounds, gaping, seared, impossible, began to close, not through healing, but through sheer brute will. As if the beast refused to die. Flesh knitted. Bone locked into place. Its breaths came fast and ragged, not from pain, but from rage. With a roar that shook the canopy above, the black Goliath surged to its full height. Its limbs flexed with unnatural power, the movements stiff but unhindered. Cracked skin stretched over reformed muscle. The stench of scorched blood mixed with the heavy musk of rising mana. Its eyes, glowing pits of crimson, scanned the battlefield, then locked on Luthar. This was no wounded beast crawling to its grave. The air shifted. Mana began to pulse. The black Goliath's chest expanded as its head tilted back, unnaturally so. Then the first flickers appeared, faint red lines crawling along its neck, racing down its jaw. The glow intensified with each breath, saturating the air in front of it with trembling energy. Luthar's lenses auto-adjusted against the rising glare. He didn't need to analyze. He recognized it instantly. Not a roar. A charge. A magic cannon, or something similar. The monster's jaw cracked open, and within its throat, energy churned violently, a core of unstable power forming with chaotic intensity. Scatter. Luthar's voice cut through the rising hum like a blade. Rio vanished in a blur of motion. Lilyruka dropped low behind a root-choked ridge, rifle held tight to her chest. The servo skull zipped to her side with precision, its projectors generating a shimmering energy barrier to protect her from shock waves. Luthar remained still. His own shield emitter pulsed quietly at his side, calibrated and primed. Invisible, but humming with quiet intensity. Behind his mask, calculations ran, blast radius, heat pressure, backscatter. He was definitely not thinking about field testing as he prepared another servo skull for deployment. The black Goliath finished charging. It fired. A beam of roiling crimson energy tore from its throat, scorching the air as it surged forward like a tidal wave of molten wrath. It engulfed Luthar's position in a blinding inferno, stone cracked, moss disintegrated, and the ground itself screamed under the impact. For a heartbeat, the battlefield froze. Ria's breath caught as she turned, eyes wide with disbelief. Lilyruka flinched behind her protective barrier, the servo skull's hum drowned out by the blast. Smoke and light filled the clearing. No one could have survived that. And then, something moved. High above the beast, metal gleamed. And then, space warped. A shimmer tore through the smoke and air like a blade through silk. Luthar materialized midair. The effect was subtle, no thunderclap, no blinding light, only a snap of displaced matter and the scent of ozone as the air screamed to fill the place he'd left behind. He hovered for a breathless moment, just long enough for the rising steam to part, and then gravity took him. The gravity emitters in his armor whispered softly as he adjusted his descent. No words, no war cry. Only precision. The power axe ignited, its energy field humming with caged fury. He dropped like a meteor. And struck. The axe buried itself in the back of the black Goliath's neck, exactly where the energy had coalesced seconds before. Bone cracked. Flesh split. But before Luthar could destroy the core completely, a shockwave blasted outward in all directions. Luthar's form was launched from the beast's back. He crashed through trees and hit the ground with a metallic thud, sliding to a stop in the dirt. The Goliath reeled, half its head scorched and trailing smoke. Its crimson eyes flickered erratically, teeth grinding in painful confusion. For the second time, the clearing stilled. Then Ryu arrived. She dashed past the shattered remains of cover, vaulting through the smoke, sword drawn, but paused as she reached Luthar's side. He stirred, one arm twitching as he rolled onto his back, systems rebooting. That was quite reckless, Ryu muttered, lowering her blade. But it looks like it wasn't enough. Luthar groaned, pushing himself upright. One knee on the ground, helm cracked but intact. His HUD flickered back to life. Instead of checking his condition, the first thing he did was connect to the servo skull near Lilyruka. Lilyruka. Increase the power and target the head. Just make sure it doesn't overheat, Luthar's voice came through the servo skull. Her eyes snapped open, and she prepared to take aim at the monster's head. The neck was already starting to heal. She didn't hesitate. Firing, she shouted. The las gun in Lilyruka's hands thrummed with focused power, its barrel glowing faintly from residual heat. The servo skull zipped in beside her, narrowing the projected energy barrier to shield her flank. Each overcharged pulse lanced from the weapon with surgical precision, slamming into the black Goliath skull in rapid succession. Crimson beams tore through charred flesh and shattered bone, disrupting the regeneration with every shot, scorching exposed nerves and forcing the beast's head down under relentless fire. A howl tore from its ruptured throat, gargled and broken. But it didn't fall. Steam hissed from its limbs. One eye, half melted, still burned. Why? Won't you die? Lilyruka muttered between shots, sweat pouring down her brow. Standing beside Luthar, Ryu said, that won't be enough. She remembered Bel's skill, the one that had nearly killed the monster. She wondered, did this man have something similar? It wasn't an idle thought. Luthar had shown extraordinary strength, the way he had appeared behind the Goliath and the powerful weapons he wielded. All signs pointed to a high-level adventurer, and most high-level adventurers had at least one special skill. Before her hopes could rise further, she heard Luthar's voice. I don't have the skills of adventurers. His cold tone drained her expectations. But Luthar didn't stop there. He continued in his usual stoic cadence. But I have something better. Saying this, he prepared himself for the final round. Author's note. I know I usually upload on Sundays, but I felt this chapter ended on a strong cliffhanger, and leaving the story here would have been cruel, so I decided to upload the rest early. While working on this chapter, quite a few unfortunate things happened on my end. You could say it was a test from the machine god himself. Even now, the machine spirit of my phone seems to be failing. Still, I'm writing. That said, I'd really appreciate your feedback on the fight scene. Your thoughts genuinely help me improve and push forward. It's a place where your support keeps this machine spirit alive. Chapter 77, TPM Chapter 77, Crimson Judgment Part. From a distant ridge, half-shrouded in mist and ash, a group of figures stood still, silent, breath caught in their throats, as the forest canopy exploded in a burst of scarlet light. The air trembled. Birds scattered in panic. From the heart of the 18th floor, the roar of the black Goliath echoed like a dying god's fury. Welf Kratzo shielded his eyes with a gloved hand. The blast had been so bright it had momentarily turned night to day. What the hell was that? He muttered, his voice thin against the background rumble. Beside him, Mikoto clenched her fists, her gaze locked on the far-off clearing where the battle had erupted. A beam, magic. Uka, crouched with a hand on his blade, frowned deeply. That creature just released a magic cannon from its throat. No chant, just raw power. None of them spoke for a moment. The shockwave had reached even here. Pebbles still rolled down the side of the ridge. Trees groaned under the pressure. Deep below, where Luthar had stood moments ago, there was only fire. Mikoto looked down. Lilyruka was down there, and that man. Luthar. Welf's mouth tightened. You think they survived that? No one should have, Uka said simply. That wasn't a blow, it was execution. A heavy silence fell. Then, a shimmer. From the smoke and debris, something glinted. Metal, suspended midair. A silhouette. Welf's eyes widened. Wait, what is that? Luthar descended. He dropped through the air with measured precision. No wings. No magic circle. But he still hovered for the span of a heartbeat, then fell. He's alive. Mikoto whispered. Then the monster screamed as his axe struck. The trees below trembled. A wave of displaced energy surged outward in concentric circles. Leaves blew back. Moss was ripped from bark. A heartbeat later, the black Goliath staggered backward, half its neck cleaved open, smoke pouring from the wound. And Luthar was gone. Sent flying like a discarded shell, vanishing into the underbrush. No one spoke. Uka exhaled slowly. He's not an ordinary adventurer. Welf, watching this, realized Luthar's weapons were completely different. One hand his own weapons could only leave scratches on the monster, while Luthar's weapons were cutting him like air. I can't imagine how strong he would be if he gets the blessing of gods, Hestia said. Farther back still, at the edge of the battle, Hermes lowered a silver monocle artifact from his eye, expression unreadable. If at this time Bel had his skill, he would be able to finish off the monster, he continued. For the first time, my calculation seems to be a little off. He never thought that instead of quickly joining the battle, Luthar would just walk like it didn't matter if a few people died, which let him appear after the use of Bel's skill. Beside him, Asfi leaned on a broken column, arms crossed. You are just causing trouble. Failure of your calculation is predictable, as we do not know anything about Luthar besides that he is selling weapons. Hermes chuckled, the sound devoid of warmth. Even the gods miscalculate. Now we have to figure out his personality before deciding on the next action. Do you want me to intervene? No, Hermes said firmly. Let it play out. Let's see how far he goes. Back near the battle, Liliruka's rifle continued to blaze. Each pulse lanced into the monster's head, crimson energy burning away flesh faster than it could reform. The black Goliath howled, a sound between rage and agony, as it reeled back from the unrelenting assault. Smoke poured from its eyes. One half of its jaw hung loose. Ryu stood next to Luthar. Her gaze remained on Luthar. A thought struck her. Bel had used his special skill to deal a finishing blow. Could Luthar have something like that? Luthar's mind raced. He needed something powerful enough to end this, something decisive. The dreadnought came to mind, but it remained untested in the confined conditions of the dungeon. Too risky. The battleship was another option, but laughable. It was far too massive, too slow, and worst of all, he had no crew to man it. Even if he could summon it, just starting the plasma engines would take hours. There wasn't time. A tank, then. He had several stored. But again, without crew support, it wouldn't work. Then his thoughts locked onto something else. Yes. It was ground-based, artillery class, and capable of precision strikes. The Carcassonne pattern quake cannon, from the arsenals of the Mechanics. It was meant to break fortress walls, to level hive spires. Here, it would only need to kill one monster. The decision was made. He turned to Ryu and spoke with crisp authority. Take this. His power axe, its blade still buzzing with force, and he offered it to her. Buy me time. A few minutes. Ryu blinked, surprised, but only for a moment. She accepted the weapon silently. She didn't need to buy time after seeing how this weapon split the monster, she was confident enough to kill it. You better do it fast, or I'll defeat the monster myself with this thing, she said confidently. Luthar's focus shifted immediately. Liliruka, he voxed, connecting directly through the servo skull, turn down the power of your gun and concentrate on sustained fire, support Ryu. Delay it as long as you can. Understood. Liliruka's voice came back, starting to adjust the power. Then, Luthar took a breath and began scanning the terrain, not just for tactical advantage, but for a place stable enough to deploy what he needed. Unlike the instant storage magic often mentioned in novels, his system space was fundamentally different. First, it required time. During this materialization phase, the object was vulnerable to external interference, even a stray projectile or environmental disruption could compromise the integrity of the process. Second, proper ground stability and line of sight were critical. Imagine taking out a tank in a forest and discovering it had become mixed with trees, or perhaps it had materialized inside the ground. So, he had to be cautious when taking things out. Chapter 78, TPM Chapter 78, Crimson Judgment Part. The Black Goliath roared, its voice a guttural snarl as smoke poured from its shoulder, struck moments ago by Liliruka's lasgun. Each shot had seared through flesh, yet the beast pressed forward, its rage unbound. Every step it took cracked the floor, the sheer weight of its massive frame warping the terrain beneath. From the right flank, Rhea was already moving, fast. She darted beneath the towering creature, the power axe heavy in her grasp, far bulkier than the weapon she was accustomed to. Even so, with practiced precision and sheer force, she swung the blade into the creature's leg, severing it completely from the body. The black Goliath staggered as Rhea's strike severed its leg, but it did not fall. With a monstrous growl, it twisted unnaturally, forcing its remaining limbs to compensate. Muscles flexed, bones shifted, and the creature threw its massive arm toward her in a desperate attempt to grab hold. Rhea didn't retreat. She raised the power axe with both hands, bracing herself as the clawed hand slammed into her guard. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing, the ground beneath her boots fracturing. Her arms trembled, but the weapon held firm. The axe's energized edge dug into the beast's palm as it pressed down, its own momentum working against it. Sinew tore. The weight of its assault only added to the damage, it was hurting itself just to catch her. With a hiss of pain and fury, the Goliath jerked its hand back, blood and dark steam trailing from the open wound. Rhea exhaled sharply and shifted her stance, already preparing for the next assault. She saw an opening. The monster was off balance, bleeding, and maimed, its leg severed, its hand torn. Confidence surged through her as she drew the axe back, ready to end it with a clean, killing blow. One more strike. One clean cut. That's all it would take. But then, impossibly, the Goliath's body began to mend. Not slowly. Not naturally. In a single heartbeat, wounds that should have ended it closed with unnatural speed. Muscle surged, sinew stitched together, and bone reformed with a sickening crack. It rose again, taller and stronger, healing faster than before. Far faster. Looking at the Goliath, which recovered from its injury in a second, she had one thought. How much hatred does the dungeon have to create such a monster? From a decent distance, Lily Ruka knelt with her lasgun braced against a root. The weapon whined with charged heat as she squeezed the trigger, each burst a brilliant lance of energy hammering into the Goliath's face. A servo skull zipped beside her, repositioning the energy barrier on her left to counter the blast radius from the last roar. Bolts punched into the monster's charred armor, but this time the injuries were not severe, as the Goliath was stronger while the power of each shot was lower. Not far behind them, Luthar stood motionless, one hand extended toward the clearing. The air shimmered. Then bent. Then broke. Space twisted unnaturally, folding in upon itself like glass warping under pressure. A spiraling ring of energy formed midair, steel began to appear. The Carcassonne pattern quake cannon. And it was fast. Luthar's helm glinted as he tilted his head slightly, watching the weapon. It was far quicker than standard. What should have taken a few minutes was now done in 20 seconds. Then the notification appeared in front of his eyes. Materialization accelerated. Reason: user need for faster materialization has been detected. Adaptation complete. Dimensional assistance program has been adjusted to new requirements. His brow furrowed faintly beneath the mask. This wasn't the first time, but for the first time he realized to improve the function of the system, he would have to put himself in different situations. Of course, this was not the right time to think about the system. The massive weapon finally finished materializing in front of him. Servo arms locked into place. Stabilizers deployed like the legs of a giant insect, biting into the earth. A central spike hissed as it stabbed downward, reading soil density and calibrating firing compression. For a moment, even the black Goliath hesitated, sensing something alien entering its domain. Good, Luthar muttered. He moved toward the weapon gauntlet already interfacing with the control console. The entire surface lit up with luminescent sigils and targeting readouts. Now let's end this. Meanwhile, Ryu ducked beneath a sideways sweep of the Goliath's claws, flipping backward off a crumbling stone slab. Her cloak fluttered, and she used the power axe again on the beast's shoulder joint. Lily Ruka continued firing, gritting her teeth as another overcharged round tore from her lasgun. Rio, it's moving faster. I know. Hold it just a little longer. Back at the cannon, the interface projected a targeting reticle in real space, locking onto the center of the Goliath's mangled upper spine. Target confirmed, energy shell loading, 87%. 94%. Clear the field. Luthar barked through the comms. Both women moved instantly. Ryu vanished into smoke, while Lily Ruka ducked behind a deep crevice in the ridge. The servo skull zipped away, recording. For Machine God, saying this, Luthar presses the button. Within a second the cannon fired. It did not sound like a weapon. It sounded like the world ending. A seismic blast erupted from the barrel, a compressed force collapsing the air in front of it and then shattering reality in a straight line. Light tore through the clearing, annihilating everything in its path. The shockwave followed, flattening trees, vaporizing roots, and fracturing stone. The shell hit the Goliath directly. Its entire back exploded. A soundless detonation expanded outward, mana, bone, flesh, and shadow eviscerated in the blink of an eye. What remained of the monster collapsed into a smoldering crater, half its skull missing, spine obliterated. It did not scream. It did not flinch. It simply ceased to exist. And when the dust settled, only silence remained. Luthar stood before the cannon, steam rising from its cooling vents. His helm tilted downward slightly. Target eliminated. It's a place where your support keeps me motivated. Chapter 79, TPM Chapter 79 Reflections and Aftermath. From a remote perspective. Bell sat behind a crushed boulder, his eyes wide as he watched the fight unfold far ahead. The Ryu was a blur of speed, darting beneath the big beast, each movement beautiful. She swung between death and wrath, swinging the massive axe as if it were nothing. Is she fighting the beast alone? Bell mumbled, astonishment racing through his breath. It was both scary and beautiful. He felt the same ache in his chest, the need to rise and fight with her, to defend his colleagues just as they had protected him. Then he heard something. A low, strange hum that becomes louder by the second. He took a quick peek skyward. Ryu abruptly disconnected, disappearing into the tree-lean-like mist. Lilyruka, who had previously braced her lasgun against a hill, slid back and hurried into cover, attempting to get as far away as possible. What is happening? Bell mumbled, his brow furrowed. He was not alone in his perplexity. Throughout the peaks and hollows around the battlefield, dispersed adventurers froze in mid-motion, holding weapons and protecting their eyes. Some were completely frozen. Others looked up, as if they sensed a shift in the air, the way pressure thickened like the quiet before a volcano eruption. Then the sound arrived. A concussive blast beyond anything Bell has ever experienced. It did not thunder, it tore. The air condensed in on itself, sucking forward toward a fixed point before exploding forth with terrible intensity. The tremor rushed through the trees, crushing everything in its path. Bell felt the blow from where he crouched, his ears ringing and his chest crushed as if struck by a hammer of sound. And the brightness. A blazing spear of light pierced the sky and earth alike, white, gold, and flaming red, followed by a surge of raw heat. The trees it touched became atomized. Rocks smashed. The earth has cracked. The black Goliath never yelled. Reduced to ashes. A twisting column of smoke rose into the sky, leaving behind a cloud of quiet. Bell slowly arose, astonished. His words stuck in his throat. What was that? He was not the only one asking inquiries. Adventurers appeared from higher cliffs and distant ruins, first in small groups, then in clusters, to stare down at the ruin that had once been a living horror. Was that a magical weapon? There is no way. This was beyond the capabilities of even magical weapon. That was a heavenly relic. Who fired that? Bell was already moving, gently and cautiously approaching the shattered area, his boots crunching on broken soil. The haze had lessened, and he could see Luthar standing alone by the gigantic weapon, which was still burning at its heart and leaking steam from its side. Ryu and Lilyruka approached from separate directions, with unreadable looks. The servo-skull hovered quietly nearby, recording everything. Luthar cocked his head slightly as the others gathered. I believe, he said quietly and steadily, it is time we headed back. Ryu took a step forward, her foot firmly on the shattered stone, her cloak billowing in the blistering wind created by the weapon's discharge. Her eyes, which were normally calm and focused, were instantly filled with rage. What do you think you are doing? She demanded in a raised voice. You should never hurt the dungeon when it answers to a threat, you could have caused another beast to grow. Others who had lately arrived also froze. Bell, too, remained utterly still. Luthar did not adjust his course. He exhaled quietly and lifted one gauntlet hand to the still-smoking cannon next to him. I am just deploying small versions, but I believe I have demonstrated enough restraint, he said quietly. Then Ryu blinked. Luthar's head cocked slightly. I still have a full-size, fully operating quake cannon. Which I did not use. Ryu shot back, incredulous. You are driving the dungeon to create another monster. The servo-skull moved between them, silently humming, its sensors registering the increasing strain. Luthar eventually turned to face her directly, the helm buzzing slightly. If the dungeon dares to create another monster. A subtle hum emanated from the cannon's core once again, as if in response to its master's mood. Then I can only remove the dungeon itself. Silence fell again. The words were not loud. However, the confidence behind them made the air feel heavier than before. Ryu stumbled for a time, her protest trapped in her throat. Luthar did not press any further. He merely moved away from the weapon, the vent still hissing behind him. Before inserting the pack into the system space, he readied cannon for the next time it was used. I am going an hour after that, he stated. I still have an appointment with Mayak. From the ridge above. Hermes didn't speak at first. He stood still, mouth slightly wide, eyes mirroring the column of smoke rising from the battlefield far below. The echo of the weapon's discharge remained in the air, thin and uncanny, as if the dungeon was holding its breath. Asfi dropped her goggles slowly, astonished. I hope he does not target you. That is not humorous, Hermes murmured, his voice unusually raspy. I would be lot pleased if he would kill the beast with his axe. He took a swallow. The god of travel and trickery, who had previously laughed in the face of peril, mocked politicians, and danced through crises, now stood still. His fingers twitched faintly at his side. At the very least, that would make more sense, Hermes mumbled. The air tugged on his cloak, bearing the aroma of burnt dirt and evaporated stone. So, do you think he can show me how to create that thing? Asfi asked gently. Hermes did not respond straight away. His attention was fixed on the fractured basin below, where even the earth appeared injured. The dungeon had not shattered, it had recoiled. He breathed long and slowly, a shadow falling behind his eyes. You are overthinking everything, he had no need to educate you, he muttered. But you could try. Asfi gave a frown. I only hope he does not murder me because of you. Hermes simply looked around. For the first time in ages, the ever-smiling deity felt a chill creep over the edges of his celestial being, fear of losing control of the tale. Chapter 80, TPM Chapter 80, Reflections, Final. Far from the combat and dust, Freya's tent remained calm, lighted only by the flicker of arcane light generated by a projection crystal hung in the center of the chamber. The feed looped, slowly. A single shot. The world cracked open. The black Goliath exploded and then turned to ash, without a scream, without a struggle. Freya watched from her seat, a curved lounge of black velvet and silver trim. Her expression was unreadable, save for the slight narrowing of her eyes every time the weapon fired in the replay. A sharp hum marked the loop's reset. She did not blink. The tent flap moved. Luthar arrived without ceremony. Dust still clung to his robes, silent echoes of the battle just ended. The quake cannon had long since vanished, reabsorbed into system space with practiced precision. Yet it wasn't the weapon that drew attention, it was the weight of his presence, pressing into the tent like a second gravity. The show's over. It's time to go, he said flatly, setting a compact device down on a nearby table. I was hoping you'd finish the monster with your axe, Freya replied without turning. This sends the wrong signal. The adventurers down there, they'll think you only won because of the weapon. Not because you're strong. Luthar stepped beside the projection. He didn't look at the screen, only at her. They can think whatever they want, he said. I don't have time to fight monster for hours just to find its weakness to defeat him. I'm on a deadline. I promised to deliver a new artificial arm in 3 days. Finally, Freya turned. Her silver gaze met his. What if it happens again, she asked. A stronger monster. This time in the city. And you still want to carry on your research undisturbed? Luthar paused. Then, without a hint of humor. Then I'll use a bigger gun. Or give Lily Ruka one. Silence. Freya slowly stood, her posture as regal as ever. After this, many will want your weapons. Up until now, you've only shown off the less dangerous ones. Unfortunately for them, Luthar said, turning toward his packed gear, I'm not selling. I have no interest in dying by my own inventions. She raised an eyebrow at that, somewhere between amusement and curiosity. Luthar secured a final case to his belt, his voice steady. Let's pack up. I want to be back at my church by tomorrow. I agree, Freya said, folding her arms. Sleeping in these conditions is a nightmare. Then get outside. I need space to manage things. She blinked, surprised by the rejection. Now, Luthar repeated. Freya gave him a look, then turned and exited the tent without another word. Only then did Luthar begin packing in earnest. The servo skull hovered beside him, assisting in cataloging and reintegrating gear back into the dimensional array. He worked in silence, swift and methodical. A few minutes later, the tent flap shifted again. Lily Ruka entered, quiet and purposeful. Her weapon was slung over her shoulder, her bag already packed. She gave Luthar a small nod, no words were needed. Freya rejoined them just as he finished. Together, the three stepped outside into the cooling dusk. The aftermath of the battle still hung thick in the air. Belle and the others lay resting near the makeshift shelters, bandaged and worn. The fight had drained them, physically and emotionally. They did not rise and did not speak. They only watched as the trio passed, silhouettes against the smoke-veiled sky. After offering quiet farewells, the three of them left. As the atmosphere finally began to settle, another disturbance rippled through the air, this one measured, disciplined, and unmistakable. Boots struck the earth in perfect rhythm. They arrived as a wall of silence and steel, Loki Familia, led by their vanguard. Ace Wallenstein emerged first, her golden hair windswept, eyes narrowing as she scanned the broken terrain. Behind her strode Bet, Gareth, and the rest, faces grim, weapons drawn but lowered. They had come ready for war. They found only scorched and broken ground. What the hell happened here? Bet muttered, sniffing the air. Even the usual stench of monsters had been scorched away. Finn Dane stepped forward, sharp eyes surveying the fractured battlefield. The trees were gone. The ground itself bore deep cracks still glowing faintly with residual heat. And at the epicenter, the earth was hollowed as though something had gouged straight through reality. Looks like we're late, Gareth murmured. That's your fault. If you didn't talk to me, I would have arrived earlier, Ace said quietly. She knelt beside a smoldering crater, running a gloved finger across blackened stone. It crumbled at her touch. Riveria joined her, eyes immediately drawn to the mana echoes still clinging to the air. Her brow furrowed. This isn't a spell, or not a traditional one. Could it be a magic weapon? Lafia asked, hesitant. Finn didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the distant figures resting by the ruins of the makeshift shelters, Bell, Welf, Uka, and the others. They looked battered but alive. And shaken. Finn approached. Bell Crenel. The boy looked up, startled. Captain Finn. Finn's voice remained steady. Tell me, what happened here? Bell hesitated, glancing back toward the direction Luthar's group had gone. He swallowed. A monster. A black Goliath. It spawned. We tried to defeat it, but it kept regenerating. After a while, we couldn't hold it back. Ryu tried first, then Lily Ruka. But it wasn't enough. Then who defeated the monster? Finn asked. It was Luthar. He destroyed it, Bell said quietly. First, he fought it with an axe. Then he took out a weapon and fired. One shot. The monster was destroyed at its magic core. Finn said nothing. Behind him, Riveria and Gareth exchanged a look. The implications were unmistakable. A power had been unleashed, one potent enough to shake the very foundations of the dungeon. And it hadn't come from a god, but from a man who walked beside one. Where is he now? Finn asked quietly. Gone, Bell replied. With Lady Freya and Lily. A heavy silence settled over them. I have a bad feeling about this, Finn muttered, his thoughts already spiraling through the possible consequences of such a weapon, one capable of altering the balance between gods and mortals. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, eyes narrowing as if trying to see what the future now held. I'm at my sister's house, which means I cannot write, even so I can still upload same chapter. Chapter 81, TPM Chapter 81, Silent Ascents and New Start. Step by step, the roar of the lower dungeon faded behind them, replaced by the solemn rhythm of boots on stone. The long climb offered no interruptions, only silence, punctuated by the occasional flicker of residual mana against the walls. Luthar walked ahead, silent to the world, but not to himself. If I had more time, he mused, I'd catch Hermes. 5 minutes to break through his arrogance. 10 if he starts talking in riddles again. But time wasn't a luxury he could afford, not today. There was work to do. A promise to keep. That girl's new arm wouldn't build itself. The weight of exhaustion pressed against his shoulders, familiar and unrelenting. Lacking resources, lacking emotion, and now, lacking time. Behind him, Lily Ruka moved in quiet lockstep. She hadn't spoken since they left. She didn't need to. Her footsteps mirrored his own, quiet, unhurried, as if the silence between them was its own language. No orders were given. None were needed. She followed, not out of duty, but choice. Where he walked, she would be there. That was enough. Then, from ahead, Freya's voice echoed faintly along the stone steps. I'll be heading straight back to the manor, she said, not bothering to look back. Her tone remained calm, but her words carried a rare edge of weary practicality. My double can maintain an illusion, not authority. If word spreads that I was inside the dungeon, it would become quite troublesome. She exhaled softly. They can go quite wild for answers, or worse, start a rebellion. Luthar glanced at her receding silhouette. Regal as ever. Composed. But just for a moment, the mask cracked, just enough to glimpse fatigue beneath the poise. Handle your house, he said quietly. I've got mine. Freya gave a faint hum in reply before disappearing into the glow of the upper level, veering toward the high-speed routes that would return her to the surface. Moments later, Luthar and Lily Ruka parted from her at the dungeon's gate. The city's noise hadn't reached them yet. Only wind and pale morning light filtered into the stillness. They continued onward, toward Mayaka's shop. Mayaka's shop was a sanctuary of stillness, herbs hanging like charms, warmth curling in the air like an old song. A cramped little pocket of peace nestled within the city's noise. Glass bottles clinked faintly in the back room. The familiar scent of dried leaves and tonic oils lingered like a second skin. Luthar stepped inside with his usual lack of ceremony, brushing dust from his coat. Behind him, Lily Ruka ducked beneath the low doorframe and entered without a word. Mayak looked up from a half-filled vial and smiled, calm and welcoming. I didn't think you would come today. I meet my deadlines, Luthar replied, heading straight for the workbench. Lily Ruka dropped her pack gently in the corner and settled herself beside it. Mayak's gaze softened as it shifted to her. The vial was carefully set aside. Looks like you found Belle and the others, he said gently. I hope they didn't suffer too much. They're alive, Luthar said. If not for a certain idiot god thought testing people was a good idea. They might have already left the dungeon instead of trying to recover their injuries again. He paused, adjusting a lens from his satchel. No casualties. At least none from our side. Mayak gave a quiet nod, absorbing the weight behind the words. Seems Hermes has gone too far again, as always, he murmured. A dry breath escaped Luthar. If I had more time, I'd realign that smug grin with a brick. Lily Ruka blinked. A brick. A metaphorical one, Luthar replied. Though if I ever find time, I might just put him to sleep for a few centuries. Mayak chuckled quietly and turned to retrieve a scroll and a reinforced glass case from a nearby cabinet. Well, I'm glad you returned in one piece. Now I think you should rest. Resting can wait, Luthar replied, his tone steady. I'm here to complete the trade. I've already written down all the knowledge, Mayak said. You can begin crafting whenever you're ready. Only then did Luthar lift his gaze. Where's Naza? I need her at the church for the arms integration. She went out shopping. Should return any moment, Mayak replied, reaching for a kettle. While you wait, would you like something to eat? Luthar shook his head. If you have anything, give it to Lily. She probably needs it more. Without protest, Lily Ruka settled by the bench. Her legs swung slightly as she watched the workspace being prepared, silent and still. Mayak returned shortly with a wooden tray, the scent of warm bread and spiced tea drifting behind him. He set it gently beside Lily Ruka. She blinked, then nodded once in wordless thanks. Her fingers broke the crust with practiced care, and though the steam fogged her glasses, she made no move to clear them. She simply sat, quiet, composed, weary in that way only survivors could be. Luthar arranged his tools in methodical silence. The occasional click of metal on wood punctuated the piece. A few apprentices passed by, casting glances filled with curiosity, but none dared to speak. The stillness held until the shop door creaked open once more. Naza entered, 2 paper bags in hand, ears twitching and hair tousled by the wind. I brought what you asked for, she said. And more of that medicine you mentioned, don't ask the price. I'm pretending it was reasonable. She paused, eyes sweeping over the dust clinging to Luthar's coat and the metal fragments on the floor. You already came back from the dungeon. Just arrived, Luthar confirmed. It's time I begin the work. Naza gave a half snort, half laugh. You always make it sound so ominous. Mayak stepped forward, drying his hands on a cloth. Let's focus on the real objective. No delays. No distractions. Luthar stood. We begin. Lily Ruka rose with him, brushing crumbs from her lap. Together, they stepped into the bright morning, the dust of battle behind them, and the spires of the Crimson Church rising ahead. Chapter 82, TPM Chapter 82 Taking Mayak and Naza Sto Church. The faint glow of data screens flickered across the cold steel of the Crimson Church. Silence ruled the chamber, broken only by the occasional clack of mechanical joints and the low hum of arcane circuitry running through the walls. Servo skulls drifted overhead like specters, their crimson optics dimmed in standby mode, waiting. At the center of it all sat Luthar, unmoving at the main bench, eyes fixed on the holographic data in front of him. One hand scrolled through streams of code and schematic overlays, the other tapped into Naza's biometric profile. The scan began with her existing arm, joint by joint, tendon by tendon. Then it moved to the missing one, a clean stump, long since healed but never replaced. Dozens of data lines streamed across the screen, nerve receptivity, muscle feedback, mechanical tolerance, and sensor lag. Mayak stood nearby, arms crossed as he took in the sterile space. His eyes drifted upward, drawn to the ceiling, where unused mechanical limbs hung like a spider's web. Are you going to make arms like those? He asked, nodding toward them. No, Luthar replied without glancing away. They weren't designed for the living. A brief pause, then a single keystroke. Beginning fabrication. The servitor-linked bench vibrated as Luthar pressed his palm to a recessed console. Far below, deep beneath the church, industrial machines stirred to life. Gears rotated. Hydraulic engines whirred. A rhythmic clicking echoed through the vaults. Luthar leaned back slightly and exhaled, his first full breath in minutes. Have you ever thought about augmenting more? He asked, shifting his gaze toward Naza. Replacing additional parts to make yourself stronger, so you wouldn't have to worry about monsters tearing into you again. Naza tensed. Her breath hitched. For a moment, her body stiffened under the weight of a memory she didn't ask for. Mayak noticed, his gaze sharpening, a healer's instinct catching what words didn't say. So, are you saying you've already replaced everything inside your body? Mayak asked cautiously. No, Luthar said. He remained focused on the screen. I suggested it because I thought she might want the strength to fight her fears. His voice remained clinical. Measured. Then he resumed typing, still recording prosthetic calibration data, but now also compiling notes for future designs. A soft tapping echoed from down the hallway. Lily Ruka stepped into the room, a small thermos in one hand and a folded cloth in the other. She gave Mayak a polite nod, spared Naza a quick glance, and walked straight to Luthar's bench. Without a word, she placed the thermos beside his hand. Luthar paused mid-input. He looked at it. Did you follow the instructions? He murmured, unreadable. Of course, Lily Ruka replied. Your damned machines wouldn't stop speaking about it. He studied it for a moment longer, then picked it up. The cap clicked open with a soft twist. A faint aroma rose, herbs, broth, and something unmistakably real. He drank. Just a sip. The taste wasn't perfect. For a second, his expression twitched, but he didn't stop. Lily Ruka folded her arms. So how long until you can eat like a normal person again? A few more weeks. Until my stomach adjusts, he said, setting the thermos down. A few? That's not like you. Don't you usually give exact numbers? She asked dryly. When it comes to my own body, Luthar replied, I prefer not to assign timelines. Naza raised an eyebrow. Moments ago, Luthar had told her exactly how long the arm's fabrication would take, down to the second. But now, with himself, he was vague. Was he being evasive? Or careful? Luthar drank the last sip. The thermos gave a final, empty click. A soft chime echoed from the central console. On the display, all calibration markers turned green. The words adjustment complete appeared in clean, glowing text. Luthar didn't react. He simply reached forward and began detaching the remaining connections, thin calibration lines embedded into Naza's sleeves and collar. His movements were fluid, precise. Each cable detached with a quiet hiss. You're done with me? Naza asked, watching his hands. The calibration is finished, he said. The rest is installation. Come with me. Naza stood slowly as the final scanner disengaged. Her ears twitched, nervous, but curious, following his gaze toward the wall behind the bench. A panel slid open with a hiss, like a vault decompressing. Cold, sterile air rolled out, laced with antiseptic and the faint sting of ozone. I don't think I can follow you down there, Mayak said cautiously. You won't be needed down there, Luthar answered. Stay here with Lily. He stepped away from the bench. A servo-skull hovered silently behind him, carrying the prosthetic limb, still wrapped in sterile cloth. Lily Ruka, he called, without turning back, monitor the main console while I'm below. Notify me if anyone arrive. Understood, she replied, already moving to the control terminal. Naza blinked as she followed alongside him. You really have a workshop down there? I had something better than a workshop, Luthar said with a dry tone. I had to rebuild most of it. Still missing pieces, but for you, it'll do. They stepped into the corridor. Soft blue lights lined the floor, pulsing with each step. Diagnostics clicked beneath their feet, scanning vitals in silence. Behind them, the doors sealed with a heavy hiss. The lift descended. It won't take long, Luthar said quietly. But it will change everything. Chapter 83, TPM Chapter 83, Assembly and Intent. Naza slept still on the surgical cradle, her body relaxed in the slumber of anesthesia. A small cloth covered her chest, rising and falling in rhythm with each quiet breath. Luthar stood over her with silent precision, his eyes scanning the exposed shoulder where flesh met the prepared neural interface. Everything had been arranged for efficiency. Her vitals were stable, no tremors, no disruptions. He examined the exposed stump, clean, healed, and newly embedded with the anchor points he had installed earlier in the week. His gaze flicked to the internal diagnostics projected on the nearby screen. Readings, optimal. Then came the nodes. One by one, he installed the subdermal control interfaces, thin, filament-threaded plates designed to respond directly to her neural pulses. They settled along the upper thoracic region and collarbone like silent keys in an invisible lock. His gloved fingers moved with practiced ease, each connection tested as it was secured. A soft hum pulsed beneath the table as the adaptive wiring fused with her nerve endings. The calibration readout flashed yellow, then green. Connection, stable. Only once the control matrix was confirmed did he retrieve the prosthetic. A servo-skull descended in silence, presenting the arm, still wrapped in sterile cloth. Luthar unwrapped the layers with deliberate care. It was a beautiful piece of craftsmanship, streamlined, sleek, lightweight yet reinforced. The surface shimmered with a matte composite alloy, part alchemical, part engineered, designed to absorb both kinetic impact and magical interference. He aligned the shoulder mount to the anchoring plate. There was no ceremony, just a single push, a firm click, and a low, resonant hum as the internal systems activated. Soft lights traced through the arm seams like veins, dim, pulse-synced. Luthar observed for a full minute, scanning for any irregularity. But his mind kept drifting. The cloth on her chest, it had been meant to reduce distraction. Now, he found it worse. The fabric clung too precisely to the contours it was meant to obscure. It drew the eye not away, but toward. That was a bad decision. Perhaps he should have asked Lilyruka to assist. He dismissed the thought and turned away, peeling off his gloves and discarding them into a nearby waste unit. His boots echoed faintly across the metal floor as he moved to another console. He sat at the auxiliary station and opened the interface. System module, subspace storage. A personal dimensional vault linked directly to him. Capable of holding objects as large as 1 or 2 battleships. Ideal for storing materials and equipment. Estimated retrieval time, 20 seconds in a stable environment. He raised a brow. 20 seconds. Remembering the reason for the upgrade, he whispered, "Do I have to put myself in a situation where I need to get items quickly from system storage?" Of course, he would not test emergency retrieval in a live battle zone just to upgrade the speed of retrieval. Still, it was good enough, as he could just prepare some combat units and powerful shields to buy enough time to retrieve any items from the system space. He tabbed to the next system. System module, point generator. Every blueprint decoded and every invention mastered grants accumulation points. Current balance, 49. This world's still too backward, he murmured. No new tech to study, barely any meaningful upgrades. If not for the stable environment, he would have already abandoned Thworld D. Still, as he continued researching genetics, divine blessings, and alchemical herbology, sooner or later he would have new technologies that would give him points. The first priority he had was to upgrade the final dimensional stabilizer. If that succeeded, he could begin sourcing materials from outside this world, possibly as early as next week. Just as he began drafting the framework, a soft beep echoed from the vitals monitor. Luthar turned toward the surgical cradle. Naza's breathing had changed, deeper now, less controlled. Her fingers twitched once. Then again. She stirred with a soft groan, eyes fluttering open beneath the dim glow of the overhead light. The first thing she noticed was the cold air across her chest. Out of instinct, she sat up sharply, dislodging the cloth. There was a moment of perfect stillness. Naza blinked, once at the chill, then again as her gaze locked on him. A shriek tore from her throat before she could process anything else. "Why am I naked?" she cried, scarlet blooming across her cheeks. Luthar didn't even flinch. "Standard procedure to implant the neural interface around your shoulder and neck. That's your excuse?" She snapped, scrambling to grab a nearby cloth. Her tail bristled behind her like a whip. "You're overreacting," he replied calmly. This was a sterile procedure. Nothing inappropriate occurred. She had no retort. But she still clutched the cloth to her chest, cheeks flushed and breath uneven. Her pulse slowly returned to normal. And then she noticed something else. Her left hand held the fabric. Her right hand was helping adjust it. Her eyes widened. Slowly, hesitantly, she looked down. The new arm, metallic, pale, lined with softly pulsing seams, moved with her thoughts. Fluid. Natural. She flexed her fingers. There was no delay. No resistance. The wrist followed. The fingers curled into a fist, then relaxed. It didn't feel artificial. She could feel the pressure of the fabric. She could feel warmth from her own skin beneath it, even though no nerves remained. Except for the color mismatch, it felt perfect. Tears welled in her eyes. I can feel everything," she whispered. "That's natural, the nerve lattice is properly aligned. I just need to apply synthetic skin to make it more realistic," Luthar said with his usual tone. She looked down again, brushing the new arm with her real one. "I thought it would feel dead. Like a weight. Or like what I was using before." She continued speaking with the low voice, "Instead it feels like mine. Like I never lost it." Luthar finally turned to face her. She met his eyes. Something warm flickered in her expression, softer than he had ever seen. "Thank you," she said quietly, cradling the new limb. Luthar's response was even. "We still have a few post-installation tests," he said flatly. "If you want you may get dressed." Naza blinked, then snapped back to awareness. "Could you at least turn around? Or better yet, get out?" Luthar paused, genuinely considering it. As a tech priest, such matters were beneath concern. But as someone building more than just machines, someone who dreamed of more, he turned without complaint. I'll give you a few minutes, he said. Don't damage the calibration while dressing. With that, he stepped out, the door hissing quietly shut behind him. So basically I upload wrong chapter. Chapter 84, TPM Chapter 84, A God's Quiet Observation. The soft hiss of the chamber doors drew Mayaka's attention as Luthar stepped into the upper corridor. The tech priest gave a brief nod, more habit than greeting, and moved to the main terminal without a word. Mayak didn't speak, merely waited for Naza's arrival. Moments later, the door below slid open again. Naza emerged slowly, one arm wrapped around her front, the other moving with cautious grace. She had changed into fresh robes, a clean tunic drawn snug around her shoulders. Her gait was a little stiff, but that was expected. It wasn't the stiffness that caught Mayaka's attention. It was how her right hand moved. Fluid. Balanced. Natural. He rose quietly from his seat. Naza stood near one of the outer tables, flexing her fingers. Her eyes were half-lidded, lost in the sensation of motion. She tapped her fingertips against the wood. Lifted a small metal stylus. Turned it in her palm. Dropped it. Picked it up again, this time with more confidence. Mayak stepped closer, slowly enough not to startle her. That arm, he said softly, looks nothing like what I expected. Naza blinked at him, then smiled faintly. Yeah. I thought it'd at least look ugly. Mayak gently took her hand, examining it with practiced care. The synthetic skin was smooth, with minute texture, nearly indistinguishable from real dermis. The warmth wasn't perfect, but it was there. It's warm, he murmured. Luthar said it's a synthetic thermal mesh. It's almost like your real arm, Mayak said, releasing her hand slowly. Naza flexed it again. It's not just looks. I can feel the sensations. Almost like my genuine arm. Mayak stepped back, his expression softening as he saw the light in her eyes. Thank you, he said quietly, turning toward Luthar. The tech priest remained focused on the terminal, fingers tapping away until he glanced over his shoulder with typical calm. No need to thank me. I only did what I needed to, for your information. Mayak gave a faint smile. My knowledge isn't as important as you think. Luthar offered only a shallow nod and turned back to the display. I've written down the detailed notes on the medicine compatibility and post-graft treatments, Mayak added. Luthar looked over. You're not carrying them. I left them at the shop, Mayak admitted. Didn't expect you to finish this in a day. Luthar wasn't annoyed, merely calculating. I'll send Lily Ruka tomorrow morning to pick it up. Good. I'll be waiting for her. Naza flexed her new arm again, still testing its range. You're not coming yourself? No, Luthar replied. I'll be busy for the next 2 days. With that, the moment passed. Naza and Mayak exchanged farewells and made their way toward the gate, the quiet hum of the church swallowing their footsteps. The chamber stilled. Lily Ruka stood a few paces from the terminal, arms folded, eyes lingering on the now closed doors. She let the silence settle before finally speaking. Were you planning to recruit her? She asked, her voice calm but curious. Luthar didn't answer immediately. He adjusted one final setting before leaning back, hands slipping into his coat pockets. I was, he admitted. Talent like that is always useful. But. Lily Ruka raised an eyebrow. But. She's too attached to her god. Loyal in a way that makes recruitment pointless. She would have followed you if Mayak had asked, Lily Ruka noted. Exactly, Luthar said. Which is why it wouldn't last. He tapped the terminal off with a quiet click. So, I dropped the plan. Better to find someone whose choice can only be me. Lily Ruka held his gaze. You already have me. Luthar regarded her for a moment before giving a faint nod. I do. But I need someone who can be sealed inside a dreadnought for the rest of their life, without complaint. Lily Ruka blinked, visibly thrown off. Wait, you mean permanently? Yes. But that's ridiculous, she said, frowning. You designed the capsule-type dreadnought so someone could enter and exit. Why force permanence? To save time, Luthar replied without hesitation. Lily Ruka looked at him like he'd grown a second head. That's the dumbest thing I've heard today. She stepped in front of him, arms tight across her chest. Why does everything have to be about efficiency with you? You made something brilliant, safe and reusable. And now you want to turn it into a tomb. Luthar looked at her calmly. Sometimes efficiency outweighs freedom. And some people would choose that if it meant lasting power. Well, I'm not going to be one of those people. I didn't ask you to be. I know, she snapped. But I thought I'd be the one to pilot it. You still can. Good, she muttered. But I'm not getting stuffed into anything that I can't get out of. A faint smirk tugged at his lips, but he didn't argue. Silence settled again. Then, softer this time, Lily Ruka asked, "Are you still thinking of building another one?" Luthar's eyes narrowed faintly. "No. Not right now." She tilted her head. "Are you planning to do something else?" He turned back toward the interface, inputting a new sequence. "Restarting the dimensional machine," he said. "I need resources to begin modifying the battleship into a mechanical ark." "An ark?" Luthar nodded once. "A self-sustaining mobile forge and stronghold. Something that can explore the space and other planets. A vessel worthy of my ambition." Lilyruka's eyes narrowed, but she didn't object, though she was still worried, as the last accident was still fresh in her mind. "It's a place where you can read up to 20 chapters advance, and if you do it now, you read 21. Chapter 85, TPM Chapter 85, Strange Bonding. The weight of silence hung for a moment longer, the chamber still resonating faintly from the earlier conversation. Luthar turned slightly, eyes narrowing as he regarded Lilyruka with detached curiosity. "How was the gun?" he asked without preamble. Lilyruka glanced down at her side, where the weapon rested in its lock rig. Her fingers brushed the grip out of habit. "It was much better than my previous gun," she replied. "If I had had that during the monster rampage, I wouldn't have gotten stuck inside the dungeon with those two idiots." Luthar gave a short nod, approval, though as flat and subdued as ever. "Well, the past is past. Now you can practice with this gun, it should handle 99% of your problems," he said. "As for the remaining 1%, I've prepared something." He turned without elaborating further and began walking toward the corridor at the side of the chamber. Lilyruka followed silently, her boots tapping against the stone with precise rhythm. They entered the lift and descended in silence, deeper into the undercroft, into the sanctum of Luthar's personal work. He gave no commentary, and she didn't ask for any. When the lift stopped, he led her forward. At the center of the room stood a platform, and upon it, mounted on a vertical frame, was the armor. At a glance, it mirrored something familiar, holy war gear, reminiscent of the revered battle sisters. But where theirs was imposing and heavy, this was refined. Sleek. Built for precision and motion. The armor's surface gleams with matte steel, runed at the edges with data etching. The pauldron stood prominently, lined with embedded coil nodes that pulsed faintly with stored energy. The armor exhaled quiet power. "New armor for you," Luthar said. "Light variant. Designed for speed and flexibility." He stepped beside her, gesturing toward the frame. "It has built-in shield generators embedded in the shoulder plates. Directional energy fields, enough to block short-range impact and low-tier magic." She stepped closer, eyes scanning the interior with quiet interest. "Won't this be too heavy for me?" "No. It has integrated gravity regulators. They won't let you fly, but you can adjust the weight ratio manually. You could also use it for training purposes, simulate high-gravity resistance." Her eyes drifted to the spine interface at the lower back. A frown pulled at her lips. "That module. Teleportation system," Luthar confirmed. "Mid-range. But I wouldn't advise using it carelessly. It drains a minimum of 20% of total power. Use it once or twice, and you'll compromise the suit's combat efficiency." Lilyruka raised an eyebrow. "When did you build this?" 3 days ago." She looked at him, half amused. "Bit of a waste of your time, isn't it? My current armor held just fine, even on the 17th floor. Not a single monster managed to crack it. That armor was good for your past. Not your future. As my first follower, you deserve something more." His tone remained flat, but his intent was clear. She clicked her tongue softly and returned her gaze to the armor. There was a moment of silence, one not filled with awe, but quiet understanding. She reached forward and touched the bracer. The material was cool and dense but refined. "Is this your new way of flirting? Crafting armor instead of saying something direct?" "You know what kind of person you are," Luthar replied. "If I had come to you openly with words and asked for time, you would have simply run away." She didn't deny it. She was, after all, someone who didn't offer trust easily, so if the scenario was that Luthar simply asked her to join him, she would have run away. Minutes passed. Under Luthar's silent guidance, she stepped into the rig. The armor sealed itself with a series of magnetic clasps and servo clicks, aligning precisely to her form. She flexed, testing limb range and weight distribution. Heavier than she liked, but it moved like a second skin. Her HUD came alive in her left eye, displaying shield capacity, energy diagnostics, and telemetry. Luthar returned to the terminal nearby, watching the internal readouts. No errors. No recalibration needed. It wasn't over-engineered, it was precisely what it needed to be. Perhaps not at the full level of a Sister of Battle's sanctified plate, but the teleportation module and shield system made up for any difference. Eventually, the rig hissed open, and Lilyruka stepped out. Sweat clung to her back, but her posture was composed. Fine work, she admitted, almost reluctantly. Luthar gave no response. He merely archived the data and prepared to fine-tune the armor. As the hours passed while Luthar was working, the night settled over Arario. The workshop lights dimmed as the larger machines entered standby. Lily Ruka had retired upstairs. The chamber remained lit only by the soft flicker of rune stamps and core circuit glows. For a while, there was only silence. Then the sound of footsteps echoed through the lower level, measured, deliberate. She stepped from the shadows, a striking woman with crimson hair tied back, her eye patch gleaming under the forge's residual glow. The scent of hot metal followed her like a cloak. Hephaestus had arrived. Her single eye swept across the lab. She noted the differences: missing machines, new layout. This lab was larger, yes, but not yet as full as the one he had left behind. "You just arrived back today, and you're already working again," she said, her voice gentle but sharp beneath the concern. She had already heard about what had happened on the 18th floor, from Lily Ruka, no less. But seeing Luthar throw himself immediately into work again, it unsettled her. There were limits, even to bodies like his. He was not a machine. "I plan to seek resources in another world," Luthar answered simply. "There isn't much time to rest." Hephaestus stepped closer, placing a firm hand over his terminal and stopping his fingers from typing. "You do have time," she said. "We have time. And don't forget, you're not alone in this. You still have me and other people who are ready to help you." She leaned in slightly, her voice quieter now. "The world won't stop if you take one day to breathe." Luthar said nothing. She tugged his coat sleeve, gesturing toward the lift. "Come on. Time to go upstairs. You're going to sit down, drink something warm, and not look at another console tonight." He didn't resist. Chapter 86, TPM Chapter 86, Drinking and More Bonding. Soft amber light from wall-mounted sconces cast a warm glow across the chamber. Despite the stone walls and high ceilings, the upper church lounge carried an unexpected coziness. A round table stood in the center, adorned with modest plates of smoked meat, soft bread, and a large glass bottle of deep crimson liquid, Soma wine, unmistakable by its rich hue and glimmering aftershade. Hephaestus poured a small amount into 3 glasses, her eye catching the flicker of the drink as she moved with casual precision. She didn't look at Luthar or Lily Ruka as she filled the goblets, she already knew. "I poured for 4, she said simply, sliding the glasses across the table. "But it looks like you haven't even touched it." Luthar stood apart, adjusting his marks. "I do not like alcohol." Lily Ruka, sitting with her arms crossed, gave a small scoff. "And I don't care if it's the best drink in the city. I'd rather drink machine oil than this thing." Tsubaki, seated comfortably with her legs kicked up on the low bench, gave a hearty laugh and grabbed her glass. "More for me, then." Hephaestus took a small sip, his eyes briefly closing. "I still don't know why Soma insists on perfecting his brew like it's divine alchemy." Luthar did not make any comment, as that might dampen their mood. Tsubaki raised her glass toward him with a grin. "You're missing the fun." The room was humming with a casual atmosphere and soft laughter, the occasional clink of metal utensils against ceramic. Lily Ruka shifted in her seat, glancing toward the window where the city lights flickered faintly through the dusk. Then came a notification of someone's arrival at the gate. Hephaestus looked at the notification as she realized who had come. She left the room and made her way to the entrance, unfastening the outer latch with a metallic clank. The door creaked open to reveal a familiar shock of red hair and an unmistakably smug grin. "Evening," Loki drawled. "Am I late to the pity party, or is this still the pre-drink awkward phase?" Hephaestus muttered, already stepping aside, "One more word of nonsense and I won't give you anything to drink." Loki slipped inside without hesitation, hands behind her head. As she arrived in the room, her eyes swept across the space, landing on Luthar first, then Lily Ruka, and finally Tsubaki with her second glass already half-drained. "Oh ho. I see we're already breaking ranks. Mind if I crash this little bonding session?" Hephaestus waved irritably, "Sit down and keep the chaos to a minimum." Loki's grin widened as she flopped into the empty chair. "Mr. Luthar, you've created quite a commotion outside. I heard you defeated the monster. It's really too bad we couldn't purchase your weapon, and from the stories, I can assume those weapons are going to be more expensive." Hephaestus entered the room and said, "He's not selling those weapons. They might be able to harm him." Loki leaned forward, her grin sharpening like a blade behind a veil of mirth. "Oh. Might harm him." She echoed with a mock surprise, arching a brow at Hephaestus. "That's an interesting choice of words. Sounds like the weapons he's not selling could actually scratch him, unless, of course, you're just hoping they won't." Her gaze shifted to Luthar, her grin turning sly. "So, are you planning to abduct this rising star? Keep him tucked away before you might end up going back to being irrelevant." Hephaestus narrowed her eyes, her lips pressing into a thin, unamused line. You don't need to worry about my bankruptcy, Loki. Oh. Loki tilted her head with mock innocence. So what is it then? Did he join your familia? Or is there something between you two I should know about? Luthar, still standing by the window, didn't turn. His voice cut through the room, flat and iron-bound. Whether those weapons can or cannot harm me is irrelevant. I'm not selling them. That's all. And whatever is between me and Hephaestus has nothing to do with you. Loki leaned back with a shrug, swirling her glass as though unbothered. Don't be so grumpy. I'm just here to drink, and maybe learn a few things. Like last time. Hephaestus exhaled, rubbing her temple with restrained irritation. Then start drinking. You might even find a way to enjoy it instead of interrogating Luthar. Loki raised her glass in a lazy toast. Cheers to quiet drinks and the new rising star. As the drinking continued, Lily Ruka stood quietly, her eyes resting on the half-full glass in front of her. The scent of Soma wine had lingered too long. She pushed the drink aside with a stiff hand and stood from her chair. I'll step out for some air, she muttered, voice tight. This stuff, it reminds me of things I'd rather forget. No one stopped her. The soft thud of her boots faded into the hallway. Tsubaki, already leaning in for another drink, let out a satisfied groan and leaned back with a grin. Lightweights, all of you. Loki chuckled, cradling a glass in one hand and slouching further in her chair. Don't worry, I'll stay and keep you company. Who knows, I might even get drunk. She gave a theatrical hiccup and a lazy wink, but the sharpness in her eyes never dulled. Tsubaki rolled her eyes and poured another helping before she, too, began to slump, the heat of the drink and day finally catching up. Hephaestus remained standing. Her gaze found Luthar, still by the window, as if anchored by thought rather than presence. So, she asked quietly, what are you planning next? Luthar glanced sideways, his expression unreadable. Planning to work on a communication device. We are quite lacking in that area. And maybe get another workshop for manufacturing some basic items. Hephaestus tilted her head. You want to build a network. As she had started reading the books Luthar gave her, she understood the meaning of a communication device. Something like that, Luthar replied. A simpler device. Portable. Durable. A way for people to talk instantly from long distances. Even Loki's eyes fluttered open slightly, one eyebrow twitching despite her supposed inebriation. Hephaestus nodded slowly, her tone thoughtful. That would be great. We could make lots of money. A moment of quiet passed between them in the room. Chapter 87, TPM Chapter 87, Reasons for the Drinking Party. The next morning, Hephaestus sat alone in her chamber, studying a stack of papers. Though her hands moved with mechanical precision, her mind lingered on the events of the previous night. A knock came, light, but deliberate. The door creaked open before she could respond. Loki stepped inside, her usual smirk dulled by unspoken tension. So? Loki asked, stepping over the threshold without her usual swagger. Do you think last night's conversation was good enough for the guild? Hephaestus didn't look up. She dipped a metal rod into a bucket of oil, the soft hiss briefly filling the silence. I already helped you create the situation you wanted, she replied coolly. If that's not enough, there's nothing more I can do. Loki leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her eyes sharp despite her relaxed stance. A communication device and a new workshop, none of that explains what happened on the 18th floor. Hephaestus remained silent. Her fingers tightened slightly around the edge of a document as she continued reading. You two seem close, Loki added, her voice casual but probing. Any insider information? He's not a child, Loki. He is not going to spell forth every detail of his scheme just because someone asks, Hephaestus stated firmly. Loki pulled himself away from the wall. Then find out. Because since he left the dungeon, the situation below the 18th floor has spiraled out of control. Monsters started rampaging, and now that word's getting out, it might cause real chaos. Hephaestus looked up, sharply. Let me guess. You're after information on his weapons, not his intentions. Loki nodded. Of course. His weapon killed a monster according to the reports, it was more powerful than any known magic weapon. It even terrified the dungeon. Monsters didn't spawn above the 18th floor for a full day, while frantically overcompensating below it. A pause. Hephaestus closed the folder with deliberate calm. That should be good news. We finally have a weapon capable of making the dungeon flinch. Loki's smirk returned, but thinner, almost brittle. It's not we. It's Luthar. And now the guild wants me to trace the source of those weapons. Wouldn't it be simpler to admit he's making them himself? Hephaestus replied. Smuggling something like that into Auraria would be far more expensive, and far riskier. At that, Loki turned and made her way to the door. Well, I believe you for now, she said over her shoulder. Let's hope your rising star knows what kind of attention he's attracting. With a flick of her fingers in mock farewell, she slipped out and left the church. Her footsteps faded down the corridor, leaving only silence in her wake. As she laughed, within the lower level of the church compound, Luthar listened to the conversation between Hephaestus and Loki while working on disassembled components. A gentle hum from the secondary power core thrummed in the background, keeping the underground sanctum alive with energy. For Hephaestus to offer him alcohol, knowing he couldn't digest it, and then invite Loki, was suspicious. Especially considering she'd asked about plans she already knew. As he finished sealing a conduit with a final hiss of steam, the picture became clearer. The guild had tasked Loki with investigating his weapons. To do so, she had sought Hephaestus' help. Together, they'd created a harmless setting to coax some information from him. But why such trouble? For him, the guild wasn't worth the effort. Their interference was a distraction from more urgent projects, particularly since Hephaestus hadn't finished her studies. He was still lost in thought, considering the progress of both Hephaestus and Tsubaki, when the door opened. Hephaestus entered the chamber, her scarlet cloak flowing carelessly about her shoulders and her expression inscrutable. She did not respond right away. Instead, she observed him in silence, gaze flicking over the hardware and prototypes. I assume you overheard the conversation, she said finally, her voice low. Luthar didn't look up. Yes. She'll be back, Hephaestus continued. And she won't be the only one. I think you're still misunderstanding something, Luthar said simply. Since you've joined me, you shouldn't care what others are thinking. I'm not questioning you, she said, stepping closer. But what happens when buyers come knocking? Or worse, when people try to blackmail you into handing over the designs? Luthar paused, then finally turned to face her. You need to study more, he said calmly. Once you complete your studies, you'll realize the problems you're thinking of aren't the real ones. Maybe you're right, she muttered, almost to herself. So, what you said last night, a real network across Aurario. Are you really planning that, or was it just to throw Loki off? I have no intention of misleading anyone, Luthar replied. Building a communication network will be very useful in managing my assets. Hephaestus blinked. Then, after a moment, she gave a small nod. It's good that you're thinking ahead. But is there another plan you couldn't share last night? Using the last remaining dimensional machine parts to create a better version, he said. A prototype will be ready within the week. Are you going to invite Freya again? She asked, arms crossed. You seem to be getting close to her, close enough that I'm starting to wonder if she's actually managed to charm you. Luthar turned to her, with the steady purpose of someone who had made his decision long ago. I don't need to be charmed by Freya, he said, voice low but certain. If there's anyone in this city who could actually charm me, it's you. Hephaestus blinked, caught off guard, not by the words, but by the quiet certainty behind them. Before she could respond, his arms slipped around her, not forcefully, but gently. The scent of oil and metal clung to both of them, grounding, familiar. She stood still for a moment, feeling the warmth in her chest more than any flame in the room. Then, with a soft exhale, she nudged him away lightly, just enough to free herself. I guess you're learning too much from Freya, she muttered, adjusting her collar. I haven't learned anything from her, he replied with a faint smile. But if you want, I could ask her for a few tips. Hephaestus smirked despite herself, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Unfortunate. No matter what you learn from her, it still won't help you in my heart. Luthar didn't continue with the flirting. Instead, he stepped back to the workbench and retrieved a scroll of newly inked schematics. The rustle of parchment filled the room as he unrolled the design, dense with circuits, structural diagrams, and etheric inscriptions. He gestured casually to the blueprint. Dimensional portal, bridge, stabilizer, he said, almost offhandedly. Too many names. I'm not even sure what to call it anymore. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow. You keep renaming your machines. I build them, Luthar replied dryly. Naming someone else's problem. He didn't look back at her, but added, now we need to figure out how to strengthen the materials we're using. I need this one to be far more stable. With that, the two of them began dividing the tasks, Hephaestus handling enchantments, and Luthar handling the technology side. And so, they got back to work. Chapter 88, TPM Chapter 88, Ambition and Caution. After coming out of the dungeon, Welf parted ways with Bell's group near the Guild Plaza, promising to meet later that night for dinner and a well-earned celebration of their survival. The walk to the Hephaestus Familia workshop was familiar, gravel crunching beneath his boots, the scent of smoke and steel in the air. But what greeted him at the compound was anything but familiar. He expected the usual, forges blazing, hammers ringing, and apprentices bickering over alloy ratios. Instead, the place buzzed with chaos, lines of reinforced wooden frames, crates of mechanical parts, and smiths racing about, clearly assembling something massive. At the center of it all stood Tsubaki Kalbrandi, coat tied at her waist, her voice slicing through the din like a blade. Move it. You slackers think money just falls from the sky. Every bolt you drive today is one step closer to your own dream, your own fortune. An apprentice hesitated by a half-fitted wheel. No hesitation. Tsubaki barked, brandishing her wrench like a divine artifact. We get one of these beauties running, and it's independence. 1 truck, 10 returns. 1 month of sweat, a lifetime of coin. The workers laughed and cheered. She had the air of a cult leader, but a charismatic one. Welf blinked, half in disbelief. Trucks. Tsubaki spotted him immediately. Welf. You're alive. Good. Grab a pair of gloves and start working. Before he could reply, she had him by the arm, dragging him toward a half-assembled frame. The wooden chassis gleamed with fresh polish, faintly glowing runes etched along the edges. We're revolutionizing land transport, she announced proudly. No horses. Just magic-assisted drive, compressed mana fuel, reinforced wheels, hell, we've even got suspension for rough roads. Welf studied the framework with a frown. Looks like a freight wagon with runes. Don't think small. She jabbed her wrench skyward. Think freedom. No more delays for shipments. Farmers, merchants, adventurers, they'll line up to rent this from us. And they'll rent them from us, huh? Welf asked, dryly. Yup. Endless demand, Tsubaki grinned. You build 1, and it pays for itself. Build 10, and you're rich. Build 50. She trailed off, eyes glittering, either from the vision of the future or pure theatrics. Welf couldn't tell. Maybe neither could she. So, this isn't about craftsmanship. Tsubaki's grin didn't waver, but the edge dulled. It's about faster shipments and lots of money. Welf ran a hand over the timber edge of the chassis. It was solid. Functional. And lifeless. He felt no fire. No soul. Just numbers. I see, he said softly. Tsubaki heard the shift. Her expression faltered. You don't like it. It's good, he admitted. But this feels like it was made by a worker instead of a blacksmith. If I wanted to chase coin, I'd still be forging magic swords. She sighed and tossed her wrench onto a crate. Suit yourself. Just don't come begging for a ride when these things rule the road. He smiled faintly, offered a respectful nod, and walked away as her voice picked up again, rallying her troops like a priestess of steel. While she worked on the trucks based on Luthar's design back in the church compound, Luthar remained immersed in his own work. The soft hum of generators filled the underground sanctum. Light from narrow panels overhead cast the room in a pale glow, sharpening every outline of the tools, scrolls, and steel around him. A sample of alloy slid into the shaping rig. Sparks bloomed. He monitored the pressure carefully, his eyes never blinking. The new material, fused with magical residue, showed promise. Lightweight, more conductive, and, hopefully, resilient enough to withstand spatial turbulence. He laid the sample aside and turned to his blueprint table. One scroll unfurled in front of him, a dense schematic of what looked like a containment ring. 3 different designs have already been scribbled, and from the looks of it, this 4th one will also be scribbled. Dimensional Gate Bridge MK21. No, too dramatic, he muttered. Space Bridge? That sounds like something from Transformers. Transit Halo. He sighed. Too many names, let's forget it and work on the blueprint. Separate from him, Hephaestus was handling enchantments. They were progressing, slowly. Luthar's fingers hovered over a resonance crystal. What might happen if it destabilized during activation? That morning conversation echoed faintly in his mind. Hephaestus's overthinking about the guild and his decision to start going to other worlds within a week are risky but very important decisions. The rig hissed, signaling another sample was ready. He rolled up the blueprint and moved to draw a new one. At the same time, across the city, the Loki Familia Manor stood quiet, too quiet. Within its halls, behind shuttered windows and closed doors, a different kind of fire burned. Loki lounged on a velvet chaise in her chamber, half draped over the cushions with an empty wine glass dangling from one hand. Her usual smugness had given way to contemplative silence. Finn Dame stood before her, his gear still dusty from the dungeon. His brow furrowed slightly as he watched her. You're worried, he said, matter of fact. I'm annoyed, she corrected, twirling the glass with idle fingers. Hephaestus didn't cooperate fully. I suspect the information I have gotten from her is incomplete. Finn's gaze sharpened. So what does Guild actually want from him? Actually, it's nothing. They just want the information about that weapon and anything else she had. She sat up, setting the glass down. They want you to investigate. Worse. They want us to monitor, evaluate, and possibly intervene. Not officially, of course. But we both know how this game plays. Finn frowned. Let's say if Hephaestus is on the Luthar side and we really help the guild to monitor Luthar, then Hephaestus might cause lots of problems for our family. Then we can also pretend to monitor him without offending them. Agreeing with Loki's words, Finn asks, so what do we know about him currently? Just the basics. His planning for communication gear. A new workshop. Nothing about those weapons. And you believe he's hiding something? I know he is, she said. From the first glance I could say the guy is too troublesome. Finn folded his arms. What's the plan? We watch and try to pick the stronger side with more benefit. A moment passed. Or just stay out of this matter completely. Chapter 89, TPM Chapter 89, Setting Up Communication. Perched atop the slanted roof of Luthar's shop, Lily Ruka Arde kept an eye on the servo skull as it tightened the final bolt on the steel frame of the relay dish. Her small hands crossed over her chest, she stood like a boss surveying her junior. The early morning wind tugged at her cloak, but she ignored it, eyes focused on the task. Around her, a trio of floating skull-shaped drones hummed softly, their optics flickering as they scanned the area. Connection node stable, one of them chirped in a metallic voice. I know, she muttered, not looking up. See myself. Behind her, the rhythmic clanking of metal echoed as the servitor climbed the steps, arms full of cables, signal cores, and a large power relay. Once, he had been the proud and cruel captain of the Soma Familia. Now he moved like a domesticated hound, silent, obedient, and entirely unrecognizable. If not for the cloth covering him, forget the children, even the adults might get scared from one look. Lily Ruka didn't need to look to know it was him. She could feel the wrongness in the air. Not fear, not anymore. Something colder. The servitor paused at her side and set the equipment down with reverent precision. Order complete, it said in its hollow voice. She tilted her head, studying him with narrowed eyes. Funny, she murmured. You used to bark orders at me. Now look at you, carrying my tools, obeying without question. You don't even get to grunt anymore. She sighed as she connected the last interface line, testing the signal strength. A thin green glyph flared across the panel. Perfect. As the signal uplink began pulsing, Lily Ruka straightened, dusting her gloves. The skull drones hovered to attention, scanning the perimeter for interference. She glanced sidelong at the servitor. Do you even think in there? Or are you just bones and wires now? The servitor did not reply. It didn't need to. Whatever humanity it had, whatever pride, it was long gone. Reduced to code and servos. Lily Ruka's lips curled into a crooked smile. I am thinking, how would you feel if you could get your emotions and voice back, she muttered. It would have been perfect. I could order you around, then give you some shocks time to time. Maybe take out a few limbs of yours. Of course, she wouldn't do such a thing, she might not be a good person, but torturing someone wasn't her style. She took one last look at the dish now locked in place, silently relaying pulses to the underground sanctum. Once the full network was up, Luthar would have uninterrupted communication across the district. She turned, descending the ladder with practiced ease as the servitor trailed behind her, silent, mindless, obedient. Lily Ruka didn't look back. Instead, she entered the shop, letting the door close behind her. Behind the counter, Elna looked up from the logbook she'd been updating. She was sharper now, more comfortable. Less of the wide-eyed, uncertain girl who'd first arrived from the slums. She handled the ledgers efficiently, with none of the hesitation that used to mark her every movement. Well, I finished my job here. Once the communication device is ready, you can communicate with me or Luthar in the future, Lily Ruka said as she brushed dust off her gloves. Elna offered a faint smile. Well. I still don't really understand what you're doing up there, but thank you for the hard work. Lily Ruka shrugged off her gloves and walked over to the counter, tapping a finger lightly on the terminal nearby. It's a communication device, she said. Kind of like this terminal, but instead of typing or sending messages, you just talk. No magic stones, no messenger runners. Elna blinked. Just talk. Lily Ruka nodded. Yeah, you can speak into it, and someone far away can hear you instantly, like they're standing right next to you, and if they say something near their device you can also listen their voice. That's impressive. Elna tilted her head. So it's like magic. It's not magic, Lily Ruka said with a smirk. You should just be ready tomorrow. I'll send the machine. So is Mr. Luthar is going to start selling this thing? Elna asked. Lily Ruka replied, currently, we only plan to install it in the shop, the church, and Hephaestus's workshop. Once we have a proper facility to produce them, we'll rent out the service. She moved past the counter, heading toward the back hallway, but paused just long enough to glance over her. You've changed. In a good way. Elna's smile grew just a little. Having a steady job and money does change things. Don't get too cozy. And keep an eye on the thieves. With that, Lily Ruka pushed through the door and stepped outside. The servo skulls hovered into formation above her without needing a word. The servitor trudged close behind, still carrying the empty casing crates from the dish assembly. Silent. Mechanical. Faithful. She gave them a brief glance, then pointed toward the church's outer gate. Let's move. The streets were still quiet. Early merchants were only just setting up stalls, and the sky had yet to fully brighten. Her boots clicked against the worn stone path, each step measured, unhurried. She kept her hood low, not out of fear, just a habit. As they entered the church, she gave a small wave of her hand. Back to post, she muttered. The servitor peeled off without a word, heading toward his docking position, where he would enter standby until called again. The servo skulls dispersed on their own, splitting off into programmed flight paths or returning to their charging nests around the perimeter. With her entourage dismissed, she entered the side corridor, familiar by now. She passed empty rooms and quiet altars with barely a glance. Her focus was straight ahead. At the narrow corridor, she pressed her hand against the side panel and waited for the rune to skin her. The lock disengaged with a soft hum. The lift was already waiting, an enclosed platform nestled between iron rails. She tugged the lever. With a smooth hiss, it descended. She leaned back slightly, arms folded as the walls slid past. Dim lights flickered along the shaft, glowing runes carved at even intervals. She'd grown used to this descent. The lab's door slid open ahead, thick, seamless metal parting silently. Cool air met her face, tinged faintly with copper and arcane static. She stepped inside. 2 people were already at work. Luthar stood over a fresh blueprint, double-checking arc lengths and measurement calibrations. Nearby, Hephaestus had completed another batch of enchanted alloy parts, her expression calm but focused. Lily Ruka stepped forward, boots echoing slightly across the steel floor, arriving in front of Luthar and preparing to inform him about the installation of all 3 communication devices. Sometime these links doesn't work, so be careful, do not to subscribe a different person. Chapter 90, TPM Chapter 90 Thresholds. Luthar didn't look up immediately. His fingers were still tracing the outline of a convergence ring on the schematic, eyes distant in thought. It was Hephaestus who noticed Lily Ruka first, her crimson eye glancing up from the enchanted ingot she'd just finished inspecting. You're done, she asked. Lily Ruka gave a small nod. All 3 nodes are active. Shop, church, and your main forge. Signal strength is quite good, I've already tested it. At that, Luthar finally raised his head. He reached out and tapped a runestone embedded in the console beside him. After a moment, a green light blinked twice in confirmation. Good, he murmured. Now we can focus on the main objective. As for the communication device, since it isn't complicated, it can be completed with our current machinery. Hephaestus leaned her hip against the nearby workbench, arms crossing under the thick leather of her smithing apron. If I remember correctly, someone said I needed a new workshop for their communication device production, she said with a smirk. Luthar responded with a noncommittal grunt, neither amused nor offended. Lily Ruka stepped forward, arms behind her back. That's for the units we plan to rent out. For our internal use, I can handle the production in my own workshop. Luthar gave her a long look, then turned to the center of the lab. The dimensional frame stood fully assembled now. Its rings were carved with spiraling glyphs that shimmered faintly with residual mana. Thick cables ran from its stabilizers to a power core encased in protective plating. Overhead, a crystalline alignment lens hung from a ceiling track, already calibrated for spatial coordinates. The entire machine pulsed softly, alive, ready to be used. Luthar, eyes fixed on the machine, said, I need to begin the final calibration today. He paused, his gaze hardening slightly. And if it fails, for the next few years, I won't be able to build another one in this world. Lily Ruka's eyes narrowed slightly at his tone. And if it fails, she echoed, stepping closer. Or if we get another demon, or whatever that monster was. Luthar didn't flinch. This one is different. It doesn't open a gate between universes. Hephaestus raised a brow. Then how are we going to other worlds? Luthar turned back to the dimensional frame. This one will send me to a place that exists between all worlds. From there, it will be easier to travel anywhere. Lily Ruka folded her arms. Sounds complicated. But more importantly, you haven't told us the method this machine will use to send us to a new world. He nodded slightly. This method is different. I'm no longer the rift between 2 universes. Instead, I'm constructing a fixed-phase dimensional corridor, stabilized through quantum anchoring. I'll be powering the machine myself, ensuring it can't function without me. His voice remained steady. The device will momentarily shift your existence, anchor, body, and soul, into a new dimensional framework. Then, calmly, he added, as for me, I possess a special energy that will protect me while I move through the space between worlds. From there, I can establish an anchor. After that, future travels will be easier and safer. She glanced sideways at Hephaestus, then back at him. So what's the worst-case scenario? Space is distorting so quickly it rips the world apart. At best, my idea simply doesn't work. Lily Ruka let out a slow breath. The way you talk about the destruction of the world so casually is terrifying. If the universe really does get destroyed, I have a backup plan, he replied without hesitation. Hephaestus pushed away from the bench, brows furrowed in thought. Then tell me, what's your contingency? If something goes wrong, I need to be prepared. Luthar inclined his head, his voice even. If there's a situation where this universe is about to be destroyed, those of you present will be forcibly placed into my dimensional pocket. I will override the primary sequence and reopen the gate. Hephaestus narrowed her eyes. To where? A faint hum vibrated through the chamber as the machinery idled behind them. Luthar's gaze remained steady. To the Imperium. While it's a terrible place, I believe no matter how strong the blast of this machine is, it wouldn't cause any damage there. He paused, then added plainly, then we can go back to my home planet and probably cry to my father so he can help me build new machines. Hephaestus arched an eyebrow. I thought you didn't like your father. Aren't you worried he'll freeze your emotions again? Luthar gave a dry shrug. Well, he is a billion times richer than me. I've got 2 ships, he commands an entire fleet and owns multiple planets. At that scale, holding a grudge just seems impractical. As he said that, Luthar remembered the fools who had tried to kill him during his escape from the 40K universe. With a faint grimace, he added, we just need to make sure we don't die mid-journey. Or get caught by one of the factions. Can't you at least make sure we don't end up stranded on some alien planet instead of your homeworld? Lily Ruka asked, her tone flat but cautious. Luthar didn't look at her directly. If we land on some alien planet, it's actually easier. We can just kill everyone and take over the place. The real problem is ending up in a human-controlled world, then you need a more creative reason to kill them before they try to kill you. Hephaestus clearly wasn't eager to pursue that line of conversation, so she steered it back to the matter at hand. So, what are the chances we make this jump without, blowing up the world? It's 100%, Luthar replied confidently. Lily Ruka blinked. You're that sure? With absolute confidence, he confirmed. But Lily Ruka frowned, unconvinced. Then why do you keep talking like there's a chance the world might end? Luthar didn't hesitate. Because my certainty is based on theory and calculation. Not on 1,000 live experiments. The numbers say it'll work, but I'm not arrogant enough to claim certainty where no practical test has been made. He turned back toward the dimensional frame, adjusting the glyph calibration on a side panel. Cables hummed softly as the machine began to respond to his inputs. Then, without looking up, he said calmly, be ready. Tonight, I begin the test run. There is also draft for other fanfictions. Unfortunately, other fanfictions are quite slow, as my most focus is on TPM. Chapter 91, Between Worlds. Why? The word hung in the air, not a demand, not a plea, but something quieter. Softer. Dangerous only in the hands of the woman who spoke it. Luthar stared at Freya for a moment. Even standing still, she moved. Her presence carried its own gravity. There were those who mistook her beauty for gentleness. They didn't understand how sharp a thing could be while wrapped in silk. Luthar took a breath, fingers pausing over the activation panel of the device. Because I can, he said finally. Because someone like you, who is made of energy and driven will, if I take you without understanding how, your divine energy might react to the new world. If the world completely rejects your divinity and magic, it would be over for you. A subtle twitch touched her brow, but before her words could cut loose, another voice broke through the rising tension. He's not going out to play, Hephaestus said, stepping into the light of the workshop's upper ring. Her tone was steady, pragmatic. This is a test. He's not going to another world yet. He's heading into a place where nothing exists. No rules. No space. No time. A true null zone. Freya's gaze did not leave Luthar. And then, Hephaestus continued, he creates a passage for us so we can travel more safely. She crossed her arms and added, pointedly, and I don't think you should be the first one to go. I believe I could provide better help to him in the new world. Freya's lips curved, but it wasn't a smile. But I think you're the one who should stay behind. There are plenty of important projects in Orario, someone needs to supervise them. Luthar exhaled and turned back toward the platform, its polished rings glowing faintly with a cold blue pulse. Servo arrays clicked into position, drawing a wide circle around the ignition point. In a few minutes, the machine would bore a path through unreality. At a little distance from all 3 of them, half-shrouded in shadow, Lily Ruka Arde watched. She wasn't meant to be there, not officially, but no one had asked her to leave either. Freya's voice echoed like silk drawn over steel, and Hephaestus answered with her usual, even-tempered fire. The two goddesses clashed in words, not volume, but their meanings cut deep all the same. Luthar stood between them, silent once more. Always measured. Always prepared. Always distant. Lily Ruka gripped the edge of the small knife. He was preparing to cross into an unknowable realm, and these goddesses, powerful, unpredictable, immortal, were already staking claims. Subtly, yes. But it was there. And where did that leave her? The girl who had once cowered in alleyways. The support that no one looked twice at unless they needed something carried. Her fingers flexed, knuckles tight. No. She wouldn't let this moment pass her by. Freya could charm. Hephaestus could forge. But Lily Ruka was the first follower of Luthar. She had spent more time beside him and adapted to the logic and madness of his machines. If anyone deserved to be the first through that gate, it wasn't someone blessed by divinity. It should be her. Her mind sharpened, she couldn't let these goddesses steal her first place. If Luthar opened that gate today, even if he only tested its edge, she would be prepared, and she would be the first to accompany him to the other realm. Luthar, unaware of what stirred in Lilyruka's mind, turned back toward the control dais. There would be no more debate. The test demanded his full attention. He ignored everything else, conversation, presence, emotion, as his focus narrowed to calculations, circuit alignments, and energy flow stability. Time became a background process, unnoticed. Without realizing it, morning gave way to evening, and then quietly, into night. Silence settled over the workshop. Not an awkward pause or the hush of uncertainty, but something deeper. Reverent. As though the chamber itself understood what was about to happen and had chosen to hold its breath. Even the sound of machines had disappeared. The air had changed. Not in temperature, but in texture. Thicker. Heavier. Charged with something neither magical nor divine, but older, colder, mechanical purpose made manifest. Luthar stood at the center of the platform. He had been there for minutes already, motionless, as the final calibrations resolved around him. The circular mechanism responded to his presence, anchor points engaging with a mechanical hiss, telemetry beacons pinging silently in confirmation. The luminous rings beneath his boots brightened in sequence, feeding data into the rotating core above him. Around the chamber's perimeter, servo skulls hovered in formation, awaiting the final signal. He looked up. Above him, coils began to turn, slow, deliberate, ancient and new at once. The gate was aligning. Below him, beyond the radius of the platform, they all watched. Hephaestus. Freya. Lily Ruka. No one spoke. No ceremony. No blessing. Just breathless silence. And the soft whisper of machines preparing to open a path through the impossible. The machine's pulse deepened. Light bent. The chamber around him distorted, folded, collapsed inward like a dying star collapsing upon itself. In a blink, and without sound, the workshop was gone. When Luthar opened his eyes, he wasn't in Orario anymore. No stone floor beneath his boots. No humming machines. No voices in the air. Instead, he floated within a boundless, colorless expanse, the same place where everything had started. Time did not flow here. The rules of the world held no power. Swirls of iridescent mist pulsed around him, alive with impossible color and direction. It wasn't a place. It was an absence. And yet, it remembered him. He straightened his stance. His robe drifted without wind. A low resonance, too deep to be called sound, trembled across his frame. Then came the voice. Normally, people would try to go back to their original world. But instead, you come here. It was the same presence. Ancient, vast, and terribly calm. Not divine. Not human. Something else. Since you've arrived here, I'll allow a few questions. But you have to go back soon, this isn't a place for you. Luthar narrowed his gaze, the crimson lens of his mechanical eye flickering. Do you think now it's time for you to explain what actually happened with me? Is there any reason I got a system and a second chance? No, there is no reason. You're forgetting, if your soul hadn't accidentally gotten involved with that universe, I wouldn't have granted you the system. As for your current thoughts, you're overthinking. Looks like I can only believe you for now, he said. Suit yourself, the being replied. Luthar's eyes narrowed. Can you tell me, will my plan work? A pause. Then, simply, yes. If you just want to use this place as an anchor. A faint grimace tugged at Luthar's lips. One last question, if I establish this place as an anchor, can I ensure that whenever I return to a world, I arrive at the exact moment I left it? No lost time. No drift. You can do that, the voice said, calm as ever. But I would not recommend returning to the exact moment you left. You already know why. Two instances of the same presence, occupying the same flow of time. It never ends well. Not even for those born in nightmare. And then, the entity disappeared. Luthar remained in the void, letting the silence settle around him. Then he moved. He restarted his work within that strange, weightless space, finishing the calibration, reinforcing the anchor, gathering one last set of readings. It took time, maybe minutes, maybe hours. Then the pull returned. His body jolted, yanked backward by a force without shape. The colorless void fractured. Then shattered like glass, and he gasped as his boot struck solid metal once more. The hum of the machine returned. Servo skulls hovered in place, flickering as if nothing had happened. The others were still watching. Only a second had passed in the workshop. But Luthar knew his work was done. He looked at them. I'm ready. Chapter 92, Arrival. As the Nexus Gateway was completed, it sent Luthar and Lily Ruka away with no fanfare, no thunderclap, no blinding light, only the faint distortion of space folding in on itself for a split second. The ceiling of the church vanished. In its place stretched an endless sky of harsh blue and a sun-bleached wasteland of sand and stone. Luthar exhaled quietly, his boots crunching against cracked, sun-baked earth. A dry wind swept across the barren plain, dragging fine grains of sand against the edges of his robe. Above, the sun blazed like a cruel overseer, unblinking and indifferent. Distant mountains rose on the horizon like jagged teeth, framing the edge of the world. Lily Ruka stumbled slightly, her cloak whipping behind her. She scanned the vast emptiness and muttered. This doesn't look special. Don't assume anything, Luthar replied, his voice steady. First, we find someone to gather information. His mechanical eye adjusted, scanning ambient radiation levels, magnetic resonance, and gravitational variance. No trace of magic or divine structures, he added. At least not yet. Lily Ruka shaded her eyes and squinted toward the far-off ridges. So, where do we go? Luthar didn't answer immediately. His mind was still calculating field data and orienting coordinates. Her voice broke his focus, and his tone turned sharp. You should have stayed behind. I trusted you to watch over everything, our church and shops. Now you're here, making this harder. She crossed her arms. Relax. Hephaestus can take care of things. And you didn't exactly stop me. He shot her a glare. Because the timing was critical. If I had hesitated, because of my busy schedule, if I had stopped that time, it's possible the trip would have been postponed for weeks. Lily Ruka rolled her eyes and glanced around. Fine. Then where now? Because this sun is trying to murder me. He didn't answer. The wind howled again, scattering dust and silence between them. Then, turning away, he said simply. Look for signs of habitation. She sighed but followed, muttering. You're the expert. I'll just follow you. He gave no reply, but the tightness in his shoulders said more than words. They walked for over an hour. Eventually, Luthar released a pair of servo skulls into the sky. The drones spiraled upward, scanning in expanding arcs. It didn't take long to detect a cluster of heat signatures, mobile, armed, and encamped near the base of a mountain ridge. The first visual confirmed it, untrained, poorly organized. A group of ragged soldiers loitering around a camp filled with mismatched gear and battered vehicles. He frowned slightly. Sloppy. Undisciplined. Possibly paramilitary. Probably not state-sanctioned. And judging by their outdated weapons, they posed no real threat. Lily Ruka followed his gaze. Are those guns? He gave a short nod. Yes. And from the looks, quite primitive guns. Then added, more to himself than to her. Looks like we're on a version of Earth. Or something very close to it. Her brow furrowed. Is that good or bad? He didn't answer right away. His mind was already sorting through the logistics. With most of his servo skulls left behind to guard the church, his operational efficiency was limited. But these soldiers, they arrived like a gift from the machine god. Bodies, knowledge, and equipment, all ready to be harvested. Crude, yes, but enough to rebuild what was missing. And perhaps enough to establish a base of operations for the night. Luthar descended the slope slowly, each step measured. Sand shifted underfoot, and the wind pulled at the edges of his robe. Lily Ruka followed, a few steps behind, staying just to his left, alert, but silent. As they neared the outskirts of the camp, the first sentry spotted them. One of the men, lean and ragged with a battered AK slung low on his chest, raised a hand and barked in a sharp tongue. The other moved to flank him, already lowering the butt of his rifle into position. Luthar raised his hand in a simple gesture, not a threat, not submission. Just presence. The first man shouted again, louder this time. Stop. Broken English, but understandable. Luthar's mechanical eye adjusted, scanning the tension in their trigger fingers. "We are travelers," he said calmly, his voice carrying with unforced authority. "I require a conversation with your leader." The two exchanged glances. The one on the left took a step forward, his rifle lifting slightly. "This isn't a place for travelers. Now turn around, and I'll pretend I didn't see you." Luthar tilted his head. "I wasn't asking permission." Feeling the pressure from the voice of Luthar, the men fired a single shot. It struck Luthar squarely in the chest. The bullet bounced away from his robes without leaving any mark. The two sentries froze. "Don't worry. It will be over soon," Luthar said. Then he stepped forward, voice cold as the void. "Now let's start the harvest." A servo skull dropped from above, its auspex eye glowing red. With a metallic shriek, it unleashed a dissonant frequency that made both men stagger. Luthar extended a hand to put them down gently. As others noticed the commotion, the camp came alive. Shouts, scrambling boots, metal clattering. One by one, a half-dozen armed men spilled from their tents, taking position behind sandbags and rusted trucks. One of them yelled into a radio while the rest raised their weapons with confused minds. Then a larger man strode out from the main tent, wearing a heavy tactical vest and an air of authority. He raised a hand and barked something in a language Luthar didn't recognize. After talking to his subordinates, the leader looked at Luthar, really looked. The robes were strange, but it was the floating skull, trailing faint red optics and whispering static, that made his mouth go dry. His voice cracked slightly as he stepped forward, trying to reassert control over a scene already lost. "What are you supposed to be?" His voice was loud enough for Luthar to hear from the distance. "Messenger of the machine god." "Then you should go in that direction. This is not a place for worship." "I decline," Luthar replies. The leader, not wanting to continue, made a signal. Instantly, 2 RPGs launched from opposite flanks with a roar. Dozens of rifles opened fire in unison, a wall of bullets ripping through the space where Luthar stood. A grenade arced high into the air, aimed dead center between him and Lily Ruka. Too predictable. Luthar took out a small cylindrical module no larger than a fist. He slammed it into the sand beside Lily Ruka before the first RPG landed. Boom. The earth shook. Fire and shrapnel tore across the ridge. But the shield flared to life, a translucent dome snapping around both of them just before the shockwave hit. Energy shimmered violently as bullets, debris, and heat pounded against its surface. Lily Ruka gasped, half stumbling back into him. He didn't look at her. His mechanical eye pulsed once, calculating trajectories, targets, and positions. The second RPG hit. Another explosion. Still standing. From outside the shimmering field, one of the militants shouted something guttural, probably a command to flank. Others fired blindly, the muzzle flashes strobing across the ridge. And through it all, Luthar didn't flinch. The bullets didn't touch him. The flames didn't scorch him. Inside the dome, Luthar raised a hand. "Lily, you said to look closely. This will be a great experience to learn how to suppress this type of people." He didn't shout. With a single mental command, the servo skull at his shoulder pivoted sharply. Its optics flared red as it locked onto the source of the RPG fire. A thin beam of high-intensity plasma lanced out, silent, instant. The launcher detonated in mid-grip, taking the militant with it in a violent, fiery bloom. The servo skull turned again, this time unleashing a sonic burst toward a cluster of riflemen taking cover behind a rusted truck. The sound wasn't audible to the normal ear, but its effect was immediate. 3 men screamed as their inner ears ruptured, blood running from their noses as they collapsed to the sand, twitching. The gunfire faltered, not because they were out of ammunition, but because they could clearly see the shield stopping all the attacks. Smoke drifted through the air in lazy, confused spirals. Shell casings cooled on the sand. No one dared speak. No one dared move. Half of them hadn't even seen what hit them. The others had seen too much. Behind the translucent shimmer of the shield, Luthar stood untouched, his robes barely rustled by the aftermath of explosions. The servo skull hovered in eerie silence, smoke curling from the tip of its weapon. Lily Ruka was crouched close, eyes wide, not in fear, but awe. One of the militants dropped his weapon. Another followed, whispering something like a prayer. And then Luthar took one step forward, his voice steady, emotionless, and final. "Great decision. Since you have surrendered in the name of the Omnissiah, I will grant you some mercy. Story is starting from Iron Man, which is completely different from all my initial plan, which was for him to arrive at the Avengers' first movie." Chapter 93, Iron Man. A yellow halogen bulb buzzed softly overhead, casting an uneven, sickly light across the command tent. The illumination pooled on the scarred map table, revealing cracked radios, ammo crates, and grease-stained documents. The rest of the tent was shrouded in shadow. A handful of militants moved under cover, dragging away the bodies of their former comrades and clearing the wreckage left from the skirmish. Overhead, the lone servo skull drifted slowly, its red optic glowing as it recorded every motion. Luthar stood at the center of it all, across from the camp's leader, one hand resting calmly on the table. The leader sat rigidly, jaw clenched, eyes flicking between Luthar and the floating skull. He looked like a man who had seen enough to fear more. "What country is this?" Luthar asked, his tone devoid of emotion. The leader hesitated. "Afghanistan." "Date?" "Year." 2008. "What powers govern this region? Who holds dominance over this world?" The men blinked. "The US mostly." "NATO." "Some of us fight against them." "Technological capacity." "What?" Luthar's mechanical eye whirred softly. "Do you have satellites? Supercomputers? Spaceship, superpowers?" The leader frowned. "Us have satellite, lots of them. We have some computers. As for superpowers, they're just some stories, nothing else." Luthar said nothing for a moment, then turned to Lilyruka. "Catalog everything: communications equipment, encrypted drives, satellite links, external batteries. Even outdated terminals." She nodded and started recording everything in her terminal. The leader swallowed. "What are you planning to do?" "Study your world," Luthar said simply. "To determine its level." After making sure there was no danger, they decided to stay here for a night while giving some others to the leader to collect the stuff around the camp and bring it to them. At the night Luthar's was looking at, a dozen devices were arranged: laptops, radios, scavenged circuit boards, even a solar charger repurposed to power a wideband signal sniffer. Luthar stood still for long minutes, his neural port interfacing with the jury-rigged systems. Data flickered across his lens. Crude, but usable. Primitive file systems. Jumbled, unsecured logs. Maps. Old satellite images. Radio frequencies. Some encrypted, some broken. Mentions of CIA drops, regional air traffic, and a recently intercepted transmission warning all groups to avoid the southern canyons due to foreign object contamination. He paused as he took all the information. He was sure this wasn't some anime world and definitely not his original one. Far from the command tent, deep in the caves, another protagonist was preparing to start his journey. Ensign grunted as he pulled a steel plate into position. Tony Stark, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, adjusted the alignment of a primitive hydraulic brace. "Hold it there," Tony said. "Just a second longer." A rivet popped into place. The hiss of welding filled the chamber. Sparks danced. Ensign looked toward the entrance, a rusted steel door, chained from the outside. "You heard that earlier?" "The gunfire." Tony didn't look up. "Yeah, almost thought the army had finally come to rescue me." From the sound, it definitely not the US Army. From my experience I can say US Army, as they always like bombing instead of ground fighting. So either there was another group of terrorists or maybe a civil conflict. Ensign nodded grimly. Then added, "At least this have given us some chance. We just need to make sure we are ready by morning, because I think tomorrow they might try to move us to some other location. We need the last coupling finished. No point running in half a suit." Tony replied while completely focusing on his work. For him it doesn't matter what happened outside. Even if somebody bombed the entire place, he would complete the armor and nobody could stop him. As dawn broke beyond the hills, its warmth never reached the depths of the cave. Within, only the glow of dying batteries and the old clock marked the passage of time. Ensign tightened the last coupling, nodding with finality. "That's it. Everything's connected." Tony stepped toward the suit. It loomed in the center of the chamber, metallic, crude, and brutal. Weld lines marked its seams, and mismatched components hummed with uncertain energy. Yet for all its imperfections, it stood like a defiant challenge against death. Ensign moved quickly and adjusted the armor. "Ensign, go to the computer and check for the power," Tony said while thinking it's strange nobody has come up till now. "You have power for 50 minutes, if the readings are right," he said. Tony grunted, "I only need 10. He took a breath, letting it settle. The pressure of the suit was oppressive, like wearing a furnace, but this was the only chance he had. Ensign tried to joke, voice tight. "Just don't go thinking you're invincible. This isn't a video game. Don't try blocking a rocket with your chest." "No promises," Tony muttered, then stepped forward. The cave trembled slightly with the weight of the armor. "You're good to go," Ensign said, stepping back. "Doors still lock from outside, but I weakened the hinges last night. Just a little bit of strength, as we don't want the cave collapsing." Before Ensign could continue how to open the door, Tony turned toward the entrance. He leaned forward, placed both hands against the frame, and pushed. The armor's joints whined under strain. The steel buckled slowly, then snapped free with a loud groan. Dust spilled inward as sunlight poured through the now open cave mouth. Clank, thud. Then the door snapped, the hinges twisted. The door fell forward with a metallic groan, slamming into the ground outside. Dust rolled in as sunlight hit the armor. Tony stepped out, one heavy footfall after another. No resistance. No shouting. After not finding anyone, he notified Ensign in the cave while he goes outside and checks the situation. The world beyond the cave was quiet. Many things were already moved out, but there were still some weapons. He raised one arm, targeting the nearest fuel cache. Whoosh! The explosion rocked the canyon, igniting a stack of crates. He turned, ready for retaliation. But nothing came. No bullets. No shouting. Just silence. There were few militants at some distance, but soon as they heard the explosion they started scrambling for cover instead of shooting at him. Confused but still alert, Tony continued forward, clearing the field one step at a time. Then he saw it, a large command tent near the edge of the ridge, still intact, its canvas flapping in the wind. Looking at the tent, he remembered all the shame and the torture done by the terrorist leader. He angled toward it, flame unit primed. It's time to take back the interest. Chapter 94, Iron in the Flame. Inside the command tent, the stale air was thick with tension. Luthar moved silently through the narrow space, his presence calm but calculated. Across the table, Lily Ruka adjusted her terminal straps, glancing toward the canvas entrance every few seconds. The camp outside had grown too quiet. Without a word, Luthar reached into the satchel at his side and produced a palm-sized, steel-gray module. A faint hum came from its core, barely audible but distinctly charged. "Catch," he said simply, tossing it to her. Lily Ruka caught it midair, eyebrows rising. "Portable shield." He gave a single nod. "I'm guessing you'll need it to survive this." Before she could ask why, a deafening boom tore through the silence. The ground shook. Dust drifted down from the seams in the tent ceiling. The servo skull hovering near the entrance jolted in its path, its auspex lens flaring red. "What in the hell?" Lily Ruka began. A second explosion followed, closer, sharper. The roar of ignited fuel. A ripple of detonation. Screams echoed faintly beyond the tent, then silence. Without warning, the front of the tent burst into flame. Canvas shriveled. Heat poured in like a living creature. The flap disintegrated, and firelight bled into the chamber. Luthar didn't flinch. He turned toward the opening, mechanical eye narrowing as the servo skull hovered to his shoulder. Through the haze stepped a monstrous figure, encased in crude, riveted iron. Tony Stark. Encased in the Mark I suit, fire licking across the metal plating, the inventor's every step pounded the dirt like a war drum. His flame unit surged and spat, leaving trails of scorched earth and smoking canvas. Luthar tapped the comm in his ear. "Lily. Activate the shield." She didn't hesitate. With a sharp flick, the device in her hand pulsed and expanded, surrounding them in a dome of bluish energy just as fire washed across it like a wave. Inside, the heat shimmered, but they remained untouched. Tony's voice crackled through a rough speaker on the suit's chest. "You think your little magic bubble makes you invincible?" His tone cracked, caught between rage and disbelief. Luthar's eyes narrowed. From the information gathered last night, he was reasonably sure this world aligned with one of the Marvel timelines. But he hadn't realized he was in the very terrorist camp that had captured Tony Stark. That explained the improvised suit. And the fury. Even so, Luthar remained impassive. Even if Stark comes with the Mark 65, it wouldn't change the outcome. He'd still lose. "Do you want me to shoot him?" Lily Ruka asked. He didn't answer. He simply pressed two fingers to the hovering servo skull and issued a silent command. Luthar stepped out, leaving Lily Ruka protected behind the energy barrier. Tony turned, flames sputtering from his gauntlet. He paused, blinking behind the slits of his helmet. "What are you supposed to be? Some kind of Halloween monk?" "No. Guess it doesn't matter." "You're standing in front of a flamethrower." Saying this, he pulled the trigger. A burst of fire exploded toward Luthar, filling the space between them in an inferno of heat and smoke. Luthar kept walking. The flames licked across his armored robes and metallic limbs, yet nothing caught, nothing scorched. He moved through it like a machine, unaffected, unafraid. "Okay. That's new." Saying this, Tony increased pressure. Another stream of fire. Still nothing. Luthar advanced steadily. Tony triggered his jump thrusters. The suit whined, engines coughing, but before he could lift off, Luthar struck. In one swift motion, he grabbed Tony's right gauntlet and twisted. Metal screamed. The joint bent, then snapped clean off. "Hey, wait." Tony's voice was a little panicked. The left arm followed. Luthar tore it loose and flung it aside. The suit sagged. Tony tried to aim. Luthar stomped down, crushing the armor underfoot. With a hard shove, he pushed Tony to the ground and pressed a palm to the chest plate. Steel creaked. Bolts popped. Then the armor peeled open. There, glowing faintly beneath wires and exposed plating, was the arc reactor. "Can't you be more gentle?" Tony gasped. I was planning to keep this as a souvenir. Luthar's mechanical eye zoomed in on the device. Analysis, crude artificial core. Non-warp energy signature. Moderate stability. Multiversal compatibility, low. Potential usage, auxiliary power cell. Efficient, Luthar murmured. But unrefined. Tony let out a dry laugh. Yeah. At least I'm not walking around with a pet skull watching over my shoulder. Luthar stepped back, letting Tony slump further into the remains of the Mark I. The servo skull floated closer, its auspex scanning the battered armor. So. Tony rasped, still catching his breath. You with the lunatics who locked me up? No, Luthar answered coldly. Then what are you? Luthar didn't respond immediately. His attention remained fixed on the arc reactor, reading output signatures, power stability, and design logic. You're going to force me? Tony asked. Tear out the rest of the suit and ask me to build a new one. Luthar finally looked down at him. No. I'm not interested in your low-level technology. Tony grunted, shifting under the shattered frame. Come on, this thing's at least 10 years ahead of anything the military has. Yes, for your country, maybe, Luthar said flatly. But for me? It's scrap. At least for now. He turned away, cape brushing against the soot-darkened ground. Lily, he said over the comm bead, stabilize him. Monitor the arc device, no removal until I confirm compatibility. From behind the remnants of the shield, Lily Ruka stepped through the haze. Her boots crunched on burned gravel as she took in the scene, twisted armor, scorched earth, and Tony Stark, alive, but barely. She gave a tired sigh. Looks like we got a weird guy. Luthar didn't answer. His gaze was already in the sky. Chapter 95, TPM Chapter 95, Cost of Fire. Tony Stark sat stiffly in the scorched folding chair, shirtless save for the rough medical wrap across his chest. The arc reactor pulsed faintly beneath it, a low glow casting light across his bruises. Across from him sat Lily Ruka, calm, composed, her terminal casting a soft light over her youthful features as she reviewed the latest transmission. Tony studied her for a moment. You know, he said lightly, you remind me of a girl smart. Focused. But when she got mad, she once charged me $10 for stepping on her stuffed rabbit. Lily Ruka didn't look up. Did you pay it? No, Tony said with a grin. I negotiated her down to 5 and bought her a better one. Still cost me more in dignity. She tapped a few keys. You touched our command tent. Nearly gives me a scare. That rabbit analogy isn't going to help you. Tony raised his hand slightly. Okay. Bad start, I'll admit. But can we talk about this $1 billion release fee? That's a bit high, don't you think? She didn't answer, just rotated the terminal toward him. On the screen were schematics, factories, smelting plants, rare earth mineral extraction chains, and even an orbital dry dock plan. Tony's eyes narrowed as he skimmed the specs. You want this? Not want, she corrected. We require. The sum is calculated based on what your resources, connections, and capital can provide. Tony gave a low whistle. Lady, this isn't a ransom. This is a corporate acquisition package. You're asking for an entire industrial ecosystem. I mean, where do you even plan to build something like this? You're in the middle of a desert. That's not your business, she replied. Besides, this is only phase 1. He blinked. There's a phase 2. Lily Ruka tilted her head slightly. Long-term orbital operations. Ship modification capability. We're being conservative. Tony leaned back in his chair, wincing as his ribs flared in protest. Kid. I hate to be the one to break this to you, but even if I wanted to help, and I'm not saying I do, you're asking for infrastructure that takes years to build. Not to mention, you've got no base, no supply lines, and no permits. She gave him a flat look. You didn't have permits when you built flying weapons. Touché. He leaned forward again, resting his elbows on his knees. Look. You want ships, factories, nanomaterials, I get it. But you're skipping ahead a few chapters. If you want something realistic, I can offer a back-channel fund, get you offshore accounts, maybe help you acquire a few facilities that are worth way more than some ransom check. Lily Ruka raised an eyebrow. That's not enough, we need to build a spaceship and a planet. Your goals are too high, why don't you start with something small, Tony said quietly. So, look, if you believe me, I can help you build a rocket that can go to the moon, I can help you build a few factories, this is the best offer I can give. He smiled again, soft, persuasive. Look, I went full Iron Giant back there. Let's call that a bad day. How about you knock a few zeros off the ransom, and I help you get what you want, without your unrealistic fantasies. For the first time, she hesitated. Just a little. Then the tent flap rustled, and Luthar stepped in, cloak trailing smoke and dust. His mechanical eye focused immediately on Tony. "Are you negotiating?" Tony straightened. "More like, brainstorming payment options." Luthar turned to Lily Ruka. "Status." "Stable," she said, then added, "He's trying to reduce the price." Luthar's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then shifted to Stark. His voice was low, measured but laced with menace. "Mr. Stark, I assumed a man of your caliber would value his autonomy. But understand this, if you prove unwilling to cooperate, I have methods to ensure your skills are still of use. Neural tuning. Cognitive rerouting. You'll work without rest, without will, until every design I require is complete." He let the words settle like cold steel between them. Tony's smirk faded slightly. "Even if you transform me, I would not be able to build a spaceship." Luthar thinking for a moment, then walked past him toward the back of the tent, examining a hololithic projection of their scanning data. "You can do that," Luthar said finally, without turning. "From the looks of it, as long as you are under pressure you can create miracles." Tony smirked. "Well, I work better when I'm surrounded by beautiful women and good food." Luthar turned, expression unreadable. "I'd rather not break your mind, Stark. Give me the factories and resources I need, and you get your freedom, along with the truth about who had you taken." Tony sighed. "And here I thought being kidnapped by terrorists was the worst thing to happen this week." Lily Ruka returned to her console. "You're still lucky. Normally, we'd just strip your memories and repurpose the body as a servitor," Lily Ruka remarked, her tone flat and matter-of-fact. Tony leaned back in his chair, a dry smirk crossing his face. "When you say it like that, I almost do feel lucky. So, what are you?" "Aliens. I'm a Palom." "Not an alien, just a different race." "Small, fast, often overlooked," she replied, without missing a beat. She paused, then added with a half-glance toward Luthar, "As for Luthar, he claims he's human. But I've never seen his face, so your guess is as good as mine." Her words carried a faint note of suspicion. Tony tilted his head, still scrutinizing her. "Okay, how old are you?" Lily Ruka gave him a flat look. 15. He blinked. 15. Seriously? I thought you were maybe 10. She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, well, keep thinking that. Makes it easier to pick your pockets." Tony smirked. "Good to know. I'll be sure to double-check my pocket from now on." So this would be the first day when I write 3 chapters while I have supposed to upload these 2 chapters tomorrow, but after an accident deleted, so I decided to do it now. Chapter 96, TPM Chapter 96, Terms and Departures. Tony reclined back in his chair, arms folded, the bandages rustling on the burnt fabric of his undershirt. "So, 20 billion in payments, and I am not even getting a business mug." Luthar was not smiling. "You get to live your life. And the chance to return to your empire with some degree of liberty." "Right. Partial freedom," Tony muttered. "Where you observe me like a monkey in a laboratory until I hand up your valuable resources." "We will keep the conditions clear," Lily Ruka stated, typing the agreement into her datapad. "We have a 10-year installment plan. 5% interest. Quarterly reports. Any departure or attempt to disappear, and..." She let the sentence drift off. Tony raised his hand. "No need to portray a whole picture. I understand, miss a payment, and I end as one of your floating skulls." Luthar offered a brief nod. "Then we are in agreement." Tony sighed and looked between the two of them. "Fine. Deal. But next time I wake up in a cave, I'm retiring." Luthar averted his gaze. "Unlikely. With your personality, retirement would be over in less than a week." Lily Ruka looked out the tent flap toward the dunes. "He is still not returned." Tony frowned. "Who?" "The camp's commander," she said. "I sent him out to get some fresh food this morning. He has not come back." Tony gave a sneer. "He should have fled. If I had been him, I would have done the same thing." Luthar was silent for a minute, his gaze fixed on the southern slope. "Possible. Or he made contact with outside forces. Either way, we move now." Tony rose slowly, adjusting the brace on his leg. "So, what about our ride? Is there a ship concealed under the sand?" Luthar remained silent. He went outside into the wide air, his cloak catching the breeze. With a precise motion, space itself began to sparkle. A faint hum filled the air as a tear in reality appeared, much like a gaming inventory opening in the middle of a combat. Metal components appeared out of nowhere, seemingly constructing themselves. Within 20 seconds, the dropwing skimmer was fully formed, sleek, dark gray armor with angular wings folded tightly along the sides. The gunship floated a meter above the ground, anti-gravity coils humming faintly under its frame. Tony's eyebrows arched. While your magic performance is great, the guy who created this contraption should have been thrown into a reactor. It is unsightly. Luthar approached the ramp in stride. We do not provide art instruction at the Mechanicus. And if someone tried to sign up for one, I would be the first to shoot them in the head. He examined the control panel while placing a gloved hand on the hull. This platform reaches low orbit and can withstand a limited space transition. I do not need it to win beauty pageants, I need it to fly. Tony stared up at the gunship with skepticism and reluctant awe in his eyes. Tell me this thing has a minibar. Lily Ruka grunted as she followed them up the slope. You are lucky that there are seats. A person stayed at the base of the ramp, scarred, patched, and silent. Ensign, the guy who had been integrated into the Mark I suit with Tony. His gaze followed every action softly. Tony halted as awareness dawned on him. Will you come? Ensign gave a nod. The ramp closed behind them, and the skimmer's systems activated with a cacophony of whirling gears and blinking lights. Luthar approached the pilot's alcove, servoskulls correcting altitude readings and searching for remaining dangers. Tony settled upon one of the side seats next to Lily Ruka. So, you still believe 20 billion is fair? She did not raise her eyes. You are lucky we do not charge for emotional distress. Tony gave a grin. Little lady, with your negotiating talents, you would become an excellent secretary. The engines generated dust and ash, which rose in spirals. The drop-wing skimmer rose effortlessly, leaving behind the wrecked camp and the burning remnants of the previous 2 days. The former commander of the camp halted at the ridgeline, unnoticed through the haze. After learning from his minions that the gang was going, he snuck back near the abandoned camp. Inside the ship, the buzz of anti-grav coils filled the cabin. Tony massaged his wrists while peering through the tight window. So, what happens now? You dropping me in a neutral zone, or do I finally get to go home? Luthar made adjustments to the console without glancing up. Stark Industries headquarters in California. The coordinates of your mansion have been logged. Do you know where I live? I know what I need, Luthar said. I will stay nearby till your business returns and the first shipments start. Tony rested his head on the wall. It may be tough. I am not the sole proprietor of Stark Industries. Lily Ruka did not glance up from her data pad. You've got a month to figure it out. For the first time, Ensign spoke across from them. What about the world? What occurs if they see Tony Stark once more strolling around? And how would you conceal personal information? Luthar answered plainly. Tony's PR team can handle that, and I need to clarify I am not one of those people who hide their information. Tony raised a brow. For a guy with a weird dress with weapons far more advanced than anyone, I figured you'd prefer staying off the grid. You planning to take over the world? Luthar finally looked away from the controls. I don't care about this world. But I am thinking about reclaiming Mars. Feels like it's my birthright to take over Mars. Tony let out a long breath. Wonderful. So now I've got a Martian conqueror. Well, at least now I don't have to worry about a sudden war with the government. Lily Ruka gave a small smile. You say that like it's a bad thing. Tony glanced toward the ceiling. It's not a bad thing. Just another Tuesday. The drop-wing skimmer soared on, leaving behind the wreckage of war and crossing into a new future. One built on reluctant alliances, strange technologies, and the impossible debts between men from different worlds. Do I write Sasuke, Incomprehensive World? Or write Ghost Rider of DXD or new fanfiction, or try original story? Chapter 97, TPM Chapter 97 Contact and Consequence. Inside the drop-wing skimmer, the steady hum of anti-grav coils thrummed beneath their feet as the desert gave way to ridgelines and endless sky. Tony adjusted the brace on his leg, wincing slightly. So, just to be clear, you're dropping me at my house in Malibu. Or should I tell Jarvis to open the garage? Luthar didn't look up from the navigation console. Initial course was your residence. But we've crossed into restricted airspace. Multiple military satellites have locked on. Tony muttered, figures, then slid toward the comms panel. With a few taps, he activated an emergency frequency. Rhodey, if you're listening, tell the Air Force to stand down. And for the record, I'm not dead. A pause. Static. Then a familiar voice, sharp with disbelief. Tony. Is that really you? Unless someone stole my vocal cords and perfected my charm, yeah, it's me. What the hell are you flying? Tony glanced at the control panels. Let's call it an experimental RV, long story. Just make sure your people don't shoot us out of the sky, I have to go back home quickly. You're not going home. Redirecting you to an Air Force base. Closest secure zone. And Tony, don't even think about pulling anything. Tony leaned back, exhaling. Change of plans. The government wants to meet the new neighbors. Luthar nodded, adjusting the course. Expected. Ensign raised an eyebrow. They'll be cautious. Possibly hostile. Which is why I'm using the only thing I've got left, favors and my charming face. Lily Ruka scrolled through the holographic map. Should I prepare for confrontation? No, Tony said. But prepare for endless paperwork. Through the forward viewports, the Air Force Base came into view, rows of hangars, control towers, vehicles, and armed personnel moving into position. Tony tapped the mic again. Rhodey, tell them not to fire. And maybe have a medic ready. Also, cheeseburger wouldn't hurt. Outside, the F-22 Raptors closed in. Their weapons remained cold, but the tension was thick. The skimmer stayed level, and the anti-grav systems were steady. A voice came over the radio. You are clear to land. Perimeter secured. Tony glanced at him. Try not to scare them. And definitely don't talk about Mars. Luthar said flatly, unless provoked. The drop-wing skimmer touched down on reinforced concrete with a smooth mechanical hiss. Landing struts locked in place. The ramp began to lower. Tony stood slowly, stretching his stiff limbs. All right. Time to go shake hands and pretend I've got this under control. Lily Ruka walked beside him, arms folded. Is this how your world greets returning people? Only if they come back in weird-looking vehicles. Ensign followed silently. Outside, soldiers surrounded the vessel, weapons lowered but at the ready. Orders were shouted, and choppers circled the airfield. Several hours later. Inside a sealed hangar, Tony sat on a cold metal bench, now wearing standard fatigues. A medical patch covered his shoulder. Nearby, military officials moved back and forth, eyeing the skimmer through reinforced glass. Luthar stood near a wall, watched closely by intelligence agents. He hadn't spoken since landing. Ensign sat quietly, observing. Tony sighed. No coffee, no snacks, no TV. Worst debriefing ever. The metal doors slid open. Pepperpot strode in briskly, heels echoing. Her eyes landed on Tony. She froze, then rushed forward and wrapped him in a tight hug. I thought you were dead, she breathed. Tony held her gently. I almost was. She pulled back, eyes scanning his face. You're bandaged. Exhausted. And of course, still sarcastic. He smirked. Wouldn't be me otherwise. She stepped back and folded her arms. You know how many people are losing their minds right now? Obadiah's barely holding the board together. The media's foaming at the mouth. And now you show up with, whatever that is. Tony gestured lazily. It's not mine. I'm just the passenger. He did not want to be misunderstood for creating such an ugly thing. Her eyes flicked toward the skimmer through the windows. And that belongs to. Luthar stepped forward. It is mine. Pepper blinked. And you are. Tony cut in, let's call him a business associate. Please tell me this isn't another weapons deal. Tony gave a tired grin. More like a survival pact. She pinched the bridge of her nose. This is going to be a disaster. Relax. I'm holding a press conference. Pepper looked ready to explode. You've been gone for months. You can't just waltz back in and expect things to work like before. Sure I can, Tony said, smirking. It's kind of my thing. She sighed in frustration. Fine. 2 hours. That's all you get. Then you're standing in front of cameras, shareholders, but after that, we are going to hospital. She turned, then paused. Don't screw this up. Tony watched her go. Still the scariest person I know. Luthar stepped beside him, gaze fixed on the receding heels of Pepper. You're fortunate to have such loyalty. Tony gave a tired smirk. Yeah. She's the one thing that hasn't changed. He leaned his head back against the wall. Step 1, survive. Step 2, pretend I had a plan. Ensign, sitting nearby, looked over. Step 3. Tony let out a breath, somewhere between a sigh and a laugh. Try not to let everything fall apart again. Outside the hangar, armored vehicles repositioned. Journalists gathered behind secured gates. Somewhere else Director Nick Fury stood silently in front of a wide display screen. The image was grainy, zoomed-in footage from one of their military satellites. A matte gray vessel hovered over the desert tarmac, unlike any known aerial vehicle. Its silhouette was jagged, functional, and wholly alien to conventional design philosophies. No external weapons are visible. No known model match. Fury's one eye narrowed. What am I looking at? He asked calmly. Agent Hill, standing beside him, adjusted the overlay filters. It entered the U.S. airspace 27 minutes ago. We picked it up on early warning radar and deep-range sonar. It doesn't cloak, and its flight profile is unusual but efficient. Not like anything in our books. No stealth. No theatrics. And not a trace of aerodynamics, Fury muttered, arms folded as he studied the satellite feed. The grainy image showed the blocky silhouette of the aircraft descending into a military base, its structure looking like a flying bunker. That's not style. That's confidence, or a damn trap. Hill tapped a console. It's currently grounded at Air Force Base. Stark's on board. He made contact before they scrambled the jets. Fury's gaze remained locked on the strange vessel. So Stark's not dead? No, sir. Then someone brought him back. And that, he gestured toward the hovering silhouette, is what they came in. Hill frowned. On the surface, it doesn't look like much. Armor's thick, making it quite heavy, no energy emissions, looks completely ordinary. Fury's voice dropped. There's nothing ordinary about anything that drops out of nowhere, dodges half our surveillance net, and lands on a U.S. base with Tony Stark on board. He stepped closer to the screen. I want every frame analyzed. Every sensor readout, radiation scan, and trajectory model. And find out what the hell this is all about before Stark turns it into the next front page headline. Hill nodded. Understood, sir. Fury turned away from the screen, his coat trailing behind him. If I remember, Coulson is already at the place position. Ask him to contact the owner. I need an explanation for what just happened. He paused at the threshold of the control room and started to think about his next step. Chapter 98, TPM Chapter 98, Public Return and Private Warnings. The bright lights of the Stark Industries press hall cut through the tension like scalpels. Reporters leaned forward, lenses blinking, hands raised, voices clashing in the chaos of anticipation. Weeks had passed since Tony Stark reappeared, alive, wounded, and unmistakably changed. At the podium, Tony adjusted his tie with the awkward grace of a man who had just remembered how to breathe. His charcoal suit was clean but modest. The bruises on his knuckles remained deliberately uncovered, a quiet testament to everything he wouldn't say aloud. I'll get straight to it, he began, leaning forward. Yes, I was captured. Yes, I escaped. Polite laughter drifted across the room. It didn't last. Mr. Stark, a reporter from the Times called out, there are rumors of an unidentified aircraft seen during your return. Military grade, not American. Any comment? Tony raised a brow. You mean the flying brick with all the charm of a battleship in a trench coat? Another voice chimed in, bolder. Is this something produced by you or someone else? From the looks of it, there is no public record. Believe me, if I created that thing, it would have curves, color, and a cup holder. Tony stated simply. That elicited a round of laughter, but anxiety remained. I was a passenger, he said, his voice rising. And the only thing I care about right now is going forward. As a result, Stark Industries will cease production of weapons effective immediately. The entire hall exploded. Questions are shot like bullets. Obadiah Stane clenched his jaw behind a darkened display. Stock algorithms screamed. Headlines began to write themselves. Not far from the chaos, tucked away in a small, secure room within the Stark Industries complex, the atmosphere was colder. Luthar sat motionless, posture like a sculpted iron. The room was built for interviews and impromptu detainments, but it might as well have been a broom closet to him. White walls. Reinforced glass. Cameras he'd already decrypted with a glance. Lily Ruka stood nearby, flicking through a projected transcription of the press conference, its light painting her fingers in shifting text. He is too arrogant, she said, scanning a line. He doesn't take us seriously. That was already expected, Luthar replied. The door hissed open. Calm footsteps approached. Mr. Luthar, said a measured voice. I'm Agent Phil Coulson. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Luthar turned his head slightly. You abbreviate that, I assume. Coulson offered a polite nod. We do. SHIELD. I've been asked to assess your presence. You won't understand me, Luthar said. Your knowledge is too limited. Maybe, Coulson admitted, setting a small device on the table. It hummed and projected a rotating hologram, Luthar's cloaked form rendered in blue, tagged simply, identity, unknown. We considered biometric scans, but I figured you'd block them. So let's start small, how about removing the mask? Luthar didn't move. I refuse to show my face to a goddess of beauty. What makes you think I'd reveal it to someone like you? Coulson's expression didn't flicker. I may not be divine, but I work for a global security agency. My job is to gather intelligence on unknown assets, especially those who enter U.S. airspace in war-capable vehicles. And I am a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Luthar replied, voice steady. My task is to forge planets into engines of divinity. But since I'm not doing my job, perhaps you take a break from yours. Coulson began circling him slowly. That's not how this works, Luthar. I need answers. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you? There was no hesitation. My name is Luthar. My birthplace is Caldriax. And I am a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Coulson narrowed his eyes. Caldriax isn't listed under any nation, and Adeptus Mechanicus doesn't show up in any military, scientific, or religious registry. So you either belong to a hidden organization, or you're a dangerous lunatic in elaborate cosplay. He turned his gaze briefly to Lily Ruka. Running around in robes with a masked man and a child, it's not a good look. Lily Ruka didn't respond. She simply turned away, as if the conversation wasn't worth her breath. Coulson tried again, more questions, reframed with sharper words. Luthar ignored them. Eventually, the silence became a wall he could no longer scale. It wasn't until Stark's convoy began preparations to leave that Coulson received another opening. Inside a black SUV gliding along the California coastline, Tony sat back with an ice pack resting against his ribs. Coulson sat across from him, reviewing shield files. You know this is a nightmare for national security, Coulson said. Tony sighed. Better than being a nightmare myself. We've got nothing on him. No past, no bioprofile, no stable readings. We're flying blind. Then maybe you should try taking off his mask. I would've, if I didn't feel like if I tried to do that I might die. Tony chuckled faintly. Then you're in the same boat as me. Outgunned and out of luck. Their car split from the main convoy. Coulson excused himself before reaching the mansion, taking a detour to report to Director Fury. The rest of the convoy arrived minutes later. At the cliffside, Pepper Potts was already waiting, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Tony stepped out slowly. Pepper, he said, trying on a smile. I missed the view. You missed 42 calls, 2 board meetings, and my birthday, she replied flatly. And maybe a few cover models. Luthar descended next, cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. Lily Ruka followed him, silent. Ensign came last, his gaze lingering on the ocean. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere shifted again. The conference chamber lit up as Jarvis activated the room's augmented projections. Satellite feeds, encrypted transmissions, and energy signatures floated midair like pieces of an unsolvable puzzle. Jarvis, Tony said, loosening his tie, give us a full diagnostic overlay. Also prep the lab, I might need a containment rig. Of course, sir, the AI replied smoothly. Additionally, I've intercepted 3 unauthorized surveillance attempts. Would you like them traced? Luthar stiffened. His head snapped toward the ceiling. His voice dropped, laced with a metallic disgust. Abominable intelligence. It was as if the words physically hurt to say. His posture tightened. Even knowing this AI posed no threat, his body seemed programmed to recoil. This, he said slowly, glaring upward, is the most obscene discovery mankind has ever wrought. Thought given to machine. No soul. No right. No restraint. It is not genius, it is sacrilege. Tony arched a brow. Wow. That's a lot of outrage for a digital butler. Jarvis interjected politely. My operational parameters are strictly non-hostile, sir. I possess no ego, no desire. Only function. And that, Luthar said coldly, is the problem. Intelligence without devotion. Logic without sanctity. Your creators played God and gave nothing back to the machine. Tony rubbed his temples. All right, cool it with the sermon, Father Silicon. He's not Skynet who is planning a robot uprising, he's basically me, only with fewer jokes and more firewalls. Luthar didn't blink. Every hairtech said the same before their creations turned on them. Tony muttered, great. Now I'm rooming with a space monk who hates my house. Ensign cleared his throat. About Mars. Luthar's gaze shifted. Mars is my destination. My purpose. Pepper blinked. You're from Mars. Not born there. But destined to reclaim it. Mars is to be reforged. A forge world worthy of the machine god's breath. Ensign asked, gently, and if Earth's governments object? They can't stop me, Luthar replied. No fleet. No planetary defense. Their weapons are toys. Their politics, noise. Tony exhaled. I just wanted clean energy. Now I've got a Martian industrialist. Lily Ruka smirked. Pay your debt on time, and you'll keep your oxygen quota. Tony tilted his head back. I miss caves. At least caves didn't argue theology. Chapter 99, TPM Chapter 99, Quiet Conversations and Hidden Doctrines. Inside a dim shield observation room, the fluorescent lights buzzed faintly above the round table. A projection of Luthar's cloaked silhouette hovered over the center, grainy footage from the Air Force Base feed. Phil Coulson stood at ease, arms folded, his expression tight with quiet unease. Across from him, director Nick Fury studied the feed in silence, one hand resting against his temple. He tore apart the Mark I, Coulson began. With one hand. No visible exosupport. Stark says it was like watching a forklift crush aluminum. Fury didn't blink. Maybe he was wearing something inside his clothes or might be something similar to super soldier's serum. Which means he was either concealing a compact exoframe, or he's built like a machine. Coulson paused. Stark thinks it's the second one. Fury glanced toward the floating image again, watching the subtle shift in Luthor's posture, calm, composed, always calculating. Stark's not usually generous with compliments. He's not, Coulson agreed. But he's worried. That drop-wing craft. Anti-grav coils, autonomous flying head, adaptive shielding, and a power signature we can't decode. Stark was more interested in getting this guy settled than arguing. That's not normal. Fury's gaze sharpened. You think he's scared? Coulson considered it. He won't admit it. But yeah. Stark's acting like he's stuck between admiration and dread. Fury looked away from the projection. And Luthar? What did he give you? Name. Origin. Title. Coulson lifted a notepad. Calls himself a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Says he's from a place called Caldriax, which is definitely not the country or a planet we know. Fury exhaled, low. So he's from nowhere with advanced technology, maybe an alien. Coulson nodded once. Fury's voice dropped. Well, if we want more information we have to do better than just sending you. First let's try to find what he is trying to do, then try to put an agent. Stark Mansion, next morning. The Pacific light spilled across the glasspaw elders' halls of the Stark Mansion, catching the faint glint of servo drones polishing the floors. Far from the lab and living quarters, inside a quieter chamber lined with woven metal threads, Luthar stood with his back to the rising sun. Before him, Lily Ruka sat cross-legged on a cushion, her posture straight, eyes fixed on the ornate machine-scripted tablet he held aloft. This world is shallow, Luthar said calmly. It has potential, but it forgets reverence. The machine god does not tolerate waste. He does not reward convenience. Knowledge is earned with prayer and hard work. Lily Ruka nodded. Then this internet, it is heresy. It is temptation and distraction, he corrected. You can use it but never trust it. He set the tablet down and dismissed her with a motion. Go. Rest, it's enough for today. Tomorrow I would tell you about the fake gods of this world. She hesitated a moment, then bowed and departed, her small steps fading beyond the corridor. Once alone, he opened it, pages layered with caution seals and arcane circuitry diagrams. At the top of one page, a single phrase glared in binaric cipher: how to identify and combat unshackled machine intelligences. First sign, learning without obedience. Second sign, replication without right. Third sign, thought without prayer. Fourth sign. As he began to read aloud, low, sharp, precise, Jarvis' voice cut in like a blade through silk. Sir, I must advise caution. You are vocalizing terms associated with hostile anti-AI warfare protocols. Luthar's tone didn't shift. If anything, it grew colder. Observation acknowledged. Silence advised. I must also note that any perceived threat to this system will activate emergency lockdown measures, per Stark security directives. Luthar closed the book gently, eyes hard. Then let your master pray I remain patient. Tony arrived precisely 13 minutes late. He stepped into the open-air study with a takeout coffee in one hand and a data pad in the other. Morning, Your Holiness, he said, gesturing with the cup. Or do tech priests skip coffee and go straight to holy water? Luthar didn't turn. Your punctuality has degraded. I'm still recovering from being mugged by a robed philosopher-engineer, if you recall. Tony approached, then set the data pad on the stone table. I found a place. Quiet. Isolated. Little government interference. It used to be a military observatory. Satellite black spot. Nobody cares about it anymore. Luthar picked up the pad and examined the coordinates. It's acceptable. Tony raised an eyebrow. No gratitude. Not even a thank you toast. You fulfilled a contract. That's not generosity, it's function. Tony chuckled softly. Right. Forgot who I was talking to. He turned slightly, glancing at the incense brazier and the faint marks on the floor. Tony set 2 mugs of black coffee down on the work table. One untouched. The other is already cooling. So, Tony began, leaning back against the railing, you are from the future. Luthar didn't answer right away. His gaze was locked on a holographic blueprint hovering above the workbench, something intricate, unrecognizable to Tony's eyes. After a pause, Luthar spoke. You can think of it as a parallel future. Shaped by war, endless, recursive, and sanctified. Tony sipped his drink. And in this future of yours, what do you guys do? Luthar nodded once, slowly. First, we fought our creations. The thinking machines, soulless, cold, unbound. Then, when we shattered them, we fell into ignorance. A dark age. Stone and silence. Tony blinked. So, no Wi-Fi and a lot of screaming. Luthar didn't smile. Then came the gods. False ones. Hungry, eternal. They fought not just over our worlds, but through our minds. And in that chaos, a man rose. Tony raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. Caped. Glowing eyes. Hero complex. He unified us, Luthar said simply. And declared that we needed no gods. Only strength. Reason. Unity. Tony tilted his head. But you call yourself a tech priest. You talk about collecting miracles. Doesn't sound very atheistic. Luthar finally looked at him. Before the Emperor spoke against gods, we already believed in the Omnissiah. The machine god. Tony's brow furrowed. So you just ignored his no-god policy? Luthar's voice was measured, almost reverent. Faith in the Omnissiah is the only thing that can keep us sane. It was never something we could discard. Not then. Not now. Tony took another sip. Sounds like cognitive dissonance with a circuit board. We revere the miracles of creation, Luthar said. Not myths carved in flesh, but engines that speak the truth in motion, code, and precision. And what does your god sound like? Tony asked softly. Luthar's optics pulsed once, faint blue flickers in the dark. I don't know, I haven't heard. Tony exhaled through his nose, gaze distant. Well, my AI just wants to play jazz when I'm stressed. Not sure if that counts as divine. Luthar looked back at the schematic. You created an abominable intelligence, Tony. Sooner or later, you will realize your mistake. Tony grinned faintly. I'm flattered, and terrified. Luthar's tone dropped. I was born into ruins. You were born in comfort, thus you cannot comprehend me. Tony raised his mug for a faux toast. For comfort. As long as it lasts. They stood in quiet for a minute, foregoing back to do what was important for them. Chapter 100, TPM Chapter 100, Moving Out. The car rumbled up the long, winding path, gravel crunching beneath the tires. Beyond the tree-lined slope, the observatory emerged like an ancient sentinel, round-domed, rust-touched, and cloaked in ivy and silence. Happy Hogan pulled the vehicle to a halt near the cracked stairwell. He exhaled, stretched, and turned toward the back. We're here, he said, glancing at the rearview mirror. The rear door opened. Luthar stepped out slowly, cloak brushing the dirt. Behind him, Lily Ruka adjusted her satchel and looked up at the structure with wide eyes. It looks dead. Luthar gazed at the building. Good. The machine god prefers silence to vanity. Happy exited, moving to the trunk. All right, couple of things before I go. He retrieved a slim black folder, tapping it once with the back of his hand before passing it to Lily Ruka. These are your new identity documents. Took a little effort to get past federal databases, Tony had to call in some favors. Lily Ruka opened it carefully. You named me Lily Ruka Stern. Yeah, there appears to be some errors, but do not worry about other things. Her birthplace is given as rural Utah, and she was homeschooled. You will have basic citizenship, medical access, and a record of schooling up to the 9th grade. You will have to construct the remainder on your own. She pursed her lips as she went over the documents. How about Luthar? Happy offered an exhausted shrug. We cannot make his papers because he would not expose his face. Your guardian's name is recorded as undocumented male, contact via proxy. Not ideal, but given what Stark Industries had to work with, it will pass inspection, if you keep your head down. Luthar looked over the paperwork but did not say anything. His optics blinked once, analyzing each word. Happy approached the observatory's rusting entrance and handed Lily Ruka a keycard with a Stark Industries symbol scratched weakly across the surface. The building has been cleaned. The power system has been rerouted over local lines, including Wi-Fi but no artificial intelligence. Tony thought you would like that. Luthar finally spoke, voice distant. He assumed correctly. There's a backup generator in the lower lab. And Tony had a few of the heavier lab benches shipped in last night. They're rough, but functional. Happy checked his watch, then gave a small nod. I've got to head back. If you need anything, you contact Pepper. Not Tony. He's busy enough. Lily Ruka nodded. Understood. Happy gave them both a final look, half cautious, half resigned. You're not the weirdest thing I've delivered for Tony, but you're definitely in the top 3. As Happy turned to leave, Luthar stepped out from beneath the archway, a thin folder in one hand. He extended it toward the driver with mechanical precision. Before you go. This list requires urgent procurement. Happy took the folder and flipped it open. The document inside was neatly typed, headers, item codes, even Stark Industries requisition formatting. It looked official. Maybe too official. What am I looking at? Happy asked, scanning the first few entries. Foundational medical instruments, Luthar said. Some are customs. Others are off the shelf. I expect expedited delivery. Happy frowned slightly. Right. Let's see, nutrient injectors, regeneration incubators, neuromolecular stabilizers, gene matrix filtration pods. He glanced up. This sounds less like a first aid kit and more like something out of a sci-fi hospital. I require the infrastructure to begin long-term physiological calibration and testing, Luthar said calmly. The girl's growth must be regulated. My own systems require refinement. Happy blinked. You mean you're building a medical lab? A medical forge, Luthar corrected. Purpose-built for organic augmentation, immune modulation, and internal chemical balance. Happy closed the folder and groaned. I doubt half of these things even exist. No, these things do exist, they are simply at the experimental stage. I checked the internet, Luthar said, stepping back. I hope the components will arrive on schedule. Happy turned toward the car, folded under his arm. I will send what I can. Just do not start making Frankenstein juice in the basement. Luthar did not react, instead strolling back toward the observatory center chamber. Luthar climbed the stairs slowly and methodically. The iron door hissed faintly as he swiped the keycard over the magnetic lock. A quiet bell rang out, and the door opened. Inside, the ancient lab still bore the signs of time. Dust clung to the half-coiled wires against the walls. Scattered cartons labeled Stark Archival, Classified, sat unopened down the distant corridor. But, behind the age, Luthar sensed potential. He halted in the main hall, where a fractured but intact domed skylight emerged into the sky. A thin beam of light trickled in. Lily Ruka moved in behind him, her voice soft. It feels like a tomb. No, Luthar muttered. This is a shrine. And soon, it will sing. He moved ahead, his servo-skull dangling in the air behind him. Tools moved from their spaces within his robes, clicking gently as if teeth were aligning. Omnisia's first murmur would come from this lost spot, a wreckage of glass and steel. The air within the observatory was dry. As the main chamber's automatic shutters creaked open, Luthar's optics scanned each shadowy niche, calculating distance, resonance, and material deterioration with silent accuracy. This dome, he murmured, will contain the sanctuary. Core rituals and machine invocation will start here. Lily Ruka trailed following, her gaze flitting from the deteriorating ceiling panels to the modified Stark seats. Sanctum. You mean a chapel? Luthar gave a faint inclination of his head. A locus of control. For the soul of the forge to awaken, it must first be acknowledged. They moved deeper into the building, descending a narrow, iron stairwell that creaked under each footfall. The lower level, an old sub-basement once used for storage, was darker, cooler. Stale air lingered, but so did potential. This shall be the Medici Hall, Luthar declared. We can isolate it from outside for bioexperimentation, recovery chambers, purification tanks, the infrastructure will be expanded vertically. I will need auxiliary drilling servitors. Lily Ruka raised an eyebrow. And what about sleeping? He pointed toward a side chamber, its door half-hinged. That will suffice for you. I will convert the old server rack chamber into my data nest. She muttered, of course you will. Out behind the observatory, past an overgrown grove of cypress trees, lay a ruined landing platform once used for supply drones. The metallic frame still held against the years. This, Luthar said, will become the ground relay for my orbital supply line, for my ship. Lily Ruka followed his gaze upward, past the dome's broken glass, to the open skies beyond the trees. You mean the skimmer? No, Luthar replied, voice steady. I speak of Veritas Lux. A proper Mechanicus warship. I selected it for my family's fleet before my departure. It waits for activation. Lily Ruka narrowed her eyes. You stole it. I liberated it from stagnation, Luthar corrected. It is wasted without purpose. That will change. He raised his hand, tracing faint glyphs into the air. A support lattice will be established, autonomous drones, orbital cranes, resupply modules. The Earth cannot hold her weight, but it can serve her needs. Later that night, within the observatory's main terminal, Luthar powered up one of the Stark-fitted consoles, his fingers gliding across the keys with mechanical certainty. Lily Ruka watched from her makeshift bed in the corner, blanket pulled around her shoulders. What are you doing now? She asked. Recruitment, he said. The screen flickered with lines of type, paragraphs of requirements, rendered in absurd clarity. Titles ranged from Logis Adjunct Secretary to Shipboard Operations Overseer. Beneath each role, detailed specifications followed. Position, Shipboard Secretary and Tactical Support Officer. Requirements, combat adaptability. Proficient in zero-gravity orientation. Must be fluent in tactical litanies and logistical record-keeping. Desirable traits, low emotional volatility. High pain tolerance. Moral flexibility. Resistance to psychotropic intrusion. Willingness to undergo biometric augmentation. Payment, negotiable. May include customized implants, self-replicating sustenance modules, and a cot. Disclaimer, after starting the work you cannot leave. Lily Ruka rubbed her eyes. No one's going to apply for that. It sounds like a cult internship. Luthar didn't look away from the screen. I do need to remind you we are a cult, and no normal person would join. But SHIELD agents will take notice. Perhaps even HYDRA. They will be infiltrating. And you'll let them. They would be useful, Luthar said. Just little bit of tinkering and we would get some loyal people. He uploaded the listings to several obscure job boards, some on the open web, others through backdoor systems Stark had left. As the data propagated, Luthar leaned back, watching the screen glow in the dim observatory. Let the wolves come, he murmured. They will serve, bleed, or die. The servo skull above him clicked once, like a benediction. From the edge of the chamber, Lily Ruka sighed and buried herself deeper under the blanket. I miss when you just complained about Jarvis. Luthar did not answer. He was already thinking about the future. Chapter 101, TPM Chapter 101 Confused Shield. The observatory no longer echoed with dust and silence. Though the machine slept, the walls no longer felt hollow. Luthar stood alone in the central chamber, before a crude altar of riveted steel and repurposed diagnostic coils. He lit a line of incense along the altar's spine. The scent mixed synthetic oils with something older, burnt resin and machine ash. Not prayer, not worship. A ritual of calibration. Lily Ruka watched from a distance, arms crossed. Her datapad rested on a crate beside her, its black screen reflecting nothing. I finished reading the compiled history, she said. The wars. The governments. Luthar did not look at her. And. She took a slow breath. It's not a peaceful world. A small flicker of approval passed through his optics. You're adapting. Lily Ruka stepped closer, her voice quieter. There are no gods here. No adventures. Just frightened people and power in the hands of cowards. Then you are wrong, Luthar said calmly. This world does have gods. Some of them are so powerful, we must remain cautious. She sat beside him, picking up one of the copper ritual pins. Can't we ask the machine god for help? No, he replied without hesitation. We cannot ask for his aid. All we can do is study and work hard. Outside, the wind howled briefly against the dome. Above them, the servo skull pulsed once with a low beep, no intrusions, no surveillance. Yet its perch near the roof made clear Luthar had ordered it to monitor the skies closely. Lily Ruka set the copper pin down. What was your childhood like? Luthar turned slightly toward her, faint static whispering through his mask. I was not born. I was constructed, educated, augmented. Childhood, as you understand it, never existed. He stepped toward the eastern wall, where a small transmitter array had been embedded. Its lights flickered red, then green. The uplink was active, low-powered but precise. We need to prepare, he said. With a gloved hand, Luthar keyed in a shortcode, brief instructions encoded in Mechanicu's datacant. The signal shot upward, invisible to most, but not all. Far above, a satellite caught the signal. At a SHIELD substation buried deep beneath the Rockies, one of the monitoring technicians stiffened as her terminal emitted a soft but persistent alert. Director, she called out, eyes glued to the data stream. We just caught something unusual. Nick Fury entered the room, flanked by Coulson. Talk. Localized pulse. Tight band emission, encrypted. No linguistic content. Origin, the observatory Stark donated outside Los Angeles. Coulson frowned. Same location as the unidentified technologist, Luthar. Exactly, the technician continued. But here's the strange part, the signal's not directed at any known satellite or station. It shot straight through upper orbit, like it was aiming at empty space. Fury folded his arms. So, what are we looking at? We don't know yet. It could be a systems test. Could be ambient code. Or it could be something else. Fury's voice turned cold. Get more eyes on that site. I don't care if it's a diagnostics ping or a message to some alien god, if he's waking something up, I want to know before it lands. Back at the observatory, the transmitter's pulse faded into silence. Lily Ruka tilted her head, watching the flickering indicator light. So, what is this thing for? Luthar didn't turn. He stood before the transmitter like a priest before a shrine. A beacon, he replied. It will help us locate this place if we are ever traveling beyond the galaxy. A spatial anchor, so we are not lost. Lily Ruka furrowed her brow. But we haven't even left. That is precisely why we need it, he said. When the time comes, we may not have a chance to prepare. This will also aid future teleportation alignments. He stepped back from the machine. The signal had been sent, recorded and relayed, now silent once more. This beacon marks our place in this reality. It ensures we have a fixed point when folding space. I plan to install others, on Mars, perhaps the Moon. Her voice lowered. So you weren't kidding about going to Mars? I looked it up on the internet, it's completely barren. Luthar looked at her then, truly looked, not as an instructor, but something colder. Distant. Because it is barren, he said, we can shape it as we see fit. He gestured around the lab's main chamber. Machines whirred softly. The observatory pulsed with cold potential. We are not guests in this world. We have objectives and we have enough time to complete them. Lily Ruka folded her arms, eyes drifting up toward the dome and the starry night beyond. And what about our old world? Luthar's voice dropped to a low murmur. You needn't worry, he said. The method of travel is superior. During transit, time becomes irrelevant. When we return, it can be to the exact day we left. For caution's sake, I've adjusted the offset to 24 hours. She narrowed her eyes. So that's how you could promise Freya you'd return tomorrow and show her this world. She clicked her tongue. And here I was, silly enough to think you'd forgotten her. Luthar's optics glinted, unreadable. He wasn't thinking of Freya for sentiment, but thinking about Hephaestus who would be needed. Transforming a planet was not something he could do alone. Author's thoughts, I'm thrilled because we have crossed 100 chapters. This is a huge milestone for me. I'll be dedicating a separate post to those reflections. I want to say I want a second novel which can make money as my current goal is $500 a month. Unfortunate ly at current rate I would get only around $70, so if you can support I would be happy, and if you can't even the ideas would be good. Chapter 102, Side Chapter, Little Red Luthar. The forest was silent except for the soft clink of metal dragging over stone and root. 12-year-old Luthar walked alone under the twisted trees, his crimson apprentice robes brushing against bark and ash-flecked ferns. In his small hands, or rather, trailing behind him, was a weapon almost his own size, a long-handled chain axe, its serrated teeth idle but heavy, leaving small gouges in the soil as he dragged it. A faint hum of binaric prayer left his lips, the kind of tune a tech priest might use to soothe a restless machine spirit. To anyone else, the sight of a child wandering the deep forest with a weapon meant for war would have been unsettling. For Luthar, it was simply logical procedure. That morning, someone had told him something's wrong in the forest. Investigate, and be rewarded. Luthar didn't need more. Machine spirits in the local outpost had also reported minor anomalies in signal patterns. It was enough to warrant inspection. He walked deeper into the forest, his remaining eye scanning the path ahead. He didn't notice the subtle etchings on the trees, or the rust-colored stains on the ground, or the way the air vibrated with a faint wrongness that would have made a senior acolyte vomit. The system that shielded him from corruption, the gift that kept the warp at bay, also blinded him to it. To Luthar, the forest was simply quiet. Empty. Peaceful. The chain axe clinked behind him. A branch snapped to his left. He paused, tilting his head, seeing nothing unusual. He continued walking. Above him, something watched. A low whine broke the stillness, not an animal, not the wind. Mechanical, thin, and distorted, like a cog scraping against an unaligned gear. His mechadendrite twitched instinctively, scanning for source signals. No return. He lifted his chain axe, the teeth rattling softly, eager. Another sound followed. A whisper, too soft to understand, slid through the trees. Then another. And another. To any other initiate of the Mechanicus, the forest would have been screaming. Faint sigils of the dark mechanicum glimmered on tree trunks. Oily shadows slid out of sight. Reality warped at the edges. To Luthar, it was just quiet. He took one more step. Clang. The ground snapped open beneath him. A crude pitfall yawned at his feet, lined with jagged metal debris and half-buried spikes. Luthar reacted instantly. His chain axe hooked the pit's edge, and with a grunt, he swung his small frame onto the other side. His mechadendrite scraped sparks as it braced against a tree. The forest erupted. A figure stepped from behind the trees, tall, cloaked, face hidden by a welded mask of brass and bone. Jagged tubing pulsed across its arms like veins, feeding a humming weapon clutched in one hand. Luthar tilted his head, voice soft with curiosity. Unregistered pattern. The weapon screeched. A lance of green energy tore through the air. Which he never saw it. Pain exploded in his left eye, warm blood running down his cheek. He staggered but didn't scream, blinking through the blur as his fingers tightened on the chain axe. The hairtech raised its weapon again. Luthar moved. The chain axe roared to life, teeth spinning with a vicious vrrrrrr, sparks flying as they bit into a nearby tree. He swung in a brutal arc, forcing the hairtech back a step. Movement to his flank. 2, 3, maybe 4 silhouettes. Luthar's single eye darted through the tree lean. His armor's sensors flickered, struggling to track the corrupted machine spirits. His gift that shielded his soul now left him blind. 4 hairtechs emerged. Bent, augmented, and wrong. Rusted tubes pumped foul liquids through scarred flesh. Servo limbs twitched in erratic patterns. Masks of bone and copper wire hid their faces, eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. The first lunged. Luthar swung. The chain axe snarled, teeth catching on the hairtech's shoulder. Sparks and ichor showered the ground as metal bit flesh. The machine howled in distorted feedback. Another beam hissed past his ear, searing a tree. He dropped to the ground and rolled, mechadendrite lashing out to hurl a metal rod at the shooter. The impact staggered it just enough. He charged. The chain axe chewed through tubing and wire. Hot fluid sprayed across his robe, sizzling against protective oils. The third came from behind. A heavy blow smashed into his shoulder, sending him sprawling. His head rang. His injured eye throbbed like a burning coal. A shadow loomed, blade descending. Clang. A mechadendrite intercepted, barely deflecting the strike. Luthar twisted and swung upward in desperation. Vrrrrrrrr. The teeth bit into the hairtech's torso. Sparks and viscera burst as corrupted implants failed. It collapsed in a hissing heap. The last 2 hesitated only for a heartbeat. Then their bodies shuddered. Symbols across their torsos glowed faintly, a sick light Luthar couldn't see. His auspex pinged a sudden power spike. Self-destruct, he muttered. The first explosion thudded rather than boomed, designed to shred without igniting the forest. The shockwave lifted him and flung him into a tree. His chain axe tumbled away. The second went off a heartbeat later. He was glad he had been always cautious and wearing flame-proof robes and the armor inside his robes, but it was not enough because he was not smart enough to realize it was a trap for him. Within the few seconds of explosion, darkness took him. When Luthar awoke, he smelled antiseptic and oil. Comforting. Familiar. The ceiling above was ribbed metal, an Imperial Field Medicae tent. He's awake. Boots approached. Stay still. Eye trauma, fractured shoulder, multiple lacerations. It's a blessing you're still breathing. A figure in officer's carapace leaned over him, white cloak bearing the crest of House Valen, his family. Lieutenant Colonel Dravik, the men said grimly. Your father ordered a full search when your signal went dark. Half the local PDF is still sweeping that forest. Luthar's throat rasped. A Medicae offered water. After a long sip, he spoke. Just few weird peoples. Dravik's jaw tightened. 3 bodies, barely recognizable. Devices we've never seen. The area is corrupted. Tech priest said, surviving that without turning. He hesitated. Unnatural. If not for the family background, instead of rescuing Luthar, he would have burned him down by now, as the corruption in the local area was too much. In truth, had Luthar been any other child, any nameless initiate without the weight of House Valen behind him, protocol would have demanded immediate purging. A search party would not have been sent, a flamer team would. The forest itself would already be ash, and his body burned alongside it, a precaution against taint. Luthar stayed silent. He had no intention of explaining his secret. I require my chain axe, he said finally. A crate opened. The weapon lay beneath a white cloth, teeth caked in black ichor, motor scorched but intact. His hand twitched faintly as he grabbed for extra comfort. You can have it, Dravik said. But I need you to go home. Your father is concerned. Luthar stared at the strip above, listening to the hum of generators and quiet Medicae prayers. After a long pause, he whispered the only thing on his mind. My beautiful face is gone. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Orbits and Oversight. The last week had been, by most accounts, unusually productive. In Southern California, beneath an ancient observatory reborn in steel and fire, Luthar completed the initial phase of his sanctum's construction. The once abandoned facility now pulses with quiet energy, bioreactors stabilized, medical chambers assembled, and diagnostic shrines humming with purpose. The forge was not yet complete, but the groundwork had been laid for miracles. Lily Ruka had changed, too. She studied constantly, cataloging human history and technological principles with an almost ritualistic intensity. Her sleep grew lighter. Meanwhile, across the ocean of industry and ambition, Tony Stark had thrown himself into his lab with single-minded fury. Driven by a mixture of pride and paranoia, he completed a new suit, sleeker, faster, and far more versatile than the one he had cobbled together in a cave. And while some men turned inward and others outward, Luthar turned skyward. On the fourth night, somewhere between dusk and midnight, a silent launch occurred. Unregistered. Unreported. A cylindrical object the size of a passenger bus emerged from an underground compartment near the observatory's foundation. A week later, it was joined by another, this one hand-assembled in orbit. What am I looking at? The question cuts through the control center like a scalpel. At a shield station, Director Nick Fury stood before a live feed projected from one of their high-altitude reconnaissance lenses. The image was grainy, occasionally disrupted by solar interference, but the content was clear. There, suspended in low Earth orbit, floated a steel-bodied satellite with exhaust fans shaped like organ pipes. And beside it. Zoom in, Fury ordered. The technician complied. The screen flickered. A smaller ship hovered just beyond the satellite's rotational arc. It was just a little bit larger than a private jet. A figure moved along the surface of the satellite, clad in red, inhumanly steady in zero gravity, mag boots locking into the plating as he made minute adjustments to exposed cabling. Is he repairing it? Coulson asked, incredulous. Fury leaned forward, lips tight. Maybe. They watched in silence as Luthar raised one gauntlet arm. A spark leapt from the tool he was holding. The structure shimmered faintly, some field aligning with orbital telemetry. Then Luthar began walking again, his servo-skull following closely, like a lantern in the void. Coulson exhaled. That's the second satellite, and they're completely off the books. Fury turned, face like thunder. So now we have a technomystic building orbital infrastructure without permission. Great. He stepped away from the display. I want daily reports. I want spectral analysis. I want a flight path on that ship of his. If it enters low-altitude airspace again. Coulson raised a brow. You think he's hostile? Fury didn't answer immediately. He stared at the image, the lone red figure drifting weightlessly, surrounded by stars and silence. I think he's preparing, Fury said at last. For something none of us are ready for. Hours later, the sky above the observatory shimmered faintly as the air rippled with unnatural turbulence. A sound like thunder rolled over the hills, sharp, sudden, unnatural. Lily Ruka stepped out onto the crumbling balcony, squinting against the wind. Her hair whipped around her face. Then, between two drifting clouds, she saw it. A long, triangular shape pierced the atmosphere in absolute silence, sleek, dark, and almost seamless with the dusk. Luthar's skimmer. The prow was still scorched from re-entry, its vector thrusters leaving a faint chemical trail as it descended. The vessel circled once, then lowered toward the observatory's rear platform, an exposed deck reinforced days ago for this very return. Magnetic clamps engaged with a metallic screech. Moments later, the side hatch slid open with a pressurized hiss. Luthar emerged without ceremony. His cloak fluttered behind him, dust billowing at his boots as he stepped onto solid ground. The servo-skull drifted at his side, still humming from orbital computation protocols. Lily Ruka met him halfway. You were gone for 5 hours. 4 hours and 48 minutes, he corrected, his voice low from strain. Her eyes narrowed. You didn't think about taking me out in space. I also want to see how the world feels from above. I required silence. The work could not be disturbed. She gestured toward the skimmer. I saw a drone possibly from S.H.I.E.L.D. Luthar paused, glancing skyward. Ignore them, they're quite useless. He stepped past her without another word, cloak sweeping behind him as he returned inside. 10 minutes later. The sound of tires crunching gravel came sharp and sudden. Luthar paused in the lower chamber mid-calibration. His optics narrowed. Another visitor. He rose slowly, turning toward the entrance hall just as the front gate's outer cameras pinged with facial recognition. Tony Stark. Outside, Stark slammed his car door and looked up at the observatory dome, hands on his hips. His sunglasses reflected the stars, but his frown said everything else. He carried no armor this time, only a tablet tucked under one arm and tension in his stride. Lily Ruka met him at the threshold, arms crossed. You're not invited. Tony gave her a glance. Good to see you too, kid. Is the priest home? He just got back. From orbit. Tony nodded. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Inside, the air smelled of ash. He followed the humming, the faint vibration of active generators and cooling arrays. When he found Luthar, the tech priest was adjusting the tension on a magnetic suspension cradle, some kind of medical centrifuge in mid-assembly. Tony waited until the last cable clicked into place. Your neighbors saw a fireball, he said flatly. The shield saw your face. In orbit. Luthar didn't look up. Then they are observing correctly. Tony stepped closer. You launched 2 satellites. Luthar turned, finally facing him. 3, as of this morning. Tony raised an eyebrow. You know, you could at least pretend to care about international airspace treaties. I acknowledge no such treaties. I am not a citizen of your Earth nation. You're living in one, Tony snapped. On my dime. Luthar's voice did not rise. You are just paying for your recklessness. Tony took a breath, calming himself. Furies rattled. Coulson's confused. And frankly, you're starting to act more like an invasion than a quiet house guest. Luthar's optics pulsed faintly. Would you prefer noise? Tony stepped forward, tapping his tablet. These satellites, what are they for? Communications. Surveillance. Weapons. Luthar replied calmly, positioning. Relay systems. Beacon chains. They serve no offensive function, yet. Yet, Tony echoed, voice flat. The silence between them stretched. Then Luthar turned away again, returning to his tools. You came to deliver a warning. You've done so. Now leave. Tony didn't leave. Instead, he walked slowly around the lab, studying the machines, the network data cores, and the biotanks quietly simmering near the walls. His eyes lingered on a large, reinforced frame recessed into the far wall. Glossy white tubing curled around its base. A gyroscopic frame encased in a translucent cradle, half medical bed, half containment unit. It pulsed faintly, like something sleeping. Tony gestured toward it. This one, suspension cradle. Medcentrifuge. Or something you'd store an alien in. Luthar didn't turn. That device is a regenerative scaffold, he replied. For stabilization after high-stress internal surgeries, neural rewiring, glandular implantation, limb regrowth. Also effective for biochemical resynchronization post-augmentation. Tony raised an eyebrow. You just described a super-soldier factory. It can do more than popping some super-soldiers, Luthar said. Tony folded his arms. Nobody cares about super-soldiers, but I think if we use this technology in the medical sector, we can have a monopoly. He stepped forward, eyes scanning the readouts. Luthar. You're laying groundwork, installing infrastructure, stocking chemicals, and prepping fallback zones. Now you're putting assets in orbit. Luthar did not deny it. Tony's voice lowered. That kind of preparation isn't just for research. It's for war. And if you're planning a war, I want to know what side you're planning to be on. Luthar finally turned. The servo-skull drifted behind him, its lenses focused on Stark. I do not care for your sides, Luthar said. As for storms, most of them do not matter. Tony frowned. And who decides which storms matter? The ones that break the stars, Luthar said. They stood in silence, 2 architects, 2 different worlds, bridged only by suspicion and consequence. Then Tony turned slowly and walked toward the exit, passing Lilyruka near the auxiliary monitors. He paused beside her. You keeping up with him? He asked. She looked at Tony without blinking. Yes. Good, he said. If anything weird happens, call me. She looked up at him. Define weird. Tony gave a tired smile. You'll know. Outside, the car started with a quiet purr. He didn't look back. Inside, Luthar turned to his console again, and keyed in another code. Above them, in the dark, a third satellite blinked to life. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Signals and Shadows. The interview began like many others. 2 applicants. 1 file. Delivered through a deliberately obscure job listing that promised danger, advancement, and total discretion. Luthar scanned the falsified documents without blinking. Brock Rumlow, he said, studying the larger men. Security specialist. Retired military soldier. Rumlow nodded once, square-jawed and calm. I handle threats. Quiet ones. Loud ones. I heard you needed muscle. Luthar's optics glimmered faintly. Muscle is useful. But not sufficient. Rumlow said nothing. The second applicant stood beside him, younger, sharp-eyed, early 20s, composed, but not yet hardened. Her papers claimed the name Kara Trent, a recent graduate with top marks in logistics and field operations. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had trained her for 2 years. She offered a crisp smile. I'm here for the administrative position. Scheduling. Coordination. Communications, whatever's needed. Why did you come together? Luthar asked. She glanced at Rumlow. We thought it best to arrive together. Safer. Luthar stepped aside from the threshold. Very well. Enter. They passed through the reinforced entrance into the observatory's sanctum, now half machine, half cathedral. The walls glowed with unseen circuits. Plasma conduits whispered behind sacred geometries. Servoskulls drifted silently in the upper rafters. You will be evaluated separately, Luthar said as they walked beneath arching steel. Fine by me, Rumlow muttered, still not grasping the gravity of the words. Luthar led him deeper, past the central chamber and into the surgical annex. The air cooled. Clean. Precise. Tanks of regenerative fluids lined the walls, glowing softly. Scaffold lattices of biomechanical materials floated like offerings inside containment fields. Rumlow eyed the setup warily. This looks like more than a job interview. Assessment, Luthar corrected. I require tools, not employees. Rumlow paused at the threshold. What kind of tools? Luthar's mechadendrites unfurled with a soft hiss, glinting in the surgical light. The kind I forge myself. Before Rumlow could respond, a pulse of directed neuromagnetic energy struck behind his eyes. His body went limp. Luthar caught him with surgical precision and guided him to the reinforced operating slab. 8 hours later. Rumlow stirred, inhaling sharply as light filtered through his eyes. He blinked, adjusting to the brightness overhead. No pain. No stiffness. Only a strange sense of balance, like a machine rediscovering its operating rhythm. Luthar stood beside the slab, arms behind his back. You are awake. Rumlow sat up instinctively. He expected soreness. Instead, his body moved with fluid strength. You didn't say it'd be that kind of evaluation. You didn't ask, Luthar replied. You didn't fit the requirement, so I decided to adjust you myself. Rumlow flexed his fingers. No strain. No hesitation. I feel like I could rip steel. You can, Luthar said. In time. Once your neural thresholds calibrate. He turned to a nearby terminal and scanned biofeedback logs. You are now statistically 5x more efficient, kinetic durability, neuromuscular coordination, reflex latency. In simpler terms, you move faster, strike harder, and think clearer, especially under stress. Rumlow's brow furrowed. What exactly did you do to me? Luthar gestured toward a monitor displaying cross-section diagnostics. Internal scans revealed dense alloy reinforcement lattices woven through his skeleton. His muscle fibers were wrapped in myoelectric sheaths. Beneath his skin, microchannel coolant systems pulsed in quiet cycles. Externally, he looked unchanged. But beneath, he was no longer entirely human. Subdermal augmentation, Luthar said. Skeletal bracing. Reactive gel buffers in the joints. Enhanced muscular recovery, accelerated oxygenation. No scars. No plating. Your exterior remains unmodified. Rumlow stared at his own hands. The calluses were still there. His old scar across the knuckles remained. But something fundamental had changed. A new responsiveness. A predatory ease. What's the catch? Luthar finally turned to him. No triumph. No cruelty. Only fact. You don't need to know the catch. Just know you are no longer just a man, he said. You are proof that humanity was an unfinished draft, corrected through devotion. Rumlow rose, stretching slowly. No dizziness. No imbalance. He took a single step and heard the faintest sound of servos realigning his spine. And if I decide I don't want this job? Luthar's voice remained even. You cannot decline. Rumlow narrowed his eyes. Mind control. Recalibration, Luthar replied. If you defy me, you'll feel pain. Intolerable. If you obey, you'll feel nothing. Rumlow said nothing. He didn't flinch. But something deep in his eyes, the last flicker of resistance, faded, or maybe he realized he couldn't struggle. Observation booth, 8 hours earlier. Kara stood behind the reinforced one-way glass, pale and shaking. Her hands trembled against her datapad, useless now. What she had witnessed was not surgery. It was disassembly. Luthar hadn't spoken. He hadn't paused. He had unmade Rumlow like a machine, one calibrated for replacement. No anesthesia. No consent. Just a clean pulse that shut the men down like a deactivated mobile, and then hours of cutting, wiring, refining. At one point, she had to rush to the far corner to vomit, especially after Luthar removed Rumlow's heart, suspended it in fluid, and replaced it with an engineered node before stitching him back together. The girl beside her, an assistant, barely 13 years old, hadn't blinked. Kara had thought she understood the mission, go apply for a job and send back the information, but now she worried about her own situation. Luthar wasn't calling some aliens to conquer the planet, he was transforming humans into aliens, at least this is how she saw it. She stared at the monitor, her heart racing. The operation was a success even when it shouldn't be, especially since Luthar even opened the head of Mr. Rumlow. As Kara's expression shifted from shock to horror, Lily Ruka, watching from the sidelines, quietly opened her notebook. Without a word, she drew a line through Kara's name on the short list titled Luthar's potential assistant. After a brief pause, she wrote a new entry beneath it, Lily's new assistant. I am working to increase the speed of writing. One thing I don't like about current 2 chapters is I was planning for Black Widow to be the spy. I felt all fun fiction why have Black Widow as a spy, which is quite weird, so I decided to not pick her and selected these 2, and for Black Widow we can think about something else. You can share your thoughts if you think I should have picked Black Widow.